Hello, everybody. We're back. And hello, James Swanton. Hi, James.
Hello.
Hello. I am very good. I'm about 5.5 hours in now at this point. But I'm doing all right. I'm doing okay. I'm feeling pretty good considering. Just let me know in the comments, by the way, if you can hear James and I, just to make sure that there are no technical issues at this point or anything. Hopefully, if everyone can hear us okay, we can start our discussion. How are you, James? Are you keeping busy?
Yeah, extremely busy. I've clued you into a very exciting horror-adjacent TV series I was filming just a week and a half ago, and it's one of many things I can't talk about. But
yeah, just to say, we're going to have a chat about all of the exciting things you've done, but sadly, so many of the really exciting things you're not actually allowed to mention right now, are you?
Unfortunately, not. I know two of the three things I'm currently not allowed to mention are out in the spring.
Aha, okay.
We're not in the spring. We're still in the dead of winter. So
Indeed.
Yes, I'm bound and gagged by the non-disclosure agreement.
But I thought it would be a nice opportunity anyway to talk a little bit about basically what you do, James, which is that it feels as though you're becoming like our own, like a Doug Jones type persona, right? You're sort of the monster movie actor right now, and I'd love to just take this opportunity to have a little chat to you about some of your roles that you've played, your experiences, the challenges in what you've done, and maybe we can talk a little bit about some of your sort of inspirations and favorite movie monsters along the way and that kind of thing. And also, if people have chat, if anyone has any questions for James in the chat, I'll keep an eye on it as well. People are saying that my sound is mixed a bit louder than James's, so I'll tell you what I'll do. Maybe I'll turn myself down a little bit and I'll turn James up a little bit. Hopefully that might help. James, I guess let's start from the beginning. And when did you first discover when did you first kind of decide you wanted to be an actor?
Well, I don't think there was one specific or set moment. It's been a very gradual process of just figuring out, it might be possible to do this professionally. And to be perfectly honest, I've been more shocked than anyone that it's turned into a regular stream of work in the last few years. I think I found any kind of performance really rather difficult when I was a child. I was in no way an extrovert, and I've remained that way ever since. Didn't have much self-confidence, still don't have much self-confidence. So it's very odd squaring that with this more exhibitionist leaning towards putting yourself on display and standing on stages or appearing on screens and asking for people's approval in some way. Yeah. It's come about very, very slowly and very gradually. It's been a process of first convincing myself and then trying to convince all of the gatekeepers and all of the people surrounding me to please give me a job.
So it wasn't something that you sort of imagined yourself doing when you were a child, for example, like when you were watching movies or TV shows or whatever. Was it anything that you kind of thought at that point, like, that's what I want to be doing?
Well, it's certainly true that I did a lot of making stuff when I was a child. And looking back, all of it was heavily immersed in the macabre and the gothic. I mean, every drawing I did, every painting I painted when I was young was some kind of skeleton or monster or vampire or graveyard scene. Became really obsessed with ghost trains. My maternal grandparents lived in Blackpool, so every year we go on a family holiday, which would involve Blackpool Pleasure Beach, and I was just obsessed with the ghost train and would go home and sort of try and recreate it under various kitchen tables and chairs and hanging rubber spiders down and things like that and hanging up Halloween masks. And yeah, I really like dressing up as well. I hated trick-or-treating. I hated that aspect of things. I hated the idea of asking strangers, beseeching them to give me chocolate or sweets or whatever. But I love the dressing up aspect of it. So I think everything was going in this sort of direction. And yet I never had much of a sense that I'd be able to carry on misbehaving like this so wildly.
So you didn't do the kind of, the drama school kind of route in terms of your education and that kind of thing?
Well, I did like school plays. I did youth theatre and all of that kind of thing, and never really felt very much at ease with it. I think there's that thing when you're a kid as well, where you look at the actors who are also children, who all the adults judge to be really, really good at it. And I was never one of them. I'm quite glad I wasn't really, because it would be so awful to peak at the age of 8 or something. But yeah, I think the skills you need to be a really good child actor are often, they probably heavily overlap with the skill set you need to be a performing dog or something. It's a sort of outside display, and it's very extrovert, but it's not necessarily informed by anything going on inside. And I often feel very sorry for child actors who then have to transition into becoming adult actors, because really they're having to learn it all over again. And you could be a very good child actor and a terrible adult actor. I was the other way around. I was a terrible child actor and born a sort of wizened old character actor, and that's very frustrating when you want to be playing old men and go all decrepit and wizened and twisted, and your body and your voice aren't really going along with all of that. So it's been a process of very gradual vindication, because the closer I come to death across the course of my life, the more right I am for all the sort of things I want to do.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting as well is that you've particularly kind of now excelled in a particular type of role and a type of niche as well, right? And I want to talk a little bit about monsters, playing monsters. What were some of your favourite monsters and monster performances when you were sort of growing up and watching movies and TV shows?
I think growing up, the big entry gate for me, before I even watched any horror films, were I was very villain obsessed as a child. I think two of my favourite villains were the Witch. Well, two witches actually. The Witch in Disney's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
Yes.
Which I still think is probably the most terrifying film of the 1930s. Island of Lost Souls, The Black Cat, Frankenstein, they all pale in comparison to, the hallucinogenic phantasmagoria, the nightmare of Disney's Snow White. It's a very frightening film. But I also loved the Wicked Witch of the West and the Wizard of Oz. So the two great late 1930s witches in Hollywood films, and I don't think I was ever particularly scared of either of them, but I found it thrilling, and it's a peculiar sort of subset in, or maybe a distinction from monsters. The idea of the villain, I think. And of course, Disney have quite heavily commodified and branded. These are the Disney villains. Yeah, I think the key thing with a villain is it's sort of the Victorian melodrama thing. It's taking a great relish and delight in being evil. And you certainly get that with both of those performances. And I think this carries over a bit to the very first horror film performances that really transfixed me, which were, first of all, Lon Chaney as the Phantom of the Opera, and then Max Schreck as Count Orlok in Nosferatu. And both of those performances, but I think particularly Chaney's, offer a really fascinating extension on villain acting, in that I think Chaney's great preoccupation throughout his career, and I think this also renders him quite unique amongst all of the distinguished horror actors, is he really did find the grotesque beautiful. And he really was passionately invested in twisting his face and his body into all of these distorted and inhuman shapes. I don't think Boris Karloff particularly liked being heavily made up. When he moved into being an older pillar of the horror community and stopped wearing the heavy makeup, I suspect, given how much he suffered with Frankenstein and the Mummy, he was really quite pleased. And other actors like Bela Lugosi were positively opposed to makeup, because he saw himself as an actor, not a prop, and didn't like the idea of his natural handsomeness being smattered in all of his goo and grease paint and gore. But Lon Chaney, I think, really... I don't really want to use this phrase because it suggests he was enjoying it in the wrong way. But I think he really kind of got off on this stuff.
Yeah.
He he did find a beauty in grotesquerie, and that so fascinatingly informs his Phantom of the Opera, because it is a great Beauty and the Beast story, and he's tormented by his ugliness. But Chaney also finds this sort of strange, tragic vanity in the Phantom. He moves so beautifully, and you can perceive that as being a sort of overcompensation for this skull-like face he has, which he fears rightly will, make him an outcast among men.
What do you think it is that makes like a truly great, I guess, villainous is maybe more monstrous? Like, what do you think makes a truly great kind of monster performance?
Yeah, I've thought long and hard about this. I don't really have a too solid conclusion, but yeah, if we pull away from villains and do focus more on monsters, I think for me the two very greatest monster performances of all time are Boris Karloff as Frankenstein monster, particularly the original 1931 film, but also rather wonderfully extending on it in the first sequel, Bride of Frankenstein, and Charles Laughton as Quasimodo in The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Yeah.
It's probably not the done thing anymore to describe The Hunchback of Notre Dame as a monster as such, but it's very firmly coming out of that tradition of the 1930s horror film, and Lon Chaney having played The Hunchback. And of course, it was a great. Well, I don't know this for sure, but I'm certain it must have bled into how David Lynch approached The Elephant Man, which is again a story of someone who's deformed rather than a quote-unquote monster.
Yeah.
But it is like a horror film, and it does play into the tradition of Todd Browning's Freaks and things like that. And so those two performances, Karloff's Monster and Laughton's Quasimodo, I've sort of tried to think a bit about what unites them, and I think stillness has an awful lot to do with it.
Yeah.
It sounds a bit paradoxical because they are so physically extraordinary to look upon in these parts, with these extremely elaborate makeups. But both actors have the courage to give essentially minimalist performances under those makeups. They're bravura acting by stealth. I mean, I love bravura acting, but I would describe bravura acting as acting that looks like acting. Where you're admiring the technical feat of what the performer is doing, and you never for a moment forget you are witnessing a performance. Whereas I would say Laughton's Quasimodo and Karloff's Monster, they both feel fully embodied. They are the real thing. They have that kind of sincerity. I think silence has a lot to do with it as well.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I think it's not for nothing that a lot of the great monster performances are essentially silent performances. It's something I sometimes find frustrating coming from the theatre as I do. Because so many of the characters I play are mute by default.
Yeah.
But I think there is something fundamental in that, So many of the silent monster performances, whether you're talking about Nosferatu or The Phantom or The Man Who Laughs or Cesare in The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, I think they do gain a great power from that limitation, that necessary limitation of the there not being a technical capability to record sound with film at that stage. And this carries over into film even today, nearly 100 years after silent films became a thing of the past. But I think the big thing with Karloff's Monster and Laughton's Quasimodo is you can distill it in a phrase, which is the soul of the monster. Never for a moment do you forget that these are deeply feeling beings. They're not human in a conventional sense, but you look upon them and you think, oh, that reminds me of a human being, or that's actually more human than the human beings who surround these extraordinary presences. And I think all monster performances have to interrogate that idea of the soul of the monster. You come at it from the other direction. If you're playing for example, the Devil or Count Dracula, because then the entire performance becomes about how these beings don't have a soul, and that's that kind of negation, that sort of darkness is extremely interesting. But I think we're so inclined as human beings to search for that which is imbued with a kind of human quality that, if you're playing a character with none of those traits, you're still defining it against that idea. If you see what I mean.
Yeah.
But yeah, Karloff's Monster and Norton's Quasimodo, they're both deeply human performances of characters deemed to be deeply inhuman, and I think that's really at the core of why they work so well.
That's really interesting. And tell me, like you mentioned that, the idea of the makeup and costuming. How do you find it as an actor? Do you find it? Do you mind having, being caked in makeup for when you have to sort of embody a certain character?
I think I mind it on the practical level of it just taking an awfully long time and often being excruciatingly uncomfortable to be put into these extraordinary things. Yeah, and I can tell many stories, heartbreaking stories of how you essentially expend the energy of 10 men just having your body manipulated and things glued on you and stuck on you, and then the cameras will be turned on you and they'll just want to see your hand. You're like, but I'm covered from head to toe.
Yes, and there'll be and it'll be a shot that lasts like a second and a half or something, right? As well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. No, I mean, it's wonderful apart from the slight heartache and the very real physical aches that are visited upon you in these scenarios. I mean, my whole entry point to doing any film of any description was through, the wonderful Dan Martin. It was in 2016 that I'd done this play called The Ghost Train Doesn't Stop Here Anymore. It was a horror anthology play directed by Sean Hogan and co-written by Kim Newman. And I'd been talking to Kim saying, I'd really be very, very interested in playing one of these heavy makeup roles. And I was aware that Dan Martin had contributed a few gruesome little special effects to the play. I think he'd been filmed in different countries, so he hadn't actually been able to meet any of us or see the play. But Kim, gave me his email, and I sent to Dan some photographs of me playing Frankenstein's creature on stage. And Dan, a few months later, said there was a part coming up in a film he was attached to, this sort of desiccated, zombified father who had to come back to life, a bit like the grandfather in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. in a film called Double Date, and without ever having met me or without me having met any of the people involved in the film, I just wound up in it. It felt like the most colossal cheat. And you could argue I found out why it was so easy to get into it, because, you are then really put through the ringer physically in terms of what is then done to you. But, having some of that Lon Chaney streak of finding the beauty in grotesquerie, I really, really enjoyed that and found it very fulfilling. You have to treat these costumes and makeups as your dance partner. They are kind of half of the enterprise, and you have to work with them. It's a fascinating process. I mean, they can be very hampering and very limiting. But I think one of my unswerving life principles is we're very often best off, certainly in the arts, when we focus on our limitations as opposed to taking, I suppose, a more generically optimistic view of, you can do anything. I'm a born pessimist, so I never feel I can do anything. I feel that by hyper-focusing on limitation, I can think, okay, well, I can't do this, this, and this. And, if you're dealing with a monster costume, you're like, okay, well, I can't move in this way because you'll see a seam or a zip or something, and I maybe only have one eye, and oh, my legs have been tied together and put into some sort of worm-like contortion, so I can't walk. And as you gradually file away the things you can't do,
Yeah.
Okay, well, how can I make the most and best of this and put it to expressive advantage? And that's when really interesting things start to happen, I think. Yeah, there's an awful lot to it. I mean, it's nice for me because as I'm sure people listening to this are gathering, I'm not overburdened with self-confidence. It is nice to walk onto a film set knowing you don't have to you don't have to go through the enormous contortions of sort of proving yourself.
Right.
If you arrive looking like the devil or some foul Lovecraftian entity, you don't have to convince people you're terrifying. It's just naturally there, and as a result, you can relax a bit.
Yes. Yeah. It's interesting as well. You talked about we've talked about makeup. You talked about how so many monsters are mute. One of the first things that I came across of yours, how I became aware of you, was watching Frankenstein's Creature, right? Which is kind of the opposite of that, of course, right? The Sam Ashurst film version is what I saw you in first, and the that's a very talky monster, right? That you were able to embody there. Tell me a little bit about that process of coming up with this story, Frankenstein's Creature, and kind of how you brought it to life.
Yeah, well, gosh, this takes me a long way back to when I was starting out. Frankenstein's Creature was my cunning way of trying to facilitate my own employment as an actor. I left university without an agent, and also with my natural inborn pessimism, I just thought, oh, well, nothing is ever going to happen. Nothing's going to land in my lap or come to me. So I have to create my own thing. I have to devise a vehicle so I can actually, have something to perform. So I left university with this idea that I would create two complementary one-person plays, one of which would be Frankenstein's Creature, the other of which would be Count Dracula. So I wrote these in tandem. And I eventually discovered I could not for the life of me find an interesting or valid way to do Dracula. I think a lot of it comes down to what I was alluding to earlier, the soul of the monster. I think unless you go down a Francis Ford Coppola route, Dracula, to do him authentically, which is the only way I'd want to do him, he has to be bereft of soul.
Right.
And if you're going to stand on a stage for an hour and a half as a being without a soul, the enterprise, at least for me, very, very quickly starts to fall apart. Because you can't have any introspection if you don't have a soul. You can't elaborate on anything in any meaningful way. The whole thing just starts to unravel. It doesn't make sense for you to do anything if you're a being without soul. Whereas Frankenstein's Creature has nothing but soul. The whole conceit of that story for me is that this being has come into the world in this very unnatural fashion, and the most unnatural thing about him is he has been blessed with a soul. It's so in terms of creating that for the stage, I wanted it to be as true as possible to Mary Shelley's novel, which is obviously the origin of the Frankenstein myth, but has gained over time a sort of weird novelty because it's so really been done in a fashion that's true to Shelley. So gabbing away for an hour and a half, and also delivering a very involved physical performance, and just figuring out how to put across this super dimensional character was a great challenge and a great thrill. So we quickly, in devising the original stage production, my director Jack Gamble and I, we quickly came to the conclusion that because the play is written in quite a fractured way, you have the creature in the Arctic telling his story as sort of the ground state, and then from that he's reliving his story, and his story sort of falls into his innocent period when he still had hope and was watching these cottagers living their simple pastoral life, and when he had a chance as a sort of innocent, approachably human figure. And then he was also recollecting his corruption and his period of experience when he started to commit murder after murder and turn bitter and want revenge on Frankenstein. So we had the Arctic, and we had the innocence, and we had the experience, and as a result we sort of had three creatures simultaneously. So vocally you had certain properties which would fit one state and then gradually evolve into another, and the play itself is a very fractured timeline, so it's leaping about all over the place, and it became a wonderful thing when you finally felt on top of it to sort of be using your vocal cords a bit like a mixing desk and sort of borrowing from aspects of all of this as you shifted from one state into another. It's rather hard to talk about.
It's really interesting. And tell me about the physicality of becoming becoming Frankenstein's creature then, in terms of your choices of movement and also, makeup and that kind of thing for that particular role.
Well, again, in line with the creature being a fractured personality, it was again Jack Gamble, the original director, who came up with this idea that the creature's costume would be comprised of various scraps that he has taken from all of the people he has murdered. So every time I was recollecting a murder, I would divest myself of that particular scrap of clothing.
Mm-hmm.
So you have this paradoxical movement the longer the piece went on, that when you got to the end and I was at my most naked and had talked about murder after murder after murder, there was that rather pleasing paradox that by then I looked my most human. So that was an interesting thing to play with. And certainly by the time I came to do the film for Sam Ashurst, he was diving quite heavily into German expressionism as a visual source. And I, of course, was all over that and very, very enthusiastic. So we wound up giving the creature a face that had a certain resemblance to The Man Who Laughs, very heavily patterned on Conrad Veidt. Very dark eyes and sort of dark mouth, and a simple look, but very much part and parcel of the way that was visually constructed as a film in monochrome.
Somebody's just put in the comments, I think they've looked you up and they went, oh my god, James was in Host, one of my favourite horror films of the last 10 years. I love this. I've got to ask you about Host, James, because it's one of those, such a massive deal, really, that film, isn't it? It was such a massive cultural kind of touchstone during 2020. Rob Savage, of course, this is the kind of the Zoom call gone wrong movie. I'm sure everyone out there knows all about it. Tell me a little bit about that experience of literally terrifying the whole world with that creature.
It's weird to be a part of anything that became zeitgeisty in that way.
Yeah.
I don't really live very much in the present century, so particularly odd for me. Well, it was in the first lockdown that I got the email from Rob Savage, and as far as I'm aware, I was one of the first actors to be contacted about being involved. So the first calls and discussions we had about it, absolutely nothing was set. I was saying, well, am I going to speak? How would you like me costumed? What would you like to be done? And gradually it started to evolve in the host it was later to become. So it was an awful lot of running around my family home at night shooting nightmare fuel. And there's still an awful lot of footage on my laptop that didn't make the final cut. Not because it wasn't terrifying, because it was, and it's fantastic. And I shall make at least £5 in many, many years when I sell it. Sort of shots of enormous hands coming down the side of a bath. There was a shot I was really pleased of when I was behind the frosted glass in a shower and I was just sort of rising up from the ground and a torchlight very briefly hit me. It was very spooky stuff. And there was another great shot where I was behind a sort of chair and I was peeping through the chair. You just see the eye. The camera passed very, very quickly. It's great stuff. But most of it unused. And quite frustrating as well, because in order to give Rob and the team, because that film is such a tour de force of editing, of course, in order to give them the widest possible smorgasbord of options, it was a case of doing 40 or 50 takes of every little thing.
Right, because of course this was sort of filmed remotely, right? So you had to kind of film your own bits and you were all communicating kind of via video calls and stuff, weren't you? Is that right?
Yes. Yeah. So you do your 50 odd takes of a thing and email them over and then you're told, no, you're going to have to do this again. If you were fortunate, yes, we've got something, we can use it. But utterly weird when it took off in the way it did. I remember saying to my brother at the time, it's because I'm only in post for 4 or 5 seconds. I've not quite been egotistical enough to count how many. But I remember saying to my brother at the time, it's so strange a thing, this, because the film in which I've appeared least has been by far the most successful. And he just turned to me and said, very simply, that is why it has been very successful. Which we can't really argue. But, a wonderful pandemic project.
Incredible, right? And what did you have to do in terms of the makeup and the look for that particular role? Like, was that because it was all filmed kind of remotely? Did you have to do all of that stuff yourself?
Yes, yeah. And there was a real weirdness after it came out, because that was the point at which I realised Dan Martin had worked on the production, but with the other actors, doing other effects. So, yes, this is the only makeup I've worn in a film which has been entirely self-applied. It was just a very sort of crude assemblage of paint. I think it was literally, face paint that you could buy in any sort of arts and crafts shop. All sorts of greys and browns and heavy black around the eyes. And again, very German expressionist inspired.
Yeah.
And I also had lockdown hair, so I had probably as much as I have now, or even more. So that was very useful to just make messy and hideous. And but then, of course, in post-production, host went through so much rigorous editing and so many sort of extra effects were added. So I think in the film as shown, my eye is actually whited out. And things of that nature.
So you didn't have to put a big old white contact lens in your eye then, or anything like that for that.
No, I'm utterly appalling with contact lenses, which is why I'm wearing glasses right now. And they just do not agree with my eyes. They pop out almost instantly. And, even when they've been tailor-made. And
wow!
I imagine hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pounds have been spent on them. They've all been very carefully fitted. They do just fly out instantly.
Your eyes just reject them. I like it.
Yes, it's appalling. It's a great limitation in my life.
And then it feels like since Host there have been so many projects, right? Like just to name a few things, like Broadcast Signal Intrusion, right? The Thing That Ate the Birds, of course, Rob Savage's other movies, Dash Cam. Any particular sort of highlights or any particular challenges out of any of those other roles that you played?
Oh, we should do highlights and challenges.
Yeah, please.
Highlights. Yeah, I've been so fortunate. I really do regard myself as one of the luckiest actors who's ever lived. too many highlights to mention. Thing That Ate the Birds, which is on YouTube and is very good.
It is.
I absolutely love it because it's such a love letter to my native Yorkshire in terms of its beautiful shots of the landscape and a horrible, grotesque entity.
Classic Yorkshire.
Yorkshire in a nutshell.
Yes.
And yeah, as you say, Broadcast Signal Intrusion was wonderful fun. And I was talking to Reece Shearsmith not too long ago about that film in particular, and he was very taken with it and very freaked out by it, which was a lovely thing to hear. And knew, as you probably do, Mike, that one of the sources that Dan Martin again seized on was that creepypasta on the internet, I Feel Fantastic.
Yes. Very weird. Very weird.
It was very lovely to offer a version of that. But I would say probably the greatest highlight for me has been a film I did last year, a folk horror film called To Fire You Come at Last, which is about 4 men carrying a coffin down a corpse road to bury the son of the squire, who is one of those men, in the local graveyard. And that film last year, it's one of the most thrilling experiences I've ever had, I think. In that it felt like old-fashioned rep theatre. All of the actors got very close and we were all discussing our characters in great detail and getting very involved in, feeling like true creative artists, which is not always a given when you're doing a film. But also just the physical dynamism required there. I'm really quite thrill-seeking in life. If I'm ever near a theme park, I have to go on every single roller coaster. It's
excellent.
Always something that surprises me slightly. But this was like being on a roller coaster. We were doing these night shoots. And it was freezing cold, and you have the wind and the rain lashing in your face. And they just roll camera, and you would start pelting across the wilderness, bearing this coffin and slipping and sliding in mud. And it was so uncomfortable, and yet it was so exciting. I would, in a heartbeat, do something like that again. It was a joyous experience, and one of my favourite characters I've ever had to play. I was a drunken village idiot, and a gutter Iago, as our wonderful director / screenwriter Sean Hogan described him, just gradually turning all of the other characters against each other.
Amazing.
And beautiful dialogue, like a modern Jacobean revenge tragedy, all like tangled ivy around a wrought iron railing. It was just, delicious. Now, insofar as challenges go, Dashcam. Dashcam is the most challenging thing I have ever done.
Interesting. Dashcam, I bet it was... it fascinates me, actually, just in terms of the making of that film. But yeah, tell us about that.
Well, there were 2 particular incidents on Dashcam which will make very good chapters in the autobiography.
Yeah.
This is what my agent tells me every time I have a trauma. Be a good chapter for the autobiography. It's going to be a very long autobiography. No, there were 2 incidents with Dashcam. I had a very elaborate costume in that, again created by Dan Martin. Very form-fitting, because I was playing a parasite. And the costume of the parasite meant my legs were completely immobilized. I just tapered off into a sort of worm-like appendage. The costume was so form-fitting that Dan had to source a very special form of lubricant to get me into it. I was splattered in the pool and then put into this costume. And as Dan quite graphically explained to me, this is the lubricant that farmers use in order to help cows give birth. Inside and grab the calf. And even then it was a struggle to get me in. Anyway, put into this world, and then Rob Savage insisted I crawl across the floors of these underground tunnels in London. The former coach stations, which have been disused for decades on end. All felt a bit like the lair of the man underground in the Donald Pleasance horror film Deathline, to be honest. All sorts of horrible mould and moisture declining from the ceiling at all times. Anyway, Did the first take, very difficult. Did the second take, more difficult still. By the third take, I could not get up of my own volition. Because if you're crawling normally, it's physically testing, but you have your legs to help you. I only have my arms.
Oh my God.
Very, very slender arms. I'm not lacking in physical strength, but I'm hardly muscular in a conventional sense. And yes, by the third take, I could not stand up anymore. I had to have people hoik me up. It was so physically excruciating.
Wow.
Experience. And I got so tired with take after take that there came a terrible, sobering moment. One of those moments where you question your life choices very severely, where cut was called, and I had this enormous mask on, so I thought, I'm just going to rest my head. So I plonked my head down right into a puddle of sewer water.
Oh, God.
And it just gushed. And I thought,
oh, no.
I hope I've had all the right vaccinations.
Oh, God.
So I was done in for about a week after that. I was so trying. But there was another moment of arm-related trauma on dash cam, which is when the parasite first appears. He first appears as a sort of hand coming out of a particular space, and I won't spoil for people who haven't seen the film. But anyway, I was doing a lot of hand acting. It was a bit like the iconic poster for The Evil Dead, just sort of coming up. And I'd have these incredible articulated claws created with this. Absolute works of art. So it wasn't just finger extensions. They actually added extra joints on which moved when I moved my fingers. So they'd been very carefully fitted. And they did fit. They fit beautifully, and moleskin had been put on the inside, so it was extremely soft. Coming to do it on the day, though, this glove was put on, and it had to all be very carefully glued down and secured. The glove was put on, and it felt really strangely tight. But of course, we'd fitted it, so it must have been in my head. It can't have been a factor in physical reality. And then doing a few takes, I started to realise, oh no, this definitely is too tight. And it feels like it's cutting into my fingers.
Oh, God.
There's all this plastic on the inside. Now, it's a bit like banging your head in the dark when you can't see what's going on underneath.
Mm-hmm.
And you automatically assume the worst. I was like, oh, God, my hand is going to be just like...
Yeah, degloved.
They're going to take the glove off and then instantly put it back on. It's just going to be a skeleton hand. It's going
yes.
to be so... but because time was limited, we couldn't really stop, and I didn't want to stop. I didn't want to have to go through all of it again. So Dan Martin, again, came up with the idea of going round the corner to the co-op and getting some little bottles of whiskey.
Mm-hmm.
This was how I got through it. Luckily, sound wasn't being recorded, so I was able to, when Rob called action, do the hand movement and swear at the top of my lungs. Thinking I'm ruining my hands for life. Having these little slugs of whiskey. I went home very, very merry.
Amazing. I love that. Did the whiskey help? Did it numb?
You really did.
Yeah?
It really did. Concentrated the mind.
That's brilliant.
But yeah, we did later discover what the issue with the gloves was, and it was a very innocent mistake. It wasn't something anyone could have foreseen. It was just one of those things that happened, and no harm was done.
Yes.
It was all that blindness thing of not knowing what was going on. But I had a lot of whiskey in the result, so it worked out.
I love that. Fantastic. I'm going to quickly have a look at some of these questions. We've got some good questions from people. Jo said, I've noticed your Kenneth Williams autobiography in the background. Besides real life people that you may have played so far, is there any person that you would love to play, a real life figure that you would love to play?
Not Kenneth Williams, sadly.
No. No.
We've had some very distinguished Kenneth Williams actors. I mean, really, the real-life person I'm most interested in playing is one I've already played, but hope to continue playing, which is Sir Henry Irving, Bram Stoker's boss, and considered by many in a slightly superficial tabloidy way to be a real Dracula, the the inspiration of the creation of the character. So it's one of a few one-person plays I've done, and yeah, I'm keen to keep doing that one until I drop. So
yeah.
I think that's the one.
Let's talk a little bit in the last sort of 10 minutes we've got. Let's talk about the last big thing that we saw you in, which was the ghost story, Mark Gatiss' ghost story for Christmas, right? Lot number 249. How exciting, right? The incredible tradition of the British BBC Christmas ghost story. You got to be in one of those. That's incredible.
I know this is exactly what I'm getting at when I say I'm the luckiest actor who's ever lived. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's such a bucket list goal, and even the process by which I ended up in that particular ghost story, it feels like one of those, stories of corruption in Golden Age Hollywood. I was at the birthday party of Jonathan Rigby.
Yes,
wonderful classic horror scholar and actor, and Mark Gatiss turned up because he's known Jonathan for about 30 years when they were both actors on the London Fringe. I think Mark even played Renfield in Jonathan's production of Dracula.
Amazing.
Back in the day. But yeah, Mark turned up and we wound up chatting mostly about horror. And as he was on the verge of leaving, there'd been a bit of talk about the ghost story for Christmas. And he turned to me and Jonathan, pointed at us with a sort of impish smile and said, "And now you're in it. And you're in it." And then he thought, that's fun. And then about half a year later, when we were both announced to be in the Quatermass experiment, he followed me on Twitter and sent me a message and said, "Really thrilled we're doing Quatermass. And there's a script of a ghost story for Christmas." I was like,
oh my God.
So that's how it happened. It's ridiculous. And I mean, I hate auditions, so it's all something I'm very happy is ridiculous. But
that's
I can't help
amazing.
but remark on the good fortune. So an extraordinary experience from
how was it? How was it having Mark Gatiss as a director and filming that whole thing?
Couldn't have been more joyous. He was bounding around like a gazelle, as far as I could tell, bereft of any sort of worry or anxiety about the project, which is a wonderful way to direct because suddenly the whole team feels confident. He because of our shared love of horror, there was a very helpful shorthand where I'd be in my mummy's sarcophagus and he could just say, "Do calm off, James. Calm. It's fine. It's enough. We spoke the same language."
Amazing.
And I remember going outside for the very first time in full mummy regalia. It was beautifully done by Dave and Lou Elsey. Dave won the Oscar for The Wolfman. Lou, his wife and colleague, is wonderful at creating all these costumes. So they created this exquisite mummy. And that was wonderful to be able to play a new version of one of the very classic Scream monsters. But I remember first going out in all of this, and Mark sidled up to us and sort of looked at it and went, "I've changed my mind. Can we have a werewolf?" That was very pleasing. Yes. Enormous fun. I mean, Jonathan Rigby was also involved. He, of course, was the other person whom Mark said, "And you're in it."
That's so cool. That's so cool. I love it.
And just everyone was so incredibly friendly and encouraging. One of my happiest memories is doing the running down the country road over and over.
It's a great shot. That shot is very creepy where you can just see you in the background just pursuing this person. It's great.
Yes. It's very true to Conan Doyle and a lot of the old Victorian illustrations. It's so fun to bring that to life. But what, of course, you don't see in the film is Kit Harington stood behind the camera as I'm running over again and again. And he was just sort of muttering to himself at the end of every take, "Oh, it's so scary." So scary. Very vindicating.
That's brilliant.
Nice to have that vote of confidence.
Oh, I love that. A couple of other questions. Stephen says, could you ask James about his one-man Dickens play that he performs each Christmas? James, tell us about that.
Oh, gosh. Well, I perform in point of fact, 3 one-man Dickens plays most Christmases. 3 of his Christmas ghost stories. So I do A Christmas Carol, of course, because that financially allows me to do the less popular ones that people don't come and see. The Haunted Man and the Chimes. So they're kind of an extension on the work I do in horror films, in that they're extremely physically involved. You're really trying to transform as much as is possible into all of these different characters. And with it being Dickens, they're all remarkably weird and grotesque for the most part. But it's also the antithesis of the work I do in films most of the time, in that, like Frankenstein's creature, I'm talking a lot. In fact, I'm talking singly, and I never really shut up about it. So, yeah, I love doing Dickens, and I think if I was just playing silent monsters, I wouldn't really feel entirely fulfilled as an actor. So it feels like the reverse side of the coin, getting to do that every Christmas, and usually doing it at the Charles Dickens Museum as well. So it's it's an extra spooky sensation knowing you're performing in Dickens's real life home.
Yes, of course.
You fear at times his ghost may be watching you and may even strike you down. So, yeah.
Mike says, any updates on the book you've been writing about horror actors, James?
I have very nearly finished it.
Ooh.
I'm currently writing a chapter on Donald Pleasance. And as I've been complaining, actually, to Jonathan Rigby nearly every day, why did Donald Pleasance make so many dreadful horror films? I know now why I've left him till last, but yeah, he is the 13th and final chapter in the book. So there are pretty complete drafts of every other chapter.
Incredible.
Goes from Conrad Veidt and Lon Chaney to Christopher Lee and Barbara Steele. Peter Cushing, Claude Rains, Charles Lawton, Bela Lugosi, Boris Karloff.
Oh, wow.
Peter Lorre, Vincent Price, Christopher Lee. Have I named all of them by now? I may have left one out. But... John Barrymore, another one. But, yes, very nearly finished, and I very much hope it will make some sort of public appearance.
Fantastic. Love that. Tom has said, James, what a wonderful and sophisticated voice. Do you have... he says you should do classic horror audiobooks. Any plans to?
No. No. Well, I mean, I love the idea of doing audiobooks, but I'm a terrible technophobe, so I don't think I'd ever be able to do the home studio thing that so many actors very enterprisingly do. I would have to have other people on the technical side. But if anyone's willing to give me a very large sum of money, I could be persuaded, to...
Yes, exactly. There you go. We'll just put that out there. Yeah, indeed.
Very, very, very kind. Very nice.
Finally, then, James, it's quite frustrating that we can't talk about some of the very exciting other things that you've just been doing, right? Is there anything you can tell us about what you've got coming up, or when you'll be able to reveal sort of any of these projects that you've got coming up?
Well, as I think I mentioned earlier, 2 of the 3 things I can't talk about are out this spring. One of them is television, one of them is a film.
Yes.
They've both been announced as coming, so I just can't say I'm attached to them in any way.
Right.
Yeah, I can't really go beyond that. I don't. The more I'm dancing around it conversationally, the greater and greater the peril becomes. That I will
of course.
Say to. The trailer for a thing I did in Serbia at the end of 2022 called Tarot has just come out.
That's right. Yes.
So that's also coming out this spring. Although I think I've been allowed to talk about that all this time. It's previously called Horror Scope, which is a much sillier title.
Oh, that one! Yes. I've heard about that. Excellent. That sounds great fun.
I think it will be.
Yeah.
I think it'll be silly in the best possible way. So, we do have that to come.
Love that. And Julia said she just heard you mentioning the Quatermass experiment. She said, is there any way to see James's performance of that?
I know it was recorded for archival purposes. I don't think they can commercially release it in any way, shape, or form. I've not seen a recording, so I don't think there currently is a possibility of that. It's a great shame in a way, because it's one of the things I've enjoyed most, but possibly that was because it was such a one-off. It really added to the special aura of the
Yes.
event.
Because this was a sort of live reading of it on stage, right? Again, Mark Gatiss, did he direct that as well?
No, Mark Gatiss played Quatermass, which he'd
course.
never done before, despite his other interactions with Neil and having been in the TV remake of the Quatermass Experiment. But yeah, it was an astonishing cast. Mark Gatiss, Alice Lowe, Kevin McNally, Linda Marlowe, just astonishing.
Yeah.
And like being, like headlining a rock concert, which is obviously not something I have great experience. We walked on stage at the start with all this green lighting and all this smoke to Mars Bringer of War from the Planet Suite, which was the TV theme, The Quatermass, and the audience just went mental. It was absolutely extraordinary. And
oh wow.
Yeah, one of the most exciting things I've ever had the chance to do.
Fantastic. Well, I can't believe how quickly that hour has flown by, James, but we're out of time. I've got to move on to my next guest in just a minute. So thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. I think everyone's really enjoyed listening to that. It's been fascinating to hear. And I'm very excited for you to be able to announce some of the things that you've got coming up throughout this year as well. It's fantastic.
Well, I mean, my fear is always that I won't be in them by the time I'm allowed to talk about them.
Well, we can definitely say that you will be back. For listeners of the podcast, you're going to be back on the next series of the podcast, hopefully, yes, to talk about some good sort of Nature Bites Back animal attack movies with me.
Yes.
Very exciting. James, thank you so much for joining me.
No, thank you for tolerating my non-stop waffling.
It's an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much.
It's terrifying in the live context. Can't edit them out.
Hello, everyone. That was so much fun. Loved getting to chat to James. Hope you guys really enjoyed that. And I'm going to be back in a couple of minutes with another James Payne, from the Journey Through Sci-Fi podcast. And we are going to be talking about horror television. So again, please do get involved in the discussion. What do you think have been some of the most terrifying TV horror moments in your lifetime? We're going to be talking about all of our favourites, our most terrifying television episodes and TV shows and moments and that kind of thing. So I'm going to go for a quick wee break, and then I'm going to let James into the chat, and we'll get started. See you shortly.
you want it recorded?
No, don't worry.
Okay, cool.
Okay, here comes James Payne. Hello, James.
Hello, Mike. How are you?
I'm all right. I might
Hanging in there.
I've got some pizza, so
That's it. Jump
a
away.
little bite to eat.
Okay, good
Hopefully,
stuff.
everyone can hear me and James. Okay. I always like to check this at the beginning of each chat because technical issues, but I'm sure they'll let us know if they can't hear us.
Fingers crossed.
How you doing, James? You've been busy. You were just telling me.
Yeah, I've just come from recording another podcast in my day job in the other side of London, and I've just pegged it back here to come and do this. The other podcast was very different. It was a football podcast with Les Ferdinand. So I'm much more comfortable talking about this stuff than the football stuff. So
Love this.
But
Love
I was
this.
just doing the sound. To be fair, I wasn't.
You weren't hosting it.
Yeah, I'm not like you doing a 24-hour live stream. I mean, I'm surprised your voice is still going. But...
Don't. Saying that, I'm starting to go. I think there was a bit of chili on that pizza.
Lovely. That was
Exactly. I'll be fine. So we are here to talk about some horror television stuff, which is going to be really fun because, obviously 90% of the stuff we cover on EOH is films. But there's been such an incredible tradition of horror television, some of which I've covered a little bit here and there. But I thought it would be really fun to kind of talk a little bit about the history of horror in TV. We'll also talk a lot about sci-fi, because that is very much your bag too. Yep. And talk about some of our favourites and that kind of thing, basically. So... And also, for people in the comments, please do let us know, keep commenting with what are some of your favourite horror TV shows, your scariest TV moments, that kind of thing. Malcolm says, "Tell James I've been working my way through his sci-fi podcast." Oh, there you go. So you've got your fans in the chat, James, as well.
Lovely stuff.
Love it. James, I always feel like for so many people, probably a lot of people's kind of gateway into horror is probably actually TV. Like, when you think about it, I reckon we're probably exposed to stuff on TV before we are in cinemas, right? In terms of stuff that scare us. You hear stories about kids hiding behind the sofa when they watch Doctor Who or whatever, right? Do you remember what the first and earliest kind of really terrifying TV show was that you ever saw?
Yeah, I mean, there was numerous things on TV which scared the crap out of me as a kid. I had a very overactive imagination, as I'm sure a lot of horror fans do. But it was always flicking through channels and seeing random stuff. But one of the images was really stuck with me. This is not a horror, but Five Children and It.
Yes!
There's a 1991 version of it on TV. And the creature that comes out of the sand scared the absolute crap out of me. It was like this little old, looks old, but it's also this furry little creature. I'm not describing it.
Yeah, it kind of emerges from the ground.
It's one of these, isn't it? Yeah. But that scared me. Stuff like Round the Twist. All of those shows which were meant to be a little bit on the horror spectrum, because they were, something weird would happen and you could imagine it happening to you as a kid, because your imagination is all over the place. So all of that stuff, yeah, definitely.
So good. Actually, funnily enough, Rihanna mentioned Five Children and It earlier today as well, when we talked about our favourite sort of horror for kids as well. But yeah, I think definitely all of us of our generation, that definitely freaked a lot of us out, I think, growing up. Yeah, I think for me it was probably that kind of early 90s kids show stuff as well, like the Demon Headmaster, I remember, freaked me out at the time. Stuff like Nightmare, of course, which we've talked about, it's kind of, there is so much good stuff, isn't there? I think, and I don't know, we talked about this earlier, but I don't know, because obviously I don't really watch a lot of kids shows these days, but it felt like there used to be more horror in terms of television stuff back then than there is now. But I don't know. I think that's just because these days we've got streaming and everything else, and there are other places to find that kind of stuff, I
think it was the fact that it was linear TV.
Yeah.
So you would watch what was on, and you wouldn't get this choice that you've got now. So you would just, whatever would be on the channel, you would be watching for that amount of time. You'd come home after school and you'd watch X amount of programs. And also being exposed to horror films. For me, a lot of that was watching stuff late at night when I shouldn't be on my TV.
Yes.
And then coming across stuff and then it really sticking with you. And then years later, you're like, what was that weird film, which I can't quite remember, but this happened and this happened. And then you look it up and you find it, and it's like a whole new discovery, but it's got that connection to your childhood, which makes it all the more like special.
What do you think like makes it different? Like horror, what can TV offer, do you think, that film can't in terms of like horror or sci-fi too, I suppose?
Well, in terms, I think back in the day, TV was cheaper, wasn't it? Historically, TV has been cheaper than film, so they could do more interesting things with it. But I think the format of a TV series, you can do more in terms of the storytelling and character development over time, because you're spending day in, day out with these characters. You can learn a bit more about them. You can put in subtle things. The writers can chuck in more backstory. So you can have that really like overarching storyline. But on the flip side, you can also have like a Monster of the Week kind of show, where it's like, it's a new adventure every week. You're going to get something new. You don't have to have seen everything, but you get like the best TV shows and the best sort of ones like that, like the horror, the genre ones. For me, they're the ones which tell a story over time and you're learning more and more, that kind of mystery element. I think that's what TV is really good at.
And actually, weirdly, that like, I don't think that worked for quite a long time in horror. Like, I think we'll talk about this as we go, but the majority of horror TV shows from back in the day were more anthology-based stuff, like a different story each episode. I feels like it's relatively recently that you've started being able to get kind of serialized horror stories. I think that is something that like people have struggled with horror particularly. I think it's easier with sci-fi because you're kind of world building and it works, but with horror, 100%. Because horror is about that kind of sustained tension, it's like, how do you sustain that across a 10-hour season or 24 episodes? Like, it's quite a treat. They have to kind of do it a different way. I think only recently with people like Mike Flanagan has it really been successful, because even shows like American Horror Story, I find that they like run out of momentum by about halfway through a season most of the time. Like, they can't keep up that level of horror throughout, you know?
And even those kind of shows, they're doing this kind of anthology thing, aren't they? Because they're throwing in different kinds of horrors. They've got like a series where it's set in an asylum, and then you chuck in like aliens, and then you chuck in like a murderer. And then it's like this amalgamation of all these different anthology stories into one show, which has some kind of overarching storyline. And you're right, it is sort of a thing which I think, well, for me, I like grew up in the 90s, so all of those shows which I was watching had that kind of storyline which kept me hooked. So it's very interesting looking at that and then seeing how anthology shows still have their place, though, because they've had a comeback as well, haven't they?
They really have. Like, I think they'll always be really popular, won't they? Because it's just such a great idea, you know, that you can just tune into any episode. It means that different people can write them and direct them and star in them, and they're always just like fun, high concept stories. And so, speaking of, actually, like, I want to kind of go back to sort of early days of TV, and we'll work our way through. And I feel like one of the original like key texts to talk about in this kind of regard is the Twilight Zone, right? The Twilight Zone, which ran from 1959 to 1964. And it was really the 1950s when television started to really boom and become a thing. Like, everybody had a television set in their home for the first time. Particularly in the UK, I think after the Queen's coronation, I think that was when television sales went up so that people could tune in and watch the coronation. And in Britain, actually, we started getting a few horror sci-fi shows a little bit earlier than that. Like Quatermass Experiment was slightly before Twilight Zone. But I think like the really big game changer in terms of American television is the Twilight Zone. Ran for 5 years. What's your kind of history with the Twilight Zone, James?
Well, I think my most of my memories come from the 80s one.
Yeah, because
remake Twilight Zone.
Because me and you just used to watch it all. Yeah. We, for people who don't know, we went to uni together, me and James, and we spent many a night. Like, we'd come home from the pub with our other housemates, right, or come home from a night out, and we'd just decide to throw on your 80s Twilight Zone box set and watch an episode of the Twilight Zone at like 3 a.m. Yeah, it's great.
And this was like an amazing box set as well, because I got it from like a charity shop. And I'd had vague memories of watching the Twilight Zone in the fabled BBC Two 6 p.m. slot. And I'd remembered it from then, and then revisiting it again sort of at uni was great, because it's an easy watch. Something different happens every time, but something weird happens. It's very on. It's like lots of different genres are mixed in, but all of those episodes stick with you, and you get something, because they're kind of like moral parables, that kind of thing, aren't they?
Yeah, and I think it's quite unusual that our entry to the Twilight Zone was the 80s version. I think a lot of people don't even know that an 80s version of this show existed.
Oh, look,
it was a kind of there was a kind of weird version of it, but actually it had some amazing names. Like the first episode, I think, stars Bruce Willis, and different episodes were directed by people like Wes Craven and William Friedkin and stuff. So there was a lot of people attached to it. But I think there is something, I don't know, there's something a little bit grey, like a bit cheaper looking and of its time, I think, right? Whereas actually then, when you go back and revisit the 50s one, somehow that has actually aged better, I think, hasn't it, than the 80s one?
Yeah, it's so good. Like, I remember watching the first episode of the black and white, the original version, and seeing all of these crane shots and all of this expensive set that they've thrown in, and it just really made it came alive more when I was watching it. And you're right, it does have that kind of timeless nature to it, and all of those kind of elements really made it. I don't know, they've got maybe a bigger budget. I don't know if the budget went down in the 80s.
I think so. I guess like there was less television, there was less saturation back then, and it just felt like more money and more ideas went into that show. And of course it was so huge. I mean, I think to this day it's probably one of the most influential television shows ever, right? It's influential on horror, but also sci-fi, just anything really, anything. I mean, I would
argue it's more sci-fi than horror. But
absolutely. Well, of course you would, but you know, like I think it very much kind of straddles it straddles that.
It's the best of both worlds in its best instances.
It does. And I guess like its thing, right, was always that, you know, it felt like television. It didn't feel like a film, because you would have like an anchor, a host who would like introduce the story to you at the beginning, and then it would be like a little short play almost. And sometimes the guy, he would get Rod Sterling, right? And he would cut Rod Sterling, and he would come back out and kind of wrap it up at the end and everything. And so it felt different to film, didn't it? In that it felt kind of curated in that regard. And it was like a man being like, hi, I'm going to tell you a story kind of thing.
Yeah. And those stories are so, they really hit home a lot of the time, because he's doing the thing with like all good genre will do this. It's taking stuff that you can't talk about in a normal way, like political stuff, which is the whole reason he made this show. It's because he couldn't get his message across in the sort of 50s in a straightforward manner. He said it's more palatable for audiences to have it all decorated in this kind of like sci-fi world, or these horror aspects or fantasy stuff, and then you can still say what you want to say and be within the zeitgeist of the time. But it's a clever way of getting around it, but also a much more interesting way.
So good, right? And there are so many classics. I feel like everyone has like different episodes that they all remember. What's the one that's the really famous one where the guy breaks his glasses in the kind of post-apocalypse? I can't remember what that's.
Time Enough at Last.
Time Enough at Last. You know that
one of my favourites, 100%.
It is like, that's the all-timer, isn't it? That's the classic that people always talk about. There are some great horror ones. There was one called Living Doll from season 5, which is again, it's like ahead of its time. It was one of the original kind of creepy, you know, doll kind of horror stories. There was something similar.
Horrors.
Oh, always. There was a similar one called The Dummy as well, about a ventriloquist dummy. Night Call. Yeah, I mean, like there are so many. And again, love to hear from people about their kind of scariest Twilight Zone episodes. Do you have any other kind of favourite Twilight Zone episodes that stick out?
Eye of the Beholder is a really good one.
Yes.
So that one, you've got this young woman who wakes up in a hospital, and then she can't see any of the orderlies, and then something's up and you're not quite sure what. And it's such a good episode, that one. And the monsters are on Maple Street.
Yes. Yeah. That was like a very political one as well, wasn't it? As well. And like you said, it was this way for the show to kind of explore, you know, often quite like progressive politics, right? Like in really interesting ways, like ways that have aged really well. And it is just so good, that particular episode. It really holds up as well, I think, rewatching it.
And it's got the horror of what other people will do to other people.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's so good about the episode, because it's really high tension throughout. But great episode, that one.
Yeah, so good. So obviously the Twilight Zone, like massive thing through the 1960s. It then sparked kind of similar shows like The Outer Limits again, like very sci-fi, a bit of horror in there, right? It's even kind of had a reboot recently. Jordan Peele kind of rebooted Twilight Zone. What did you think of the recent Twilight Zone? Did you enjoy it?
I liked it. There were some hit or miss episodes.
Yeah.
But I think it was refreshing to well, I mean, I'm always going to enjoy being shown Twilight Zone episodes, whatever the year or decade or whatever. And I think they did do some quite interesting things with it. There are some really, again, it's got that political side to some of the episodes. But it's also, because it's interesting looking at how the Twilight Zone would work today, because there's society's changed so much. So what are the scary things about society today?
Yes.
And what are the things we can comment on? And I think Jordan Peele was getting into that. Of course, there's a few episodes which are a bit more like on the fantasy-esque side, and the sci-fi side and that kind of thing. But yeah, I did enjoy it. What about you?
I loved it, yeah. I mean, as with all anthology shows, like some episodes were better than others, but when it was good, it was really good. And I think you're right, like Jordan Peele was the perfect person to take that kind of political commentary and put it now. There was a really powerful episode, I thought, where you've got the black mother and her son driving to take him to college, I think, right? And they're being pursued by this white cop that basically it keeps ending in horrific results, and she's got some mystical device that can rewind time, but every different possible outcome ends badly for them with this white cop, right? And it's like it is political, and it has got everything that feels very relevant today, but also it was just a really good like little horror story as well, you know?
There's another really good one where it's like Groundhog Day, but it's like, what if a stalker was going through Groundhog Day?
Yes.
It does some very clever things, doesn't it?
It's great. But I think something about that 50s one, 60s one particularly, just will always stand the test of time, I feel like, better than any of the reboots. It's weird. Like, there is something, even though it is very, like, 50s America, it's about, like, commies and that kind of thing, right? But there is also something about it that feels very timeless. Like, you can always just go back to those episodes. Yeah,
it's Rod Serling's auteur voice as well. Like, he wrote a lot of it, and you can really tell that, and he's done so many great things in general, but I think all of that really culminated in a really memorable show.
Becky Dark has commented, hello Becky, to say there was an episode of The Outer Limits with nanobots where a man grew eyes in the back of his head and gills and then turned into a jellyfish. It fucked me right up. Wow, there you go. You see?
I am here for that. That's so elaborate as well. It's not just like one thing happens. No, he's getting gills, eyes in the back of his head, everything. Oh, I'm looking that one up, Becky, definitely.
Incredible. Somebody said, does Black Mirror kind of fill the hole in our society that the Twilight Zone did in the 60s? I think that's probably true, right? And in some ways, Black Mirror feels more like a Twilight Zone of the modern day.
And because it's so close to the bone, Black Mirror. Some of the episodes in Black Mirror, stuff has actually happened since, because it's so close to home when you're watching it. Black Mirror is incredible. I couldn't pick a best episode out of Black Mirror. There's just so many good ones.
It
keeps evolving as well, like how it's changed. Now it's gone to Netflix, and now you've got like properly long, almost feature film length episodes.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
Incredible stuff. Yeah, really good. So then, of course, through the 1960s, another massive one in the UK is Doctor Who, right? We talked a little bit about this earlier, but Doctor Who, so influential. Again, sci-fi as much as it is, well, sci-fi more than horror, let's be honest. But I'll give you that one, James. I'll give you that one.
Early Doctor Who is terrifying, though.
Right.
I can see why kids were scared of it.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier because me and Rob and Rihanna were saying that we didn't, apart from the odd episode like Blink, we haven't found the modern Doctor Who as scary as the way in which older generations talk about the original Doctor Who and how much it used to terrify them. Have you ever gone back and kind of like visited any of those kind of 60s, 70s episodes?
Yeah, so we did a few specials over on our Patreon for Journey Through Sci-Fi, and we did look at some of the older stuff, and it's just got this tinge of darkness to it. Like the Tomb of the Cybermen, that one, it's just like there's lots of tension building, and you don't know what's going to happen, but you've got to try and think back to what it was like for people watching this on these little black and white TVs when they first came out. And you've got no idea how there's no production background. You don't know how these shows are being made. So you're watching it as a kid, and you've already got an overactive imagination, and you take it all as read that these things are happening and these things are out there. And like they've got so many terrifying monsters like the Cybermen, the Daleks, like the old school ones. But then they've got an episode which is set like in Aztec times, and there's like a ritual sacrifice and all of this other stuff going on in different episodes. So I think they got more and more. They were still finding their audience at that point. I think it was more. We weren't directly. I don't think they were directly going for kids at that point because everyone would watch TV, and then it slowly became more of a kids like this kind of stuff, so we'll make it a bit more easygoing for them.
Yeah, and I think, I talked about this a bit earlier, but I think television in the 70s was just bold and weird, and some of the stuff they got away with, they just don't anymore, right? But yeah, I think particularly by the sounds of it, the Tom Baker seasons had some of the darkest, scariest stuff. Although there are a few recent episodes, a couple of people in the comments have been talking about the episode Midnight. Do you remember Midnight with David Tennant?
Yes.
That was a good one.
One of the best. It's so well put together.
Really good. I remember that one. Actually, I think it was your co-host Matt. He recommended it to me.
Matt's most highest rated Doctor Who. Yeah, he's always going on about that one.
Who is your favourite Doctor, James? What's your favourite era of Doctor Who?
Well, because I've grown up with the newer ones. I've seen more of the newer ones. I really like Matt Smith.
Yeah,
I really enjoyed all of his episodes, and I think because I don't know if it was just like the time in my life when I was watching more Doctor Who, but I really enjoyed. Again, it's got a lovely overarching storyline. The River Song saga, I really got into. There's loads of, and also he's just quirky, and he's got this kind of unique look and unique mannerisms, which I just really liked, and it made him stand out, become sort of more of a cartoonish kind of Doctor Who in a lot of ways. But he also had that Doctor Who dark side. I mean, Christopher Eccleston is kind of the darker side of Who. Yeah. And then David Tennant is a bit lighter, but it's like having that sort of light and shade in his character is really good. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say Matt Smith. What about you? Have you got a favourite?
Well, I've never been a big fan of the show. I've never really watched, I've never followed whole seasons, so I don't really know. But I think off the top of my head, the episodes that I've enjoyed the most have been the David Tennant ones, I think. But that's because they've been the most famous episodes that I've just happened to have watched, like Blink and Midnight and that kind of stuff. I'm quite looking forward to this new series with Ncuti Gatwa. I'm looking forward to that. I think he's going to be really interesting. So I'm going to try and follow along with that new season when it comes out.
I do love how they are evolving the character of Doctor Who as well. Having Jodie Whittaker and now Ncuti. They're not just being like, this is what Doctor Who is. Doctor Who can be anyone, and he can appeal to anybody watching, and you can watch it and you're along for the ride. And that's what I think is so important about that.
We mentioned it already, but 1970s were a bit mental for horror television and sci-fi too, and there was stuff like the Tomorrow People and that kind of thing. How familiar have you in your podcast gone back to any of that kind of weird 70s TV much?
Not the British kind of 70s TV, because I know that it was a lot more horror tinged in Britain.
Yeah, there was a lot of folk horror and stuff, which is very much the antithesis of sci-fi, I suppose, in a way, right? Yeah.
I mean, we've been looking at a lot of obviously space opera stuff of a later series, Lost in Space. I think they did around about the 70s.
Yes, and Battlestar Galactica too, the original.
All of those, and they all had they got scary moments. Lost in Space has some. I mean, it goes off the hinge as it goes on with stories about giant talking carrots and stuff. But there is a point at the beginning where it's kind of finding its feet, and it is this kind of dark alien plots in some of them. You find these creatures on this spaceship and so on and so forth. But yeah, I'm not too familiar with the TV horror of the 70s over here. What are the sort of main takeaways?
Well, mainly that it was just fucking weird, I think, and that and some of it really has remained such so important to horror fans. So we've the ghost stories for Christmas are such a massive part of kind of 70s British horror that they were adaptations of M.R. James stories and that kind of thing, but they were done in these weird ways where they almost look like art house movies. You cannot believe. I mean, me and you, James, have both worked in television production, right? We've both worked in TV, and it baffles me that back then people just used to be able to get a budget to go off and make this weird and wonderful stuff that they just got to put out on TV. And I think again that's the other thing in the way that TV has evolved, right? I feel like you said, back then everyone watched the same thing because there were 2 channels or whatever, but also I don't know, there's this kind of Wild West feeling about the BBC where, you just get given a budget and they'd be like, yeah, go and make something and we'll put it out. And so some of the weird stuff that you used to get back then was amazing, I
think it's the way these ideas came about as well, because what they're drawing from influence-wise. Because when you're talking about the BBC, it reminded me of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yes.
Which is the TV show, which was very maverick. Lots of new things they were trying out with that. and they were given the opportunity to do it. It was based on like a radio series. So like with the Ghost Stories for Christmas, they're taking literature and they're putting it on the small screen.
Yeah.
And they're drawing from inspiration, whereas later on you see more of a trend of taking film franchises and then making them into TV shows. So it's interesting seeing that whole trajectory from original BBC TV, and also just being given a budget and like you could do what you want. You can go to the studio and you can find this and this. And we can make a show and we could do what we want with it. It's just it must have been a great time to make TV.
I know, and so that's why we get so much weird and wonderful stuff. So, like things like people are commenting on in the chat, like Children of the Stones and Pender's Fen, and there's loads of kind of odd folk horror, the Owl Service and stuff like that. Then there's also like the Hammer House of Horror, like the Hammer Horror TV spin-off and that kind of thing. So there was a bit more kind of classic horror, the Tales from the Unexpected, that kind of thing. There was in America through the 60s, there was Alfred Hitchcock Presents. It was like an anthology show of like mystery and horror stories that Alfred Hitchcock would present. So again, most of these were more anthology style. They were more like short little standalone plays or stories, but all of them are just incredible. Like, I think they've really stood the test of time, you know. But then, of course, like, let's move a little bit further forward, because I think particularly from around the 90s, this is where you get the first real wave of like big, prestigious horror, like genre television. But first of all, we should talk a little bit about some of the stuff that we watched as kids, James, as well. You mentioned this briefly with stuff like Five Children and It, but even stuff like Nightmare, right? Which I know we've talked about before on your Patreon, right? Nightmare was a show that dabbled with both sci-fi and horror, I think, really well.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And we went to the live show of that as well, because they do like a live theatre show, which is an experience, to say the least.
Oh my God, so good, isn't it? So Nightmare, for people that don't know, that was this like kids kind of game show where it was all kind of done with like a sort of virtual reality, I guess you'd call it, right? It was very like of its time. It ran from the late 80s to the mid 90s, where kids would go on these missions, these like Dungeons and Dragons style missions, and it was like they were going into this kind of virtual world. So they'd put on a helmet, which meant they couldn't see anything, and then they'd walk through this portal, and suddenly they'd be inside a computer game, and their teammates would have to direct them, right? So they would be like, turn left, pick up the spyglass, put it down.
There's a door in front of you.
Yeah, go.
I'm falling, I'm dead.
Really little, like, nerdy, precocious kids always as well, right? It was so good, but it was like, I found it quite scary at times because they really gave it a sense of peril, and sometimes the kids would like lose, i.e. they would die. Like, if they accidentally took the wrong step in the wrong direction, they'd like fall into some lava or something, and the host would just be like, well, he's dead, come back next week and we'll try with someone else, kind of thing. It's just like, oh, wow, you know.
Also, they just leave them in there sometimes. You're like, oh, leaving them in the dungeon for like a week. What are they going to do? How are they going to eat? How are they going to survive?
But it became like a cult sensation, didn't it? Like you said, there are now like live shows, and we went to it, and it was just filled with people our age, wasn't it? Like our generation that grew up on it, where, you know, it was like a comedy show, but they pulled people up on stage, right? And then you got to direct them around, and they had to, you know, solve puzzles and that kind of thing. But yeah, it's great times, that stuff.
Yeah,
really
you
good.
Mentioned like the Demon Headmaster as well. That was a terrifying one. Like, because it's relatable as a kid. There's your headmaster is scary.
Yeah.
Oh, he's actually a demon as well.
Yeah.
That's even worse. And Goosebumps.
All
of the R.L. Stine, because you're reading those books as a kid, and then they make a TV show of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, terrifying.
Yeah, all that stuff, and then you go a little bit older to like the sort of young adult teen stuff of the 90s, and you have, of course, like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and then everything that was kind of linked to that or was kind of aping that format. So you had shows like Charmed or whatever, right? But like those kind of... Buffy was a show that it is kind of all genres, right? But I guess it uses horror as its like... as its kind of center, right? Because
it's a vampire slayer.
Yeah, it's and this has been a tradition, actually. Like, we didn't really mention, but in the 60s television, there was a lot of American kind of sitcoms that were about monsters and vampires. There was like the Addams Family and the Munsters and stuff like that, and Dark Shadows. So it was like soap operas, but with classic horror monsters. So that those
were interesting because they were like playing on the trope of the American sort of nuclear family that they were really toting around sort of in the 50s. And then they sort of, in the 60s, they're like, okay, life's not really like this. It's a bit weirder. So we're going to make our nuclear family monsters and creepy and stuff like that, or they're going to be in the future like the Jetsons, or in the Stone Age like the Flintstones. It's quite an interesting little trend they started doing.
Yeah, and they were sort of playing off exactly like they were sort of taking the tropes of like 30s Universal horror, but then also taking the trope of like the classic TV sitcom or whatever as well, and kind of blending them, or the TV soap opera. And in a way, I guess that's what sort of Buffy does as well. Like you've got this blend of like teen drama and something that felt very 90s, like very kind of just post John Hughes kind of stuff, and then mixed with like classic horror where you've got vampires and werewolves and mummies and witches and all of that kind of thing. But I mean, we were both big into Buffy, right, at the time?
Yeah, 100%. I wouldn't miss an episode, and it was just so good, because also it was kind of the right time for me and you, because we were getting into the teenage years around about that time.
Yeah.
And so it just had that kind of link, because you're learning how Buffy's growing up and you're like, okay, we've got all this coming up. And it's more fun because there's monsters and slaying and all of this kind of stuff in there.
So
and
good.
Also lovely overarching storylines.
Oh.
But also Monster of the Week. It's kind of the perfect formula.
It
for
was
that kind of show.
It was the perfect mix, wasn't it? Yeah, and again, everyone's talking about this in the comments, but I think like we can all agree on the scariest episode of Buffy, right? Which is Hush, which was like, you know, the shows have had a go at doing like proper horror with that one, didn't they? You know, yeah.
I mean, as a kid though, I was really scared of the dummy that comes alive, even though it's a good dummy.
Yes.
I remember specifically watching that. My mum had gone out of the house to go and take my sister to guides, and I was in the house watching it alone, and I got so scared, I ran out of the house and chased after my mum and my sister down the road, like 10 minutes into this Buffy episode. So, I mean, it's got lasting horror effects.
Oh, yeah. The ventriloquist dummy was great. There was a scary one called Nightmares where there's like a clown and some other horrible stuff in there. One of the first episodes of Buffy I ever saw was season 2, the one where she's being kind of stalked by this kind of Freddy Krueger type monster where she's in hospital with a fever. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And there is this kind of like fairy tale like monster that is killing the kids while they're in kind of comas or something. But yeah, it definitely horror kind of ran through the veins of that show, didn't it? All the way through. Yeah.
Without a doubt.
But like the biggest shows of the 90s in a way that kind of really set the template, I would say, are Twin Peaks and the X-Files, right? Like I think to this day, maybe two of the most influential shows of all time, both horror, both with elements of sci-fi, of course. Let's start by talking about Twin Peaks, shall we? Like, James,
I've been waiting to talk about
this. Everyone's like, oh, here we go. He's going to talk about Lynch. But it's my favorite TV show of all time. James, we started watching this together, right? Back in the day when we were about 18. I remember like we got hold of the box set of season 1 and we were both really into David Lynch, weren't we? And we were like, this is supposed to be weird and creepy. Let's check this out. And I remember we just like binged the whole show together, didn't we?
But you had to import it, didn't you? Because it wasn't over here in the UK. So you went to all the lengths to try and get hold of this copy.
Yeah. Like I think
we binged it in like, what was it, like a couple of days or something ridiculous.
The whole of season 2 of Twin Peaks, which is really long, and there are some bad patches in that. And I remember us just being like, let's just keep going. We've got to get through it. It has its ups and downs, that show, doesn't it? But oh my god, it was so like, I think there are moments of Twin Peaks that are still as scary as any horror movie ever, right? Like Bob, of course, the character of Bob, when he appears, and you know, those because it was a weird show, right? It had a mix of television soap opera with murder mystery, kind of cop procedural, but also it was one of the first shows that was treated almost like cinema because it was being helmed by this auteur art house filmmaker David Lynch. So in some ways it was so different to what anyone had seen on television at that point, because it was blending like procedural cop shows and soap opera with weird kind of horror art house stuff, like, oh, the guy that made Blue Velvet and Eraserhead is making this like network show, you know? So it just has that really odd blend, doesn't it?
And people didn't know what to make of it, did they? Because it becomes like a soap opera in a lot of people's eyes. yet it's got this. Well, it's David Lynch, so you've got lots of crazy stuff going on and lots of darker undertones, and there's like seedy explanations as to what's actually happening.
Yeah,
it's all under this mask of weirdness. So you've got this. It's getting like crazy figures on TV. Like the audience is watching it because they want to find out who killed Laura Palmer.
Yeah,
but then the show isn't like, it isn't just about
the show wasn't
that.
really about that. I
can't even describe what it's about. It's and then it gets done later again with The Return, and that's even more out of this world. Like,
did you end up watching The Return in the end? Did you watch it all?
Yeah.
What did you think of The Return?
I really liked it, but it took me a long time to get into it because it's so like somber at the start.
It's so slow, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's just, you have to sort of really build yourself up to it. It's not like a fun show to pop on.
No, but it has some absolutely incredible moments of horror again, like, because that was unbelievable, because it was like 18 hours just directed by Lynch. Because of course in the old Twin Peaks it was much more your standard TV show format where he did a few episodes here and there and he kind of oversaw the show, but there were different directors and different writers, whereas Twin Peaks The Return was just like his vision, like, completely, wasn't it, for 18 hours, him and Mark Frost, and it's just like unfiltered Lynch for 18 hours. So it's some of the most nightmarish stuff you can see. But I think Twin Peaks definitely did change television forever, like that mystery box show where suddenly television could be taken more seriously as a media. Like, it wasn't just like little one-off plays. It's like this weird, long, arty, strange storyline that could be as bold and ambitious as film, basically, right?
And then on the flip side, you've got the X-Files, which is this kind of like buddy cop show, crime investigation. Again, you've got the crime angle, but it is more Monster of the Week structure. It's consistently like, where are they going to go next? Who are they going to find? What are they going to uncover? And they play with the genres. There's so many different ways that they throw in these different cases. It could be like a proper like killer on one episode, but then maybe that killer's like a Wendigo or something like that. Like a beast, or maybe it's an alien, or maybe it's none of this and it's actually just happening. And then what are the repercussions of that? Conspiracy theories. It's all over the place, but I would argue that X-Files was the blueprint for loads of other shows afterwards, like in the same way that Twin Peaks was.
Well, I think it's that evolution, right? Because Chris Carter was inspired by Twin Peaks when he wrote the X-Files. So he wanted to take that idea of a kind of high concept genre show that blends all these different genres, but kind of root it in like a cop procedural, but actually make it much weirder than that kind of thing. So I think, without Twin Peaks, you might not have had X-Files, and then, like you say, without X-Files, you might not have had everything like that came after
Fringe,
it.
Supernatural is basically X-Files with supernatural stuff. With these shows that have just taken that buddy cop crime investigation formula, added a bit of weirdness to it, and then they're away.
Should we talk about some X-Files scariest episodes? I mean, people are commenting here already with, Tombs, Squeeze.
That's the one.
It's the one, right? Oh, so good. I had the best time because I've never really watched all of X-Files from beginning to end. But when I covered it on my podcast, I basically asked everyone, like, curate me a list of about 50 episodes, like the best Monster of the Week episodes that I can just watch as, like, to give me the best scope of all the best stuff that X-Files did. And oh my god, there was some amazing stuff. Like Squeeze and Tombs obviously were amazing, but actually another episode everyone's now mentioning is Home. Do you remember the one Home, James, which is just like pure home invasion, kind of like Texas Chainsaw-esque kind of horror, so good.
I think just there's literally too many to name. But then they do other weird stuff as well, like the whole cigarette smoking man stuff. And the conspiracy theory that there's like a whole episode about his backstory, which may or may not be true. And then
that's right. I never really understood all of that stuff because I never properly followed it.
That's when I'm getting more nerdy and sort of like into but there's this like to this, and then what is the black ooze stuff? And you were always somebody that was more into that side of things, right? With a lot of TV shows, you loved the mythology and the longer running stuff. The mystery element. I was one of the audience people going, who did kill Laura Palmer?
What What was the episode of, people will remind me, I'm sure, but there's one that's like where there's like a little weird guy in a pipe, in like a sewer pipe. He looks like he's got like some horrible little mouth. I can't remember what it's called, but like there are so many great episodes. What else are people naming on here? Humbug, which is the one about the circus performers, right? And it's almost done a bit like the film Freaks. That was great. Fluke. Becky's saying Fluke. Is that the one with the thing in the pipe? I don't know. The host. Daryl saying the host. I mean, there are so many. I don't know, but yeah, like absolutely incredible television, right? So good.
But the fact people have that sort of name recollection of episodes still.
Yeah.
It's like, right, what about this one? Or the one with the thing in the pipe? Like all of these things. I love it.
Oh my god, so good. And then there were kind of like interesting kind of spin-offs of horror shows like Erie, Indiana, which was almost like Twin Peaks for kids, right? Do you remember that one?
Yeah, Becky and Josh Tonks did an amazing podcast on that, and they went through it all in depth. Like Erie, Indiana was great, and it had that Twin Peaks vibe to it as well, didn't it? Everyone in this neighborhood's a little bit weird. There's something going on.
Yeah.
Some of them might have Tupperware that will make you live forever. All of this weird stuff.
So good. And then, of course, let's talk about Lost, James. So again, like, this is the show that people either go or they go like whenever you mention the word Lost, right? But again, like. Whether you love it or hate it, I think massively important television show, right? Again, like the 2000s saw this move from kind of network television into prestige television and mystery box television, and they were all inspired by stuff like Twin Peaks and The X-Files. And I feel like Lost is like the biggest example of this show, right? That everyone was just, I mean, again, James, I remember me and you watching it at uni. We were obsessed with it, weren't we?
Yeah, so much so that we were playing like Mamas and Papas. Different kind of music around in the car. I think we were really cool because we got the reference from Lost. And we were playing it really loud.
Pretending like we were Desmond in the Hatch. Yeah, so good. But that show is like, it was so good because it started and you go, what is this? Is this like Desert Island Survivor show? The pilot makes you go, is this about some sort of dinosaur or monster that's eating people? Then it starts to actually become a sci-fi show by about the second season, when you've got like the hatch and the electromagnetism and time travel comes into it. And so it really was this, like, I thought it was amazing the way in which it sort of like, this is something that TV can do that film can't, right? Because it's longer stories. It can literally like shift genres, and it can go from being comedic to like human drama to, you know, it'll make you cry one week to something terrifying to something like ludicrous and absurd, you know. So I loved the journey that it took us on, you know.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of people complain about the ending, but I've revisited it again since, and the characters, I think,
it's so good.
Everything else, they're so memorable. Their little backstory bits that they do, the more you learn about them, it's just all of that element. And if you take away the mystery box angle, you kind of enjoy it a bit more with that one, because you're not constantly going, okay, why are they on this island? What is the island? You can just be like, okay, they're here. I'll take it as fact. Yeah, and I'm along for the ride. Yeah,
I mean, I am a Lost apologist. I know it has this reputation of being like started great, ended terribly, like you say, but. I don't think that's true. I think that when it gets to like seasons 4 and 5, I think that's when it's at its best. And the last season is not very good, actually. But the last episode, that finale, like you said, I thought was brilliant. So good. But it's not going to wrap up all the mysteries in a neat little bow. I think that's what people had an issue with, you know?
Yeah.
And then, of course, like horror TV really came into its own, really, then from the 2000s into the 2010s. You know, you had kind of horror sort of TV show spin-offs of films. So, of course, we got like the Exorcist TV show, we got Bates Motel, and we got Hannibal, which I think may be the best of all of those, right? Did you? Yeah, I was going to say, did you watch any of those shows, James?
Yeah, I haven't seen the other two, but that's partly because I was worried because I like the films.
Yeah.
So much, and I've heard the good things about Bates Motel, actually. But I don't know, it's tricky when you're turning a film into a TV series. Like, what are you gaining from it? Are you going more in depth into the characters? But then if you're basing it around a film that is only one film, like, do you not just want to leave it as that one film and put a pin in it there.
Yeah, and sometimes these things don't warrant like expanded storylines. I think that's absolutely true. And again, I think it goes back to the idea of like it takes away some of its power as a horror, like scary text by exploring the mythology or the characters in more depth. Kind of takes away their power sometimes. Having said that, Hannibal was great, and I know people loved Hannibal. It was really kind of unceremoniously cancelled, and people were still upset about the fact that it was cancelled, but that was such a weird, great show, wasn't it?
Hannibal was great. It was so creepy, and just the way they're going into more depth about stuff. I think they can do it with that, because again, it's not just one film though, or one story. There's like multiple accounts of what's going on, like there's Hannibal, like Red Dragon, so on and so forth, all that kind of stuff. So you can really go into it. But yeah, it's kind of, it is tricky when you're trying to put all of this together into film. I mean, from a film like Ash versus Evil Dead. Yeah, that was like an interesting kind of spin off. It went more down the sort of like the comedic stuff of Evil Dead, which I liked. Yeah. Went back to sort of basics with that. But then they do I don't know, there's always this kind of disconnect between the TV shows and the films in most cases. Yeah. Unless you're Disney or Marvel, and then everything's
the same.
Big, you have to watch 100 different things. Yeah.
Oh, Peter has mentioned in the chat Carnival. Do you remember Carnival, James?
Yes.
Oh, loved that show.
That was axed far too soon.
Also cancelled before its time. An amazing HBO show. I reckon it was expensive to make. I wonder if that's why it was cancelled, because it looked expensive, but it was this beautiful show about kind of, like traveling circus performers, a carnival, right? But set in the kind of 1930s America. There was some real horror in it. There was some sci-fi. There were people with like supernatural abilities. It was so good, and no one ever talked about it at the time. It was so good.
Yeah, it's just 2 series and done, and you never found out what happened.
Yeah.
I'm still bitter about that, to be fair.
Connected to Lost, people have been mentioning the show From as well. Do you remember From?
From is so good.
For some reason, I keep forgetting that show exists, and then I remember it, and I'm like, I really liked that show. It was fun. But then as soon as
the later series?
Yeah, I have. But like, it sort of, as soon as it finishes, it just kind of like vanishes from my mind for some reason. Maybe it's because the title From is so... That's such a bad title, I think, isn't it? It's like not very easily searchable on Google.
It's like From Lost. I don't know. Yeah. I'm trying to think along those lines. I mean, they've got Michael from Lost in it, haven't they?
Yes. Oh, and it is like so much aping Lost, isn't it? It really is. Yeah.
And then you kind of got this, like also like some of the newer shows, they're kind of harking back to nostalgia though, aren't they? Like Yellow Jackets.
Yes.
It's like a throwback to lots of 90s stuff.
Absolutely.
And even with the actresses in it, all of it is... I don't know, there's like, I want to go back to these times of like the 90s shows, but in a new HBO way. Yeah,
well, absolutely, because there's 90s nostalgia is big now, but we skipped over the 80s nostalgia of Stranger Things as well, and that's like that's a kind of new generation's equivalent of kind of YA horror, right? Like we had Buffy, that a whole generation of kids had Stranger Things. And Stranger Things is great, really, isn't it? It's great fun.
Yeah, it's really entertaining. People have gone absolutely crazy for it.
Yes.
And sometimes they go a little bit... I mean, there's so many people I see with like Stranger Things t-shirts and stuff. It's just like in the public mindset.
Yeah.
And I do love it, because I think in a lot of ways, people watching Stranger Things might go back to these older films and see what the inspiration was for Stranger Things.
Yeah.
And all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Lexi said, how have you leapt over Tales from the Crypt? I know, like, Tales from the Crypt is a classic. Yeah.
I mean, that I was introduced to that for the animated show again.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Kid. And then, Tales from the Crypt, that's...
Incredible. There are almost too many to mention, aren't there?
It's like the Rod Serling narrator in that as well. Again, I'm just getting, like you say, there's so much to cover in TV.
Tracy has said The Leftovers. I mean, that's one of my personal favourite shows. No, I don't know how horror that show is, but it's dark. It's very, very dark,
Yeah.
It's like incredible stuff. And
it's that
like
post-apocalyptic nature of it, which I think post-apocalypse shows are really big, like zombie shows like The Walking Dead.
That's arguably like the biggest show that we haven't mentioned at all up until this point, but the biggest of all horror shows in some ways is The Walking Dead, isn't it? Which I gave up on, James. I lost patience with it.
Oh, I'm up to date, mate.
Oh, did you
I'm even watching the spin-offs. There's like City of Dead. There's the Daryl Dixon one. There's a new one. What's it called? The Ones Who Live. And they're spinning it off into like 6-episode series with different characters now, which I quite like.
Okay.
There's Fear the Walking Dead. There's one like about, I don't know, this like a younger group of people in like made it a bit more YA Walking Dead.
Yeah. Of course.
Even looking at your face whilst I'm reeling all these off, you're a bit like, no, I'm done.
Not going to watch these. Not going to watch these. No, I really loved The Walking Dead in that first 3 seasons, maybe. It was just so depressing, wasn't it? Like, there's that point when everyone fell off that show, which was like, when the guy with the baseball bat just started beating everyone to death. And Negan. It was just like, what? And I just got to the point where I was like, why am I still watching this show? Like they're just killing off all the best characters. There's no hope. There's no driving it forward. It felt like it kind of, for me, it just kind of lost momentum a bit. But I know a lot of people like you, James, that stuck with it till the end and loved it. So yeah. It's got its fandom. I feel like
I just have to now. I'm kind of stuck with it. To just keep finding out what's going on. I mean, Daryl goes to France in one of these new series.
Oh my god!
He's just in France randomly, and just in some sort of zombie adventures over there. It's just, but then they are going a bit more like The Last of Us now, like talking about the more sort of humor and elements of it, and the human threat. I think they're going into that.
I thought The Last of Us was excellent, though. I loved it. It was just like, as someone that wasn't that familiar with the game, so I didn't really know the story, but just like a really well-contained, episodic show that had incredible characters. Each episode felt like its own little film, almost. Like it was just so well told. I thought that was one of the best examples of a zombie or post-apocalyptic TV show, Yeah. So good. What else haven't we mentioned? We haven't mentioned True Blood. That's one of the other most successful kind of vampire shows, right? And there's a lot of great British stuff that I love, like comedy horror, of course. So the League of Gentlemen, Psychoville, Inside Number 9. These are some of my personal favorite kind of horror and horror tinged shows.
Yeah, and again, you introduced me to a lot of those ones because they would have probably passed me by.
Yeah,
when I was growing up, but then going back and watching those again, especially League of Gentlemen, there's so much
it's dark
creepiness going on. Yeah, and you realize that more and more as it keeps going on, just all of this strange stuff happening. But yeah, I like it because you don't. Can you think of any other British ones?
Black Mirror, and that's sort of it, isn't it? I think, we mentioned earlier, we were talking about Jonathan Creek. That's a kind of
of course,
had elements of.
Was that with Rihanna by any chance?
It probably was, yeah. Any excuse to talk about that, but yeah, I don't know. No, there's it's more that we get these odd different things like the Christmas ghost stories or the specials, right? There's a bit less of a kind of volume of it, but some of that stuff is great. And then of course we're in the age now, I think, of incredible horror television on streaming made by people like Mike Flanagan. So I think this is really when horror TV as a serialized thing really excelled. So The Haunting of Hill House, Midnight Mass, last year's Fall of the House of Usher. I think these are some of the best horror TV shows. Have you seen a lot of these ones?
Yeah, I've seen all of the Flanagan ones. They are really good. The only one which was a bit off was the Midnight Club, was it?
Yeah, that one was a bit more aimed younger, wasn't it? I think as well.
Yeah. It's I think they're going to do a second series, all this kind of stuff. But all the main series ones that he's done, and he's doing something different every time. Again, he's playing with the genre. He's doing it it's like anthology shows. It's like anthology episodes, but as series, almost, if that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. It's so good. There's so much great stuff out there. And that was definitely like you said, because that's the American Horror Story template, right? An anthology of seasons. Yeah. But we already mentioned, they're not very good at maintaining a whole season worth of stuff. It tends to drop off a bit. Whereas I think Mike Flanagan's stuff has really kind of nailed it in kind of making it a bit more character focused with just little moments of horror. It's all kicking off in the chat. Some people are saying Fringe is better than the X-Files. Some people are saying Fringe is shit compared to the X-Files. Oh my God. There's a lot of Fringe discourse going on.
Fringe is very good.
Yeah, I've never seen it, but I've heard from so many people that it's amazing. Yeah,
it's good.
Yeah.
It's good. Yeah, I'm sticking by Fringe, but I do love X-Files. I'm not comparing them. I can't get into this battle. I can't do it.
Well, there you go. Anything else that we haven't mentioned? I'm just seeing if there's anything else. Oh, people have mentioned What We Do in the Shadows. Incredible
comedy,
show.
Brilliant.
Absolutely, so good.
Influence from a film. and then branching out in a way you didn't expect. But the way they do that is so good.
It's one of my favourite shows. I absolutely love it. Mindhunter. Miri mentioned Mindhunter. That was a really interesting show that, again, I think is now cancelled, right? Dark. And it really it was a real interesting blend. Obviously, David Fincher created it, and it was like a real interesting blend of the glossy drama mixed with true crime, right? Because it was sort of about real serial killers. So it was sort of cashing in very cleverly on the true crime element and the serial killer element and the kind of procedural element all in one, you know?
Yeah. And talking about sort of like, there's lots of like foreign language TV series as well, which are really good.
Yeah.
Like Dark really springs to mind in my head as one of the best things I've seen from Netflix in like ages. Like stuff like that, with streaming you can get access to all of these other shows you wouldn't necessarily watch now. There's one called Home. There's like all of the different ones coming out of Japan and Korea.
There's
shows
zombie shows like The Kingdom and stuff like that. Obviously Squid Game from a couple of years ago. Like, you're right, there's so much international stuff. Do you remember the French show about zombie show called The Returned, about like people coming back from the dead as well? That was great. Oh, too much, James, and we've run out of time already. There you go. I've got Kevin Lyons who has entered the waiting room. So that's it. Time's up.
But we are going to be talking about TV again before long, aren't we?
We are, actually, and we haven't really told anyone this or announced it yet, have we? But we are starting a new podcast together, which we have kind of already recorded a few episodes of. So the podcast is going to be focusing on kind of kids' television that we grew up on, right? And it's going to be taking a little bit of a historic look at children's television, and particularly children's television from the 80s and 90s, right, James?
Yeah, so it's also because we were both worked in TV, we've got kind of different aspects which we're looking at in detail as well. But it's called Zap to the Future, and it's a play, obviously, on Zap, one of our favourite shows.
Does anyone remember Zap? Because that show was incredible as well. It's like an art house kids show.
Silence and tumbleweeds. I have to change the title after that.
Oh God, so good.
That's coming soon, though. Anyway.
It's going to be really fun. We're covering everything from sort of like Gladiators, ITV's Gladiators, to some of this more horror tinged stuff, to some like game shows. We've even covered the Chuckle Brothers, haven't we? We've done everything.
Mr. Blobby was a big thing.
Mr. Blobby, there was quite a lot of Mr. Blobby chat in one of our episodes. It's going to be very, very fun.
It's very angled at the 90s and
incredible.
Lovely.
People know what we're talking about. This is good. People are talking about Daisy Dares You. Okay, good. You get the reference. Excellent. Amazing. So keep an eye out for that. Hopefully we'll have more details on that dropping soon as we've recorded the last few episodes, right? And then we're just going to put them all out once it's ready to go. Very cool. James, thank you so much for joining me for this. This has been so much fun. And just remind people where they can find you and Journey Through Sci-Fi and everything else.
You can find me all over the internet. If you are interested in hearing more podcast stuff, I do Journey Through Sci-Fi with my good friend Matt. It's journeythroughsci-fi.com, @FruSciFiPod, all of the usual social links. You'll be able to find us. But yeah, thank you, Mike, and good luck with the rest of your live stream.
It's been amazing. James, thank you so much for dropping by. See you later.
No worries.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. Just a quick reminder. Thank you so much to everybody that's been donating. This is so exciting. We've gone beyond the £5,000 target, which is amazing. So thank you so much. We are now currently on £5,261. Amazing. So I have upped the goal. I had to do this, right? I had to set it to this number. I have now set the current goal to £6,666. I mean, why not, right? Let's see if we can make it to that very soon. Everyone's asking me how I'm doing. I'm actually doing really well. I think the adrenaline of different guests joining me every hour is really like keeping my energy levels up. I'm just having a lovely time. I'm just just chatting to all of my best friends and favourite people about stuff that I love watching. So I'm having a wonderful time, and I'm really enjoying you guys all being here in the chat with me. So thank you all for being here and being a part of this. We will be back in about 2 minutes. I've got Kevin Lyons in the wings, and we are going to be debating what is the best decade in horror. So that's going to be a really fun discussion, and I'd love to hear your responses to that as well. Is it the 1970s, or is there actually another decade that is more deserving of the trophy of best decade for horror? So let me know your thoughts. We will be back in 2 minutes. Okay, we're back, and I'm joined by Kevin Lyons. Hello, Kev.
Hello, Mike. How you doing? How you bearing up?
I'm all right, you know. I'm on. God, what am I? What I've been podcasting now for about 7.5 hours, something like that. So since 8 a.m. this morning. So I'm actually surprisingly all right. I'm holding up all right.
Have you run out of coffee yet? Have you got plenty of supplies?
I've got so many supplies next to me. I might have an occasional bite of pizza. I've been slowly eating a pizza as we do this as well. But no, it's been going really well. And actually, I remember you saying, Kev, you've done a bit of this before, right? Am I right in thinking that you did a big radio, like 24-hour broadcast once?
Many years ago, in a whole other life, I used to volunteer for Isle of Wight Hospital Radio.
And
amazing. A couple of us came up with this bizarre idea that we do a 24-hour broadcast, like what we expected people to be doing at 3 o'clock in the morning in a hospital. I'm not entirely sure, so we were probably talking to ourselves. But yeah, we did it, and I remember virtually nothing about it because I was awake for 24 hours. I remember nothing.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like the part I'm worried about are those hours between like 3 a.m. and 7 a.m. You know, that's the time where it's like no one should be awake at that time. Do you know what I mean?
That's the point where if any of the people who are joining Mike during those hours, is a little tip for you: just start doing weird things on camera because he'll just think he's hallucinating through lack of sleep.
I will.
Brilliant. You can get away with murder. Trust me.
Yeah, I'm going to have a minor meltdown, I think, at that point. Yeah, for definite. So, Kev, I've brought you in for a very easy breezy chat where basically what we're going to do is go through the entire history of the horror genre and then decide which decade was best, right?
Piece of cake. Bring it on.
Bring it on. It's what we love to do. No, I think this is a fun discussion because it's something that people ask me often, you know, when I get like mailbag questions and that kind of thing. And people love to kind of debate this, you know, what was the best era for horror? What was the best decade? I think probably what we'll come to the conclusion of is that every decade has some amazing stuff and some bad stuff, right? But,
of course,
you know.
Yeah. And I have to probably give the proviso that popular culture doesn't follow the decades as we see them.
Yeah.
You know,
exactly.
The 1970s, they started in about 1968 and they ended about 1977. So, I mean, I will try and stick to them as much as possible, to the actual calendar decade.
Yeah.
But popular culture doesn't work that way. It doesn't care about our silly calendars.
Yeah, you're so right about that, actually, and we'll come to that as we go, I'm sure. But yeah, I think that's so true. So where should we start? Let's start at the beginning. Now, I feel like, you know, obviously 1930s feels like a good starting point in a lot of ways. But what about pre-1930s, Kev? Like, you know, in terms of horror and how important it was for horror, those kind of early cinema decades, you know, from sort of 1900-ish up to the early 30s, you know, how would you kind of classify that in terms of the horror we were getting?
I think they're quite important, but not in the way we might immediately recognise as horror. We were getting all those early trick films, they were called. They were special effects films.
Yes.
And, you know, got George Méliès and George Albert Smith, people like that, who were just doing that stop-start with the camera and a devil would appear. Yes. And to us today, they look quite quaint, you know, these silly men running around at exaggerated speed, odd things happening. But if you imagine that people didn't understand what film was at that time, they'd never seen it before. And so these kind of tricks must have seemed quite horrifying for some people, that suddenly a devil would appear on screen and it appeared right in front of your face. There was a story when I was growing up reading all the books on horror films about a film called Arrival of a Train at La Ciotat Station from 1895. Lumiere brothers, pioneers of this sort of thing. And it's literally just a train pulling into a station. And all the accounts, you know, written in the 70s and 80s were saying that people were screaming and fainting and rushing out of the cinema and that, you know, horror was born that day. I'm not sure I buy it, but I'm not entirely sure that people were that stupid in 1895. I think they realised that was on a screen. It wasn't really coming. But I think, you know, they learned very early on that one of the things that filmmakers really love is to get a very, very audible reaction from an audience. And the two ways you do that, you make them scream or you make them laugh.
Yeah.
And so, you know, horror was there at the start because you were, if not necessarily full on screams, you were getting gasps of amazement. You know, how have they done that? Where is this monster? How is this skeleton dancing?
Yeah.
You know, they'd never seen anything quite like that before.
I know, and that is so true, actually. I think that does make it very important because, you know, yes, we've had, you know, better horror films since, but these guys were the people that invented what we now, you know, consider.
Without them, we wouldn't have had a lot of what happened in the 30s, 40s, because they were still using the same visual effects that they were using in those earlier films. So they were definite pioneers. And as we go into the, you know, the noughties, you know, you start getting things like two versions of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde in 1908 and another one the following year. So you start to get all these adaptations of classic horror stories. Frankenstein turns up in 1910.
Yes.
A film that was lost for many, many years. Well, now we can see it. So, you know, they were very early on, they were looking at classic literature. They didn't know that they were making horror films because horror films as a term didn't exist. That didn't really start coming in until the 1930s with the Universal films. But they were making macabre films. They were making shockers. They were making, you know, sensation films. And they went down extremely well. I assume they did because they made so many of them.
I love it. People are mentioning in the chat that apparently I'm very loud and you're quite quiet, Kev. Now, I've got you turned up on my end as high as you'll go. So I don't know whether you can turn up your volume at all, Kev. If not, don't worry about it. That might be as much as we can do.
I'll just shout at you.
I've lowered, for people that were saying I'm too loud, which I'm sure I was, I've turned my volume down a little bit as well. So hopefully we might be a little bit more balanced out.
I'm trying to turn my mic up and it won't go any higher than it is, I'm afraid.
Okay, no worries. Sorry everyone, we'll have to make do. Hopefully that's okay. I'll
type some subtitles as I go.
Exactly, yeah. So we do, and actually, 1920s, we have some all-timers, don't we, in a way? We have Caligari, Nosferatu, and again, they probably weren't necessarily classified horror, but they are movies that are generally thought of as some of, still to this day, the best of all time, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, during the 20s, we had horror from all over the place in the 1920s. You had Haxan from Sweden, and, there was Hunchback of Notre Dame and Cat and the Canary from the States. There was a rumoured Russian version of Dracula in 1920 that no one's entirely sure actually exists, but there definitely was one from Hungary the following year. So they were coming from all over the world. And what we were finding, they were becoming much more sophisticated in what they were doing. And the Germans in particular were way ahead of everybody else.
Yeah.
So they did Caligari, the Golem, Nosferatu, Waxworks, Faust, Students of Prague, Auron. These were fantastic films. They introduced the world to German expressionism.
Yeah.
In film. And they're the films that have, I think, survived the best from the 1920s. I think they're the ones that still have an atmosphere that we would recognise as being a horror film, where some of the others are a little bit more staid.
Yeah, I completely agree.
The German ones are much more full on.
I think that's really interesting too, isn't it? That in some ways horror has taken more, not so much from those kind of like spooky haunted house trick movies, it's taken more from a kind of almost art house sensibility that the Germans were bringing in the 1920s.
That's right, yes. Yeah. And of course it's wide open to that, isn't it? Because if you're dealing with a subject which deals in nightmares and terrors, then you look at something like Caligari and you think, that looks like one of my nightmares.
Yeah,
and it's that expressionism is perfect for that sort of dark psychological horror that they were so good at the time, and it's still there today. You can still feel the influence of those films even now, 100 years on.
Yeah, you absolutely can. Yeah, but of course, then we move into the 1930s, which is, of course, really when it becomes a genre, I suppose. Yeah. Right? I think this is where we really talk about the birth of horror as a genre, right? With studios actually churning out. Exactly, codified. Yeah, I think that's really interesting. There's an interesting question here in the chat from Dave. I'll try and read questions as we go. Dave says, "Do stories become better or worse once a genre is codified?" That's an interesting question, isn't it?
That's a really good question. I think codification of the genre raises expectations. And I think that from 1930, people had an idea of what a horror film should be.
Yeah.
And you can still have that argument today with people. You've had it, I've had it, we've all had it. Oh, that's not really a horror film. But yes, it is. Because, there was a science fiction writer, Theodore Sturgeon, who was once asked, what is science fiction? And his brilliant answer was, it's whatever I was pointing at when I said that's science fiction. And horror is very much the same for me. It's like, there are some films I think quite personal to individual people that they think that's a horror film, other people may not. I think once we put the label on it, those expectations are raised, those arguments will start. And in some ways, I kind of wish we hadn't had the label.
Yeah.
But without it, would we be here doing this today? Probably
exactly.
not.
Exactly. I think you're absolutely right. I think there is really an argument to be made about that. And we talk about that with subgenres too, don't we? That once the slasher, for example, became a coded subgenre, arguably that was when the slasher kind of like devolved into, the same thing over and over and over again, right?
I think it's a little bit like music. When musicians are making something and they don't know what it is, that's when they're at their best. It's then when the press come along and say, oh yeah, you're heavy metal or you're punk or you're prog rock or whatever, that's when they start going, oh yeah, I'm prog rock, I'll do this. And it's like, no. Go back to where you were at the beginning, just doing stuff you didn't understand. And I think a lot of these early films, they were just making films which they thought were a good subject and would put bums on seats, and they weren't wrong. It's later on when it becomes a little bit more sort of, we're going to make a horror film.
Yes.
And then it's like, you stuck yourself in a box now, haven't you? So
exactly. And I think, obviously something we'll talk about as we go decade by decade is how horror shifts depending on what's going on in the world. And I think obviously there was a reason, I'm sure, as to why Germany were making a lot of films about very kind of uneasy, nightmarish, kind of unsure time that was going on in their world in the 1920s and 30s, right?
They'd lost a war. I mean, that's, that's as big an influence as they need, really. So they were rebuilding from the First World War. And then there were the first flowerings of all the deeply unpleasant stuff to come in the 30s. Were starting to make themselves felt. So there was a reason for that. And again, in the 1930s, America had come out of a depression.
Yeah.
And so there was a feeling that not all is right with the world.
Yeah.
And these films, I think, helped people to kind of get their heads round what was wrong with the world a little bit.
But Kev, tell me, what do you think of the 1930s as a decade for horror?
Absolutely marvellous. Again, it's one of those that we can take for granted so easily. We can sort of say that, 1930s films, they were great, weren't they? Without them, we wouldn't have an awful lot of what came later. It's everything with horror, every decade we go through has been building on the previous decades.
Yeah.
And in the 1930s, we got the Universal films. So we got not the first Dracula, but the first Dracula everybody associates with Dracula.
Yeah.
We have the popular image of Dracula is defined. The popular image of Frankenstein is defined. The Mummy, we had films like The Black Cat, which really pushed at the envelope of what censors were allowed to do at the time.
Yes.
We had The Old Dark House, which introduced comedy back into horror. It had been there in the silent era, but it was back in full force.
Mm-hmm.
We had the first zombie film, White Zombie. We had Freaks, which aptly named freaked everybody out when they saw it. It was too much. We had the marvellous Island of Lost Souls, did the same thing. These were the video nasties of their day, They were horrifying to people. Vampire, which became, like it reintroduced the art strand again.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was just amazing the amount of films that were made, and mostly in America at this time. But they were making films. They've been making horror films in Japan since the silent era, for example, and Mexico were making films, but we weren't seeing them in English-speaking countries.
Yes.
So it was mostly driven by the Americans. We had to go with Todd Slaughter, the marvellous Todd Slaughter.
Oh, yeah.
Who, superb box set out at the moment. Do go and listen to it. By commentaries by Jonathan Rigby and some chap called Lion.
Hey.
But go and get them, because they are so much fun.
Yes.
And he became our first homegrown horror star. And slowly but surely, more countries were joining in during the 30s in the whole horror boom. They were finding their own voices, their own ways to use the genre.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think just reeling off those list of titles that you just did, and the firsts of all of them essentially as well, I think it does make it so important. I'd love to know if there's anyone in the chat that would fly the flag for the 30s at being the best decade for horror, because I'm sure a lot of people probably do think that. A lot of fans of classic monster movies, I'm sure, do have that opinion. And obviously there's another part of this decade that is well known, the kind of early half of the decade known as the kind of pre-code era, right? What do we mean by that, Kev? Because I think that also makes it stand out, doesn't it, in a way?
It does. The code, the motion pictures production code, is better known as the Hays Code, after the president of the motion picture producers and distributors of America. Talk about a long-winded title. I thought my website was long-winded, but my God. They set up this set of guidelines which was designed to kind of head off some of the fears that the public and the politicians and the press were having about these increasingly scary films. We look at those 30s films now and think they look quite innocuous. At the time, they weren't. At the time, they were really shocking.
Yeah.
And so they drew up this voluntary set of guidelines, which included a notorious list of don'ts and be carefuls.
Yeah.
And we haven't got time to go into all of them now. Go look them up. They are genuinely odd and hilarious. Excessive or lustful kissing is my favourite. That was a definite don't. No excessive or lustful kissing allowed. And so they introduced this thing. It was actually written in 1930. It didn't really come into effect until 1934, when a guy called Joseph Breen took over at the Production Code Administration. He was quite a sort of stickler for this code. He was very worried about these awful horror films. We're going to tell this story again later on when we get to the 80s, but he was very worried about these awful horror films corrupting the minds of America, and he started to clamp down on them. And some of the studios, they kind of ignored him a little bit, but others, eventually they all kind of buckled and they all sort of signed up to the code and followed the letter of the code, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? And I think because of that, you get those weird and wonderful, bold, like a movie like Freaks, for example, you can't really imagine in the sort of post-code era,
no,
I suppose.
You would never have been made post-1934. There are several films, so Murders in the Zoo is one that I don't think would have been made post-code. There are lots of them which are, I think you look at them now and you think, 1930s horror film. So you watch these films, you think, oh my God, they got away with so much, didn't they?
Miri has put in the chat, so lustless kissing was fine, was it? It's so funny, isn't it? Like, as long as there was no lust whatsoever in that kiss,
A very brief,
fine.
chaste peck on the cheek, you were fine. But anything more than that, you're a pornographer. You can't have any of that.
Kev, what are some of your personal favourites from the 1930s that you would kind of stand up for your argument that the 30s could be one of the best decades?
I'd have to go with the obvious ones. Frankenstein, Bride of Frankenstein, which I think is, to this day, still a masterpiece. You could watch that today and it still works. The Old Dark House. I mean, seriously, watch The Old Dark House and try not to laugh. It's hilarious.
My favourite. It's my absolute favourite.
All these years later, The Black Cat. The sadism in The Black Cat is extraordinary.
Yeah.
So I would choose those as the favourites. But Bride and Old Dark House, I think it'll be a fight to the death between those two as to which was my ultimate favourite.
And I think we all think of the 30s as the universal decade, don't we? But there were others, weren't there? Like, are there any other titles that you'd recommend to people that are outside of the kind of Universal Monsters movies, I suppose?
Well, Freaks, we've talked about that.
Yes.
That's that can be quite challenging, but it's brilliantly done. White Zombie, I think I could recommend that more for its historical importance than anything else. It's a strange film that has one foot in the silent era and one foot in the talkies, but it has some moments of incredibly beautiful atmosphere, and it was the first proper zombie film, so it's historically very important. I would say Vampire.
Oh, yeah.
Which is a film quite unlike any other. It's very difficult sometimes to pin down exactly when that was made because it just looks so timeless because it's so weird.
Yes.
So odd. It's so off kilter. If you've never seen it, do please go and see that. I'd recommend the 1939 The Cat and the Canary with Bob Hope. There are issues in it. Obviously, you've got black characters who are not treated as well as perhaps we would like them to be treated. But, if you can get past that, then it's a very, very funny film indeed. And in Britain, Todd Slaughter, The Dark Eyes of London with Bela Lugosi, all these things. I mean, they're great. There's so many really good films out there. Watch the Universal films because they are the bedrock of our genre. But try elsewhere. Murders at the Zoo was another good one I mentioned earlier, which is quite nasty in places. Animal lovers will probably not get on very well with it, but it is actually quite a good, shocking film.
There you go. I love that. Well, there you go. I think 1930s like pretty incredible decade for the genre
pretty
generally,
high up the list.
Right?
Yeah.
Pretty high up the list. We move into the 1940s is a bit of a weirder one, isn't it? The 1940s. Now, obviously, there was a lot going on in the world. Like the first half of this decade, there was some other stuff probably people had to worry about.
There was some unpleasantness going on across the channel. I gather.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it ends up being a bit of an interesting kind of decade, doesn't it? How do you find the 1940s in comparison to the 30s?
I think part of the problem was that it's a question of oversaturation.
Yeah.
Universal were becoming a production line. They'd always been fairly good at cranking stuff out at a fair old pace. By the 1940s, they were just knocking out, 4 or 5 horror films a year. The quality of them was nowhere near as good as it had been in the 1930s. You'd also got this sort of whole rake of Poverty Row independents. They'd see the success of the Universal films, so they thought, of course, I'm having some of that.
Yeah.
We're going to go and make these films. And you end up with the monograms and the, PRCs and all the rest of it. They're very cheap films, very cliched, mad scientist stuff. And so I don't think that really helps. There are some films that do stand out, of course. We've got The Wolfman in 1941, which is great stuff. Over here, we did Dead of Night in 1945, which is just a remarkable film.
It's one of the best.
And then there was this group of films, which I'm sure we'll speak about in due course, made by some chap called Val Lewton at RKO.
Yeah.
Very, very important films.
Absolutely. I think there's an interesting... It feels like as well by the 1940s there is becoming that disparity between the kind of like more prestigious movies and the genre movies too, right? And I think Val Lewton is interesting because we'll talk about that and where that lies. But, in some ways the 40s is actually thought of as one of the great decades for cinema, right? Maybe not horror, but cinema, because you've got, Citizen Kane, you've got film noir, like these are some of the all-timers that came out in this decade, right? But it's kind of thought of as maybe not as strong for horror, so there's already starting to be that slight separation, it feels like, isn't there?
There is. I think there's always been snobbery around horror films, and that can manifest itself in lots of different ways. But I think, certainly by 1940s, I think there were a lot of critics were kind of feeling we'd just been through an awful lot of horror in the real world.
Yes.
Do we really need them making it up as well?
I think
so
that's
that just
fair.
gave them ammunition. You know. Film noir, for some reason, was seen as a more reputable genre than horror.
Yeah.
In fact, it isn't more or less reputable at all. It's just what it is, But horror and science fiction, they've always been looked down their nose at being sort of popular entertainment for the masses.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. We are the masses, and we love this stuff. So don't start on us. There's more of us than there are of you. So behave yourself.
It's so true.
Val Newton helped, I think.
Yes.
When he came along, obviously he was a producer. He had directors working for him, Jacques Tourneur, Robert Wise, and Mark Robson, and so on. But he was making films which seemed classier to the critics because they weren't lumbering monsters, they weren't torch-wielding mobs, they weren't sort of, it was much more of a kind of literary almost kind of horror. And I think that's why they won favour.
It was really, really interesting, those films. It was kind of like smuggling your vegetables in or something, right? That's what it feels like. Like, I really like those films, but it's really interesting when you hear titles like Cat People or I Walked with a Zombie. The films you get are quite different to what you might expect, right? They are more subtle, they're more character-based, they're more thought-provoking. Like you say, they're more literary. Like, I Walked with a Zombie is actually kind of Jane Eyre, right?
It's
adapted.
Jane Eyre. Yeah, exactly.
So it's really interesting.
The suits at RKO came up with these titles.
Yes.
And they gave them to Luton and said, go away and make us a horror film like Universal.
Yeah.
And Luton was like, well, I'm not going to make those. They've done them. Let's do something different. So you get these sort of catch-penny title like Curse of the Cat People.
Yeah.
And he comes back with the most lyrical, beautiful film the 40s horror ever produced. It's just a gorgeous film. And I think the suits were probably a bit disappointed in him, but he kept making money. And so they weren't going to stop him until he stopped making money, And, he made some extraordinary films. Yeah. I mean, not many of them, but the ones he did make were extraordinary and hugely influential.
Yeah.
I think, if you know what the Luton bus is from the Cat People, I think you'll see that turning up everywhere. Cat People itself was remade in the 1980s. And The Seventh Victim, which is an extraordinary film about urban witchcraft, I still to this day maintain that was an influence on Rosemary's Baby.
Definitely.
You've got this coven of witches in an apartment building in New York. It's definitely in there. If you're going to start with one Val Newton film, I would definitely recommend The Seventh Victim. Or maybe not, because I think that's the best. Maybe start with something else and then work your way up to the best. But if you've only got time to watch the one, The Seventh Victim is definitely the one. And these were all films that traded in quietness.
Yes.
And subtlety.
Yes.
And implication, innuendo. We didn't know that a lot of these things were actually going on. The Cat People, there's still wiggle room as to whether she really is turning into a cat.
Yes,
It's up to you to believe what you want to believe. And I think Luton was one of the first producers to actually look at horror film audiences and think, you know what, they're quite a grown-up, sensible bunch.
Yeah,
They don't need to see the same thing over and over again. We can trust them to keep up with us. And we did. And
Agreed.
It worked beautifully.
Agreed. I think there's something about those Val Newton films that feel a little bit more, no offence to the 30s films, but they feel a little bit more like they're made for grown-ups, maybe.
They're more mature, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. And actually, even just having more, there's something a little bit less gothic and more just sort of modern day about them, right? That's well, right, like these are people, like you say, living in apartment blocks in New York, and I think it brought horror a little bit more to the kind of the quote unquote real everyday kind of modern world, didn't it? I think,
which we said that Seventh Victim might be an influence on Rosemary's Baby. That would do the same thing again.
Yeah.
2 decades later. So these things come and go in waves, I think, and it definitely brought everything into the real world at a time. We must be quite risky because I think at the time people might have wanted not to be in the real world.
Yeah.
The war had not long ended. We'd just come up with this most horrific weapon we'd ever developed and used it twice to devastating effect, and that was hanging over our heads. We might have wanted escapism, but he wasn't going to let us off the hook that easy. You're going to get a bit of escapism.
Yeah.
It's going to be in your backyard.
Yes, exactly.
That's what I think what clicked with people.
And I think actually they really stand the test of time, those films, because there's so little on-screen horror in a way. Like there's no monsters, there's no special effects. Everything is done, like you say, through shadows, through sound design, through characters. So they in some ways they feel quite timeless, I think, some of those films.
There's very little that can be dated.
Yeah.
The fashions, yes, and some of the attitude, yes. But that's true of the monster films as well.
Yeah.
I think once they've removed the special effects, they don't look like they were made at a different time.
No.
If that makes sense. You can still watch those films now and not have to apologise to whoever's watching with you for it being a bit shaky.
Exactly.
Like some of those, 30s films, you have to look. I'm really sorry, the effects are going to be rubbish, the attitudes are awful, but just live with it. With the Val Newton ones, you can quite happily put them on and say this is just a classic piece of cinema. Just watch it and love it.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's it. Like, so I think actually the 40s a real mix, right? Because you've got, like you said, on the one end you've got the saturation of the unit, like you've got Abbott and Costello, with the monsters, but then you've also got this kind of slightly weirder, interesting stuff at the same time.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that may be true of most decades, but I think it's more pronounced in the 1940s because the difference between the Lutons and what Universal were cranking out, is so vast. So yeah, I think it's more noticeable then.
And then, of course, you mentioned there, the atomic bomb. What happens to horror in the 1950s? It feels like this is when we move into the atomic age, right, of horror films.
Yeah, the 1940s were born in 1950s were born in 1945 when they bombed Hiroshima, and it's like this was a whole new thing. Up until now, all our fears had been slightly rooted in old traditions, in old ways, in religion and superstition and folklore.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden we have this new folklore, this new atomic folklore. We have this bomb which was, it already destroyed 2 cities. Just one bomb each had destroyed an entire city. By the 1950s, they were building bigger and bigger bombs. The Russians had got them. The Cold War was freezing up. It was a terrifying time for people, particularly in America, I think. They were very paranoid about the bomb.
Yeah.
And so, of course, the old monsters weren't going to cut it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And so what we were getting was horror sort of merged into science fiction.
Yes.
We were getting barely disguised communist invasions from outer space. Mars features a great deal in these films because no red planet.
The red planet, yeah.
And, if it wasn't commies from the stars, it was, radioactive bugs that had grown to giant size or huge monsters. You can see in Godzilla, and I think we possibly spoke about this before, that was very much Japanese cinema's reaction to the bombings.
Yeah.
That, they'd had 2 of their cities wiped out. So we've got to deal with this. I'll tell you what, let's reimagine it as a giant monster that breathes radioactive fire.
Right.
Yeah. And so and that was what was happening a lot. I think during times of crisis, genre films really come into play because they allow us to work through ideas and fears and so on. When we get to the 1980s, we get another sort of, nuclear film proliferation, particularly on TV. And I think, sort of things like Threads and The Day After were training manuals for how to deal with this. It was a way of us sort of letting out our fears. And very much so in the 1950s, I think people were so scared that war was coming at any second that they had to sublimate that somehow into this new genre, which was science fiction. We'd had science fiction before, but not quite like it was in the 1950s.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody's put in the chat, Lexi's put, how very glad that we've moved on from scary Russians and gigantic existential threats. Yeah, I know, right?
Oh,
it's great to know that we've
really
moved
funny.
on.
I go on Twitter and I see, forgive me, I'm an old man. I don't mean to sound patronising, but I see younger people on there saying, World War III's coming. And I think, it was coming in the 90s, and it was coming in the 80s, and it was coming in the 60s. When I was born, I was born around the time of the Bay of Pigs debacle.
Yes.
And so I sort of had this sort of, we're all going to die any second thing hanging over me for most of my life.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but I'm a bit blasé about it now. And at my age, I'm just thinking, oh, come on, just bring it on. Let's get it over with.
Just get it over with. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I've had enough of hearing this every 20 years.
But yeah, I think it's interesting, isn't it? Like, what do you think of the films, the quality of the films? Because I think it's really funny, isn't it? I think, we've changed from, creepy monsters in alleys or in your backyard in the 40s to now these are large-scale threats, right? It's aliens from outer space. It's atomic giant monsters, giant bugs, whatever, right? Like, everything is... In some ways, this is, I don't know, this feels like it doesn't always work for horror, but that kind of like large-scale kind of devastation in a way,
Well, science fiction works on larger scales.
Yes.
It's always with one boundary was on the other side of the universe type stuff. That's what it's about, Horror, I think, works at its best when it's much smaller, when it's more intimate, when it's just a small group of people under threat. So I think, for horror, it was kind of difficult, I think. We had things like Think from Another World, which is horror through a science fiction lens, but that was a small group of people under threat. Yeah. The bigger threat that was it could get out into the world to destroy all of us, but the actual story itself was about a small group of people contained in a base under siege, which becomes a whole motif in science fiction throughout the 50s and 60s. And, things like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, when it's all brought down to one small town. And particularly one man within that one small town.
And I think that's why that film works the best out of a lot of those 50s alien invasion movies, It's so good.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. I think it touches on things that we don't... Sorry, I'm having messages from friends popping up saying, this is far too plotty. Get on with it. So my friends, I love them. They're great, aren't they? I love them. I think it because these films were honing in on very personal things, the horror comes home to us.
Yes.
It's much scarier when it's in our home or in our workplace in Things from Another World.
Yeah.
When it's things like, don't get me wrong, I love things like Them and, things like that. But they're much on a much bigger scale. These gigantic ants roaming around a whole desert slaughtering people, It's just, it works brilliantly as a science fiction film. I'm not sure it scares me quite so much.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's right. I think they're fun films. They're spectacle, War of the Worlds, like these kinds of movies. Big, colourful spectacle. But yes, they're not going to keep me up at night maybe in the same way that some of these other horror films.
But in the 1950s, when the threat was the Russians are coming, I think cinema goers looked at something like War of the Worlds and thought, this is based on some old book by some English guy.
Yeah.
But actually, they're Russians, aren't they? They're coming to take American way of life away from us. And they worked brilliantly on that level. So it was a fear, but it was a different kind of fear to what we would expect from a horror film, I think.
There's a good comment here from Dave Anderson who says it was a huge swing from the 30s to the 50s. We went from fearing the past, mummies, vampires, werewolves, to fearing the future, right, with technology and space travel. But
exactly.
Over in the UK, we were still living a bit in the past because suddenly you had Hammer horror, right? In the 50s. You had Hammer Studios returning us to the Gothic, I suppose.
Well, there was kind of a transition because Hammer didn't dive straight into, Curse of Frankenstein, which was the first of their Gothics. They'd done Quatermass Experiment first.
Yes.
They'd done X the Unknown, which is Quatermass in all but name.
Yeah.
And so they kind of made that sort of progression slightly more slowly, and they'd done some films earlier, things like Stolen Face and Four-Sided Triangle, which have elements of sort of the Frankenstein story in them, but they're very modern science fiction films. So it wasn't a sudden overnight, I know what we're going to do, we're going to take the Gothic back and we're going to make it our own. It was kind of it was the next step in their development. They'd had some real success with these sort of films about macabre subjects, unusual subjects. Where else was there to go?
Yeah.
But the Gothic.
Yeah.
And boy, did they ever bring that back in style. I mean, really unbelievable.
I mean, this is it. I mean, I know as a big Hammer fan, also a big science fiction fan, Kev, that you must be, I mean, the 50s must be up there for you, right? In terms of decades of horror.
It is. It's right up there. I mean, it fulfills two of my great loves. I've got lots of Martians crawling about and some giant monsters and things. And at the end of the decade, I've got Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing being absolutely marvellous for Terence Fisher. So, I mean, for me, it actually does work as the best of the, but maybe not the best decade, but I'm going to put it in at number 2. There you go. There's I'm putting it as number 2 in my.
That is interesting. Yeah. So you like it more than the 1930s, broadly speaking?
I do. And in fact, I'm going to say that my vision of the 1950s starts in 1957.
Yeah.
And goes through to 1968.
Yeah, okay.
It all changes again. So, that's going to be my sort of, it's
right.
I think things change, but they don't always change super quickly.
No,
but
well,
I think,
yeah.
The 60s begins in 1957. Let's do it that way. And anything after that, I'm going to claim for the 60s. Anything prior to that, claim for the 50s. And it was all science fiction, mostly science fiction. Although that said, we did have a few classics, didn't we? We had a film that you're very fond of, Night of the Hunter.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. Some of my all-time favourites are from the 50s, but you're right, don't belong in these categories.
They don't, do they? No.
Night of the Hunter and also Les Diaboliques.
That was the next one I was going to come up with.
Oh my God, yeah.
It's every decade has its troughs and its peaks, but there are always some gems. Even in the decades I really dislike the most, which we'll come to, there are some good ones that stand out. So yeah.
I can't wait to hear what your least favourite decade is, Kev, as we go through this. So let's talk about the 1960s, because you're right about, these decades aren't really defined by calendar years. However, 1960 as a year, right, was quite an incredible change, wasn't it, in a way?
Yeah, because we had Psycho and we had Peeping Tom, which both of them pushed at the boundaries of what was acceptable in screen horror. In Hitchcock's case, it became a classic. In Michael Powell's case, it didn't quite ruin his career, but it made it very difficult for him afterwards. Yes. And it took a very long time for Peeping Tom to be seen as a classic. And we got Martin Scorsese to thank for that quite a lot, because he was the one who started to champion it many years later. But that ushered in a whole new strain of psychological horror film.
Yeah.
And Hammer made several of them, although theirs were more modelled on Les Diaboliques than they were on Psycho. But, that kind of psychological horror film became quite the thing in the early 60s. And I think the 60s were really marked out by diversification of theme.
Yeah.
You've got all sorts of stuff. Well, you've got these heavyweight psychological horrors. You've got these really fun, gimmicky William Castle films coming out.
God, of course, yes.
Yeah, and then, sort of well under everybody's radar, there was this guy called Herschel Gordon Lewis who was tearing lamb's tongues out of women's throats and stuff, essentially popularising the American gore film.
Yes.
But all of this was all going on at the same time as Hammer still making their Gothics.
Mm-hmm.
So, there was a huge era of diversification. We started to see things like more and more foreign language films turning up. As I said earlier, Japan had been making horror films since the silent era, but suddenly we got Onibaba and Kuroneko, which suddenly people were saying, Japanese horror films, really? And so, that was the beginnings of a fandom for Japanese horror.
Actually, do you know what? You just naming all these titles is making me think, actually, maybe the 60s is up there, right? Because, it's pretty incredible. Like, 1960 alone, you mentioned Psycho and Peeping Tom, also Eyes Without a Face, and, oh my God, Black Sunday, and, there are so many incredible movies, even from that early 60s era,
of course. And then, you chuck in a whole load of Mexican Gothics that were suddenly coming out. The Italians started making their own Gothic films. Fantastic stuff. Loads of British producers jumping on the Hammer coattails. So we get, Amicus starting out with Dr. Terror's House of Horrors in 1965. Yes. What a way to start. And the whole Gothic style had become so codified at that point that in 1966 the Carry On team had to go at it, Carry On Screaming, because everybody understood what the rules of the Gothic horror film were.
Yeah.
And so they could go out there and take the proverbial out of it.
What do you think in terms of Hammer output? Because obviously Hammer really kind of spanned from the 50s to the 70s in terms of that classic era, right? Is the 60s where Hammer was kind of at its best, do you think?
Yes, quite probably it was, because we had things like The Devil Rides Out.
Yes.
Quatermass and the Pit, The Reptile, Plague of the Zombies, The Gorgon. I mean, it's a list of classic films.
One you introduced me to, Brides of Dracula.
Brides of Dracula, which is extraordinary. They made some very good films in the 1970s, but I think for sheer consistency, it can't match what they were doing in the 60s. They had become such a well-oiled machine. There were films along the way where you think, that wasn't so good, but for the most part, it was just one hit after another, and they were just so good at it You know, they were working as a production line, but not in the same way that Universal were in the 1940s. These were all highly skilled technicians who just knew how to make really good films on a budget with limited resources, and just got so good at it that they could just make just one after the other that was a box office smash.
So the 1960s is fascinating, actually, because I think you're right. Like, in some ways, you know, while we can broad stroke kind of give the 30s and the 40s and the 50s these kind of identities. In a way, the 1960s is defined by the fact that it's like this mad transitional era, isn't it? And I guess it was in the world in general, you know, like the birth of kind of pop music and pop culture and youth culture, and everything was changing so much where you had this disparity between like the oldies and a new generation, right? And I guess you can feel that in horror too, where you've got the gothics on one end, you've got the weird European stuff, you've got the kind of classic ghost story stuff like The Haunting and The Innocents, then you've got the edgy Herschel Gordon, Lewis, George Romero, whatever. Like, there is so much going on in the 60s, isn't there, I think?
Film producers became very aware as the decade wore on that there was this younger, hipper crowd out there who wanted something different. And, you know, who wanted new things. The Hammer got in on it as well, you know, Taste the Blood of Dracula. You've got Dracula taking his revenge against the old farts by attacking his children and making them turn on the parents. So, you know, there was a whole generational war going on throughout the 1960s. As soon as the Beatles turned up on radio for the first time, that was the first shots fired. And it kept going and going and going right through till, you know, sort of the horrors of Altamont and Charles Manson, which kind of the adults won, sadly. And us kids, we were knocked down and sort of.
I know, exactly. Although not so much in horror films, because I think when we get to the 70s, we'll see it kind of very much feels like the new young school of filmmakers won, right?
And young people were going to the cinema now more than older people were.
Exactly.
And so, you know, where older people wanted, as one of your correspondents just said, you know, they wanted the old certainties. Religion, superstition, all the rest of it. The new younger kids, they wanted something that spoke a bit more to them. So they wanted to know about the modern world in terms of horror.
Yes.
And that's what happens in 1968. Everything utterly changes in 1968. We get Night of the Living Dead, which drags horror back into the modern day, gives it a kind of Vietnam spin. Which would have spoken volumes to the kids at the time. And then really, really, really pushes what was acceptable. You know, no one had ever seen people eating people in film before. Not in a film that was going out. It was going out to normal cinemas, this film. And one of my favourite stories about it is in America, it went out on a double bill with Doctor Who and the Daleks.
Oh, wow.
Imagine all those kids turning up saying, oh, look, robots, because they didn't know what Doctor Who was in America. They're robots, let's go watch that. And then they get Night of the Living Dead. I mean, there's a whole generation scarred right there, wasn't there? So,
yeah, oh my God. And you're so right. And actually, we haven't even mentioned television, have we? But of course, the 1960s, you know, this is something I was just talking about with James. You know, Doctor Who, The Outer Limits, The Twilight Zone, you know, horror TV was really coming into its own at this point as well.
We've only got 40 minutes. Don't start me on Doctor Who, really. That's not going to end well for anyone.
It's like putting a penny in you there, isn't it? Like, you know.
I've suddenly woken up. It was... we were getting horror at home as well then, which was interesting because as kids, you know, my parents were quite protective of me watching horror films. They didn't... My dad had been terrified by Plague of the Zombies at the cinema, and he wasn't going to let me watch Hammer films because they were, you know, way too scary. But I was getting my fix through Doctor Who and through, you know, all those. The 60s were designed to terrorize young children. Even the Jerry Anderson programs, you know, the end of the 70s, we've got a zombie hero. We've got Captain Scarlet, who's killed and then brought back to life. You know, so it's kind of, wow, you know, this is really pretty grim stuff. So we were getting our fix in the safety and comfort of our own home, while the older, hipper, you know, sort of more right-on kids were out there watching, you know, Night of the Living Dead and watching Rosemary's Baby, which of course was also very contemporary, very much about the issues of the day, and so spoke to a younger audience as well, much more so perhaps than some of the Hammer films were doing at the time. Hammer then tried to sort of get down with the kids to varying degrees of success, I think. I will always, to my dying day, fight for the corner for Dracula AD 1972.
Oh, it's
but
so
I can see
good.
why some people look at that and think, oh, my God. I mean, those kids, for a start, they're all too old, and nobody spoke like that.
Well, all of the kids go to a jazz spectacular.
Exactly. Yeah, nobody said it was a happening scene, man, or dig the music. But you found a lot of that in late 60s and early 70s youth-oriented films. They were being written by middle-aged, middle-class men who'd never met a young person in their life. They'd never been young, and so it's quite laughable now. But I think at the time, kids appreciated the fact that horror was skewing a little bit more towards them now.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. 1968, for whatever reason, I mean, such an important year in the world, right? And then in film as well. And I think you're absolutely right about that. It's almost like that is where a new decade really begins and a decade ends, isn't it? I think you're absolutely right.
I think so. Yeah,
because even as old, in some ways, this is a throwback, but a film like Witchfinder General also was doing something new and dark and weird, right? Wasn't it, in 1968? And that was kind of introducing a new movement in British horror,
Well, he was being made by a younger director.
Yeah.
He was of a new generation of directors. So, he was willing to push boundaries much more so than perhaps some of the older guys were. And, I mean, and even that kind of has a sort of kind of vague sort of generational warfare theme, doesn't it? With the older witch hunter versus the younger hero and heroine. So it's there in that as well. But I think, that opened up, for British films, that opened the way for increased gore, violence and sex.
Yeah,
which we would see coming into Hammer in the 1970s. Yeah, and just in horror films in general in this country in the 1970s.
Yeah, a real nihilism too, and kind of disillusionment in Witchfinder General. And even though it's period set, there is something about it that kind of reflects like you said, the attitudes of younger people and artists. I'm sure at the time, there was
a lot of despair around, despite the fact that we got the counterculture. It was becoming clear that the hippie dream wasn't going to come true.
Yeah.
It was dying, and I think a lot of young people were beginning to despair a little bit that we're slipping back into older ways. The sort of this paradise that they'd imagined, this age of Aquarius, wasn't going to dawn. It wasn't going to happen. And so, they were finding, I think, a lot of comfort in these films.
People are reminding us in the chat that we've not yet mentioned Carnival of Souls, Kev.
We have not mentioned Carnival of Souls, which
is
one of those films. It's a 1960s film, but I kind of forget that it's a 1960s film because it doesn't look like it belongs anywhere.
No, it doesn't.
It's so divorced from everything else that goes on around it. It could have been made. It could conceivably be made in the 50s. It could definitely be made in the 70s.
Yeah.
And it just feels, it's such a one of a kind. It's so unique that I can't find the slot to put it in the 1960s, if that makes sense. I'm not sure what else it belongs with.
It's really fascinating, actually, and even just like the amount of great titles we reeled off there talking about the 1960s. I mean, it actually was a very strong decade, wasn't it?
And we've only just scratched the surface.
Yeah,
we could do 24 hours on this and the next decade alone. So I mean, it's just there was so much going on.
But of course, let's move into the 1970s, which I think it's fair to say. I would say 90% of horror fans I ask what's the best decade, they go, it's the 1970s, right? Like, is that the case, Kev? Is the 70s the best decade for horror?
Several people that I'm doing this.
Yes.
And they've all said the same thing. You're going to say the 70s, aren't you?
Yeah.
And yes, of course I'm going to say the 70s. Of course I am. Yeah. Look, I love Hammer films. I love Universal. Love Val Newton. But there's something very special for me. There's a period which, for me, personally, is a golden age. And that starts in 1968, with Night of the Living Dead, Rosemary's Baby, and goes up to around 1985 and Reanimator.
Yeah.
And I think in those years, so many films that I have fallen in love with passionately came out. You got the early films of Dario Argento, David Cronenberg, and Wes Craven all came out in this period. You got films like, I mean, let's reel them off. Blood on Satan's Claw, Don't Look Now, The Exorcist, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Let's Scare Jessica to Death, Black Christmas. There you go. I know you're a big fan of Black Christmas, but I mentioned that. The Omen, Halloween, Dawn of the Dead. I'm still not a great fan, but you can't ignore its importance.
Yeah.
Alien. I mean, all these films were coming out in the space of a decade.
Yeah. Oh,
it's extraordinary.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, it really was such a special decade. Like, to this day, like films that you just think I've never seen anything like this. I can't, and I think that as somebody that wasn't even alive in the 70s and goes back and watches them, like God knows what audiences at the time actually thought when seeing some of these films.
Well, I have a word for you. If I can find it written down here. Yes, Anemoia.
Anemoia.
Anemoia. I think I'm pronouncing it correctly. Anemoia. It's a nostalgia for a time that you never actually experienced.
Aha, yeah, that's interesting.
And in a lot of ways, like the 60s, I have huge love for the 60s. I think, I think I remember grooving to all the music and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
And I didn't. I was only 8 when the 60s ended. I wasn't in the 60s. I was just around. I wasn't experiencing the 60s. But I've got Anemoia for the 60s.
Yeah.
You've got it for the 70s. And
Yeah.
I think a lot of people have it for the 70s and the 80s.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think we have this nostalgia because we look back at it and we look at how many great films there were. I mean, I've got to tell you, as someone who did live through the 70s, they weren't great. They weren't a really particularly good time to be alive. But I think, if you weren't there, that you look back at it, you look at the music, you look at the films, you look at it, you think, apart from the flares, it was great, wasn't it? It was really good. But I'm not gonna disillusion anybody with that. I mean, I lived through it. I didn't think it was particularly good, but the culture was amazing.
Yes.
All my favourite music is from the 70s. All my favourite films and television are from the 70s. So, it was an amazing time to be alive. And the nostalgia will play a part in this, of course, because when I was younger, I was a young whippersnapper like yourself, Munster. I used to tell people I am never going to be nostalgic. I'm never going to fall for it. It's a trap. It just stops you from being, creative and all the rest of it. And of course, you reach a certain age and you look around, you think, no, I think I prefer the stuff I watched earlier.
Yeah.
And I can remember starting to go to the cinema on my own in the late 70s. Up until then, it was a family thing, dragging my dad off to see the Planet of the Apes films and James Bond films and stuff. By the late 70s, I was allowed to go on my own. I was very tall even then, at like 15, so I was able to get into X films quite easily. They didn't want to mess with me. And so I was watching films from the sort of late-ish 70s onwards, and things like The Exorcist was still in rotation. I saw that at the cinema in the late 70s because it would just turn up out of nowhere.
Yeah.
A lot of early 70s films would turn up on double bills. So I have this kind of emotional attachment to the period because I remember it so fondly going to the cinema, and this was special. Even then I thought this is special.
It just is, isn't it? And I think it's that perfect storm of culture changing, a new generation of artists and filmmakers, also censorship relaxing, of course, right? I think really plays into it. So suddenly we were getting so much more sex and violence in films than we'd ever seen before. The whole
we got
wave.
The new Hollywood as well.
Yes.
The new Hollywood came in at the end of the 60s, right through the 70s, and that played its part. Romero is definitely part of the new Hollywood. Night of the Living Dead is often cited as one of the early examples of it.
Yeah.
This was an influx of new, young, hotshot directors who weren't going to play by the studio rules. They were going to do what they wanted to do. And if the studios gave them money to do that, well, more fool them. They weren't going to get the film that they expected. They'll get what the director wanted to give them. And so, you start to see these young directors rewriting the rules, not only of horror films, but of film in general.
Yes.
But certainly horror films, the rules were being written virtually every year about what you could do and should do.
Yeah, and you're right. Even outside of traditional horror, there were some boundary pushing movies. Everything from kind of Taxi Driver, right, to Dirty Harry, to The French Connection. Like these kind of exciting, kinetic, violent, gritty movies that we hadn't really seen before.
Of course,
so good.
Exactly. I mean, there were extensions of things that had gone before. There had been hard-hitting crime thrillers in the 30s and 40s, but this was a whole new way of doing it, a whole new way of looking at these films and thinking, how far could we take this?
Yeah.
And I think it's air experimentation, I think, that I love so much about the 70s.
Yes.
Anything went.
Anything went. You had the mad, the sort of really nasty grindhousey movies, the kind of all the sort of rape revenge movies. You had all of that kind of nasty stuff. Then on the other side, you had Giallo, right, and this kind of beautiful Italian horror happening, and the big mainstream stuff. You had Jaws. It was just like
The Omen, things like
the
that.
Omen, The Exorcist, the Blockbuster was born, right, as well. Like it is, it's almost, and then Halloween, which kind of feels like almost a culmination of 70s movies, doesn't it?
That almost begins like the start point for the 80s, doesn't it?
It does.
1978, Halloween.
It does,
and
actually.
It's the start point for the 80s. The following year, we got the first of Lucio Fulci's gore films, Zombie Flesh Eaters, Zombie Due. And so that opened the door for a whole sort of bloodbath of Italian horror films in the early 1980s, which are still some of my favourite films of all time. Having said the magic word zombie flesh eaters, I may be going to watch that when I finish.
Honestly, I want to listen to that Fabio Frizzi music as soon as somebody mentions the title.
Absolutely.
Love it.
This was all
much.
part of that time where sort of no one told Lucio Fulci you can't do that. No one told John Carpenter, you can't do that. They just, nobody, and if they did tell them, they just said, oh, sod you, I'm going to do it anyway. And they just went out and they did what they wanted to do.
Yes.
And there was no sort of corporate feel to what they were doing. They may have been taking money from whoever, but they were doing their own thing with it.
You've got your favourite David, my favourite David, Cronenberg and Lynch, right, as well. You know, and again, like I think that's the thing. It's just there were just so many monumental filmmakers, weren't they, emerging at this decade? Yeah.
Now, if you just give it a list of your favourite films of the horror films of the 1970s, they'll be made by directors who have become classic directors since then. So
exactly.
And Cronenberg was the guy that frightened all the other horror film directors. So he was a must see. You had to go and see whenever his films came out. You had to go and see them because you didn't know if you were going to come out of it alive.
Exactly. And I love those stories that people tell about Texas Chainsaw too for that reason. I think John Carpenter said, didn't he? He was like, it took me right up to the line of what I can take, but it didn't quite push over that line, but it nearly did,
Well, I can remember when I rented the Texas Chainsaw Massacre on video.
Mm-hmm.
My brother watched it, and my dad watched it, and I watched it on the last day it was due back because even I was scared of the Texas because I'd read so much about it at that point. I thought, am I going to? What's going to be left of them? Who will survive? What would be left of them? I wasn't sure what would be left of me.
Yes.
As it turns out, it wasn't anywhere near as grisly as they said it was. It was just bloody brilliant. So
just incredible.
Yeah.
And even the sort of throwbacks to 50s movies in the 70s were so interesting. So like Invasion of the Body Snatchers with Donald Sutherland.
Yeah.
I think that's an incredible movie as well. Absolutely incredible.
It took a classic 1950s film and instead of just doing what I think happens a lot today, where they remake 80s films in particular, they try and remake an 80s film.
Yeah.
So they said it in the 80s, now it's the 80s. The Invasion of the Body Snatchers of the 70s was about the 70s.
Yeah, so much.
It was, the 50s one was about the 50s. This was about what had changed in American society in the 1970s. So they took the bare spine of the story, then did their own thing with it. And that's what you should do with the remake, I think.
And I think that's the thing. I think particularly when we talk about American horror of the 70s, whereas in the 50s, that existential threat was the big outsider. It was the red planet. It was whatever. Yeah. Everything about 70s horror was about the horror within, right? It was about America itself being the monster.
We'd had Watergate.
Yeah.
And, although Vietnam was a long way away, the decisions to slaughter American young people just as much as they were slaughtering, Vietnamese young people was being made in America.
Yeah.
A lot of trust was being lost with the traditional American political system.
Yeah.
I think we're seeing that again now in a slightly different way. But it was the 1970s was a very paranoid time.
Yeah.
I mean, you get films like The Parallax View and The Conversation, which plug right into that. Of this, we're being watched by our own government. We can't trust anybody.
Yeah.
And, you see that reflected in so many of the films where people are losing their identities or fearing that they're going to lose their identities.
Mm-hmm.
Even to an extent, Dawn of the Dead is about that.
Yes.
It's about, I don't want to become a zombie. I don't want to become one of the mindless masses.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it was a very paranoid decade. And go back and watch some 70s horror films with that in mind, and it becomes so obvious that everybody was just terrified of everybody else.
It's so true. Connor in the chat has said, I want to also shout out the rise of queer cinema in the 70s, especially Lucifer Rising by Kenneth Anger as well. Because again, so point. Interesting, weird, experimental stuff going on as well, right? So
and again, Lucifer Rising, it's a bit like Carnival of Souls, and it feels like it doesn't really... it's sort of floating above the 1970s, sort of drifting, and it's kind of... It doesn't plug into anything else that was happening because Kenneth Anger was never going to plug into anything that was happening around him. He was going to, go his own way, and he did so brilliantly. But yes, good call. I hadn't considered that simply because I couldn't plug it into my rather narrow view of the 70s, perhaps.
No, exactly. There's almost too much stuff to count, isn't there, in the 70s?
Yeah.
It is a phenomenal decade. It's got to be said. All right, so on to the 1980s then, and you mentioned there, Halloween 1978.
Yeah.
That did feel like the dawn of a new era, didn't it? And the 80s, we got teen movies, we got excess, we also got splattery effects and all sorts of great stuff. What do you think of the 1980s for horror generally?
I think the first half, very much enjoy it. I think it goes off the boil very quickly. As I said earlier, my golden age runs up to Reanimator, which I think was the last great classic of the 80s. I got myself a video player in 1982. So I had a couple of deliriously happy years where I was going to every video shop on the Isle of Wight that I could reach, where I was living at the time, to rent, 3 or 4 films at a time, and watching films that I'd never seen before, films that had never been released in this country. For a horror film fan, the early 80s was a glorious period.
Oh, phenomenal.
We were just going, I can remember going to a video shop, and I knew the owner quite well. He used to put all the horror films aside for me when they came in each week. And I'd go in on Tuesday, pick up my tapes. And he showed me this one. He said, I've never heard of this. Do you know this one? I have no idea what this is. It was The Last House on the Left.
Oh.
Because it had never played over here. And I'd never seen it mentioned anywhere. And so I took it home and I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And that was a cut version, let's not forget.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah, so we had that for a glorious couple of years until the video nasties Farrago set in. And then it became a very difficult time for horror film fans. We were all terrified, those of us who, may have been getting films of dubious origin, who may have been creating some films of dubious origin for our friends. We're getting a little bit concerned about what was going on.
Yes.
So, yeah, the whole decade was kind of overshadowed by that. It also, we saw the rise of the franchise horror film.
We did.
Around this time. We'd had film series before, Universal, Hammer.
Yeah.
They were doing series. But this was the decade of Freddy, Jason, and Michael, which was a very different setup.
Yes, yes.
And late 70s to mid 80s, like I say, I was at the cinema two or three times a week. So I remember seeing these films week in, week out, and slowly growing a little bit tired of them, particularly the slasher films. It seemed like every week I went to the cinema, there was another bloody slasher film.
It's always about a different date in the calendar. You're like, it's Valentine's Day now. Now it's whatever. It's like,
Way back 1982, I'd see 300 of them. I didn't need to see another one. I exaggerate for effect, but yeah, and I think it was a very strange time because it was becoming more corporate in a way, because these franchises were being run by fairly big studios, some of them big proper studios, and it started to feel a little bit more soulless to me that we get another Nightmare on Elm Street, not because we needed another Nightmare on Elm Street, but because we'd been to see the last one.
Yes.
And I have this doubt about these things. I always mention it in connection to the Transformers films.
Oh, yeah.
I've never met anybody who likes a Transformers film. And yet they go to see one every time in the hope that it's going to get better. And I think the bean counters in Hollywood, they don't sort of stop and think, are they enjoying this? They're thinking, oh, look, bums on seats. We've made X amount of $1 million. Let's make another one.
Yes.
And no one likes them.
Yes.
And I think certainly the slasher films by the end, I think there was a die-hard contingent who definitely loved the slashers, still do to this day. I think a lot of people are sort of like, yeah, okay, I don't know how many more times I could watch this scene.
And I know it's so interesting, isn't it? Because I have a certain love for those 80s slashers. Yeah. But yeah, every time I sit down to watch one, I go, oh, it's just the same thing, isn't it? Of course it is. We all love it, but it does follow a formula. I think the Friday the 13th franchise really encapsulates everything you were saying there in a way, because you've got, and I love them, don't get me wrong, but you've got, you've got Halloween in the 70s where you've got John Carpenter just setting out to make a really scary independent movie. Yeah. Then you've got Friday the 13th, which is like Paramount Studios trying to make their own Halloween, right? And it feels a lot more like they had the title before they even had the story, and I think you're right. I think that does in a way sum up the 80s. This was the era of Thatcherism, Reaganism, money, and excess, right? And I think you're right. Like there was some amazing stuff in the 80s, but I think it hasn't got that indie spirit of the 70s in a weird way. I think, does it? Yeah.
I think the other big thing, of course, was videotape. That films that would, in the 70s, have just gone out to grindhouses and drive-ins and played, second or third on a bill somewhere, ended up on videotape.
Yes.
And it just wasn't the same somehow. I mean, don't get me wrong, I loved the video boom, because like I say, I was able to see films I never dreamed I'd ever see.
Yeah.
But it robbed something. It took something away, and I can't quite put my finger on it, but a film that was released on videotape never had the glamour. I mean, it is difficult to talk about things like Texas Chainsaw Massacre and glamour, but can you imagine that if Texas Chainsaw Massacre had been made a decade later, it would have probably gone straight to video.
Well, look at the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, which is mad, right? That's the 80s equivalent of what the 70s, the original was.
What it should have been. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There was a lot going on in the 80s, and I think by the middle of the decade, one of the other big problems for me was the rise of the special effects makeup man as superstar.
Aha, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Rick
Fangoria
Baker and Tom
was
Savini and those sorts of people. Yeah.
Well, Fangoria was virtually a monthly love letter to these guys. They would often interview them over the director of the film.
Sure.
And fair play. They were brilliant. You can still watch American Werewolf in London, and for all the advances in CGI, that first transformation is still absolutely. I can remember seeing it at the cinema and being blown away when it came out on video, renting it, taking it home, and showing my mum the transformation scene. And she was a bit of a horror buff. Yeah. And I showed it to her. She sat there in total silence watching it, and then she just said, "We'll watch that tonight, I think." And it had that much of an effect on her. This one scene. I don't think she ever worked out how it was done. I can remember talking to my dad about Jurassic Park and trying to explain how the dinosaurs were in computers.
Right.
I don't understand what you mean, Ken. What does it mean? But I think back in the 80s, they became slightly deified, these guys. They were doing amazing work, but what was happening is their work was becoming more central to the film.
Yes.
And so the film was being built around, what can Tom Savini do for us?
Yes.
Rather than, here's a story, Tom, could you fit something in here?
Yes.
We saw the rise of what I always called the rubber monster films. I'm thinking about Charles Band's stuff here, but you've got those gloopy sort of monster films, a bit slightly rubbery special effects. And I don't know, that kind of robbed cinema of something as well. It didn't feel right to me. It was like,
there was a lot of latex, going on in the 80s,
latex
wasn't
monster
there?
going on. I've seen 300 of them. Can't I have something else?
Yeah, you're right. But then, of course, some of those movies from the early 80s with the special effects, I mean, of course, everyone here is mentioning The Thing, right? As that in itself kind of bumps the 80s up there as a decade, I think, for a lot of people, doesn't it? And there are so many absolute all-timers from the 80s, it's true,
I'm not a terrible stickler for practical effects. I think if CGI is done properly, sadly, it's not always done properly, it's very rarely done properly, then it can work. But for those people who say, oh, no, I'll never watch practical effects films, and I have met them, weirdly enough. I've reported them to the police, obviously, because there's something wrong with them. But I will always point out The Thing. Go and watch The Thing and tell me that practical effects don't work. It is stunning. I mean, you saw the CGI remake, prequel thingy, whatever it was, and it's nowhere near as impressive.
No.
The effects just look...
No, absolutely.
You get that bit with the arms being chopped off with the teeth, and they like... To this day, you still look at it, you still think, I don't know how they did that. I'm glad they did, but and it gave rise to one of the greatest lines in the whole of 80s cinema, where the head comes off and grows the legs, and he looks at it going out the root, said, "You've got to be fucking kidding!" One of the greatest, because at that moment, every one of us in the audience were going, "You've got to be fucking kidding!" So wow, he spotted it as well. But The Thing. I mean, come on, does it need to be mentioned? Come on.
I mean, it doesn't.
And to me.
And The Fly, Videodrome. I mean, there are so many. Those directors that had those incredible runs through the 80s, like Cronenberg and Carpenter, right? Just like banger after banger throughout the decade. There are, again, almost too many titles to count from that decade. It's true.
Of course.
But you're right. It does sort of peter out in the latter half of the 80s a little bit, doesn't it?
It does. I think, a lot of the 70s directors were moving on. Or finding it hard to get, funding. Romero famously found it very hard to get funding unless it was for zombie films. Cronenberg was starting to move away into different things, and Carpenter was doing what he was doing, which didn't always work for me, but God love him, he was doing what he was doing. That's what he wanted to do. That's fine.
There are some great movies towards the end of the decade too, like Hellraiser, to be fair, in 1987, which again, that amazing practical effects, a real grown-up horror movie, Hellraiser. You know what I mean?
It's as far from the Freddy and Jasons as you can get, although it becomes a Freddy and Jason franchise. But the first film, it couldn't be any dissimilar to those films if it tried harder, really.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, and of course you get all genres in all decades, but also people are shouting out, some of the classic kind of haunted house movies, The Changeling and The Shining, of course, in 1980, Poltergeist.
In 80, that's right.
I guess that was off the back of Amityville's popularity maybe as well at the end of the 70s, wasn't it?
Was.
So
I think, sort of Kubrick Kubrick being Kubrick had probably been trying to write the Shining or get it started since the book came out, because he took years to do these things.
Yeah.
But I think the impetus for funding these films was, Amityville had done well, and so let's. It's the Hollywood way, isn't it? Something's a hit. I can't remember who it was, but I remember reading an interview with someone saying that he was going to lots and lots of script meetings in the early to mid 80s, and he was sort of presenting, doing the pitches, and no matter what the genre was, all they were saying was, can we make it look like Blade Runner? And this is what happens in Hollywood, something's a hit or a cult hit, and they want everything to be the same.
Yeah.
And so, of course, Amityville comes out, let's fund, and the changing is Canadian, yes, but I mean, it works the same way. They were thinking we can have some of that action as well. As it turns out, they were both much better than the Amityville Horror.
Yes, exactly. Better. Yeah, but you're absolutely right. It's that kind of, it's the classic story about James Cameron pitching Aliens, right? Where he writes the word alien, adds an S, turns it into a $sign. It's like, like, how can we make money from this,
Exactly.
Connor has shouted out Possession. Oh, yeah, Possession.
Now, I'll tell you what, this is where they're going to rebuild that Wicker Man they put me in after the Dawn of the Dead.
Oh no, you don't like Possession.
I'm not a fan of Possession. Right? No, I'm so sorry. I've tried and I've tried and I've tried, and I just can't. I can't see in it what. I wonder if that's a generational thing, because I know a lot of people my age don't like it, and a lot of younger people love it.
That's interesting. Yeah.
I wonder if there is a generational divide. If I'm just too old for it.
Yeah.
It's very odd because it came out when I was younger, but if it was just,
I mean, I know what you mean. It's a very shouty film. Like, I have to, it's not one I can easily pop on as a kind of relaxing watch. It's very intense, isn't it? But
it is.
I loved it a lot. And of course, 80s is really the again, this is off the back of Halloween, but the birth of the teen movie, isn't it? We're in that kind of Amblin, coming of John Hughes as well, and of course Elm Street, and then this like progression of teen-orientated horror movies, particularly, right?
Well, there's a bit of a throwback to the 50s, isn't it? Because because there weren't teenagers before the 1950s. So and they didn't even have a word for them until quite late into the 50s, I don't think. But suddenly there were these young people who got disposable money. Wanted to do things, and so they were making films for them. So it came round again in the 80s. 80s was very much more of a younger decade.
Mike has pointed out that the decade ended on a high with Brian Usner's Society, which I love. I mean, again, speaking of rubber latex kind of horror, right? But the stuff that Stuart Gordon and Brian Usner were doing at the end of the decade was very fun, actually, really fun.
I think with Society, yes, you have got rubber latex monsters, but you've also got a point.
Yes.
And I think it's a very serious film, which has things. It's a lot of fun, but it's also got something interesting to say. And I think I'll cut any film some slack if it's got something interesting to say. If it's not just repeating the same old thing over and over again. If it's got a point to make, I'm in there. I'll give it the time of day.
So let's whiz. We're gonna have to speed up because we've only got 15 minutes left. But
I knew this was never going to.
I know. Let's talk briefly about the 90s. Now, in the way that 70s is generally thought of as the best decade, the 90s has a bit of a bad reputation, I think, for horror. Right? What do you think of the 90s for horror?
There was a little bit too much and straight to video stuff, I think, which is what put people off. But it was a decade of The Exorcist 3, Misery, Tremors, People Under the Stairs, Twin Peaks, Fire Walk with Me, Candyman, Della Morte, Della More, In the Mouth of Madness. I'm sure people would chip in with loads of others as well. I'll tip my hat slightly grudgingly to Silence of the Lambs. It's growing on me, but it was another one of those. I am, and always will be a huge fan of Manhunter.
Okay.
I think Brian Cox as Lecter is incredible. And I love Anthony Hopkins, but I think all that twitching and stuff, they'd have locked him up years before because he was so obviously completely nuts. So it doesn't quite work for me, but I love all the Clarice stuff. I think that's fantastic. It is growing on me. But we had those films. Then, of course, in the latter half of the decade, Wes Craven suddenly hits an upswing again after several downswings, and he gives a Scream, which manages to do what I thought would have been impossible, and actually made me interested in slasher movies again. Simply by skewering them. And it's brilliant. And then at the end of the decade, it all completely changes at the end of the decade yet again, doesn't it? When we get the Blair Witch Project, The Sixth Sense, and Ring from Japan. So here we've got. The rebirth of a kind of quieter, spookier horror with Sixth Sense, You got the start for ill or otherwise of found footage.
Yes.
And you've got the rise of J-horror, which is a slightly different thing to Japanese horror.
Yes.
I think.
It is.
J-horror is its own thing.
It's very specific. Yes.
Yeah, it's a subset of Japanese horror.
Yes.
And yeah, so those three films completely rejuvenate the horror film in 1999 or thereabouts. I think Ring came out in Japan in 98, but it came out over here in the West in 99. And completely rejuvenated horror, and it's been pretty much on a roll ever since.
Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah. I think it's an odd, uneven decade, the 90s, isn't it? And in the way that, like you keep saying, these decades aren't really defined by their years. And I think the early 90s was a very odd period where you had, on the one extreme, you had Oscar-winning movies like Silence of the Lambs and Misery, and then on the other extreme, you had the straight-to-video Leprechaun in Space, whatever it might be, type of stuff. And
you also had the rise of the erotic thriller.
Exactly.
Kind of replaced horror a bit. You go into a video shop in the late 80s, early 90s, and it was just wall-to-wall Shannon Tweed, or bits of Shannon Tweed, in some erotic thriller or the other, Night Something or Other Part 7.
Yes.
Hundreds of these things.
Yeah, it was kind of like the thriller replaced the horror in a way, didn't it? A little bit, yeah.
I think it was slightly more reputable.
Yeah.
Even if you were watching erotic thrillers, I think that was more acceptable to a lot of people than watching an erotic horror film.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. So, so a little while. And I found them tedious. I must admit. I found them really dull. But, the straight-to-video stuff, there was just so much of it.
Yes.
I started watching a lot of them and then just gave up. It wasn't like proper horror when I just watch any old rubbish. These films, they were rubbish and they just weren't doing it for me.
Fair.
It kind of felt like they were making these films so non-fans would have something a little bit scary and a little bit thrilling to watch, but without any of that weird supernatural shenanigans to have to get your head around, with no gore or any nastiness. And so they just ended up sort of with these kind of bland erotic thrillers, a bit like the British sex comedy, which is British but not sexy or funny. These were erotic thrillers that weren't particularly erotic and certainly weren't very thrilling.
Yes, they were very glossy, weren't they? Like glossy, I think of 90s as being quite a glossy decade. I think the 90s teen horrors post Scream, the early 90s erotic horrors. Like you're right. I think there was a starriness and a glossiness that felt so far removed from the graininess of the 70s.
That's
right.
They'd lost the grot, hadn't they?
They'd lost the grot until, like you say, you hit 1999 and you get Blair Witch and Ring that felt like it was horror was kind of becoming creepy and analog again, or something. Which brings us into the 2000s. Then again, like the pendulum really swung the other way. This was now a period that I can remember very vividly, and this was really my first decade as a horror fan. And oh my God, there was some brutal stuff in the 2000s, right? We were in the era of, so-called torture porn, of new French extremity, of all of that kind of thing, as well as the stuff like J-horror in the early 2000s. Like it was a real interesting mix there, wasn't it?
I think the reason we saw all this going nasty, were many reasons. One of them that I've often pondered, and I'm sure people will be able to set me straight on this, that those of us of a certain age will remember quite well the turn of the millennium and all the sort of things that were going on at the time. We had all the fear of the Y2K bug. Yeah. But we were also, being implicitly told things are going to get better. It's a new millennium. Things are going to be great. This is finally the dawning of the age of Aquarius. This is it. It's coming. And then on, 1st of January 2000, we all woke up with banging hangovers, empty balances, and realised that it was exactly the same grind as it was the day before. Nothing had changed. Yeah. And I wonder if there was like this sort of collective funk that we all fell into in the first part of the 2000s, thinking, we've had this one moment where we could have changed everything, and it's exactly the same. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, it was just an arbitrary number on a calendar. Yeah. Nothing had actually changed. So I wonder if maybe some of that nastiness came in because there was a feeling of bitterness and anger, and sort of we were all buying into that because we needed to kick up the proverbial because we've been sort of, a bit depressed since the millennium.
Yeah, there's a bit of a bit of nihilism, isn't there, creeping its way back into cinema, I think, and that new wave of filmmakers, Eli Roth and Rob Zombie, and these people that wanted to bring cinema back to that kind of nasty 70s aesthetic, I think. That's right, as well,
which they really couldn't do because that was a period in time that had gone.
Yeah, exactly. But there are some absolutely incredible films from that. I mean, 28 Days Later, The Descent, The Mist, to name a few, Martyrs. There are some truly incredible, Lake Mungo, some like really special movies.
It's a much better decade.
Yeah.
In fact, the 2000 and 2010s were much better than the 1990s, I think.
Oh, really?
More consistently better.
Mm-hmm.
I was never really into the torture porn stuff, to be honest. I didn't really go for it. But some of the French stuff certainly still holds up. Martyrs, it's a difficult watch, but it still delivers on every level. Those films that you mentioned, I think as we went through the 2000s, we were definitely on and up again.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. And then finally, let's finish on the 2010s, which actually, this is going to cue us up nicely for my next chat with Rosie at 5:00, which is we're going to be talking about, it's been 10 years since the Babadook and 10 years since the term elevated horror really became a thing in vernacular, which I think is kind of interesting, right? But it kind of became known as the decade of prestigious horror, elevated horror, whatever that means, right? But what do you think of the 2010s?
My apologies to Rosie. I bloody hate the term elevated horror. I loathe it with a passion. This is a term that was used mainly by critics who surprised themselves by actually liking a horror film.
Yeah.
But they couldn't admit, actually, I quite like, Night of the Living Dead, and I quite like the Hammer films and all the rest of it. What I like is different to what you like. It's elevated.
Yes.
And, it was a term that was attached to films that seemed to be more serious.
Yeah.
And I do wonder, where were you when Romero and Cronenberg were making films in the 70s?
Yeah.
Because they were making very serious films in the 70s. Why have you not noticed them before?
Mm-hmm.
The Babadook, I adore The Babadook. It's a superb film. Absolutely wonderful film. I like The Witch a great deal, not so much The Lighthouse. I struggle with The Lighthouse. I need to give that another go. And sorry, here comes that Wicker Man again. I can't get on with Ari Aster's films.
No, I understand that. I understand
and I just can't do it. But I think we're in a pretty good place for horror at the moment, thanks to these guys and thanks to Jordan Peele. Let's not forget Jordan Peele and his amazing work recently. I think we're in a good place with horror films. I think, they're running the risk of becoming too respectable.
Yeah.
We don't want our horror to be respectable in any means. But if that means we're getting more of them made, then I'm happy with that.
Perfect. Absolutely. I agree with you. I think it was a special time. I really think the 2010s was up there for me as one of the best decades. I think it will be looked back upon as a bit of a golden era for the genre. I really do, actually.
If I live long enough, I may well look back on it in those terms as well. It was much better than... I think when you're living through something, you don't appreciate how good it is until a good decade later.
Exactly. So let's finish then with answering the question, Kev. What is the best decade for horror?
The 70s.
Yeah, it definitely is.
If we'd just done that at the beginning, we'd saved an awful lot of time, wouldn't we?
I know.
You knew what I was going to say, but come on, The Exorcist, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Halloween, Alien. I mean, come on.
No.
These are fantastic films. How could you better them?
There's no arguing with it. I completely agree with you. What about, let me ask you then what your second and third place would be, because that's a more interesting question in a way. Like, what would you put just behind the 70s?
I would have to put a slightly off-calendar decade of sort of late 50s to late 60s.
Yeah.
Then my sort of number one begins in 68 and runs through.
Yeah.
I'd put that probably second.
Yeah.
And I'd put the 30s third.
Yeah, interesting. I think I would go 60s after, and then I'd go 2010s. I think it would be 70s, 60s, and 2010s for me.
That's because you're a young whippersnapper.
That's right. That's right.
What it is.
I have faith in our current group of filmmakers.
I'm going to buy a walking stick. I don't need one. I just want to wave it at people like you. I fought the war for you and all that nonsense.
Exactly that. Well, Kev, thank you. It's been such a pleasure. And I'm impressed. I'm impressed that we've got through all of that in the 90-minute slot that we had. So I think we did pretty well.
I'll file the 23 pages of notes away for the next time. So.
Yeah, good. And just remind people before you go, Kev, if they want to come and find more of your writing, your blog, other stuff you've got, where can they find you?
EOFT Review. EOFTV Review is the review site. EOFFTV.com is the somewhat ailing main site, but it's getting there. And I'm on social media, mostly as EOFFTV, but I'm on Facebook as well as Kevin Lyons with a picture of James Stewart peeking behind a camera as my avatar. So do come and say hello and see what's going on.
Perfect. Kevin, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for asking me. It's been a pleasure to be here.
Oh, I'm so glad that there is so much love for Kevin Lyons in the chat, because, like, what a guy, right? I love him to pieces. He's one of those people who I could just sit and talk to all day. Just incredible. It's so lovely to have Kevin here. Thank you all for still being here, being part of the live stream. What have I done now? 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. I've done about 9 hours solid. This is pretty good. Rosie Fletcher is in the wings, and we're going to be having a little conversation about elevated horror in just a second. Just want to have a quick shout out to all of you amazing people who have been donating. We have just passed the £6,000 mark. Holy shit, this is absolutely incredible. Somebody who is anonymous has just donated £300. Whoever you are, thank you. That is unbelievably generous. That's so kind. But thank you to everybody who's donated. Like, everybody, no matter how much you've been able to donate, is so appreciated. And yes, I'm going to take a tiny little wee break, and then we'll be back to talk elevated horror with Rosie Fletcher. So just bear with. Hello, we're back, and I'm joined by Rosie Fletcher. Hello, Rosie.
Hello, Mike. How you doing?
Hello, I'm so good. It's so good to have you here, Rosie. How's your Sunday been?
Yeah, I had a nap in the middle of the day.
Oh,
so I was
lovely.
I was watching you first thing in the morning, and then I thought I'm going to have a little nap, kind of to spite Mike because he can't.
Thanks for that. Yeah,
but it's not going in my favour. Like, all my kind of hilarious little jokes. So just before I came on air, I was thinking, oh, I'm going to make a joke about like, how much energy Mike's got and like how incredible it is that you're still so kind of full of beans and upbeat. And I'm like, oh yeah, he's like the Durex bunny. No, that doesn't sound right. The Dulux, but
Dulux, yeah, no,
that's not right. And it's like, it's the Duracell bunny. Had a massive
Duracell.
Yeah. Then I had a massive swig of tea, went down the wrong way, choked, my eyes were watering, and I couldn't talk. So it was like, the joke is on you, Fletcher.
I love that. I love that. I like to think of myself as the Durex bunny of the podcasting world. Why not?
Why not?
Why not? How is everything at Den of Geek, Rosie?
It's good. It's busy, very busy at the minute. We are gearing up to South by Southwest, which will have a print magazine out. So I am, busy.
Oh, that's really cool. Do you personally like watch the films at South by Southwest, or do you not have time?
No, I don't, because we send a massive team of people from the US. We've got a studio. The lineup this year is great. There's some really, really interesting midnighters coming. So that's right. But yeah, we have a team out there. So if anybody's out there, please go to the Den of Geek studio and say hi. Will not be me, sadly.
Oh God, I know. One day I really want to go out there properly. Like, I've sort of done it virtually a couple of times, but I would love to go out there at some point.
Yeah, that's the one that I really, really want to do. That I've
Yeah. One day, Rosie, we'll get there one day. So we're here to talk about elevated horror, which I feel like is such a prodding term, right? Already, I'm watching the live chat, and already people are like, ugh, that term, elevated horror, But I think it is a really fascinating. It's always been a term that's kind of fascinated me, I think, as a kind of center of discussion, right? And we were talking about what we could discuss together, and I think we mentioned this, and then I realised as well that it's the 10-year anniversary of films like Babadook and It Follows, and it sort of feels like a perfect time in a way, doesn't it? Looking back on the decade in horror that we've just witnessed, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So where do we begin, Rosie? Maybe I'll ask by what in your opinion is elevated horror? What does that term actually mean?
Well, so it's a good question. And part of the reason I wanted to talk about elevated horror is because I think I'm maybe similar to you. I'm a little bit torn about it because largely speaking, it describes the kind of movies that I do like.
Right, yeah.
But I do accept that the term is both meaningless and kind of insulting. So it's sort of like, well, yeah, but I like that sort of thing. But so really, elevated horror, what does it mean? I think it is a patronising way for people to go, horror, but yeah, this is actually good though.
Yeah.
Which obviously is nonsense.
Yes.
But there is a not nonsense element to it, in that if you're someone who likes horror, you can watch something like, I don't know, Evil Dead Rise. And nobody's saying that's elevated horror. It doesn't mean it's not good. It is good.
Yeah.
I think it's sort of a way to describe certain films. And yeah, you might be right that, the Babadook and It Follows were kind of quite key titles where it's like, no, but this is about something else.
Yeah.
But it's almost like, I was listening to some of your chat just before, and everything's about something else, isn't it?
Yes, yes, it absolutely is. It absolutely is. We've always had these kind of fascinating horror movies that are exploring, whatever social, political, psychological kind of states. I guess, and that's why I find it interesting that why has that term been bandied around so much over the last decade, particularly? I wonder if it's it's a lot of the films we're going to talk about, I think, that have come out over the last few years, they tend to put their whatever you'd call it, subtext, I suppose, as maybe slightly more on the surface. Maybe it's a little bit more. It's a little bit more text maybe with some of it in terms of what it's exploring. I don't know, and so it leads people to go, this is about something smarter than your average horror film because they're exploring this or that. I don't know.
But maybe, but then would you say It Follows is elevated?
I think.
That's about a sexually transmitted ghost.
I know. I mean, it doesn't mean it. I mean, this is the thing, that it doesn't mean anything ultimately. And I love that that's how we're going to start this topic about it, because really, I think we're both in agreement that it's a patronising, meaningless term, actually. You can't really pin down what that means. But I
agree that it kind of... So it doesn't mean anything, but what it sort of does mean is a certain kind of movie that started around the 2010s and is basically petering out now.
Well, maybe we should talk about it in comparison to the decade before, first of all, because I think, when we talk about the 2000s, we think about Eli Roth, Rob Zombie, you know, like I was just talking about this with Kevin. Obviously, there was a load of interesting films, and, you know, you can't put everything under one umbrella. But I think broadly speaking, we might think of the 2000s as that era of maybe slightly like nastier, gnarlier horror, and also a lot of remakes and the Platinum Dunes and all of that kind of thing. Whereas I think, suddenly in the 2010s, right, there was this kind of like new wave of filmmakers and stories that almost felt like the antithesis, right, to what we were getting beforehand.
Right, but I guess it's like, this is a little bit like your conversation with Kevin, but like it's there with us, isn't it? So like, if you've got the 90s, which obviously you had wonderful things like Blair Witch and J-horror, but you also had Scream, which I also love.
Yeah.
And a lot of those prevalence of teen horrors. So then people got sort of sick of that. So then it's like, we're doing Hostel and we're going to do New French Extremity. And and then maybe people thought, oh, that was, you know, the 2000s was a bit much.
Yeah.
Like, let's calm it down a bit. And also, I mean, we'll get onto this later, but female directors, you know, suddenly there's an interesting kind of rise and prevalence of female directors and female stories.
Yes.
So again, is it people are like, oh, it's a female story where she's not being raped, therefore it must be elevated.
Yeah, like, I think there probably is an element of that, to be honest. I think there's something about the diversifying of the voices in horror, and that being a great thing, right? But also that leading the horror genre to suddenly be slightly more well regarded, maybe by the kind of, I don't know, awards bodies, whatever it might be, you know, and that's just happened in all cinema probably over the last decade. But maybe it's somehow felt more obvious in horror. I don't know.
I think it's to do with as well, like, sort of availability of filmmaking techniques. So this is maybe this is nonsense, but I think it's maybe easier for people to make. I mean, I suppose it's not really new, but like perhaps you'll get a new wave of filmmakers who can make really interesting artsy films.
Yeah,
that are horror and happen to be horror, rather than having to, you know, it was ever thus that, I've said that twice now. That a lot of big directors obviously started out in horror because you can make something cool for not much money. But maybe it's a generation of filmmakers who want to make something cool, but that doesn't necessarily mean a monster movie or a schlock movie or a gore movie. Maybe it wants to be St. Maud or something like that.
Right, exactly. I think, and I think to be honest, it's now become an easy shorthand, like you said. Like it basically summarizes a term of a kind of subgenre of films that a lot of us really like, I think, and so therefore it, you know, like, I guess it's like the term torture porn, which isn't a particularly nice way of describing a certain movement of film, but in a way, it's an easy shorthand so people know what kind of films you're talking about when you say it, right? And I think in some ways, elevated horror has kind of become that for me. It's kind of, yes, I don't really believe these films are elevated, but it's sort of, like you said, it sort of summarizes a certain type of movie that's been made in the 2010s, right? Yeah.
And it's also like a feeling and an atmosphere, and, you know, like, so I was reading a bit about this, like this type of thing, and it was like, oh yeah, also artsy horror or whatever, and they were like listing like a lot of the Jello filmmakers, and like, yes, that's artsy, absolutely, but it's not. It's
not the same thing. No, it's not the same thing. I do think that the term art house horror maybe does apply. I don't know. Is art house too strong? Maybe it's too strong, but I think maybe that is more what people are thinking. It's maybe, is it that it's less mainstream? Is it basically that? Is it that we're not talking about, like you say, Evil Dead Rise? We're not talking about James Wan movies. They are slightly out of that kind of mainstream multiplex horror experience in a way, you know? So I wonder if that has something to do with it, maybe, you know?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. But I also think it kind of like, it tends to be, I don't know, is it more prevalently sort of domestic stories?
Yes. Yeah, I think, that's probably true. Like, they are more contained human stories, maybe, right?
Yeah, and tend to be not that gory, and not, I mean, not that, I mean, I'm thinking about Hereditary, and that's not like,
there are bursts of gore that are quite shocking, right? But it's not. Yeah, well, why don't we go back to talking about the Babadook as the start, in a way? I would argue maybe the start of this movement.
Yeah.
Are you a fan, by the way, of the Babadook?
Yes, I very much am, and I remember extremely well seeing it because I saw it in Sundance when it premiered. Nobody had seen it. Yeah, I'd never heard of it. I thought it was called the Babadook. So such a moron, and I knew it had a book in it. And then I went to see it in this freezing cinema, my coat up here because it was like, oh, this is really frightening.
Yeah.
And everybody was talking about it at the time. And like, yeah, I remember that being a really big thing and that being my favorite of that year. And yeah, I think Icon picked it up in the UK. And I was at Total Film at the time and we covered it really extensively. And it was the film we chose to present at Fright Fest that year. So yes, I am a fan of it.
Yeah, I loved it too. And I think, everyone loved it, didn't they? Everyone loved it. And even non-horror fans loved it. And it became this kind of massive thing. And I remember people like Mark Kermode, praising it and saying, it's a movie that is, the monster is a metaphor. And again, this isn't anything new. Of course, this has always been the case. But I think that it really kind of it was so clearly a movie about a woman's kind of psychological state, I suppose, right? And it was made by a female filmmaker. So it was maybe from a different kind of perspective to what we've usually seen about, the sort of films we've seen previously to this about kind of like hysterical women in the house or whatever. And there were throwbacks to silent cinema and Georges Méliès and German expressionism. And I don't know, there was something about it that really appealed to kind of cinephile sensibilities, wasn't there?
Yeah. And it because it's domestic, but like I remember the set design being particularly stunning because the house is deteriorating around her, and then also the horror of not being able to love your own child, is such a that's such a terrifying thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
For a woman. I mean, for everyone, but that.
Yeah.
There's the scene she's drugged the kid, and he's like,
"Oh my god." Yeah, because you start off that film, don't you? Well, I did, starting off going, that kid's annoying. But then I felt devastated for that kid by the final act of the film, because it is such a brilliantly written, so well performed, so well directed. It's a brilliant film. It is brilliant,
Again, it's a stressful film.
Yeah.
And partly the monster, but partly her having to take this annoying child who might have hurt this other kid, and the other mothers don't like it, and she's stuck with this kid and this grief and this horror. Yeah.
But also, importantly, it is also just a horror film, right? It is a monster movie that has jump scares, and it has a creepy creature with long fingers, and even the title Babadook is quite a silly title. It's also not trying to be anything but a horror movie as well, right?
Right, yeah. And she talked about the title, and she's like, Jennifer Kent, and said she wanted it to be a word that a child might use, that a kid might come up with.
Yeah.
Movie, and the Babadook himself has become an iconic monster in the same way as Pennywise. So it is a horror film, and anyone who says it's horror adjacent can bite me because it's not a horror film.
Absolutely. We're already getting some interesting comments in the chat here. Street Bloke said, I wondered how long it would be before Mike started dragging James Wan. I would take The Conjuring 2 over Hereditary and The Babadook any day. I wasn't dragging James Wan. I was just saying that he is not part of that elevated horror movement. I think James Wan is great at what he does. I didn't like The Conjuring 2, but I think that he's good at classic haunted house ghost train horror. I just think that is not the same as the other stuff that we've been getting. Right,
but that's the thing.
Yeah.
So, if you take Insidious, which is very scary.
Yeah.
Didn't cost a lot of money.
Yep.
Has domestic settings, female story, not too much gore, subtext. But we wouldn't call that elevated, would we?
No. Why is that? Is it because of the type of horror that it relies on jump scares? Again, there is a snobbery. There's a snobbery even within horror. And I've been guilty of this. We've probably all been guilty of this. But there is a snobbery within horror. And there was definitely that era around the late 2000s where we had, the James Wan movies, the Paranormal Activity movies that were a lot of quiet and then bang, and I remember feeling slightly fatigued with that. So maybe again there is something about that of from the It Follows kind of onwards, it relied a little bit less on just making you jump, and it did something else, maybe slightly more, I don't know, psychological or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. And I wonder if it's hindsight as well, because I think if Insidious had just existed on its own and then James Wan hadn't become incredibly famous studio director, then maybe we're looking back on that and saying, oh my god, Sinister as well. If we didn't have Sinister 2, and that writing directing pair weren't so incredibly successful, maybe looking back and going, and if it was released by A24,
somebody actually pointed out in the comments, they said instead of saying elevated horror, I call it A24 horror, and I think that's quite interesting too, because they're not all A24, but I know what they mean by that, because A24 has a distinct vibe, and I don't even know how I would describe it. I don't know if you could describe what an A24 movie is, but you sort of know it when you see it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and there are A24s that aren't A24s.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. What do you think of It Follows and where that lies within this kind of label then?
So I liked It Follows. I also saw that at Sundance. I liked it, but I have a little bit of beef with It Follows.
Yeah.
Like, it's good, but it's not. So for me, it's like, The Babadook and Raw and Hereditary and The Witch, and these are my, like, favourites. It Follows is good, and it's frightening. I don't know that does feel like an A24 film to me. It just feels like a good, scary horror film.
Mm-hmm.
It's most effective. So my beef with it is when they go and they're kind of isolated, because it's like, well, now you've taken away the joy of this film, which is it could be literally anyone.
Right, yeah.
But if you're all just on your own, then it's probably that person, because everybody else here is people, I mean, like, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good film.
Yeah, that's interesting. So there's a lot of people agreeing with you in the comments, saying I didn't love It Follows as much as some people either. I did love it, although it's not been a movie I've gone back to many times. But I think there is something, for me, it does fall under that banner of elevated, and I don't know if I can quite articulate why. I think it's something to do with the way in which it's edited and shot. Everything is kind of slightly dreamy, that kind of, I don't know, that kind of like ethereal synthy score and the Micah Monroe style of performance, and it almost feels like it belongs in a world that is out of time. And I don't know, again, I think there is something to me that gives me a feeling of less mainstream and more art house, whatever that means too. But do you know what I mean? Like, I think there is something about the vibe of it that for me it does kind of fit in that bracket. Yeah
Interesting.
But yeah, I don't know. Somebody's made the point. Where was that comment I just saw there? Somebody made the point that they think Hostel should count as an elevated horror because it was kind of commenting on what was going on at the time and politically and xenophobia and that kind of thing, which is interesting. I mean, I understand the argument, but again, it doesn't feel like part of that kind of...
No, it doesn't. And also, I don't want to get into a massive thing about Hostel, but isn't Hostel was sort of commenting on that, but wasn't it sharing a fairly unsettling world view that basically if you're American you can kind of do what you like?
Yeah, I think it was, and that's almost another bigger discussion, isn't it? But yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, but also it's not a film that's about something else, because like you said, everything good is, like you and Kevin, I think we're talking about Invasion of the Body Snatchers and the various different about various different things, but very much about more than it's about. So I do think it's, it's like this sort of aesthetic and a sort of mood.
Yeah, I think it is. There is something to do with a mood for sure. Because then, of course, let's talk about Robert Eggers' The Witch. Which again, I remember I absolutely loved it. Still do. Yeah. I think it's really scary. Like, I genuinely find it like a terrifying horror movie. And I remember some people, I know we've got friends who think it's boring and pretentious and full of itself. And, there are people that think that too. And, like, I think, that's kind of interesting, isn't it? Again, that very much feels like it belongs within this, whatever this weird movement is.
But then that's the funny thing. So I love The Witch. I don't find it scary at all. And to me, so it's, I think the subtitle is what is it, New England Folk Tale?
Yeah.
And so my understanding of that film is that what we're seeing is what the people in the village told each other happened when they expelled this family.
Yeah.
Like, really, they expel the family will die. But they're like, no, because blah blah. But The Witch is really interesting, and The Lighthouse is the same. Like, a lot of the mood of these elevated horrors is that they're not funny. But The Witch is funny, and The Lighthouse is very funny, very deliberately funny.
Yes.
Whereas he laughs in The Babadook, and like, don't be laughing in Hereditary. Well, I mean, maybe sort of the end. But
no, I actually agree with that. I was going to bring that up too. That, I called this chat in the little title card, I called it Deadly Serious. I think there's something very serious seeming about these films, right?
Yeah.
Like, they're not a laugh a minute. I wonder if that's also part of it,
Well, yeah, but then, like, yes, you're absolutely right, and they're not comedy horrors.
No.
But The Lighthouse is very. It's
Oh,
like
that is funny. Yeah.
It's deliberately funny. It like starts off with like just farts. So many farts.
You don't like me lobster. Like it's. I mean, that's it's so good, so good. Yeah, that's true. That is absolutely true. And you're right. There is humor in Ari Aster's films. There's humor in The Witch. But I guess also it's about that mood, right? It's about like you don't go to the cinema and laugh and jump and have fun with your friends on a Friday night necessarily in the way that you might do with. Again, I'm going to use this example because it's easy. A James Wan movie, for example. You know?
Yeah, or like I'm just thinking of like films in recent years, like Freaky, for example. I enjoyed.
Yeah. But what about Host? Rob Savage is an interesting one in that regard too, because that's a great, fun ghost train ride of a movie in a lot of ways, isn't it? Yeah. But also, it's looking at the pandemic. It ticks a lot of the boxes you were talking about kind of like confined, character driven in a lot of ways. You know?
Yeah. But would I call that elevated? Probably not.
No, because it's got that different. I think it must come down to a tone thing, mustn't it? I think I think for me, it's Host is again that kind of like really fun roller coaster ride of a film, which somehow feels different to the Asters and the Eggers type movies. You know,
I give you Benson and Moorhead.
Oh yeah.
What do you say? Elevated or no?
That's a really good one, actually. I think in some ways I would say yes. Like if I was looking back on 2010's horror and you know that wave, I think I would lump Benson and Moorhead in with that. Yeah. What about
They've
you?
almost got their own vibe. Yes, probably.
Yeah.
It's almost like, well, this is something else is going on here.
Yeah, I mean that's just. I think again, there's a snobbery there, isn't there? Because I think basically it's just that those movies were really, really smart, really well written, really smart, really thought provoking. Like you think about it after it's finished. Like me and you have had long conversations about what that film means and what's really going on. It's one of those films where you want to read articles about it and you want to hear takes on it. And I guess it's. I think that all adds to it in a way, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think the more we talk about it, the more meaningless that phrase becomes.
Yeah, I think so. And maybe also it's got something to do with what's been going on in the world over the last 10 years. I mean, we've talked about the Babadook and films that came out in sort of 2014, 2015, but 2016 was a pretty big year in the world, right? And, you know, Trump and Brexit and everything else going on. And I do feel like horror has responded to that. And again, that idea of horror, again, it's always been the case, I know, but that idea of horror over the last few years really putting a lot of the time it's kind of political subtext and social kind of cultural subtext front and center. And I wonder if that is partly just because of what's been going on in the world, you know?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I guess we're going to come to talk about Get Out, but that was obviously a sort of important horror film.
Yeah.
And he's gone on, Jordan Peele obviously has gone on to become really important as a producer and director himself.
Yeah.
And that's obviously a reaction to sort of post-Obama racism.
Yeah. And again, that idea of sort of different voices, right, as well. Like, you've said, I mean, you've always been a horror fan, but how has it been for you? It sounds as though you've been a particular fan of these movies that have come out over the last decade, like horror. You know, how has horror been for you just as a horror fan, I suppose? I
mean, to be honest, great. I've been spoiled. But, you know, so obviously Get Out is super political, but actually I think quite a lot of these films, or the ones that I really love, actually aren't. They're kind of personal and, you know, like Babadook is not a political film.
No, that's true.
Well, not a capital P political film, but it is a very personal and a very female film. And like, you know, Hereditary, you know, Ari Aster talks about how it sort of was born of this idea that his family was cursed. And like, again, I absolutely love that movie. I think it's brilliant. And like, you know, Raw, which I talk about all the time and I love. Shout out to my girl Natalie if you're listening.
Yes.
Which is brilliant, but also like made me feel incredibly like seen and heard, and you know, so I feel like it's a space that talks about stuff that goes on in my head more than some of the films of the past, which are like, well, look, you know, I understand that, but these aren't my fears, these aren't my fantasies. Whereas I feel like some of these more recent ones, it's like, yep, no, I get that. You don't need to explain any more about that. And
that's so nice, right? I think that is something that I don't know how many times previously to, you know, Raw, had you had that with a horror film or a genre film, that kind of like a movie that really kind of speaks to you personally, you know, on a kind of emotional level, like that must be quite rare as a woman, I imagine, you know?
Well, not that much, to be quite honest. And that's not to say that there aren't a whole raft of films that I absolutely love. But that one film spoke to something specific to me that I probably wouldn't talk about.
Yeah, we've got about 350 people in the chat right now, so yeah.
But it is like, oh, hello, I didn't even know I thought that, but I sort of do. Like, I don't know, you know, there's quite a few of those films. I mean, even like The Witch, like The Witch towards the end, it's so joyful, but also, you know, it's written and directed by a man, but it's very feminine.
Yeah.
And like at the end, when Black Phillip's asking her if she'd like to live deliciously, it's like, go on then. You're going to think I'm a witch, I might as well just be a witch. You know, there's empowering about that. That it's not, you know, it's not condemning it. It's going, all right then.
Yes, and I remember and actually I love the ending of that. I mean, like I find The Witch very scary, but only like that first sort of half hour when the baby's snatched and that just dread, that feeling of dread. You know, I think it's so scary. But I agree with you about the ending. Do you think there's a difference? I remember we've talked about this before together. About you said that the witch was feminine, not necessarily feminist. And I remember us talking about another film that has been talked about a lot over the last sort of decade. Is Revenge. Do you remember Revenge, that kind of rape revenge movie? And I think it was that movie that we were having that conversation around, right? About how people were saying, this is like something we've never seen before, because now we're getting rape revenge movies made by, you know, more female directors from female perspectives. We watched The Nightingale together, actually, Rosie, didn't we? Speaking of, that also kind of, you know, had that vibe. But yeah, like that, I wonder if like, I guess like that, We've mentioned this already, but I guess that idea of kind of feminist voices and feminine stories kind of taking the front and center maybe makes a difference too.
Well, because you know, I liked Revenge, but I didn't love it. I thought like, oh, this is a well-made, and it is well-made, well-directed, well-performed rape revenge film, and I don't feel like it is particularly feminist, nor do I feel like it has to be. Not everything has to be. Just because it's directed by women does not mean it has to be specifically feminist. Like, that's a very specific thing that's kind of furthering a cause, and that's not what that film's doing. Nor, I would argue, is that what that film's trying to do. It's just a powerful, angry rape revenge movie. And, you know, and on its own terms.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not massively one for me. Whereas And The Nightingale, I don't think is trying to be feminist. It's not. I don't think it's really about that. I think it's anti-colonialist, isn't it?
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
What a wonderful, angry, furious film that is. You know,
it's a really interesting distinction. Rihanna has put in the chat. Would you say Poor Things is feminine rather than feminist?
No, I would say Poor Things is feminist. And
interesting.
Feminist.
Yeah.
Very much. I love Poor Things. Oh,
so good. So good. What's the distinction there with Poor Things then for you, would you say?
Well, I feel like that's talking about her right to explore her own sexuality. And so I think it's like, I think that there is a strong element of, why can't women do this? Why can't, you know, she's got such a basic grasp of society because she's a child that she doesn't really get, you know, why shouldn't she be able to do that? And like, why should Mark Ruffalo be so kind of possessive and make it all right? And also the ending of that film is basically, well, I don't really want to spoil it, but basically it ends in kind of almost a matriarchal utopia. So I kind of think
yes. What a feel good movie actually that film is, you know, when you come out of it compared to other Yorgos Lanthimos films. It's like, oh my god, you know, incredible. Such a good film. Rose Glass, of course. Like I know you've done a lot with Rose Glass, interviewed her a lot, but you know, Saint Maud, that's another big favorite of yours, right? And I would definitely, I don't know why, but I would definitely put Saint Maud in this elevated horror bracket.
So would I.
Yeah,
very much so. I love Saint Maud. I thought that was brilliant. And the ending of Saint Maud is such a gut punch. But that film's funny too. It's not
very,
but it's very much got a mood. And this is the thing though. Like, so a lot of what we talk about when we talk about A24 are American movies. Like Saint Maud is not American; it's British. And it's set in Scarborough.
Yeah.
So it's kind of this kind of fairly rundown coastal, you know, this poor nurse living in a bedsit and all this very Britishy type stuff, and yet it still has the same vibe as Rabbit, which of course is Australian, and like, but there is a mood.
That's so interesting, yeah. And I completely agree with you. That film is one of those really interesting, very deliberately paced. Like, it's quite slow, and again, it's the sort of film. Again, I think this is what's kind of becoming clear to me in terms of what I classify these films. You know, which ones I class as elevator, which ones I don't. I think the pacing of that film, it's quite slow going. It doesn't throw lots of jump scares at you necessarily. It doesn't have those moments, at least until the final act. You know,
well, it escalates. It's got this, isn't it? This is the part.
Yeah.
Like, if we're talking about TV, it's a similar thing for me to like Midnight Mass.
Yeah.
Which is very slow. But it just escalates and never dips. Just gets worse and worse and worse.
Well,
and worse.
Mike Flanagan is another really interesting, because what a prominent voice through this last decade in horror he's been, right? And I love him. He's one of my absolute favourite filmmakers. But I don't necessarily think I would also class him as part of whatever that, you know, other movement is, in a weird way. Like, he's doing something that feels to me a little bit more classic, you know?
Isn't that funny? Because, like, so I saw the half an hour version of Oculus, like, years and years ago, and it's brilliant.
Yeah.
Really, really frightening. I don't know if I'd call it elevated. Well, maybe I would. But then he did Absentia, which is also quite art house.
Yes.
Good. But then, like, the actual Oculus, which is also good, and is also very much, I mean, but that probably is elevated then, isn't it? Because that's very much not about what it's about.
But it's got a different vibe. I think it's got a different vibe.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know.
And Mike Flanagan, I would put more with the James Wan type filmmakers. You know, I think really fun. He's going to give you the proper visceral scares in more of a fun, Friday night at the movies kind of a way, I guess. You know?
I get it. Well, yeah, you're right. And then you're absolutely right that Dr. Sleep's like very deliberately classical, isn't it?
Yes.
Oculus? Don't know.
Yeah, hard to. Yeah, that's true. Maybe his earlier stuff more so, because I think from Hush onwards, when he enters his sort of Netflix era, I think there is something. Again, it's more mainstream, I guess, isn't it? In a way, very good mainstream, but I think it's more mainstream.
I don't know. I think people could argue that Hush was elevated if they wanted to.
Interesting. Yeah. I don't know if I would call that one. So it's so funny, isn't it? But it's
become more and more meaningless.
Yeah, absolutely, completely meaningless. I think we're just convincing ourselves that this term means absolutely nothing, basically. Let's talk about Ari Aster, who burst onto the scene in 2018, and again, I think he really added to this whole discourse about where horror is going, right? And again, he is somebody. Even Kevin, who was just on the chat with me before, doesn't like Ari Aster films. I know lots of people that don't. I know lots of people that love him and think he's, made the best horror films of the last decade. It's so interesting, quite polarizing, actually, isn't he? In a funny way. And you're a big fan of his work, aren't you?
Although I haven't seen Beau's Afraid, so I can't.
Haven't you? Oh, interesting. I'd love to know what you think of it.
Yes, I will watch it, but I just haven't got round to it. But yeah, Hereditary, I genuinely think is it the best film of the last 10 years? I don't know. It's certainly one of them. It's. I won't be watching it again. It's possibly the most stressful cinema experience.
Are you like me, who you've only seen it once? Because I've only seen it once as well. Yeah.
Because I'm not doing that again. Like, it was too much. I'll watch Midsummer again.
Yeah.
And like at the very beginning of Midsummer, so the whole murder suicide. I think it turns out in the end, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So the first 10 minutes out of that, I was thinking, nope, I'm not doing this again. I'm not doing this. And then it cuts to the and then it's like, okay, all right then, because I can't do 2 hours of sustained grief.
It's a horror film about pain and grief, isn't it? And that is
absolutely
harder. It's bigger emotional, existential kind of states that he deals with in his films that are harder to just watch, like just pop on,
and you just can't shake it, or I just couldn't shake it when I finished Hereditary. I came out and met a friend of mine who hadn't watched the film, and he's like, all right, how you doing? And I'm like, not really yet.
No.
I can't talk yet, not yet.
I know. I had the same. I invited my friend James to the screening of it, and I was like, everyone's been talking about this film. Apparently it's like the scariest film of the year. Let's go see it. We're really excited. And then we went to the pub afterwards, and we both just kind of like sat there quietly like, oh, well, it was great, but I kind of just want to sit by myself in a dark room now for a bit,
Yeah, it's so, and Toni Collette's performance is obviously like the greatest of all time, and it has a wonderful ending, and I needed that ending. And I know some people think the ending is silly, but I do not. I think it's necessary, because by that point I just couldn't cope with any more grief. Like, there's a bit in it, do you mind spoilers?
I'll say we're gonna spoil Hereditary. I'm sure most people watching probably know Hereditary. You know,
not hugely. I'm not going to spoil the end, but like, so there's a bit after the daughter has died, after Charlie's died, where she's basically wailing in the bedroom and saying, "I want to be dead." And by the time you get to the end, you think probably better if you had been.
That is it, right? Like horror movies about a woman writhing on the floor screaming, "I want to be dead." Like these are movies that are different to, you know, 2000s Eli Roth horror. They just are.
They are. And the fact that by the end you're like, do you know what? Do yourself a favour, love. Like, this is not going to get any better for anybody. Like, it's
agreed.
But it's also like incredibly beautiful.
Oh, I mean, I think this is the other reason why I haven't gone back to it, because it's almost like I can play that movie out in my head still and it's been 6 years now, 2018, and I can still remember. I remember that opening shot where we zoom into the dollhouse and then we see them in the bedroom, and just the beautiful cinematography.
Right, and the switches between day and night.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like
just a little sound effects, but you're like, oh, they've just turned the light on and that means it's morning. And like, it's just really beautiful, really clever.
There's lots of people with different opinions on Hereditary, again, in the chat. People that love it, hated it. People are talking about, Miri has mentioned Under the Skin within this kind of category too, right? Oh, yes. That is, what a Brilliant. Film. But that's one of my favourite films of the decade as well. And The Invitation as well. Karen Kusama's The Invitation. I thought of this when you were talking about St. Maud, about that idea of it just kind of going like that, almost kind of starting off as a character drama, and then suddenly it's almost so tense you can't bear it any longer. Like that has that same vibe as well, doesn't it? It
does, yeah. I love The Invitation. You in your questions you'd said something, and I was like outraged, Mike, where you talked about some films being horror adjacent, and you'd included Raw in that list, and like, I'm coming to get you. If you
I know, I was baiting you there, wasn't I? I did put it in thingies. I didn't. Yeah, I mean, I think there were a list of films. I remember doing a little piece on this for the BBC at the time. There was a journalist for The Guardian who wrote an article about something he called post horror, which I think was essentially the same as elevated horror. He was calling it post horror, about films that now sort of kind of market themselves as horror films, but actually they're not even trying to be horror anymore, really. I think he was mainly talking about It Comes at Night. Do you remember that film?
Yes, but I like that film.
I really liked it, but I remember people's issues with it was that, spoiler alert, nothing comes at night. Like, there is no like...
but also, do you remember the trailer? And it's basically like the zombie grandpa.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, that doesn't even happen, because that's just a dream, and that's not what this film is about at all. So I think it's a great movie, but you're right, and that journalist was right. That was completely mismarketed.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that all those movies, The Invitation, It Comes at Night, Raw, St. Maud, they all have this thing where they were absolutely all marketed as horrors. And they are, they're all movies that I would cover on my podcast, for example. Like, they all are. But they're not the conventional horror movies that you might be expecting, especially not maybe based on the marketing. Like Raw is a tremendous film, but also there is a feeling that it's also like a coming of age sort of drama almost. I think just one that is also really, really gruey and gross.
Sure, but then like so is Carrie. So that's not.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, again, it goes back to that argument that like this isn't anything new necessarily,
No, absolutely not. But I raised that point when you talk about The Invitation, because that's really interesting. That it used to be that people would make horror films and then just do everything they possibly could to deny it was a horror film. Like, oh no, it's a psychological film, psychological drama. It's like, it's a horror film.
Yes.
But now if it's like no, like, because horror's done really good box office in the last 10 years.
Yes.
A lot of stuff that is, not mainstream.
Yes.
Like, if you're looking for original content, horror, it really is, doing well. So perhaps that's why, or perhaps that's part of this whole vibe thing where it's like things that would have been called thrillers are now being called horrors, because horrors do better. And then people who are classic horror fans who watch the trailer for It Comes at Night and then go and watch this very oppressive family in the woods infection coming of age thing are like, well, that's not what you promised me. And so perhaps there's a backlash in that sense.
Yeah, I think that's true. I absolutely think that's true. I think, you know, and I love that. I love that, like, the kind of Trojan horse, like, oh, it's just a horror film, and then they're telling a very, very different kind of story. And I think Jordan Peele's Get Out is the best film of this decade, and I think it balances everything so perfectly. I think it is smart and beautiful and artistically made, but it's also fun and laugh out loud funny, and it's got kind of classic kind of horror as well, and horror set pieces, and it's very, very genre at the same time, you know.
Yeah. So would you call that elevated? Because arguably, no.
I know. Like, it's not in the same way that Ari Aster and Robert Eggers are, but I think I would include it. I would include it.
Well, you have to.
Yeah.
Because this whole thing is meaningless, but the vibe of Get Out is classic horror.
Yeah.
It's funny as well and scary. Yeah. It just happens to be really, really clever.
Yeah.
Brilliantly performed.
Yeah. And
very, very political.
Yeah. Exactly. So I think there's something interesting as well to be said about the Oscars over the last few years, because, you know, again, the Oscars by no means like the be all and end all of judging what's good and what isn't. But I think it's interesting when you look at the amount of horror that has been kind of present. Like Get Out won Oscars, obviously, but then you've got things like The Shape of Water winning Best Picture. Now, I know that that's not a horror film necessarily, but there's a horror aesthetic, right, in a way. Parasite, in some ways, Parasite fits into this elevated horror strand, I think, you know, as well. And it doesn't necessarily feel like a classic genre film all the way through, but I think it definitely has elements of it, and that was also this huge critical darling that won Best Picture, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. And Poor Things, while not being a horror, has got, like, you know, it's a Frankenstein story, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, like, it has very horrific elements to it, or certainly, yeah. But yeah, I think people are, I don't know, maybe acknowledging. But then maybe that's why this whole prevalence of this term, where it's like, well, we're going to be letting horror movies into the sacred space of awards, then we're going to find a new term for them, because otherwise, any old horror movie thinks it can.
It's the classic, isn't it? It was like Silence of the Lambs winning Best Picture. Oh, that's a thriller. Then, therefore, even though it's about a man who, like, eats another man's face off and wears somebody's skin, and, you know, like, you know, it's, but, you know, it's a thriller because it wins Oscars and because it's critically acclaimed. So yeah, I think that is definitely part of it for sure. And do you think that we are? Even, like, I find that even as somebody that loves all these movies we've been talking about, I have got to admit that in the last year or two, I've started to feel a little bit fatigued with it. And maybe that's just because there have not been as many good ones as there were around 2017, 2018. But there are a lot of low-budget, self-serious, you know, allegorical horror movies about grief where nothing much happens, for example, right? And there have been a lot of those. There's kind of indie versions of those films we've seen at festivals, right? And I found myself last year being like, oh, thank God, an Eli Roth slasher movie. Like, I had never been more grateful for an Eli Roth slasher movie. So I don't know. I'm only speaking to my own perspective here, but I feel like is the pendulum kind of swinging back the other way?
Yeah, a little bit. And, like, for me, the epitome of that, well, there's lots of low budget ones, but I think it's not very nice or fair to call out things that aren't very famous and weren't made for very much money when people are having a go. But was Men. Now, I love Alex Garland.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, but I really didn't like Men, because Men is Yes All Men the movie. It's just like there is no space for subtext.
See, I really liked Men, but I think it was just very fun and entertaining. I found, I mean, actually with some really dark stuff as well, but
it was fun and entertaining. But the ending of it is like, oh, aren't women's bodies gross? And it's like, well, not really.
Right. That's interesting. I never really thought about it in that way. Yeah. And it's very, you know, it's very almost Little Britain-esque, isn't it? With those Rory Kinnear performances and that kind of thing. Right. It's a strange mix.
So, yeah. So I didn't like it. It was funny, and I don't think it had anything to say other than Yes All Men. You know, there were lots of beautiful things to it, and Jessie Buckley's amazing, and as is Rory Kinnear. But I was just a bit like, have we gone too far in the land of the text?
Yeah. Do you think that's true? Do you think we have gone too far? Do you think we need to go back to? I mean, I think that's sort of started to happen over the last few years. We've had like the return of Scream movies, sort of slasher movies are starting to make a comeback, right, as well. And I do feel like maybe we're moving into another era now.
Yeah, it feels like basically when we're back into franchise territory, that feels like a sort of the horror equivalent of a sorbet or a palate cleanser.
Yeah.
Where it's like, okay, we did like 2010s, all about elevated horror, great. Then it's like, but now people have tired of that, but we're not sure what we want next. So let's have some more Scream movies, Exorcist reboot, yeah. Franchise. Got a Final Destination coming up. Everybody loves those.
Yeah.
So we'll do that for a bit to keep the lights on while people work out what's next.
Yes.
What we're going to enjoy next. So yes, it will be interesting.
Yeah, I think it will be, and I think you're right, and it's really interesting to know. We can't know while we're in it, right? But the 2020s is going to be interesting to look back on. I think, especially as a decade that started with the pandemic, and it started with films like Host and Dashcam, and to see like, I wonder where horror is going to go through the 2020s. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and like, so it's like, oh, are people going to be making loads of infection movies? Turns out, not really.
No, we don't want that, do we? I think no.
No. Yeah, and then like Host was great, but it was this time capsule of a film.
Yes.
I mean, it'll still be great now, but it is like, my God, you have perfectly captured a moment where all we were doing is zooming all the time, just trying to entertain ourselves. And like, all the language they use and all the stuff about masks, it's like, that was of the moment. But are we going to make films like that going forward? Nope. Don't think so.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And like, look at everyone's favorite horror film from last year, Talk to Me, as well. Like that, I don't know if I would have classed that in this elevated horror. I mean, it's an excellently made horror film. It's a brilliant horror film, but I don't know if I would class it in that same category, as those other ones we've been talking about. It's like a really fun teen possession movie,
Right, but then I would put that in a similar category to It Follows.
Yeah. Which makes sense, but not quite for me. Not quite, because I think it's got something to do with the tone and the style in which they were made. But I don't know.
But Talk to Me's ending, like that's got the 24 tone, isn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely has, and it is an A24 movie, I think, isn't it? Talk to Me. So yeah, I mean, it's so interesting. All we've done is basically gone round in circles. People are talking about different titles from the last few years. Mother, Darren Aronofsky's Mother. Remember that one? Yeah, a banger.
That was not a banger. That was a load of old nonsense.
Keith Fraser said, elevated slasher, Friday the 13th, but from Mrs. Voorhees' point of view, focusing on her grief at Jason's death. Love that idea. Love that.
I mean, that's a very good point, though, isn't it?
Yeah. That would be the 2010s version of a Friday the 13th. Yeah.
Right. And then like talking about Aronofsky, you've got Black Swan, which I would argue is a masterpiece.
Yes.
And is a horror, thank you very much.
Yeah, of course.
And then you've got Mother, which I would argue is a load of old nonsense. Even though I enjoyed it, that to me is the absolute epitome of like film student going, oh, but we'll do this horror film, but it's the Bible. It's the Bible. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Like, oh, look, we've got Cain and Abel over here, and we got like a frog to, like, oh, it's a flood.
We've got a frog. Yeah.
Frog in it. And
I know.
But it's somebody's sink that's broken. Oh, flood.
That's like, so funny. My favourite thing about that was that Darren Aronofsky also liked to just keep talking about what it all meant as well, didn't he? As well on his, so funny. Yeah.
The Digital Spy, me and Hugh, who's my colleague, we wrote an article which was Mother differences from the book, and basically wrote a comedy article pointing out the differences between Mother the film and the Bible the book.
I love that. Phenomenal. So good. So there you go. I mean, I don't think we've really gotten to the bottom of anything, Rosie, but I think it's been interesting to reflect on and look back on. And there's been so much discussion in the chat too. There are a lot of strong opinions from all different directions that have been kind of interesting to, it's definitely an area that people have opinions on. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and this is the trouble, because it's so nebulous.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem with it is, well, for one, the word elevated implies that anything that isn't elevated is therefore lower.
Exactly.
Which is rude.
Yeah, exactly. It implies better than, essentially, right? It implies it's better than most horror films. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, which is ridiculous. absolutely ridiculous. And I understand that. I understand that then people, don't like that term, and it is a stupid term.
Well, it is, but like. Sorry, I know I was going somewhere with that point, but I just drifted off. But now I've remembered what it is, right? So part of the problem with horror, not the problem. I love horror, but people like there's a particular somebody or other's law which basically says 99% of all art is rubbish. So there's only any point ever in talking about the 1%. Now I don't think it's 99%. I think that's a bit harsh, but about 90% of all art is rubbish. But like if you're going to come to me and do this kind of, I don't like horror because and then list something shit, then that's the stupidest. There's no point in talking about that. It's like saying, oh, I don't like comedy because I don't like Bride Wars or whatever. Like all those sorts of points, which I'm sure I've made before. But like, so then you get into the elevated thing, which is shorthand for, oh, but this is good horror, so it's all right to like this, which is still saying horror as a genre is shit, which it's not. It's just that you've got to like Cheap Thrills, for example, is a film that I love. You wouldn't call that elevated. It's just brilliant. It's just a brilliant film.
No, totally. And The Cabin in the Woods, one of my favourite films of the 2010s too, right?
Right. And The Exorcist, you absolutely would have called elevated back in the day.
Yes.
Texas Chainsaw, you wouldn't. But is there a better horror film?
Right, exactly that. So it's actually, basically the problem is just that label, isn't it? I think we're all in agreement that there is a certain wave and trend of particular movies with a particular flavour. We just need to come up with a better term for it. We need to come up with a name of it for it that isn't bullshit, like elevated, essentially.
No, I mean, I was thinking about, is it wanky? Is that a word?
Wanky horror, yeah. I mean, I think, art horror is close. I love that somebody called it A24 horror. Like, I think that's, I understand that. I understand that as a vibe for definite, So there you go. I love it. Well, there you go. We've our hour's up already, Rosie. This has flown by.
It always goes so quick.
It really does. But it's been really, really interesting chat. Thank you so much for joining me for this.
Oh, my pleasure. How are you holding up?
I'm actually doing all right. I'm about to have a little break, actually. What we're about to do next is Adam Robinson is going to come and do a live ghost story reading.
Yeah.
Rihanna and Louise are going to do it with him. So I'm going to go and have a bit of dinner and maybe have a shower. Yeah, exactly. And come back in an hour's time, basically. So, Well, Rosie, thank you. Just remind people before you go, like, where can they come and find more of your work, writing? Where can they come and check out Den of Geek, etc.?
Yes, well, denofgeek.com. You can come and find me there. I'm Rosarella Fletch on Twitter. And if you're going to South by, then please, I won't be there, but please look at my beautiful magazine and come and visit the lads in the studio.
Yes, incredible. Rosie, thank you so much for joining me.
Mike, thanks so much. Cheers, bye now.
Hello, everyone. I think we're back. Hi, Louise. Hi, Adam.
Hello.
Hey, Mike.
Hello. I'm just about to leave, but I just want to say thank you to everyone who's still donating. We've just hit £6,469.
Incredible.
Wow. That's amazing.
We want to try and hit 6,666. That's the current goal that I've set it to, obviously. I mean, why wouldn't I, right? So thank you so much to everyone who donated. Don't forget, if you haven't done so and you can afford to do so, please just head to our GoFundMe page or scan the QR code. I'm going to go have like a little bit of dinner, and I'm going to leave these guys to talk ghost stories. So I'm going to hand you over to my lovely wife.
Hello.
Hello.
This
Hi.
is so weird. I feel like such an interloper. But Louise Blaine, Adam Robinson. Hi, welcome.
Hello.
Thanks for having us.
I'm
Thank
so
you.
excited. I'm so thrilled that I get to talk to you guys as well. So yeah, I'm taking over from Mike for the next hour or so, and we're going to be doing one of Adam's plays, which I've never been asked to perform ever. So this is cool for me. Louise, have you acted before?
Not since like a long time ago when I did like higher drama, an embarrassingly long time ago. But any excuse to read out a script. And the thing is, it's kind of close to like what I did and what you do in the fact when you do radio. Like there's a kind of element of performance to that. So any excuse to read out a read script. And also there's a nice link with this story in particular, which I really enjoy.
Yeah, I love that you've chosen this one, Adam. Tell us, I mean, how much do you want to go into the play before we get into the script itself?
I won't say too much about the play. I'll say that it came from a show that I did called Shivers back in 2018-19, and we toured it to about 33 theatres, I think, up and down. And this is the middle story. So my shows tend to be portmanteau, 3 ghost stories. And the middle one is always something slightly different. And usually my stories are it's storytelling. So if you come and see my shows, it's me telling a story. And we bring it to life theatrically and so on. But this story was the first time I'd ever done a dialogue on stage, but it was me and a recording of a fantastic performance by Ali Ford, who's a good friend of mine. And so this is the very first time that I've ever performed this with somebody else. So this is such a thrill for me. I'm so excited about it.
I can't believe you're trusting us with this.
Yeah,
I trust you completely. I couldn't think of anyone better than you two. I'm so excited.
So do you want to, before I want to talk a little bit about the kind of the radio aspect. So tell us what it's called first of all properly.
It's called Dead Air. And it's as you have alluded to, it's set in a radio studio. So Louise and I did a bit of a run through earlier this week, and it just, I don't know, Louise, I mean, you nailed it. It just feels like a perfect thing to be doing with both of you, actually.
Yeah, so Louise and I have both worked quite extensively in radio for quite a while now. Louise, have you ever had like a really odd on-air experience? Like with your show, did you ever have to speak to listeners directly?
So not with Sound of Gaming, but we had, when I worked on BBC Scotland, we would have people phone in and with their problems. And the thing is, people's problems with their tech rather than the kind of problems that we're going to be talking about today.
Different kind of agony, aren't? Yeah. Okay.
Printer problems are another type of horror. We are on the evolution of horror, and if anyone has had a problem printing, that's what people would phone in for. But so people didn't really do that. But I used to be the problem on air in the fact that we were talking about tech. So I would, speak to everyone's Alexa and make them play Baby Shark. So I was the problem the other way around. Wow. I would ruin Scotland across the airwaves by asking people's smart assistants to play terrible music. I was the ghost in the machine.
You were that person. I was trying to think about like my weirdest radio experience, and it was not at all horror related, but there was this really, cause speaking of dead air, there was this really weird thing once at Radio 1 where I was such a huge fan of Busted and McFly growing up, and the two united into McBusted. And they came in to Radio 1, and Greg James and his producer Pippa knew that I was a huge fan, so they brought them into the studio. They're trying to think of something fun to do with it all, and I think they sort of panicked a bit. I think it was quite last minute, and all they came up with was, if you want to play McBusted's new song on air, you have to be surrounded by all of the members of the band and not say a word, and don't make a noise. Like, you cannot be excited, you just have to be absolutely silent, and if you succeed, then we will play the song. And it was such a weird
That's not good radio.
It was
Silence is not good radio.
Yeah. It was so odd.
If nobody knows what's happening, you get to play the song.
Yeah. And so I was genuinely surrounded by all these men that I'd had crushes on growing up. So it was genuinely hard not to squeak a little bit. But it was kind of dead air. It was a strange thing to do. Adam, you've been on local radio as well as national radio, right? So tell us about your experiences in the world.
Oh my goodness! I mean, the thing is, it's always what I always enjoy doing it. It's always quite a thrill to pop along to the BBC centre, whichever city I'm doing the show in. I had one experience where I had to go to what's the main building in London called? That one. I went to
Broadcasting House.
That's the one. Yeah. I went there, and it was one of these occasions where I'd leapt out of bed, didn't really think about what I was putting on. I just kind of threw a hat on, and I don't know if I'd had a late night the night before, but I remember feeling like I didn't look great. I didn't feel good about the way I looked. So I got to this, got to the building, went inside, met the person I was supposed to be meeting, and they were taking me along this corridor. And they sort of plonked me in this booth, and there was like a camera, and you see everyone walking behind newsreaders and so on in the BBC building. I was sitting there, and the guy said, "Right, so you're going to go live in about 5 minutes," and I said, "But it's a radio interview, right?" And he said, "No, it's BBC. I think maybe like BBC Salisbury or something." And I was like, I beg your pardon. And really, I just remember feeling like I looked terrible. Very vain thought, but I couldn't. I was like, my mum might watch this, and she's going to be like, "Why didn't you brush your hair?" Anyway, so I was sitting there, really kind of panicking, thinking, "Oh my goodness!" In a minute, and he said, "So in 3 minutes, that red light's going to go on, and just speak to the person when they speak to you." And I was so ill prepared for this, and I said, "I'm really sorry. I genuinely thought this was a radio interview." And he said, "No, it isn't." And I thought, well, I'll just check my email just in case. I kind of found the email, and I said, "No, definitely is. Look, radio, whatever." And he went, "Oh yeah, okay, come with me." And it was just so casual, the change from "No, you're definitely going to be on TV in 5 minutes" to "Oh no, it is a radio thing." So I don't know what would have happened if we'd counted down, for 10 seconds, and then I don't know. I wouldn't have been live on TV, I assume, but it was pretty hair raising and horrible.
Or you would have been called in to comment on something else entirely, like that poor man that ended up on the BBC News.
Like that guy. That had been me, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that would have been me. But you said something about people calling in with problems, Louise, and I thought you were going to talk about in terms of the old agony aunt style, because actually part of this story was inspired by a local station when I was growing up had somebody in the late evenings taking phone calls, and it was kind of an agony aunt situation. And I remember driving home on one particular evening when I was a kid and just hearing the story of somebody who called up who was genuinely in distress, and there were times when people would ring up and they would prank this host and stuff. So when you listen to it, there was genuine drama and jeopardy, and it was I remember feeling it was really it was real emotions that were happening, or it was people kind of mucking about, and the combination of that, you never knew which it was going to be, was always really interesting. So that always stayed with me, and it is partly inspired. This story is partly inspired by those phonings, those late night phone-ins.
Did you ever send it to that DJ or to the agony aunt that you used to listen to? Oh, I never did,
because I don't think that the character in this story is unfavorable or anything, but the DJ
it could be
might...
more flattering.
Yeah, exactly. And I should say as well that in this story, as we'll find out, it is somebody who is who's labelled as a psychic medium, and this DJ that I'm talking about, this host of that show, wasn't that. So it wasn't that kind of show. But no, maybe I should. Do you think they'd respond well?
I think they'd be so flattered to know that, all of their hard work from years ago has kind of steeped your consciousness for such a long time that you ended up writing a play about your experiences.
Yeah. My cousin came to see it, the show Shivers, and this is one of 3 stories in that play, and she used to listen to that radio station as well. And she came up to me afterwards and said, "Was it that show that we used to listen to?" Because I was like, "Yeah." And she's, "Oh, I thought it was." So yeah.
Because I do feel like there's quite a lot to talk about with the show. I want to get into that afterwards. So do you think we should just go ahead and script read?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, Adam, do you have like a way of introducing this, or do you want me to just go straight in?
I mean, you can go straight in. I turn if people want to turn their lights down, light a candle, or I don't know, make it suitably atmospheric.
Spooky.
We are going to do it as a read, like so. The stage version had sound effects and lighting and so on. So we're doing it as a read. I
am the sound effects.
You are the sound effects and the lighting, although you don't mention lighting. But if you can just
wait, what?
At certain points, that'd be really cool.
Sorry, I was going to say I really enjoyed someone messaging saying that your picture earlier looked like you're like a DJ as opposed to like a playwright.
DJ.
And I kind of get that, like a garage DJ, Louise.
Oh, you mean my
like
headshot thing?
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
It makes me look a lot cooler than I am. I think you'll agree with that.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Oh, okay, cool, great. As long as we know where we are, that's yeah.
I think you're cool, Adam.
Oh, thank you. Thanks.
Suck
Thanks,
up.
Louise.
Right, here we go.
Okay. Yeah.
Here is Adam Robinson's Dead Air. The following is taken from a transcript of a broadcast on a now defunct local station from the 1990s. We join so-called spirit medium Alice Hope as she and her producer work what is commonly referred to as the graveyard shift, late-night talk radio. Radio static. Hellish sounds, screeching, tearing, howling, screaming, merge into white noise and then into a saccharine radio jingle, Vital FM.
Yes, welcome back. You're listening to Vital FM. It's late night spirit talk with me, Alice Hope. I'm here as ever with producer Paul. Say hello, Paul. Oh, no, he's waving. Later on, I'm going to be doing a reading for one lucky listener. But now, and for the next hour, we are inviting you to call in with your true ghost stories. Yes, we've just heard from Julie in Bramwell, my love tour. Was it the ghost of her dog Belle, or just the ancient pipes of the house howling in the night? Call me on 04 22 13 13 and let me know what you think. Next up, we have David on the phone. Now, David has a story about his grandmother, I believe. Good evening, David.
Sudden static, a distant scream, a deafening hiss on the line.
Oh, apologies there. Ghost in the machine, Paul? What was that? Oh, he doesn't know. Bless him. Ha, lovely Paul. Oh, I think we have him now. David, good evening. David?
Hello.
Welcome to the show, David.
Thank you.
You've got a ghost story to tell us.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't know that I'd call it a ghost story.
Oh, you're not one of the skeptic brigade, are you, David?
Oh, no. I mean, it's just, I haven't got an explanation for this, that's all.
Don't you worry, my love. Leave the explanations to me. It's about your grandmother. Is that right?
Yes.
And she's no longer with us.
Yes. I mean, no, she's not.
I'm sorry to hear that, David, but you're happy to tell us the story? David?
Sorry, I don't normally call these things. I'm a bit nervous. Sorry.
No need to be sorry, my love. You're in safe hands. You go on.
Well, it's as you say. It's about my grandmother. She used to live in this enormous house with this big, overgrown garden, tall, dead grass. I remember it really clearly.
That's lovely, David. You're really painting the picture for us.
Oh, well, she was mean, I suppose you'd say. She was horrible, really. Unpleasant, unkind, but also, well, tight. A miser. She was worth a fortune, but she never seemed to spend anything on herself or anybody else. If something broke in that house, it stayed broken. Do you know what I mean?
I think we all know people like that, David.
Yeah. Well, anyway, she became quite frail. She wasn't able to do a lot for herself. And she could afford to pay for help, more than afford, only she wouldn't. Instead, she insisted on daily visits from my mum and my auntie, Auntie Sheila. Well, they'd run her errands, do all the housework in that huge house, all the washing, change all the beds, even though she was the only one who lived there, and she mostly slept in a chair. There was no affection, no love. It was like a business transaction. And she was always threatening to cut them off, financially, always threatening to change her will.
Oh, she sounds like a bugger, David.
Well, that's one way of putting it. She lived out of one room in that huge house. The room, I remember, was really long and mostly empty. The floorboards were damp, rotting, and the walls were covered in mildew. The paper was peeling. It stank in there. And when we visited, my mum would take these big bunches of lavender from our garden and put them in vases along the edge of the room. She said it was to cheer my grandmother up, but I knew it was to cover the smell. Made it worse, if anything, though. And now whenever I smell lavender, all I can think about is her and that horrible room. My grandmother would sit at the end of the room, staring out of these floor-to-ceiling, are they bay windows, those ones? Do you know the sort I mean?
I do, love. You get them in Victorian houses, don't you?
Yeah, you do. So she'd sit staring out of these bay windows, and she'd pull the curtain around behind her. But the curtain was mouldy. It was covered in these green stains. I remember going into that room every time and seeing that curtain with her shadow behind it. I can see it now. If I close my eyes, I can see it.
These memories have a tendency to linger, don't they, my love? Particularly with people who've passed over.
She hated me.
Oh, no, I'm sure that's not true.
It is true. Sorry. But it is true. But she insisted on me being there on my mum's visits. She'd stare at me, her lip curled in disgust. I think that she enjoyed the fact that I was scared of her. And she criticised everything I did. Look at you, a slob. Are you still failing in school? You're still the dunce of the class. I wasn't very good at school, but I tried. Stand up straight and pronounce your words properly when you speak to me. Where are your manners, disgusting, vile boy?
Oh, that sounds awful. Didn't your mum ever say anything?
Oh, she looked upset when my grandmother started on at me. But to tell you the truth, I think she was scared that if she stood up to her or said anything, she'd be cut out of the will. I know it sounds like a pathetic reason when you say it out loud, but they were only words, weren't they? I mean, words can't hurt you, can they? Not really.
I don't really know that I'd agree with that, David. I think your mum should have told her where to go, dragging you along like that. Honestly.
Yeah, well, she did her best. The visits were one thing, but the phone calls. My grandmother would call almost every night and demand to speak to me when she was done with my mum. At least when we visited, I could wander off, perhaps to another room while she was whinging on at my mum. But on the phone, she was there, inside my head with no witnesses. It sounds daft, but I actually developed a bit of a phobia of telephones as a kid because of it. I still have it a little bit. This is harder than I thought it was going to be.
We appreciate you calling, my love. You're very brave.
Whenever I hear a phone ring, still, she said some dreadful things to me on those calls. Things you wouldn't believe. She was evil. I remember thinking she was just evil, ruined my confidence. Anyway, I'm getting off the track. The night my grandmother died, sorry. Actually, I'm not sure I can do this.
It's all right, my love. We're here. You take your time.
The night my grandmother died, I would have been 12, I think. Well, something happened. Something I can't explain. I had this dream. I was standing in that long, rotten room, looking at that disgusting curtain. And then suddenly I was moving towards it. I was sort of floating, is the only way I can describe it. I couldn't stop myself. My shoes were scraping on the wooden floor, pulling up chunks of wet wood. And I knew before I got to the curtain what I'd find. I just knew. I could see her shadow sitting in that chair. And then I was at the curtain. My hand moved up to it and, oh God, I didn't want to, but I pulled it back. It was my grandmother's corpse. But she was... Her flesh was... Well, she was wrapped in a sheet. That it was filthy, as if she'd been buried in the ground without a coffin and then dug up again to be put in that chair. And her mouth moved. Her dead mouth. And a voice came from somewhere deep inside her, and she said, "Look at what you've done. I know what you did." I woke up with those words ringing in my ears. I know what you did.
David, this is really quite disturbing.
I know, but please let me finish. You see, I've called you for your help, you see. I think you can help, Alice.
I'm not sure what you think I can do. I can certainly give you a number.
No, please just listen. When I woke up, I could smell lavender in my room. And then the phone began to ring downstairs. I heard my mum get up to answer it. She spoke quietly at first. And then she screamed for my dad. Oh my God, Marcus! I jumped out of bed. I wanted to find out what was wrong, and I knew before I'd even seen it that there was something in the room with me, sitting in the corner, wrapped in a filthy sheet. I tried to run for the door, but the thing jerked forwards, reached out with its dead hands and grabbed me. I could feel its bones through the sheet. I tried to get free, but I couldn't. I could hear her voice again. I know what you did. I screamed for my mum and dad, and then everything went black. The next thing I remember, I was lying on my settee, and my dad said he'd found me in my bedroom, passed out. He didn't mention... I didn't mention anything else. I must have been dreaming. I told myself, must still have been dreaming. My mum was at the hospital. My grandmother had died in the night. Auntie Sheila had found her early that morning. Later, I overheard my parents talking, and my mum said that my grandmother had died with the telephone in her hand. She was trying to call for help, they thought. My mum said that if someone had gotten to her sooner, she wouldn't have died. I felt so awful, so guilty.
Sounds to me like you're blaming yourself there, and let me tell you...
Oh, but it was my fault.
David, when we have bad feelings towards people and then they pass away...
No, listen! On our last visit to my grandmother, she was on at me as usual, worse than ever, saying that I was a drain on my parents, calling me a vile, ill-mannered boy. And again, my mum said nothing. Well, I'd had enough, so I stormed out of the room, and my grandmother laughed at me. She called me a wimp, a big baby. I thought, I'll show her. I wanted to do some damage. I wanted to hurt her. But I knew she didn't care about anything. And then it came to me what I'd do. I took out my penknife and I traced the wire along the wall to the corner where it plugged in, and I cut it. I cut her phone line. It was just a silly thing, really. I didn't think anything would happen. I just had enough of her. But she tried to call for help, and she couldn't. She died because of me.
Oh, David, my love, look, there are many times when we...
And now, every year, she comes back.
I'm sorry, David. I don't follow.
This is why I called you. I wanted your help. I don't know how to stop it. I want it to stop every year. On the same day, the day that she died, first it's the smell of lavender, and then the phone starts ringing, and there's that voice, those same words, and then she's there in the room, wrapped in that filthy shroud, trying to reach out for me with those dead hands, and I can't bear it anymore. I can't bear it. I can't.
Sudden loud crackle on the line.
Now, calm down, David. Paul, can we...
Crackle on the line. The thinnest trace of a ghostly voice.
I thought this year, if I could keep the line busy, I could stop her breaking through. Oh, I'm so sorry, Alice. I know what you did. That's what she says. I'm so sorry. What time is it? Can't you hear her? Can you hear her? Listen!
Sudden, shocking static.
David, are you there, my love? We've lost him. Apologies. We'll make sure our aftercare team look after David. Well, I feel like we all need a breather after David's story.
The line is lost. We hear a phone tone.
Oh, sorry about this. Paul, are we on air? Paul, are we still Paul, are we on air?
And hiss as the studio lights fail.
Oh, the lights have just gone off. Oh, someone's just come in. Someone's in the studio. Paul, who is that? There.
Sudden crackle, a dreadful, malevolent voice. I know what you did!
In the corner. Who is it? Oh my God.
Radio static. A terrible voice rises. White noise. Crescendo. I know what you did! A horrifying, blood-curdling scream from the darkness. The end. That was Dead Air, written by Adam Robinson, performed by Adam Robinson, Louise Blaine, and Rihanna Dillon.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
oh my
much.
God.
Wow.
That was terrifying, just like listening to you guys do that.
Adam, you're terrifying. Officially
Rihanna,
terrifying.
I'm sorry I cut across you at one point. I'm so sorry about that.
Oh, it's fine. It was just kind of part of what happens in live radio, right?
Yeah.
When you're a sound effect.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wow. You guys did such a brilliant job. I loved that. It was so fun.
Really enjoyed that.
That's
Louise,
amazing.
you are so good. Like, considering this is not like Adam is obviously brilliant as an actor and a writer. This is not like your first job. You were phenomenal.
Oh, no. I think it's quite an honor when you're talking to someone you do this for a living, Adam, and it's such an absolute, like, listening to you, it's something like, oh, this is what officially terrifying ghost stories sound like. And I remember we saw you in Event Space last year, and you create, I think, what's amazing about ghost stories in particular, and I think what's amazing with engrossing, interesting ghost stories is you create silence. Nobody moves. You just create this atmosphere of. And I think that's something that we love when we read ghost stories. But I think when we hear them performed, we can't move. We don't want to move, and any noise becomes absolutely enormous because you're so. When you shouted, I was terrified.
Yeah, sorry for shouting.
The jump scare was real.
Sorry about that.
What
I
have been
that.
some of your favourite audience interactions when you've performed this play? Like, have there been kind of shrieks or unexpected noises from the audience?
Yeah, it's the funny thing is that when we started off doing this, like we never used the word terrifying or horror, or like we never used the word scary or terrifying in our marketing, right. Because I'm never sure whether it is or not. And so when we do these stories live and people genuinely are screaming and jumping and like sometimes like leaping in the air and sometimes leaving because they're too frightened to stay, it's really thrilling. And it's still surprising, like, because obviously we're so close to it, me and the director and whoever else is involved, we're so close to it that you don't know how effective it's going to be. So when people scream, when people jump, it is genuinely thrilling. And Louise, the silence thing, it's one of my favorite things to do, and I had to learn it because before doing the ghost story thing, I never ever had performed or acted or anything like that, apart from I was Joseph in year 6 in the Nativity, but from then till I did these shows, I never acted, and my director Dick Bonham always encourages me to take longer with the silences and just kind of leave the audience to their thoughts for a little while, and it's a real joy to be able to do that. And as you say, Louise, not all venues, but many venues, most venues, it is completely silent, and it's really fun because I think it's just allowing the audience a moment to just catch up with everything. There's also that sense of trepidation, right? That there's going to be a jump or a bang or something like that in a minute. So that's always fun. I've had a couple of interesting heckles It's so rare, but it does happen. Yeah. So one time we were doing a show in this place called Castle Carey, and I won't go into too many details, but Castle Carey has this thing called a roundhouse lockup, which is this old kind of like little jail cell out in the square. And I wrote a story inspired by having seen this little lockup thing called the Bone House. So we took the show to Castle Carey to perform it there. And there's a bit in that particular story where it's like a jump scare fake out. So we do a thing which suggests that in a minute there's going to be a jump scare, because even people who aren't like massive horror fans, we're all sort of on a wavelength with that stuff, aren't we? I was going to say sin illiterate. It's not quite what I mean. There's that moment a jump's coming, right? In most things, even if horror isn't your favorite thing. Anyway, so I do this thing in that story where I just look through a keyhole like this for a good long while, and there's an anticipation that there's going to be a jump. Anyway, so I did this, and it's totally silent in the room. One of my favorite bits in the whole show, and I was about to just pull it back, and nothing happens, and it's quite fun. And I'm doing this, and somebody shouts out from the back of the room, "What did you see?" And I was just all tension in the room was decimated.
God.
And I was like, and then you've got a decision, right? Because you can either engage with it and sort of say, well, you just ruined that, or you just got to carry on.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, I don't know who said that. I don't know, why they said it. So I'm just gonna press on. But mostly, that's a very rare thing. Most of the audiences are really, really wonderful and kind of sit and are more frightened than I think they're gonna be. Yeah.
I bet that person said that because they were terrified. Like, that person is the kind of person that talks through a horror film because they're scared of being scared of it.
Yeah.
So that was their way of making. So actually, Adam, you probably petrified that person so much that they felt they had to ruin it for everybody else.
Yeah. I think that's very, very kind. I also am aware that afterwards, I found out that I think wine had something to do with it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Lots and lots of wine. But yeah, no, I think that's the point. Yeah.
Louise, have you got any favorite or fond memories of horror theatre? Is it something that you're a fan of? Would you actively go and be scared at the theatre?
Yes, I think my first time seeing horror theatre was many people, The Woman in Black.
Right.
Which...
I still have not. I refuse.
What? No, you have to, Brianna.
Refuse.
You have to,
So
because
good.
I've seen it. I think I've seen it 3 or 4 times, and because it's such a. I mean, obviously, Susan Hill's ghost story is just magnificent as is, and I'd read it before, but I think suddenly the minute you transfer it to the theatre, and what's so wonderful about that. That setup, that staging, it's very simple. It's very minimalist. You've just got a rocking chair on the stage, and there's a point where she walks through the theatre itself, and it's fully, it's all very much who you were through that. It's all sound design. It's all creaking. It's all the thinking about the causeway that links that you can't always pass, and it elevates it to such an incredible level. And I think part of what's so exciting about it is sharing the horror. So it feels quite like, even thinking about it, I literally have goosebumps because it creates this very electric atmosphere in the theatre because everyone's scared together in a very different and more immediate way than in a horror movie, which obviously has its own charms. But I think there's something about, and also everyone trying to be quiet and not scream, which I think must be also a thing that happens when you're on stage, Adam, that people are like, I can't make a noise because there's people here and I can't disturb the actors. But yeah, The Woman in Black for me is genuinely so scary. It's wonderful.
It is incredible.
To everyone watching, if you have any recommendations for horror theatre, please pop it in the chat. I should say there are a lot of applause and a lot of very positive, lovely people messaging in the comments for your performances and also your writing. And I think, suffice to say, we're pretty terrified, judging by the reactions of this. Someone's saying Death Trap on stage. Do you ever see Death Trap, either of you?
No, on stage. No, I never did.
Interesting. Yeah, I saw the Ghost Stories on stage, which I was pretty terrified of, but I have such a low bar when it comes to being scared. I genuinely don't know if that's frightening or not. Adam, what about you in terms of horror theatre? What's your kind of favourite one?
Ghost Stories is it? Yeah, Ghost Stories is one of my favourites. I'm going to be really boring though and agree with Louise completely, because I think that you called it absolutely right, Louise. Everything you just said is so bang on about The Woman in Black. I think it is exceptional, and it's a masterclass in adapting an already really brilliant text. Like, it's amazing to me that The Woman in Black was written in the 80s. Like, it feels way older than that. Pretty sure it was written in the 80s. Someone correct me if that's not true. I'm pretty sure it was in the 80s. And the adaptation is incredible, and the economy of what they do with the storytelling on stage, because it kind of tricks you into thinking it's got a smaller budget than it has, that show. And originally it would have had a small budget when it opened in Scarborough in the Stephen Joseph Theatre, but the economy the economy of the production values is absolutely outstanding, and it really just terrified you. I went to see it when I was at college, and I was sitting next to somebody who I didn't really know from my English class at all. At every jump, she just grabbed me. Get off me, Emily! Every single time, it was like I was more frightened of Emily's kind of hands grabbing me. But yeah, it was a treat to go see it, and I've seen it like 3 or 4 times, and it's just I think it's astonishing. Ghost Stories is brilliant. Mike mentioned maybe it was earlier on today. I feel like I've been with Mike all day, although I'm not half as tired as he must be. But he mentioned The Pillow Man.
The Pillow Man. A lot of people in the chat are saying The Pillow Man.
Yeah, which we saw together. We
did.
You and me and my partner and Mike, and it was awesome, wasn't it? And do you remember who was in the audience?
Yes, Martin McDonagh and Phoebe Waller-Bridge.
Yeah, that was amazing.
That was really cool.
Yeah,
love that, going to see your own production.
Yeah, and Lily Allen was awesome in that. And it's just brilliant. And again, that's storytelling, and Ghost Stories is storytelling. So I think there's something about storytelling and horror as a combination that works really well on stage. And it's something I'm obviously very interested in.
It does feel very raw, I think, and immediate, because you don't have that barrier, do you, in the same way? Which actually kind of makes me think about immersive, because people are putting Sleep No More on here as quite a frightening experience, which was Punch Drunk, right?
Oh yeah, Punch Drunk, of course.
But Louise, have you ever done immersive horror theatre? Have you ever been up close and personal with an actor trying to terrify you?
Well, I've not done immersive theatre, but I was at Universal's Halloween Horror Nights last year, and that was just full of actors trying to terrify you. Just the entire theme park. I don't like. As everyone knows, they go around with chainsaws and that don't have the chains in them, but obviously they've got the noise and the smoke and everything.
Really? That's horrible.
They're horrific. I mean, Halloween Horror Nights is incredible. I mean, they have all the different mazes that are all themed around. They had The Last of Us, and there was Chucky, and there was The Evil Dead, and all of these things. And basically, they turn the park into individual horror movies, but in between the attractions, there are scare actors, and you kind of. It's got 2 parts of your brain, because I have a very vivid imagination. That's why we all love what we love, and why storytelling, especially ghost stories, are so bad. So it means that suddenly when you are faced with someone in a giant boiler suit with a huge bug mask and a full chainsaw, part of your brain says, well, I must run. And the other part says, no, that's an actor. And if you run, they will chase you. So I managed to plant my Doc Marten feet.
Oh no!
While 2 of them stood in front of me with their chainsaws, and I just stared at them, and they eventually lifted their chainsaws and let me through. And my heart was in my, because it's so easy to fall into that horror world, because they're making it so real and the production values are so incredible. And then I mean I really quite envy the people that say, oh, that's just an actor having a nice day that needs to go for their lunch in a minute, because in the moment it doesn't feel like that. You know, scare actors do incredible jobs, especially in the fact that they can't touch you, so they'll scare you and come at you and jump, and they can't get close to you, but then they can. So I think actors scaring you in that kind of way are just, I mean, I have a lot of respect for them, and I want them to stay away from me.
I love that move of yours. That's amazing. Just stand completely.
Well, I was wearing my Final Girl t-shirt and feeling quite brave, but I didn't. later on, after the Tethered from Us had got me 3 times within 3 minutes, I wasn't feeling as brave anymore. I'll be honest.
But those actors must get like punched an awful lot, right? Like, why would you want to? Oh, I feel so sorry for them, because it's such a knee-jerk reaction. My brain would not be actor; it would be madman with a chainsaw. Yes. And reaction would be fight or flight. whichever wins. And if it's fight, that must be so scary for those poor guys. The poor people in their masks.
Fight, flight,
They're the
or
real victims.
plant your feet.
Yes, plant your docks and you'll be sorted.
Yeah, it's like very Madame Tussauds as well, isn't it? Which it's such a baptism of fire going into like the London dungeons or whatever it is.
Yeah. I'm a bit of a hypocrite with that stuff because I like to put a few bits and pieces in our shows that kind of, provoke the audience a bit. It's not the same as, we don't chase people with the chainsaw yet.
Still
Maybe.
time.
Yeah, exactly. But I can't bear it when I go see something and somebody talks to me. I am I become like I'm quite shy in some ways. I'm a weird blend between introvert and extrovert, I think. But I'm quite shy in some ways when I'm not prepared to not be shy, if that makes sense. So like my default is shy, but I'm quite happy to show off.
Have I only ever seen you prepared then?
I think you must, yeah. I think I just feel very comfortable around you.
That's
so you should
good.
take it as a compliment.
I do, always.
And when I go see something like that, if someone picks on me, like if there's a thing where they're looking for someone to pick on in the audience, I just absolutely shrink in my seat and I'm like, oh, please don't pick me.
Yeah.
I find it really tough. I know people like love that stuff, right? The more interaction, the better. But I'm kind of the opposite.
Adam, you posted a really great pic a couple of days ago. Was it yesterday? I don't know. Time. What is time? With a whiskey, celebrating the completion of your recent play. So can you tell us about this and when is it out? When can we see it?
I can, yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah, Unhomely is the brand new show from the Book of Darkness and Light, which is my theatre company. And yeah, it's been such a whirlwind. We initially started working on this in March 2022. We did a research and development period where we got together in a room and just bashed out some ideas. And then it just didn't happen for ages and ages and ages and ages. We were trying to make it happen behind the scenes and we couldn't get everything to come together. But it is now happening. And our first venue is Leeds Playhouse in Leeds. And I lived in Leeds for, about 15, 16 years, I think. So doing something at this venue, one of my shows at this venue, is a real dream. Like it's a dream come true. I'm so excited about it. So we're doing 21st, 23rd of March, Leeds Playhouse. Then we are doing 26th to the 30th of March at the Dukes in Lancaster, 10th to the 13th of April in Harrogate Theatre, and then the 19th and 20th of April in Performance Venue Sheffield. Yeah, and I finished the fifth draft of the full play the other day, and sent it to the whole team. So that's gone out to our director, our designer, our lighting designer, our composer, our actors, our other actors. We've announced one of those, but we're about to announce the other one next week. And yeah, it's extremely exciting. And I had a meeting with the designer the other day, Emma Williams, and it was so exciting, with no prompting from me. Emma was talking about Southern Gothic, and she was talking about The Innocents, and she was talking about The People Under the Stairs, and she was talking about Carrie and German Expressionism. And I was my eyes were just getting wider and wider and wider. And I was like, oh my goodness. Emma is an amazing artist. She is amazing. But we haven't really had any conversations really specifically about like specific films around this project yet. So to hear all those touchstones that she's already thinking about, she sent me this mood board. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. It's going to be 3 stories, 2 other performers, so me on stage and 2 other performers. One of them is a guy called Duffy, who's a legend. He's just incredible. Not the singer Duffy, as someone said on Facebook the other day. And I can't tell you who the other person is, only because we haven't announced it yet.
Sure.
We're just figuring out the contracts and stuff. But both Duffy and our other actor are deaf, and they're performing the show in BSL and something called VV, which is visual vernacular, which is, Duffy once described it to me as being like mime in HD. And now he says mime in 4K. And it's kind of like seeing someone perform an entire film with their hands and their body.
Wow.
It's an astonishing art form. And so what you have is the stories, and I'm telling the stories, and you have I nearly said the other actor's name, Duffy and our other actor performing the show kind of physically. And we did that with Upon the Stair, which is a previous show. I'm just thrilled. Yeah, I'm garbling about it a bit now. I'm just very excited.
It's such a cool idea, and Upon the Stair was like that element of it was so unusual and so unique and really made it pop as well, and it just adds something else that I don't think people see, and especially because horror is so visual as well, and those moments of silence were kind of even more effective. So it's very, very exciting.
Louise, you said something about that sort of that gap between you and the story, right? That idea that you have to use your imagination to fill in those gaps.
Yeah.
And I feel like that is one thing that storytelling does really well. And I feel like if you have that extra visual element of someone telling the story with their hands and their bodies in sign and VV, you arrive at something that is still part way between your imagination and what you're seeing on stage. It really, like, if obviously come and see our show. I'd love you to come and see our show, folks. But even if you can't, go see something that has VV in it, or that it has integrated BSL as part of the performance. I really, really encourage you to do that, because it's just a totally different, an amazing experience. It makes the show accessible for deaf audiences, which is incredibly important. And if you're a hearing audience member, it adds something else to that perhaps you might not have seen before. So yeah, I'm very excited about it.
If you've got any questions, by the way, for Adam or Louise, do pop them in the chat. I just wanted to ask, if someone is out there who wants to write a horror theatre show, do you have any kind of top tips? Adam first as a writer, and then Louise just as a horror expert, an audience member, an aficionado. I'll come to you in a sec.
It's a really, really good question. I think I'm speaking to the right audience here, because I always say to people, you can't be a tourist with this stuff. No. Like, when I go see a show and I get the sense that the company have decided that horror is popular and it's going to sell, therefore, or we'll do a horror, you can just tell. There has to be a love for it, I think. So even if you're new to horror, don't be a tourist. Like, do your research, speak to people who love horror, listen to Mike's podcast on repeat, figure out what the touchstones are, figure out what's gone before, and then think about what it is you're trying to do. Are you trying to terrify people on stage with loads and loads of jump scares? Cool, do that. I would say that can become a bit monotonous and a bit I'm not a big fan of constant jump scares. I think that's not for me. Are you trying to chill them with sort of an M.R. Jamesy style ghost story? So figure out what it is you're trying to do, get it down on the page, and then cut, because economy is so important. Even in like the wordy shows that I do that are all about storytelling, be economical. You're asking people to sit in a room and kind of take in what you're doing live. And you don't have all the bells and whistles that you have with cinema. You have, different production values. So again, economy, just really, really edit the heck out of it, and work with surround yourself with like smart people who know what they're doing as well. Good director, good lighting people, good designers. But and just do it. Like, I'm a big advocate of just do it. Like, just write it down, take it to a scratch night, take it to your pals, do it on Zoom like this or something. Just get it down on the page and just do it. Like, if you want to write. That's one of my mottos.
It's obvious, but it's like people don't. It's like kind of takes so much courage, I think, and bravery to just put pen to paper sometimes. The kind of fear of not being able to do it is quite crippling, I think.
But I think like going into my sort of writing workshopy head here, I feel like we must demystify that a bit, and we must sort of, I feel like we mustn't think that writers are over here in some sort of special magic bubble, and they are sitting there on their chaise longue with their quill in their mouth waiting for inspiration. Well, I do. No, I do.
Well, I'd like to. I mean, I was going to say, if you didn't already mention it, like I love writing, and I've read so many ghost stories, and I wanted to write ghost stories, but I wanted to, basically steal Adam's brain. But Adam does ghost story writing workshops, and I loved the one that you did last year. It was just incredible, because I think it's about creating a safe space where you can write and no one's going to judge you, and you get to read your own work to each other, and suddenly you make each other brave because everyone's being supportive. And I think that's the big thing of, I think there used to be a thing when when you were sitting at school and you wrote something and you didn't want someone else to read it, and suddenly when you're an adult and you're like, well, I'm just going to write this, and everyone else is as supportive. So it was like a lovely creepy hug of a ghost story workshop, and it was just a great thing. So you should do that.
Louise's contributions, I'm not just saying this to blow smoke, were amazing, and it was so brilliant to get to hear some of your writing, Louise, in those sessions. Honestly, it was an absolute treat. So.
Are we going to ever see that, Louise? Do you think you'll ever put that in the public sphere?
Yes, I'd like to.
Oh, that would be very cool. So going back to what I was just saying, as like an audience member and somebody, who really does know their way around horror, what do you think people should be thinking about? What should be at the forefront of their mind if they are writing for theatre, horror theatre?
I think especially in this, it was something that Adam wrote in Dead Air, which is, you're really painting a picture here. And I think that's really important, is to paint that picture. Because you can't show everything. So find a way to describe things, find ways to evoke, make evocative memories or emotions, things that people can relate to, because it's those things, it's our own experience that scares us. So if you can tap into those fears and those emotions, then that's going to be how you're going to progress and how you're really going to make people feel things and continue to go on that journey. So
perfect. And sorry, Adam, someone's asked, Peter's asked if you are doing your workshops again anytime soon.
Very good question. I'd love to. I keep saying I'm going to do a follow-up to that. It's a course of 6 ghost story writing workshops. It's I do this course and I've done it online a good few times. And I keep thinking I want to do a follow-up to it, and I never quite have time to sit down and write the follow-up. So I may do, look out on my socials and so on, because I would love to, because it's so fun. Louise just mentioned it, and that you enjoyed it, and it's as fun for me though. Like I love leading it. I love hearing people's work, and I love that thing of just sort of saying to people, look, if you want to write, go for it. And I'm so glad you said that thing about the safe space, Louise, because that is exactly what I want to do, is to make people feel that that if they want to give it a go, they can, and there's no judgment, and they mustn't judge themselves. It's something I say all the time. Don't judge yourself. You'll have a voice over here saying yours isn't going to be right. There's no point putting anything down because it's not going to be the right thing. Allow yourself the permission to write whatever and to throw anything down on the page. Allow yourself to throw down garbage onto the page, because if you allow yourself that freedom, what comes out is often bold and interesting, and it doesn't have these restrictions as part of it. So anyway, that wasn't the answer to the question. Yes, I hope I will do those workshops again.
Adam, Louise, it's been such a pleasure. Thank you so much. I've got the host back.
Yay!
Guys, I shit myself listening to that.
Thank you so much for everybody who watched that. Thank you for letting me be a part of that as well.
Thank you both.
Thanks, Rihanna.
And it was so nice to see you guys.
Wonderful.
I'm gonna hand over to my wonderful husband. Can we just refresh this page? I don't know how to do it. Is this?
We've crossed our goal. We've crossed our
amazing,
666
amazing.
Oh,
we're now up to £6,671.
Hey.
Amazing.
Goalpost to £7,000. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Fantastic. Well done, everybody. Thank you for joining
Big
us.
shout out to Mike as well.
Louise,
what an amazing
I can't actually hear you, but Louise and Adam.
Pause back.
Here we go. I'm back. Louise and Adam, guys. Hi, just wanted to say hello before we have to go. Well done. That was absolutely amazing. I loved it. I was chilling in the other room, having a bit of dinner and drinking a coffee, and it was it was amazing. Really nice to listen to.
Man. This is such an amazing thing you're doing. I know that people are saying this, in the chat all day long, but it's amazing. It's really great. You're doing a great job as well. I can't believe you've been doing this since 8 o'clock this morning.
Do you know, genuinely, it's kind of flown by so far. Like, it has not felt like a chore. I said earlier, like, I'm just spending the day with all my favorite people talking about all my favorite stuff. So it's really not been a chore. But I really appreciate you guys being here to do this. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Good luck with the rest of the night. Like, we'll be here watching.
Yes. Excellent. All right, guys. Thank you so much. We will be back in a couple of minutes for my discussion with Eli Roth. So stay tuned for that. Thanks, guys. See you later.
Bye.
Bye. Hello, guys. Okay, so what you're about to see now is a little bit of pre-recorded content. Last week, I sat down and had a little chat with my favourite filmmaker, Eli Roth, obviously director of Thanksgiving and a bunch of other movies. So we had a little chat about him, about his latest movie, and a little bit about kind of how horror has kind of changed since he began his career sort of 20 years or so ago. So yeah, just stay tuned. In the next minute or two, you will be able to see my discussion with Eli Roth. Hello, Eli Roth. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Nice to meet you.
Lovely to meet you. Thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations on Thanksgiving as well. Actually, one of the most fun kind of horror movie experiences I had last year. It was so much fun. It felt like it had been quite a long wait, right? Since that movie was kind of teased, since that kind of fake trailer. Tell us a little bit about the kind of the journey of how you eventually ended up with that movie in 2023.
Yeah, it actually took longer than that because it started in the 80s when I was like 11 or 12 years old. And I was growing up in Massachusetts, outside of Boston, where the Pilgrims landed, and Thanksgiving is the Mayflower. It's the biggest deal every November. So in school, they do school plays about here's where the Pilgrims, and of course, they tell you nothing about what really happened. It's all like the Pilgrims landed, they made friends. They even in school called them the Indians, not Native Americans at the time. They're like, oh yeah, and they had a dinner together. And so they even have two different recreation villages where you go to as a kid. So, of course, growing up in the golden age of slasher films of, Halloween, My Bloody Valentine, and Silent Night, Deadly Night, and Happy Birthday to Me, like my friend Jeff was my best friend. All we would think about is, what if they did a Thanksgiving horror film? Then you could put someone in a butter churner. You could roast a human turkey. Like we had all these. What if someone was in a turkey costume and you cut their head off? Would they run around like a turkey with their head cut off? So all these ideas were just, it started as a joke, and then after years, we're like, how come I can't believe no one has actually done this? And then when Tarantino and Rodriguez came to me and said, hey, we want to do these fake trailers between the movies. We want you, Edgar, and Rob Zombie to do one. I was like, oh, I got it. It's Thanksgiving. I already have the deaths. And now I don't even have to think of a plot. And then after we made the fake trailer for Grindhouse, it felt like we hit exactly what we wanted to do to such a degree that I was like, we're done. And now I don't have to come up with the boring stuff of like people talking, And I thought, well, why make movies anymore when you can just make fake trailers? Because then you're just shooting the best parts. If you do like old style trailers, just shoot all the kills, and who cares about plot or story or character? So we kind of let it go. But over the years, the fans were nagging us, going like, you got to do Thanksgiving. We just thought, well, it was a joke. I mean, the trailer was ridiculous, but we had no plot. And we had ideas. We had different storylines, but none of them were like serious movies. And then we started seeing those Black Friday trampling videos. And, all of a sudden, Black Friday started taking over Thanksgiving. And Thanksgiving wasn't about, in America, Thanksgiving is about, you sit down and what are you thankful for? I'm thankful for my health. I'm thankful for my family. I'm happy that we can all be here together another year, like all that stuff. And then 2 hours later, you're trampling over people, in a Black Friday. So the Black Friday was on Friday. It was like, oh, let's start the Christmas shopping. It became a sales gimmick where you're like, oh, I want to go get a new TV or a new PlayStation. Let's go to the Black Friday sale. Well, people started showing up earlier and earlier, and then they started the midnight Black Friday sale because 12:01 a.m. is technically Friday. So the gates would go up and people start killing each other for like literally like ripping each other's weaves out and smashing. And we thought, this is great. This is great material. Not this is great, but this is a great way to start a movie, because in a slasher film, for this kind of like whodunit slasher, you need that inciting incident, but it also gave us a theme. The theme of greed, the theme of like pretending to be thankful but wanting to kill each other, but also the bigger theme is that it really makes you think, why do people do this? And it's because everyone's wages have been cut to shit, and there's just a few people at the top who are like the tech lords that own everything, that are making us play these gladiator games, for waffle iron. So there's something about the imbalance in society that's where I think you can have a really rich horror film. Now, if you can start that as your foundation, and have a great mystery and have fantastic kills and good scares, that's where I think you can, get a really great kind of rewatch horror movie.
For sure, yeah. And was that part of the reason why you translated it to the present day? Because I suppose you could have easily done this as a kind of, like the trailer, right? A real kind of grainy kind of throwback to that early 80s slasher, but you chose to kind of transform it to the modern day.
Well, the idea was never to make a grindhouse movie. When we were kids, we weren't thinking like, oh, let's make a fake bad 80s movie. That fits in the context of grindhouse. Grindhouse is lovingly homaging those drive-in movies of the 70s, and it fits in as if you were at a drive-in and you saw a beat-up print in between when you went to see Death Proof and Planet Terror. This would have been one of the movies that was shown with it. But when you take it out of the context of grindhouse and you do that for 90 minutes, the joke gets old. Yep. And you tell the audience, you don't have to take this seriously. It's not a real movie. Don't pay attention. It doesn't count in the filmography of real movies. It's like grindhouse as a whole thing is a fantastic, I love the experience. I'm proud to be a part of it. But when you extrapolate it outside of grindhouse, I don't think it works. Now, others might disagree, but I think that works in 3 minutes. But after 3 minutes, you're telling people, the acting's bad, the stuff's a joke, reels are missing. Like the joke gets old. If you're telling an audience, you don't really have to pay attention. You don't really have to follow it. And then you're just like, well, why isn't this just a trailer if I'm telling people not to pay attention to it? So I think that, for me, the intent was never to do like a bad fake movie. It was like, I wanted a movie that had kind of nods, and there are certain conventions and rules of the holiday slasher film that I wanted to adhere to. I was like, I want to start with a POV. I want to have the identifying title of what the holiday is. I want to have the inciting incident go to a period of time later, and the people connected to the incident are being picked off, just like Prom Night or Happy Birthday to Me or any of these films that I love. So, Silent Night, Deadly Night's an exception, but but there are certain things that I love in that movie, like the sledding, the decapitation, and the head rolling. The deaths are just so spectacular. It's such a spectacularly perverse film. And Jeff and I seeing that in the theaters was like one of the true great seminal movie-going experiences of my childhood. And I wanted to give that. I wanted to give, if you were 12 years old and you snuck into Thanksgiving, you'd be like, your mind would be blown. You'd be like, I can't believe the stuff I saw. Did some adult really make this? Like old people made this? What? How are you allowed to do that? So that was the feeling I would get when I watched, Friday the 13th Part 2. It was like gleeful when, when people were getting killed in those films. And that was the kind of movie I wanted to make. So, but also have fun with it, but not make it a joke, if that makes sense.
Well, it makes total sense, because I think one of the things that I really appreciated about the movie that me and friends have talked about with this movie is that it feels like it's been a very long time since we've had a slasher movie that is a kind of non-ironic, non-referential slasher movie that isn't part of some existing IP, that isn't parodying or spoofing the slasher. It's just a straight up whodunit slasher. It kind of feels like that hasn't existed in decades now.
It hasn't.
No, and that was, and yet still, it still seems to be a subgenre that we all love so much. So why aren't we getting more of those, do you think?
They're hard to write.
Yeah.
They're hard to write. You really gotta, because like, who's the killer? It's like, okay, it's the boyfriend, it's the cop, it's the twin, it's the split personality. Like, there's only like the parents. So there's like 6 options of who the killer can be. So the question is, how well can you misdirect the audience? Because it's going to be, it's like you play Clue. It's going to be one of these 6 people. It's how good, how is the path getting there, and how much did you like lead everyone, and then it's plausible that that's actually the killer. So, look, it's tough to come up with a hook, the mask, the killer, the axe. Also, it's very difficult. You got to, I don't like the ironic self-referential movies. I don't. I don't take them seriously. I find the writing lazy, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. I
feel like the writers are like, we can't figure out a good way out of it, so let's just make jokes that we're in a horror movie. And then you're not supposed to figure your way out of it. Like, well, it's a horror movie, so we don't have to explain why they came back, or whatever that is. Like, it's just been done to death, so to speak. And I just I don't like it anymore. It's not like I'm a hater about it. It's just like, fucking do it better than Scream, and I'll like it. But you haven't. So it's not that you can't reference horror movies in a horror movie. I just find a lot of it really lazy writing. And by lazy writing, I don't mean that the writers are lazy. I mean that they didn't figure it out. But there is this kind of attitude that people go, well, it's a horror movie. No one's going to care. I was like, well, I care. I'm a horror fan. I love this stuff. And I really care. And I don't figure everything out. Like I see the flaws in my film. I'm like, we could have done that. Or, I wish we had, that's just part of the process of making a movie. But the cheapest thing to do is the writing. So I feel like it's hard to do it. But more than that, it's very difficult to get studios to release a movie that's original IP. Right. Very difficult, because it's not that they don't want to. And by the way, kudos for, I can't thank Sony enough and the fans for supporting it enough to show that there is a demand for it. When you have something that's totally original with like a new killer, a new mythology. And actually, when one of the things that Sony said when we showed them the first cut was they were like, it's so fun to live in a new town with a new slasher, with a new killer. It's like, I'm not going back. Like, we love Woodsboro, but we're not in Woodsboro. We're not in Haddonfield. We're in Plymouth. It's a whole new thing with its own weird people and its own rhythm and its own look and its own feel. And that's why I feel like when I watch The Prowler, I want to go to that town. And when I go to, Hanager Mine and My Bloody Valentine, I want to live in that Canadian town with those in their puffy vests and their mustaches and their Canadian accents. Like, that's part of what I like. So, I can't explain this enough. It's studios don't make what they think will be successful. They make what they think won't fail. Right. And because what you need is, let's say you release a movie that's original and it fails, someone's probably going to get fired for it, because now to cut through, you have to spend so much money to put it in theaters and to advertise. And there's so many different ways. It's impossible to reach the audience when they're bombarded with so many different things. What are the elements? You can get cast, you can get a named director, you can get you try to sort of stack the deck to give it as best chance as possible. And there's always movies that break through. Like, there's always the Talk to Me's that the movie transcends that. But that's the one, so but if you make a movie that's a sequel and it fails, no one gets fired, because they go, well, the original did well. We all would have taken the same bet. It's like, that's basically everyone's sort of playing defensively. And, everyone has a boss to answer to. And they're like, wait, you want to spend $30 million on this? So you need test scores. And certain people have figured out, Blumhouse does it very well. They have the juice to kind of put out movies. Like, they can take, push Night Swim, but they have a whole testing process. So it's all of these things that just add up to, we're getting the same IP rebooted over and over and over. And it's very hard to create new IP and breakthrough, but it is possible. I mean, this year, the original theatrical horror that did well enough to do a sequel was Talk to Me and Thanksgiving. It's like there's other great movies out there. I loved When Evil Lurks, but that's not getting wide mainstream theatrical play here.
Well, yeah, and we're seeing the opposite happen to the big franchises, right? I know that these are kind of also kind of outside reasons, but you've got things like the Scream movies, where Scream 7 is now potentially not happening. You've got the Exorcist movies, mate. There's a question mark over those. Like, do you think that I know that these things always come and go in waves, right? Do you think that kind of franchise IP fatigue is starting to set in a bit?
Well, I think that with the franchise, and look, I'm no expert, and there's any number of things that can happen, but you need an architect for these. Like, there's got to be, William Peter Blatty and William Friedkin are not around guiding The Exorcist. No one ever thought that Friday the 13th could get to a part 3. That was a crazy fucking idea when I was a kid. And part 4, you remember there was a parody movie called Leonard Part 6. Like, that was the joke, is that part 6, there'll never be a part 6. It's so absurd to even think that. But like, at basically, and in 3, that's when he got the mask. I mean, Halloween, they're like, we've already killed him twice. Let's not even attempt it. Let's try Season of the Witch, and just Halloween will have a different story every year. And people are like, where's Michael Myers? Like, they didn't realize that the audience didn't care. He's Jason. He comes back. They just come back. That's how it is. Yeah. And he got the mask in part 3. Like, before that, it was the kid in the lake, the mom, Baghead. It wasn't like he didn't really become, as Edgar Wright says, he went to, the slasher gym between 2 and 3 and like comes back like a WWE wrestler and comes back 300 pounds. Like, but that's what that's kind of what you picture. So, there isn't one person. Like, for The Exorcist, The Exorcist, I think, is deceivingly tricky in that there is no killer in The Exorcist. It's Pazuzu, or it's the devil.
Yeah.
So it's an invisible thing. So for it to be The Exorcist, you have to possess a girl. Otherwise, it's not The Exorcist. But then you just did what they did in the first one.
Yeah.
Like, even The Exorcist, they couldn't crack it. Exorcist 2, The Heretic, Exorcist 3, Exorcist 3, like, none of them were The Exorcist. It was a cultural landmark moment. So the name, it's like Jaws. Like, how do you top the first one? You never will.
Yeah.
You're never going to, because otherwise it's just the same thing over and over. So unless you have like an architect that's going, I can outline what's going to happen in the next 3 movies, and not just come up with a bullshit story, but really have it so you're making like a true trilogy or something. It's very hard to sustain it. But by the same token, people just fucking love those monsters. But you see it, like the Nightmare on Elm Street reboot didn't work. Everyone was so excited after Watchmen. They're like, oh, this is going to be amazing. He's Freddy Krueger. And people didn't care. The Friday the 13th reboots petered out. So it's not an automatic that it's going to work. It's that I think you really need like one creator or group of creators at the center of it that are like, we are like, in the way, Dan Weiss, and Benioff were the architects of Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
And like, even without the books, you could see in the last season, people were like, whoa, that's weird. That's, there were disagreements about it. But like, you have to have, like Mike White does White Lotus.
Yeah.
Dan Levinson does Euphoria. Like, without that central creator, it goes off the rails. Like, I don't really consider Hostel 3 part of Hostel, because I sort of had nothing to do with it. They had the right to continue it, but I wasn't part of the architect of it. I wasn't part of the story. For me, the series stops at 2. Same thing with Cabin Fever. There's Cabin Fever. And then the others, like, when you make a deal like that, they have the right to continue the movie. And look, I don't want to, it's not that I'm talking bad about the movies, because people enjoy those movies. But for me personally, I'm not emotionally connected to them in the way I am with the others. So from now on, if there are Thanksgiving sequels, I would block it unless I was creative, whether I direct or not. Jeff and I have to be the architects.
Yeah.
And we just, and also once you start thinking that way, it's dangerous, because you're like, well, I'll save this for the next one and the next one. It's like, you kind of have seeds of where it can go, but you're like, if you don't put all your focus into making this movie the greatest movie ever, then you're dead anyways.
So speaking of, what can you tell us about Thanksgiving 2? Obviously, you said it's been greenlit for a sequel. Is this going to be a kind of Scream-esque kind of setup where you have a different whodunit, a different killer each movie? Like, what are you thinking in terms of the sequel?
Well, Jeff and I obviously are horror movie nerds and watch everything. So I think, you can start to compare yourself to other sequels. Well, they did this, they did that. What's interesting? What is the theme? What's sort of a contemporary theme that we can fuse into the movie that gives it a reason for being, other than just more killing? That's when I get interested. Like, what is that underlying theme of the movie? And there's a few things that, it's what I want to write about. Deaths I've always wanted to do, and different kills. So, right now we're in that, the great thing is that Sony's like, we want it for 2025. I was like, thank God, because otherwise I would have had to basically release the movie, lock myself in a room, write for 6 weeks. I'd have to be in prep on the movie now. And I don't think you get greatness. I mean, sometimes you can crank out a script. I wrote Hostel in 10 days, but it was boiling for a long time before that. So it is possible to write a movie in a short period of time. But what we really need to do is just sort of let our brains wander, watch other movies. Like, I watched Saltburn, which I absolutely loved. And I can't believe it didn't get any. I mean, maybe with some of the things in the movie, the Academy was a little shocked, but I loved that movie. It was so original and not what I thought it was going to be. And by the end of the film, it was in a completely different place where I thought it was going. It really it really got me, so much so that I went back and watched it again and just enjoyed it, just loved it. So it's nice to watch like The Holdovers and get into the rhythm. I grew up in Boston in the 70s, so just kind of getting into that vibe, like just seeing what else is out there and what other people are doing. Like I finally caught up on Barbie and Oppenheimer, and it's nice to like stop thinking about Thanksgiving for a minute. So, I've just been kind of going down movie rabbit holes and letting my brain wander. But writing a movie really is like you're driving in this like a thick fog. You can only see like a foot in front of your car. I mean, like I think this is the way. This is it. Whoop, that's a wall. Back up, back up, back up. All right, what's this? That's a cliff. Back up, back up. I think it was a turn. Well, yeah, actually, we got around both of it. All right, yeah, now we're good. Well, there's 3 ways to go here. So you're sort of like, it's like when you do a choose your own adventure book and you're like, oh, and you died and you go back. So part of the process and part of the fun is every day I sit down and I like imagine that I'm a fan. I saw Thanksgiving. I loved it. I can't wait for the sequel. It's opening night. I'm going to see it in the theater so no one spoils anything. I'm with the crowd. The lights go down. The movie starts. What do I see? And then I just start to play that movie. And kind of on that very basic level, you're just like, oh, this would be a great scene. And then next thing you're not writing, you're just watching the movie in your head. And then you sort of like get in this frequency where you're just more transcribing. It's like the movie's being beamed from some inner creative place out there. And you're just like, oh, this would be a great scene. Oh, that'd be really funny. Or, just keeping little things like, oh, McCarty should do this in the sequel. I'll be so funny. Like just start, I know the characters so well. And now I have the actors that play them. So I can really hear them talk. Yeah. And sometimes instead of thinking like, what's a good sequel? What's it? You just sort of shut out the noise and kind of see what they do and just let them go on an adventure. And that's what I think the best stuff comes out because it feels real and it feels right. And you sort of don't know where it's going to go and you're not guiding it. You're just kind of transcribing it. So that's the process. And that takes time. And that's the process where we're at now. We don't want to just like, we have to turn it in 5 pages a day. We got to advocate. It's like, no, it's like, let's just get into the movie and then like pick our favorite ideas and then start shaping it from there.
I love that. Some of the set pieces in the first movie are so much fun, and I would just love to ask you a bit about them, and particularly the level of the level of gore. You've got that real, I guess, quintessential Eli Roth level of gore. Was there ever any pushback from the studio? Did you ever have to rein any of it in? Is any of it less than what you imagined in your head?
Well, I mean, always. I always shoot more gore. I'm completely inured to it. Like it doesn't even affect me. Like I'm not even seeing it. I mean, I understand that I'm doing a kill scene, but sometimes, like in the oven scene with Kathleen, it was so much more violent. And I was like, you're all wrong. This is going to be amazing. And Jeff and I are watching it going like, yeah, this is great. And Karen Cleese, the actress, is doing an amazing job and the makeup, all of it. And then we showed it to an audience and the movie stopped being fun. Like we lost the audience. People were just like, it became like a horrible torture scene instead of a fun thing of a woman, because I wanted when she's roasting, it's like, it's so awful. And then the turkey pops, everyone like laughs or cheers. Like I want an audience reaction when that happens. And people like were in stunned silence. People were just like, how could you do that? Now, 15 years ago, that was the reaction I wanted from Hostel and Hostel 2. I love that. But I was like, I can't have the guy feeding the cat. I can't have the diner kill. I can't set them. The first 2 kills are so fun. And the riot is so fun that like people are having a great time. I can't suddenly switch the tone, an hour into the movie where it's something that's like, oh, this is like, I lost them. So I pulled back on some of the more graphic gore and people lost their minds. They were loving it. They cheered, they applauded because they didn't feel like guilty about endorsing it. So that was one of those things where, and also like with the cheerleader, there's a big discussion. Should there be nudity? Should there not be nudity? And I was like, let's, shoot a version with her clothes on. Let's see what happens. We can shoot one with, one without. And like the actress Shaylin was like fine with the nudity and everything, the intimacy coordinator, all of it. And then we tried the version with her clothes on. And audiences went crazy. Like people were like, they're like, what's your favorite kill? People were like the cheerleader by far. And I was like, all right. It wasn't like, part of the ingredient of Grindhouse was that, but I didn't set people up for that. That isn't this experience. People just want to be in a slasher film. Yeah. And the nudity was like, it felt a little, it didn't work in the context of this movie. So I was just like, all right. That's fine. Like, my thing is I'm at a point now where like, also I've done it, when you've done something, doing it, it was this weird thing of sort of recreating moments from the trailer, but I'd already done it. So it's like, am I trying to match that? Am I trying to be more graphic than that? Or am I just finding what works for the 2023 version? And, and most people hadn't even seen, the fans had seen the trailer, but like most audiences didn't know what Grindhouse was and hadn't seen the trailer at all. And we're totally just like, people came out of it. They were like, that cheerleader is the most sickest kill I've ever seen, or that oven scene's the most disturbing thing I've ever seen. So I was like, all right, shows what I know. So I'll always go for it, but I also kind of shoot it and cover it. Like the audience tells you show it to an audience, and if they're cheering and engaged and like vocally reacting, you got them. If they're like silent and they're just like, this isn't fun anymore, then it's like, I've lost them.
Well, yeah, it feels like horror has changed. Horror audiences and tastes have changed since even the days of Hostel, right? Like it felt like we were in such a moment there, weren't we, in the 2000s, with filmmakers like yourself, Rob Zombie, James Wan, Neil Marshall. There was a very particular flavor of horror in the 2000s. And it feels like things have changed, right? Like, do you feel that kind of change in what kind of horror people like now, what audiences want?
But there should be a change. That's the natural progression. What the horror from the 80s, the 90s, the aughts, like it's all a different thing. It's like humor changes. The style of humor that worked 20 years ago is not going to be the same, style now. So I think what's great is when the genre gets pushed forward. But you could tell teenagers like their nudity on their phone. They don't need to go to a theater to see it. Like, there were websites and stuff, but we didn't have iPhones during Hostel. The iPhone came out post Hostel too. So mixing the violence and the nudity, it was also, we were being so shocking. That was the thing, was to just be like, who could be the most shocking? That was like the flavor of the moment. And that was fun. It felt like dangerous and everyone's like afraid of these movies and how dare you, and the fans were loving it and buying the DVDs and they wanted more. It was like this real reinvigoration of the genre. But now there's certain things where it's like, okay, yeah, there's the different types of, the Ari Aster, Jordan Peele, there's other voices that have come into the mix that push the genre forward. And now, the Philippou brothers. So what I try to do is I'm going to take the stuff that I love, but try and update it in a way that makes modern audiences go, okay, I'm not trying to be that. Those guys, everyone has their own voice. And this is my voice. And this is what I love. But I can make it cool in a way that Tarantino takes the 70s movies and makes them cool, so that people will want to go back and rewatch those old movies and enjoy it. I'm not going to do what the trendy thing is to do. I'm going to do what I think is going to make a great movie, even if the audience even if they don't know they want to see a holiday slasher film, they'll go see it and go, oh my God, that was way more fun than I thought it was going to be. I want to see more. It's about, like with Green Inferno, it's about introducing an audience to a particular taste. And if you keep your cost low enough and the fans, you have enough of a hardcore fans that'll go out and support it, then you're lucky enough to do it again.
Do you ever go back and revisit your films and kind of see them differently in any kind of way? Like, I feel like the opinion changes on movies constantly, right? And I feel like certain movies, for example, Knock Knock, I've seen a kind of a sort of a new appraisal of that film from certain new audiences. But do you find that yourself? Like, and do you often go back and kind of revisit or shift your opinion on certain movies you've made?
Sure. Certain things you can see it at the time, and certain things you like thought were great. You go back and you're, like my wife and I, she hadn't seen Hostel since it was, years, or like it was, watching it with a friend's house, covering her eyes. And I was like, oh, this was good. Like this was well made. This is a well done sequence. Or, oh, this is cool. This is fun. I'm really happy I shot this that way. Or, oh yeah, I remember shooting in that club scene. Like, doing that kind of light and doing those kind of saturated I was talking about shooting on 35 and shooting Super 35 and what you can do with the colors and how because we just watched Saltburn. I'm like, no, look at, you can push color like this and you can push it like this way with film. It's so fun. So I sometimes do. Look, the thing that's funny is, horror movies are like a bottle of perfume or cologne that the first time you open it, that's when it's going to be strongest. But every time you open it, it loses a little of its potency. And that's when other things come to the surface. You notice the cinematography, you notice the characters, the writing, the dialogue. But first time the blood stains your eyes, it's like, whoa, what was that? All you can remember are those kills, as it should be. That's it. Like, you should just come out of a horror movie, remember 2 or 3 insane deaths and go, and remember being scared. Like, that's, like a roller coaster. But so whenever people go back and reappraise, I always see these like you see it at the end of the decade. Like I'm sure we'll see one at like 2029 turns 20. They're like the movies. They're like, well, Thanksgiving rewatching it wasn't nearly as scary. Like it doesn't hold up. Like the criticism that to me, it's like, well, what doesn't hold up is your criticism, because the haunted house is never as scary the second time. Now a comedy can get funnier because you have the inside jokes with your friends. A drama you can watch and love it. You'll love it more. It'll be more dramatic. But a horror film will never be as scary as it is the first time you see it. So the circumstances matter. That's why going to see it in a theater is going to affect your opinion. And look, when you watch it on home video, when you see it with a friend, like put your phone down, watch it, enjoy it. Like you're giving yourself that experience. So it's nice that, look, Knock Knock was a different type of movie. I think people were expecting a Hostel, 3 or whatever they were expecting. It's nice that when, Ana de Armas has become a major star, and that's her first English language movie, when I'm like, no, Ana's the girl, or finding people like Death Wish. Now I'm like, no, Tammy Morone was in that, or even, Man with the Iron Fist. It's like Dave Bautista, or, Last Exorcism 2, written by Damien Chazelle with Julia Garner, like all these, John Watts directing Clown. Like it's nice when people see the movies and where they were in their career and the opportunities that I was able to give them to help advance their career, and what a great job they did. Like they'll watch it with different eyes in a post Spider-Man world watching Clown. So it's nice when people watch Knock Knock, watching Keanu's performance, watching Anna, watching Lorenza, and they really like they're not judging it in the way they watched that movie thinking it was going to be John Wick 2, and they didn't know what it was, or Hostel. Like it wasn't what they expected from any of us. And then people also just kind of put it on when it hit Netflix, and they were just like, what the fuck is this? I mean, that's a movie that's like a chess game that just goes off the rails and just goes completely, it turns into basically the Cat in the Hat. It just goes completely insane. But I made it so people would go back and rewatch Death Wish, the Colin Camp movie, which Bob Murawski remastered. So now you can find it. There's like a great new transfer, and I'm on the Blu-ray interviewing the director. So it's the whole point of that was to get people to go back and, watch this one, enjoy it, and then go back and rediscover the original. So it's funny, I look at Green Inferno, I'm like, we couldn't make that movie today. All the safety rules you'd have, like,
really?
Jungle. I mean, the village, when we were leaving, they were getting telephone poles. So I was like, I think electricity was going to hit the village. So there's probably electricity in that village now. It wouldn't be the same. It's like that was the last moment you could possibly make that movie. So it is. I go back sometimes, but I like to let a little bit of time pass before I go back and rewatch. You're so emotionally attached to a movie. Like you think of it like your school, like, or some school trip you went on with all your friends. Like you look at those photos, you look at those videos, you're so close to it that, if hopefully it's a great experience, but when you watch it, you just remember every day of shooting and what you were doing and what you tried to do, what you didn't do. So it takes time. Now I can go back and rewatch House of the Clock in its Walls. Is like, you need that 5 years of objectivity to go back and rewatch the films. And sometimes I'm like, oh, it was pretty good. Other times I'm like, ooh, can't believe I got away with that. I'm like, maybe the critics are right on that one. Other times I'm like, you know what? That's the age I was. That's the movie I made. To me, they're like markers of my life. And that's why I like writing them, producing them, directing them, doing them. They're all very personal experiences for me. And I'm just lucky. It's nice to look back at a 20-year career coming up on, I've done 9 features and a documentary, going like, okay, I can look at a body of work and see the progression and where I was and how old I was when I wrote it and what I thought was a good idea and trying things out. I just want to, the goal is to, make the next 30 years, even more interesting.
Do the negative reviews ever, are you quite thick-skinned with, movies that were less well-received that you've made, like The Green Inferno? How did you find that at the time on its release? Or were you kind of expecting that with a movie like that? Like, how did you find it?
Yeah. You're not making these movies for critics. Time is the only critic that matters. I mean, people like, I was just met someone recently and they were like, they loved Green Inferno. And then like I was lucky to have a dinner with Emerald Fennell, and she was like, I just was thinking of Cabin Fever this morning, shaving my leg. You know what I mean? Like, so like, but I didn't know her, but she loves horror movies. And we connected right away, and she'd seen all my stuff. So it was like, that's what matters. Like to me, sometimes you make a movie that's for the masses, and other times that's like just for the geeks or just for other directors or other people who are like, I saw Green Inferno, that was totally fucking insane. Like, you're not making these movies to be universally loved and universally praised. You just want to do it because you believe in it, and you want to make a mark in the genre. And so that when people look back, you want to feel like that you made your mark. That's all you can't control what the public thinks. All you can control is what you do as a director. So the critics, look, they loved me on this one. They've hated me on the other one. So this is why is Thanksgiving the one that was the best reviewed one? I got like the Rotten Tomatoes fresh.
Yeah.
People liked it. They got it. They were in the right mood for it. And I appreciate it. It's nice to be appreciated, but part of the job is being misunderstood. It comes with the territory. So if you get a nice review, great. But if not, you shouldn't be doing it for the praise. Then you're doing it for the wrong reasons.
Incredible. And final question, you've mentioned Thanksgiving 2, obviously coming in 2025. Is there anything else that you've got coming up that you're excited about? Are there any other kind of future horror projects you have in your brain that you kind of want to go out there and make?
Oh, yeah, definitely. But I've made the mistake in the past of talking about it and then it doesn't happen. I feel like it's better to just do it. Like unless you're in the middle of shooting or casting it, I've made a policy not to talk about anything. But I'm writing. All I'm doing is writing more than Thanksgiving 2. Let me put it that way. I sit down. It's like a race. You have like 9 different things. I mean, it's driving my wife crazy because I'm waking up at 3 a.m. to like go and sit and write because I can't shut my brain off. I'm just like, I got to write this stuff down before I lose it. So, that's the goal, is to create as much as possible and then die.
Incredible. Good plan. Eli Roth, thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure. Good talking to you.
Thank you. Take care.
Cheers.
Bye-bye. Aww. He's actually quite a sweet guy, right? Like some really nice, thoughtful answers that he gave me there. And I like that he was quite honest about some of his older movies and the way they were received and that kind of thing. Nice little chat. Love Eli. Won't hear a word said against him. Okay, we are going to kick off the evening with some Fresh Blood. For people who don't know, Fresh Blood is a monthly strand that we do on Patreon, where we review new releases, essentially. So we cover everything from kind of new films on streaming to new films or in cinemas, physical media, TV shows, video games, everything, basically. So I will be joined by my Fresh Blood co-hosts, Brad Hanson and Becky Dark, imminently. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Becky and Brad, hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello. How lovely to have you guys here. Hopefully everyone can hear us all okay. How are you doing? Brad, how's your Sunday been?
Well, we met up yesterday and had a few drinks, didn't we?
We did.
Louise was in town, so I'm feeling a little fragile today. I'm not going to lie to you.
Baby.
Was it a late one? Like I was very sensible, obviously. So I met Louise for brunch about midday. And then we met other people throughout the afternoon in the pub, didn't we? I think I left at about 5 p.m. How late did it go on till for you guys?
It wasn't that late. Like, we were done by like 11.
Like, yeah,
Okay.
half 10, 11?
Yeah, but it was like 12 hours of drinking. And
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. That's
Classic.
pretty...
Not ideal.
Peter says, hey, Brad, nice bust.
Yeah.
He's already made that
Cheers.
joke today. Love it. Becky, how are you?
I'm good, babes. I've been just watching you all day, to be honest.
Oh,
so
lovely.
I've had a delightful Sunday. Thank you so much for putting on all of this entertaining content for us. Can't appreciate it more.
It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you all for being here. We've just reached £6,900. Thanks, everybody.
Incredible.
Let's see if we can, before the end of Fresh Blood, let's see if we can make it up to that £7,000 target. Amazing.
That's so amazing.
Very, very exciting. Yeah, I know. Everyone's been absolutely incredible. So, guys, where do we even begin? So for people who don't know, we do this every month. We've got a set kind of structure in how we do things. The way in which we usually start is we talk about a bit of news, right? A bit of horror news. So it's been a while since we last did this because we did our end of year special in January, and then before that, I think it was November, right? So a lot of stuff's happened. I thought I'd start off by talking about the Oscar nominations that happened a couple of weeks ago because some of our movies of the year actually got some noms, right? As
Amazing.
well. Like Becky, Godzilla -1 and El Conde got Oscar nominated. How are you feeling about that?
Extremely fucking excited, mate.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. El Conde obviously was in my my top 10 of last year. I absolutely loved it.
And you kept saying how much you loved the cinematography, right? It got a best cinematography nom.
It is a stunning looking film.
Mm-hmm.
So I was extremely happy to see this. I mean, Pablo Larraín, obviously, he's known for how beautiful his films look. And this is no exception.
Yes.
And I think when we spoke about it on our 2023 kind of wrap up, that was one of the key things that I talked about is how beautiful it looks. So this is a perfect nomination for him. And his cinematographer. And in terms of, it's so good to see films that we love getting, obviously always with the Oscars. It's always a little bit
take it with a pinch of salt a little bit.
Take it with a pinch of salt, exactly.
Yeah,
take it with a pinch of salt. But I'm absolutely delighted to see some of these horror bangers that we have been kind of shouting from the rooftops to see stuff nominated. So yes, of course.
Bradley, the three most nominated films, you've got Oppenheimer, Poor Things, and Killers of the Flower Moon. Were you kind of happy with the nominations this year?
Yeah, I mean, I don't take much stock in what's going on with the Oscars. They can have their little party and say
their little party.
Yeah, but as far as I'm concerned, Nick Cage didn't get a best actor nomination for Dream Scenario, so the whole thing's a fucking sham anyway. So
there you go.
Really
there you go. Fair. Absolutely. Let's talk about some other horror news now. Everybody has been talking about the Long Legs trailer. I haven't had a chance to watch it. You guys have, right? Brad, tell us about this.
Well, this is the new film directed by Osgood Perkins, obviously Anthony Perkins' son.
Yes.
And it's this kind of serial killer investigation type deal. The problem is that all the stuff that Neon have released so far has been incredibly vague. So there's only bits and pieces that people can go on what we've seen so far. The first teaser trailer has dropped, and the film features obviously Squeam. Why can't I fucking talk? Try that again.
This is the unedited Fresh Blood you're seeing now.
This is what. No, you normally leave this shit in as well. Micah Monroe, and of course my boy Nicolas Cage is playing what he likes to call a twisted Geppetto, and he seems to be the perpetrator of whatever the fuck is going on in this 1 minute and 19 seconds of weird shit. And it's a real good testament to show don't tell, because I have no clue what the fuck's going on in this film, but I want to watch it so fucking bad.
Yeah,
I love that. Becky, have you seen the trailer as well?
I have seen the trailer. I'm so fucking excited. It looks like the trailer, it looks twisted and dark and kind of everything that we would want from a serial killer mystery. There are so many horror films that focus on serial killers, and the ones that work the best, I think, are the ones that have this kind of darkness at their center and this kind of this sort of mystery at their center. So yeah, like the trailer blew me away. I'm really, really excited. And obviously it's got such like pedigree kind of involved. So yes, I'm very, very here for Longlegs.
Amazing. In other news, this news very much excited me, Brad, that the Coen brothers are getting back together because they've been doing separate projects for a while. And they've announced that their next film is going to be a grisly, violent horror film. How are you feeling about this, Bradley?
I feel pretty good because when you look at something like their first film, Blood Simple, there is certainly elements of horror peppered throughout that. And before that, they were obviously in bed with Sam Raimi helping make the Evil Dead films.
Yes.
Incredible.
So it's something that this is in their DNA and something that, you know, when you get into intolerable cruelty territory and you have to start doing all this fucking pappy shit, sometimes it's nice to take a little step back and go back to basics. And if they can go back and make something, you know, these are two of the most accomplished filmmakers going at the moment. And if they want to come back to horror, yes, please.
Hell yes. Yes.
And you know it's going to be good because they're the boys, aren't they? They're good stuff.
Oh my God. I mean, No Country for Old Men alone is a pretty amazing horror film, right? Becky, are you a Coen fan?
Could not agree more. I'm so excited for this. This was such a, like, it was such a evocative piece of news. It was just like, I feel like everybody was
Everyone was like,
yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, huge Coen's fan and hugely here for them kind of revisiting slash kind of expanding on their kind of horror sort of oeuvre. So yeah, big fan. I'm so excited. What an amazing piece of news.
How exciting. In other news, we've got David Bruckner directing The Blob, another The Blob, Becky. How are you feeling about this?
I mean, it's perfect, right? So we've got the director of The Ritual, Night House, the most recent Hellraiser. I love The Blob, like the original 1958 film, and you know, with Steve McQueen, and then we've got, oh my God, the fucking Chuck Russell version from '88 is so good. And so I feel like, I don't know how you feel about this, but there is almost this kind of, if the first two have been so good, it's almost like it's up to you to fuck it up. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like you have to be good because the first two were so good.
Yeah.
And when you have the kind of like filmography that David Bruckner has, I'm like, yeah, absolutely. Like, I hope that he brings some of that kind of intimacy and stuff that he's had in his previous films, and also, you know, with like I liked the most recent Hellraiser, so I hope that he kind of brings some of that like slightly more kind of transgressive, kind of fucked up situation to it. I think that it is a great pairing, and I am hugely excited about this one.
Hell yeah. Now in some sadder news, Bradley, pour one out for David Gordon Green, who it was announced a couple of weeks ago will not be directing any more Exorcist movies.
What a pity, eh? What a shame.
What a pity.
Oh dear. I just want to thank David from the bottom of my heart to fuck off and leave this fucking. Fortunately, you didn't have the foresight to do that during your Halloween stint, but we moved. It's fine. Small victories and all that. I know David Gordon Green is one of your best friends, Mike. You're always going on about him.
Him and Eli, they're my bezies, all right?
Your boys.
My boys.
Just palling around. But yes, if the producers of The Exorcist next one have any sense, throw all the money at Damien Rugner and let's give it to even the Raka Raka boys, the Philippines.
Yeah, God, can you imagine? That would be so good.
God.
So
yes,
good.
Please.
There's been a lot of news about kind of potential franchise movies kind of disappearing. Becky, also, we've had a whole drama over the last couple of months involving Scream 7, right? The casting, people leaving, the director Christopher Landon has now left. I know you weren't a big fan of 5 and 6 anyway. Do you think they just need to cut their losses now with these films?
So I wasn't a huge fan of 5 and 6. there are parts of them that I like, but I mean, Brad and I saw 6 together, and we came out and we were very grumpy.
Cross
were we drunk at the time? Probably. That's normally
drunk and cross. Our absolute favourite state of affairs.
Yeah.
So Melissa Barrera and Jenna Ortega have come out of the film for various reasons, whether that be political or kind of scheduling, who knows. It's tough because, as I think you said earlier, I've been watching your stream all day. You mentioned earlier about how actually the Scream fandom are pretty rabid. Like
weird bunch.
They're a very passionate bunch. And so it actually turned out that Christopher Landon, who, from Freaky and Happy Death Day and stuff, who I think we all agree would have been an amazing...
fun choice.
A really great choice to take on the franchise. He's also left the project, and it's such a weird one. After 5 and 6, and they were obviously, whether you're a fan or not, doesn't really matter. The franchise was going in a very specific direction, and it has now kind of stalled because obviously those key people from the core 4 have exited the project. We've got a director who has exited the project. Spyglass, who's the production company, are being very tight-lipped on the whole thing. So it's a tough one. I as you said earlier, Mike, I don't want to repeat you, but at the same time, there might be people on the stream who didn't see your chat earlier. It was 11
hours ago now, to be fair.
Right, fair. There's stuff around the kind of Spyglass production company stuff where you sort of think all right, these decisions are being made around kind of casting and direction, but actually, okay, well, what's your next step then?
Yeah.
What are you going to do instead? It's tough, but we're currently in a state of real kind of limbo with what Scream 7 might be.
Yeah, it's not a great look for Spyglass all in all, is it? Especially after, Neve Campbell didn't return for 6 because they wouldn't pay her what she, deserved. So, yeah, not great. And final bit of news, Brad, Martha is Dead film adaptation. Tell us about this.
Yeah, so Louise Blaine's favourite game of last year, the one where you have to cut out a fetus out of a body or whatever the fucking mad shit you had to do. I still haven't played it, even though she was not a fan, shall we say, of the sort of graphic depictions, because it was all sort of it's mental illness, that's why we're doing all this sort of stuff. But anyway, it's been announced that these two Swedish lads are Andre and Andreas are making a movie adaptation of a game that I haven't played. So as you can imagine, my information I can provide you is pretty slim, but it's meant to be a pretty a challenging game. So let's hope maybe a challenging film. Maybe when we do our extreme chat in 2 years' time, the updated rankings, maybe this will be in it, but probably not. They'll probably sanitize it down.
Yeah, indeed. So there you go. So that's Martha is Dead film adaptation. All right, let's talk about some new stuff. There's loads of new stuff to talk about this month. We're going to kick things off with talking about some new horror in cinemas. So we've got it. Let's kick off by talking about Night Swim, the kind of haunted swimming pool movie. Becky, is that right?
Yeah, it's a haunted swimming pool. Uh-huh. This film is so daft. So the best way to talk about it is as a haunted swimming pool movie, and then it has a baseball subplot. So
what?
Nobody, I don't think anybody is taking this film 100% seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the plot is forced into an early retirement by a degenerative disease, former baseball player Ray Waller moves into a new house with his wife and his 2 children. He hopes that the backyard swimming pool will be fun for the kids and provide physical therapy for himself. However, a dark secret from within the home's past soon unleashes a malevolent force that drags the family into the depths of inescapable horror. So it's very silly. It's Blumhouse. It's directed by Bryce McGuire. It stars Wyatt Russell, who is Kurt Russell's son, and Kerry Condon. It's like So we were recording with Stevie, Mike, and he said that this was like Five Nights at Freddy's level bad.
Yes.
And so I then left that recording. I went to the cinema. I had extremely low expectations because, as anybody who listened to our 23 of 2023 will know, that Five Nights at Freddy's was basically our lowest ranked horror of last year. It was awful, in our opinion. And so Stevie said this, and I was like, all right, well, I know kind of the level that I'm going into. Okay. So like, these are my expectations. And luckily, I think for Night Swim, I went into it thinking this is going to be dog shit. And actually, I had quite a fun time with it. It's really silly. Like, it's very kind of I found myself I was in the cinema on my own, and I found myself just kind of grinning to myself throughout large portions of this film with how like daft this film is.
Mm-hmm.
But of course it's daft because it's about a haunted swimming pool with a baseball subplot. It's essentially like Bull Durham meets Amityville Horror. And I was kind of here for it. Like, I know that people have been really, really disparaging about Night Swim, but you know what? I came out of the cinema and I was like, 3 stars, absolutely fine. I didn't hate it. I thought it, you know, I didn't have that thing that we did with Five Nights at Freddy's, for example, where I was kind of like seat shiftingly bored and like looking at my watch, like waiting for it to be over. There were certain points of it that I was just like, yeah, all right, it's fine. It's a haunted swimming pool movie. Like, whatever. It was absolutely fine.
Wow. All right. Bradley, what did you think of this one?
It ain't that deep, bro. This is some pretty shallow filmmaking.
Oh God.
Swim plausibly bad.
Oh God.
God, just keep them rolling out, Brad. Come on, you've got this.
Let me tell you, not my cup of tea. I'm definitely in the Stevie camp.
Mm-hmm.
Thought it was a load of old shit, and it's got this stupid plot about how the pool's haunted. Like, they were like, we need to think of a reason why the pool's haunted, and it is the stupidest reason I think I've ever thought of. And it's one of those things. I have this big thing. Obviously, when we go to deep cuts, we'll talk about it as well. But it's just like, just don't go near it. Like, if it's haunted, like, just leave it alone.
Yeah.
But, not my cup of tea.
There you go. Yeah. All right, a mixed bag then. Night Swim, which is out in cinemas now. Also out in cinemas, Baghead, which I've also heard mixed things about. Brad, tell us about this one.
Yeah, so following on from the death of her estranged father, played by Peter Mullen, Iris learns that she has inherited a rundown centuries-old pub in Berlin. So she goes over there. They're like, here's the keys. It's a bit of a fixer-upper. She goes down into the basement, finds a lass running around with a fucking bag on her head. And it turns out that you can talk to her for 2 minutes and she'll become the dead person that you want to talk to if she's holding an item of theirs in her hand. But don't go over 2 minutes. However, everyone always goes over 2 minutes.
It sounds a bit like a Talk to Me ripoff.
It's like Talk to Me, exactly.
Yeah. Exactly like Talk to Me. So it's based on a short film that Alberto Corredor made a couple of years ago. It's more like Ball Baghead. From my liking, didn't really think much of it.
Didn't care for it. No. I've heard not good things about this.
I've heard not good things.
Yes. We know somebody that walked out of the cinema halfway through it.
Did a fright fest.
I know a couple of people actually. Yeah. Not great by the sounds of it. Okay, rough month so far. So that's Baghead out now in cinemas. Let's go to some slightly more prestigious movies, and slightly more serious actually as well. Zone of Interest. The Zone of Interest is out. I think maybe next week, if not this week, maybe. And this is the new film from Jonathan Glazer. So obviously director of, Under the Skin, Birth, etc. This guy who just like sweeps in every 10 years or so and makes some sort of movie that fucks everyone up and then swoops out again. And yeah, this movie, not really a horror film, a straight like conventional horror film, but very, very horrific in a lot of ways. Essentially the story of a man, Rudolf Hoss, and his wife Hedwig, played by the amazing Sandra Hüller, who strive to build a dream life for their family in a house and garden. That is what the plot synopsis tells you. What it doesn't really tell you from that plot synopsis is that the house in question is right on the edge of, is right on the boundary of Auschwitz, essentially, and it is a really powerful, harrowing story where you're essentially just kind of watching this family live their life in this beautiful home, and it's quite quiet and it's quite kind of slow and it's subtle, and you're kind of like, what's going on here? And then you start getting little hints of what's happening, of what's just beyond the boundary of their garden in like little, and the film, we never go into Auschwitz, like we never really see what's going on, but it's basically this kind of really harrowing story about this very privileged family living on the edge of this horror that's happening. And obviously the father of the family, Rudolf Hoss, who was this real Nazi who worked in Auschwitz. So it's the story of him and his family. But Jonathan Glazer does that thing that he does where he kind of strips away the story to the bare bones, and he just kind of gives you this mood and vibe, and you just live with these characters. And it takes a while before you start to realize, oh, like this is what's going on. It has some of, I think, the best sound design I've ever heard in a movie. Like, it is a movie that really relies entirely on what you're hearing happening in the background and things that are happening like in the back of frame. And it's really, really, it's upsetting and harrowing and powerful in all the best ways. Like, I thought this was astounding, this movie. Brad, you've seen it, right? What did you think?
Yeah, I went and saw it in IMAX, which was certainly a thing that happened. It's a really interesting film because what you see and what you hear are two very different things. Because on the surface, this appears to be some kind of like Douglas Sirk-esque, like kitchen sink drama, something Ken Loach would do, about this family trying to make ends meet and make things work. But it just so happens that he's the commandant of Auschwitz. But it's those things just outside of view where that really starts to sort of like crawl under your skin. And the film is more experimental than I think you would ever think that it would be. Like, it does some mad shit within it, and the way that I kind of described it is like it's a film like someone putting out a cigarette kind of dispassionately in an open, oozing wound. It feels like that kind of like the pain is there, but we're not seeing the pain. We're seeing these people kind of sort of banally live their lives. While inflicting horrible, unspeakable horrors just next door. And it's a really challenging and difficult film. People walked out of the screening I was in shouting that this was a pro-Nazi movie, which I can assure you it definitely is not a pro-Nazi movie.
No.
But,
that's interesting.
It was certainly an odd and challenging experience, but it's a film that hasn't left my brain since I saw it.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You come out of it and go, oh, wow, that was interesting. And then actually about a week later, you're like, actually, that was fucking amazing, And it is, like you said, Brad, it's kind of about the banality of evil, I think, really. Obviously, he's been nominated for Best Picture for this, for Best Director. Becky, are you going to check this one out? Are you a Glazer fan?
100%. I'm an enormous Glazer fan. It's just time that I haven't had a chance to see it yet. So I'm top of my list.
Absolutely incredible movie, but you prepare yourself for it. It's not an easy watch. So that's The Zone of Interest, which is out in cinemas this month. Also out in cinemas on the other end of the spectrum, a little bit more fun, but equally brilliant, is Poor Things. Now, we haven't really talked together about Poor Things yet because it only came out in UK cinemas in January. This is the new Yorgos Lanthimos film, of course. This kind of brilliant, wonderful, kind of fucked up fable about this kind of Frankenstein-esque creation. This woman called Bella Baxter, played by Emma Stone, and her kind of finding her way in the world. I talked about this on the podcast before, but it's almost a similar story to something like Barbie. Like, you've got this woman going out into the real world and learning what it means to be a woman in the modern world, essentially. And, you know, she goes on adventures, she goes travelling. There's lots of different men that come and go from her life, played by people like Mark Ruffalo, Willem Dafoe, Christopher Abbott. And, oh my God, what is there to say about this film? It is just perfection. Like riotously fun, laugh out loud funny, twisted and dark in that Yorgos way. It's got that cruelty about it in a really, really funny way. Emma Stone is phenomenal. I think it deserves, you know, every one of the 11 Oscar nominations it's got, and I bloody loved it. What did you guys think? Becky, what did you think of Poor Things?
I feel like this film was made for me.
Yes.
I think I might have accidentally written this film in a dream.
Yeah. I've got to admit, a couple of moments did make me think of Becky Dark, actually. Yeah.
I didn't want it to end. I could have spent another 4 or 5 hours with the story and with the characters. 5 stars, no notes. Absolutely loved it. And people had told me before I went to see it that, yourself included, that, this was a film that was very much up my street. And I don't think I realized quite how up my street it was going to be until I sat there in Picture House Central and actually fucking watched it. It was unbelievable. I loved every single moment, from the performances to the costumes to the world building to the score to the sound design to the editing. Everything for me worked. And I have spoken to people who don't love this film, and I have tried to hold myself back from that very knee-jerk reaction of like,
you're wrong.
Off. Why are you so stupid? Don't be an idiot. Of course you love this film. And I think there is stuff in it that doesn't necessarily appeal to all audiences, right? So, Yorgos Lanthimos, for better or worse, is a director who really kind of delves into like aesthetics and these interpersonal relationships and stuff that I think and this isn't me being patronizing, I'm not trying to be like, some people don't get it. I'm absolutely not saying that. But for some audiences, it's not their jam. They don't get on board with it, and that's fine. For me personally, it was everything that I wanted it to be. This had been on my radar for a really long time, and I think a little bit like the absolute opposite of Night Swim, where I went in when my expectations were on the fucking floor. I went in with my expectations extremely high and was almost like nervous that it wasn't going to meet my expectations, and it absolutely did and exceeded them. Like I just loved every single moment of it. The dialogue is hilarious. I was laughing out loud for so much of it. It's so sexy. It looks so beautiful. I was just like 100% made for me. Loved it.
Incredible. Bradley, were you a fan of this one?
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to luxuriate in the twisted mind of Yorgos Lanthimos. So
he's a freaky little bastard, isn't he? Oh, love him. Love Yorgos. Absolutely love him. It's so good. I'll be very surprised if it doesn't still remain in my sort of top films of the year by the end of the year. Like, it's absolutely astonishing. Loved it. Poor Things. That's out in cinemas now. And also out finally in cinemas, Out of Darkness. Brad, tell us about this one.
Yeah, so in the old Stone Age, a disparate gang of early humans band together in search of new land, but when they suspect a malevolent mystical being is hunting them down, the clan are forced to confront a danger that they never would have thought would have happened. That sort of thing, I don't know. So this film actually came out in 2022, ages and ages ago, by Andrew Cumming. You probably saw it.
I think I've seen this. This is one of those ones where I was like, I've never heard of this film. And then you started reading the plot synopsis, and I was like, oh, it's that Stone Age horror movie.
Stone Age horror, yeah. It was called The Origin originally, and they've renamed it Out of Darkness. It's directed by Andrew Cumming, and it's all right. It's hard work because they grunt because they're cavemen, so they don't really have a language. So it's basically like a bit of a hassle, but it's all right. It's cool. It's got nice visuals, and if you like your slow, ponderous folk horror, then it'll be right up your street.
Absolutely, yeah, agreed. I've got to say, it's not stayed with me since 2022. Like, I forgot it existed, but also I don't remember it being terrible. You know, that's the most I can say about it. Yeah, it's fine. There you go. That's Out of Darkness, which is out on the 9th of February. Okay, we're going to move over to Brad's Deep Cuts. So this is where he recommends a few other older titles linked to something new in cinema. So, Brad, this time you've got some choices based on Night Swim, right?
Yes, and initially I was going to be like, well, how many haunted swimming pool films are there? Not a lot, it turns out. But there are films with swimming pools in them that I was like, we could do. But instead I decided to go for the stupidest, cursed, weird, haunted objects in films.
The fact that you're not doing Swim Fan makes me very upset.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I've gone with this one. I've gone a different way with it. So my first recommendation based on cursed haunted things is, of course, Toby Hooper's The Mangler from 1995, about a haunted or cursed laundry press. another fine example of just don't go near it. It's stationary. It can't move.
Yeah, just stay away. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
It's an odd beast, this film. It obviously stars Robert Englund as well in full camp kitsch makeup. But yes, there's just seems to be a series of murders where people keep falling in this same fucking laundry press, and no one thinks to rope it off. But it's good. I quite enjoy it. So that's the first one. My second suggestion for haunted or cursed objects would, of course, be Quinton Dupieux's Rubber.
Great choice. Great choice. Killer Tire.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, this was one of my first introductions to Quinton Dupieux, and I love his films. I love everything he does.
100%.
Every year, he's got a new film that's 70 minutes long, weird and fucking stupid, and I love it. Yes. But Rubber was one of the first I ever met, and it is, like Ron Seal, as it says on the tin, a film about Killer Tire. How can you not like that?
So good. He also did Killer Deerskin Jacket, right?
That's right.
And that incredible film about the house with the hole in it as well.
Incredible but true.
Incredible but true.
Loved that director so much. Love him. Yeah.
Unbelievable. He's so good.
Yeah. Anyway, carry on.
And my final recommendation would, of course, have to be Deathbed, The Bed That Eats from 1977. Which, of course, is about a haunted or cursed bed. Simply don't sleep on it. However, people don't realise, because it eats them. There's no evidence.
So does it like Johnny Depp style kind of swallow him up?
Kind of. Yeah.
Love this.
So those would be my three recommendations: The Mangler, Rubber, and Deathbed, The Bed That Eats.
It's incredible choices. I love that. And The Mangler you can stream on the Arrow video streaming service in the UK or rent it on VOD. Rubber, you have to watch on Studio Canal's streaming service if you want to check it out here in the UK. And Deathbed, sadly, there's no sort of legal way to be able to watch that in the UK, but I'm sure you could probably find it if you need to, right? That sounds great. Good choices. All right, let's talk about some new horror films out this month on Shudder. So first of all, Dario Argento, Panico. Becky, tell us about this.
Good this. It's a documentary basically about maestro Dario Argento. So the whole conceit of it is documentary about the great master of European horror and fantastic films, offers an immersive exploration into the life and legacy of the director of Suspiria, using the writing process of his next film as a starting point. Dario Argento Panico immerses us in the mind of the Italian genius and offers testimonials from other filmmakers who love his work. So this is essentially a really lovely kind of intimate and comprehensive look at Dario Argento and his work. You've got collaborators and family and fans, including like Asia Argento, Goblin, Guillermo del Toro, Gaspar Noé. Like, so many people kind of drop in to talk about like why Argento is such an incredible kind of like creative force within the genre. And you just basically get this, it's a classic kind of like bio documentary. So you are getting a look at his life and his work, his personal life, his how that kind of affects his work, especially considering like he works with his daughters on a lot of stuff, and he's worked with, you know, lovers and wives and stuff like that on a lot of his stuff. It's really good. Like I can't fault it. As a kind of biographical documentary about a director's life and work, it's solid. Like it's really solid. You know, you've got the man himself kind of at the center of it, and then all of these collaborators and fans and family members and stuff, as I say, sort of around it. You know, lots of really fascinating talking heads. It's good. Like I really enjoyed it, and it gave me quite an interesting look at the man himself. Like, I think, you know, people talk about Argento being a misogynist for the sorts of films that he makes, etc. And I think, you know, that is an ongoing discussion. And I think that a lot of people are very much on the side of don't be so fucking ridiculous, like he loves women. But there was really something that I took away from the documentary where I was like, I've always loved Argento's films, and now I kind of love Argento as well. Like he's obviously like a really thoughtful and quite self-aware human being. And as he kind of goes into his twilight years, it's a really interesting kind of look at where he is now and a look back at where he was when he was making his films. So yes, I would say that Panico is a very competent look at the man and his work.
Love that. Brad, as a Daddy Argento super fan, what were your thoughts on this doc?
It's always nice to spend 80 to 90 minutes with Daddy Argento moaning that he's in a really nice hotel.
Yeah.
He's really unhappy that he's in a really nice hotel, and he's like, oh, fuck this is a hassle. Yeah, it's not the most invasive of docs. It doesn't really sort of peel back the layers of anything too difficult. I think if Darian Nicolodi was still alive, I think there'd be some more interesting anecdotal stuff with her. But yeah, it's a solid talking heads doc about my boyfriend.
Love that. Just pausing to say we've just passed £7,000.
Oh
my god, guys!
And we've passed 12 hours of you streaming.
Oh my god, and I'm halfway through. Oh my god.
Halfway there.
Fuck me, halfway. Is that it?
You guys are incredible. This is amazing.
Holy shit. That's amazing though. Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much everybody for donating. We've upped that goal. Let's keep upping the goal. So we've gone up to 7,500. Let's see if we can reach that one tonight.
Fucking amazing.
Absolutely incredible. So that was Dario Argento Panico on Shudder this month. Also out on Shudder, Destroy All Neighbours. Brad, tell us about this one.
Yeah, so directed by Josh Forbes. This is a film about William Brown, a neurotic, self-absorbed musician who's determined to finish his prog rock odyssey album, but his next-door neighbour, Vlad, is causing all sorts of hassle and noise complaints that make it very difficult for him to write his YYZ masterpiece. Vlad is played by Alex Winter in a completely unrecognisable form. Like, you would never in a million years guess that it was Alex Winter with the makeup effects that he's wearing, but he's this kind of nutty neighbor. Things come to blows and some stuff happens, and what we get here is kind of like an Evil Dead-ish, kind of Brain Dead-ish sort of splatter comedy. it doesn't stick all of its landings. It's not as charming as it thinks it is, but for the most part, it's a really fun and interesting sort of splatter comedy that has some funny, silly moments and is quite fun. You didn't really like it, though, did you, Becky?
Oh,
not for me. Yeah. I really struggle with this. I went in very enthusiastic and came away very disappointed.
Oh no. Oh no.
I know. It's just for me it was it's that kind of classic argument of horror versus comedy.
Okay.
And for me, it didn't nail either the horror nor the comedy. Yeah. But I know that it's getting a lot of love, so it might just be me.
Okay, all right. Well, there you go. So that's Destroy All Neighbors, out this month on Shudder. Let's talk about a new horror film that's out this month on Netflix. Can't wait to hear about this, Becky. Deep Fear. Tell us about this one.
Oh yeah.
This is a shark movie, right?
It's a shark movie.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to eat a biscuit while you do this. Carry on.
Yeah, you and me and Louise were in the pub yesterday, and I described this as Cocaine Bear has a lot to answer for. Mm-hmm. So this is essentially a shark movie where there is a kind of lone woman out on a boat, and she is she's a competent sailor and diver, and she has massive tits and big lips, and she encounters this kind of stranded boat. And so because she's very helpful, she's like, I will help you people in the stranded boat. And what she finds out is that actually, that rather than being refugees, as they tell her at the beginning of the film, they are actually drug runners. And so the plot of the film is that they make her dive down to the sunken boat to retrieve their goods, which is cocaine. So she's a diver. They're like, okay, so we need this cocaine back. You are going to have to dive down to get the cocaine. And sorry, did we mention that it's shark-infested waters? So she has to go down through the shark-infested waters, and through various kind of bullshit set pieces, the cocaine at one point gets eaten by the shark. And so it's like, oh no, now the shark is high on cocaine. Oh no, how terrible. At no point does the film actually capitalize on the fact that the shark is on cocaine. At which point I would have been like, this is a film worth watching. I would love to watch a shark on cocaine. Fantastic. Actually, what you get is you've got a woman who is literally, and this makes me sound like a terrible feminist, so I don't want to.
Here we go.
I don't want to necessarily kind of like focus on this fact, but she cannot act, and all she's got is massive tits and massive lips. That's all she's got. I'm really sorry about that. I would love to be able to big her up as some sort of incredible like female protagonist. She ain't. We've got the guy from Gossip Girl, Chad, or whatever the fuck his name is. I don't know. And all of the acting choices are terrible. I would have loved to have watched Cocaine Shark. That sounds like an amazing conceit to me. Unfortunately, I don't understand how you can do Cocaine Shark so badly, where the CGI is horrific, the acting is appalling, and even the point that we get to where the shark has eaten all of the cocaine, it doesn't change the behavior of the shark. At one point, she says something like, Also, do you know that the shark has eaten loads of cocaine? So he's probably really high now. Doesn't change the behavior of the shark. He's still the exact same level of like chompy. It is absolute dog shit. I was messaging you guys while I was watching it, like, I'm 15 minutes in, this might be the worst film I've ever seen, and over the next kind of hour it just didn't get any better. I am so sad that unfortunately on Netflix this cocaine shark film is as bad as it is, but it is fucking appalling. Do not waste your time with it.
Wow. Brad, anything to say on this one? Well, there you go.
Boob jump scare?
Boob jump scare.
Oh, yeah, there's a boob jump scare. Well, I didn't realise how big her boobs were. I'm like, oh my God, where did they come from? Jesus Christ, frightening.
Incredible. Well, so there you go. I'll skip that one. That's Deep Fear, cocaine shark movie. That's out now on Netflix. All right, let's move into Becky's True Crime Corner. Becky, I've heard a lot about this American Nightmare on Netflix.
This is good, boys. Okay, so essentially the story is a woman and her boyfriend are asleep in bed at night. They are woken up by these noises and these lights in their faces. And the woman gets pulled out of bed and is essentially kidnapped. And the guy is drugged. He is left behind. He wakes up kind of from this like drug fueled sleep the next morning, and he's like, fuck, where is my girlfriend? Calls the police, and the police do not believe him. So there's this whole story that he paints around people coming into the bedroom, tying them up, drugging them, lights in their faces, all of this kind of thing. And they very quickly decide that he is a suspect and that it is a hoax. And there is stuff around like his ex-girlfriend and stuff like that. And the thing is around the time that the abduction happened, Gone Girl had around that time been released. And so the local police are like, this kind of sounds like Gone Girl. It sounds like this woman has essentially orchestrated her own abduction / she's just absconded from this relationship. She is trying to get insurance money or whatever, but she is trying to kind of capitalize, I guess, off of this abduction. It's all bullshit. What happens is she gets dropped off by the kidnappers by her family's house. And so that kind of exacerbates this whole thing around, did she orchestrate it herself? Has she basically kind of made up this story about her, like her and her boyfriend, have they made up this story about her being abducted? And her and her boyfriend are pulled in by police. They do police interviews, you know, classic. It's all sort of captured by CCTV. They are in the interrogation rooms. And what unfolds is the most unbelievable story. It's across 3 episodes on Netflix. And what you come to understand is that no matter how it looks from the outside, these poor people have been the victims of the most horrendous crime. She has been sexually assaulted. She has been held captive. And what unfolds as the 3 episodes go on is that the police are zeroing in on this Gone Girl situation where they're like, well, this movie came out really recently, so obviously she has faked her own death or like faked her own abduction. Whereas actually what has happened is she has actually been kidnapped from her bedroom. It is horrific and a really interesting kind of spin on the true crime documentary format, because what you would normally get is a mystery or somebody has disappeared and then you're looking to find out who it is. To be honest, from the start of this, you know who the fuck it is, but you are following the police, not believing the story of the people at the center of this abduction. It's called American Nightmare because these people have been at the center of this crime and the police will not believe them, and to the point that she is up against criminal charges for kind of police what's it called when you like interfere with police investigations, like absolutely horrific. It is fascinating. Wow. And you get so much insight from the two people at the center of the abduction. You get loads of stuff about like their family and, you know, how it was for them while this person was missing. And, you know, do they believe the boyfriend? Do they not believe the boyfriend? You know, you would normally think that the person who is kind of closest to the crime would be the person who did it, but actually they didn't, and blah, 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 blah. It is amazing. 3 episodes, as I say, well worth a watch, and very much a kind of a doctrine about why the police should potentially not be trusted with these sorts of things.
Wow. Okay, so that's American Nightmare, which is out now on Netflix. Was there one other true crime doc you wanted to add in, Becky, as well?
So I wanted to add in Varmatown, which is the new podcast from Kyle MacLachlan.
Oh,
and
yes.
Actually, I haven't had a chance to listen to it. So what I wanted was to come on board and be like, this is amazing. I'm sure it's amazing because it's Kyle fucking MacLachlan. But the idea is basically he learned about this story about Pablo Escobar taking over a small town in like small town America. And he kind of approached podcast producers and stuff to say, like, this is a weird thing that happened. Do you want to make a thing about it? I don't know a huge amount about it because I haven't listened to it yet. I wanted to listen to it ahead of this, which I haven't quite had the chance to do. But it's Kyle MacLachlan, fucking Twin Peaks, you know.
He's done some amazing little promo videos for that podcast as well. He
absolutely has.
Yeah.
And so it's more of a just kind of like on your radar kind of thing.
Love that. Well, there you go. All right, let's move on to some just other additional movies that are out that are new this month on streaming. The first one, Birth Rebirth, which is out on VOD right now. Becky, tell us a bit about this one.
So essentially, you have got a nurse who is the single mother of a young child, and you have got a woman who works in kind of like the coroner's office, and they work in the same hospital. They don't really cross paths a lot, but what happens is the nurse's daughter dies, and through that, her and the coroner kind of cross paths. And then there's this story that unfolds around kind of like reanimation and this idea of death isn't necessarily like a final state. And they bond over the care for this little girl who is dead but not dead, and it's really amazing. Like I liked it a lot. I personally struggled with it a little bit because it's about a lot of physical horror that I don't feel particularly comfortable with. So as you guys know, I slightly freaked out by pregnancy, and there's a lot of pregnancy in this film, but also like hysterectomy and stuff like that. And like a lot of this is stuff that I really struggle with for personal reasons. But that aside, it is a really amazing exploration of kind of motherhood and science, to be honest. Like this idea that you can use science and medicine to overcome death.
Yeah.
And so it's a classic kind of, you know, Frankenstein story.
Yeah, there's a kind of Reanimator vibe to it that I quite liked. Yeah.
Absolutely, there is. I really liked it. I didn't love it. And I think the reason I didn't love it was because I couldn't get quite past those personal sort of limitations, I guess, that I have when I come to film. But I know that this is something that on a lot of our friends, you know, lists from last year, they absolutely loved it. It was really, really high on their list. I think that the performances are phenomenal. You've got Judy Reyes, for example, who is unbelievable in it.
She's amazing.
Is so good. You have this grief, but also this absolute kind of determination from her, where she very quickly kind of pivots, I guess, from my daughter's dead to, right, well, let's sort this out. Let's, you know, do this stuff that we need to do. And there's a very kind of like logistical and pragmatic approach, I think, to what they need to do to make sure that this little girl lives. I would say that the performances are amazing. I really, really enjoyed it on a detached level, but if I started to engage on it on more of a personal level, I really fucking struggle with it.
Brad, what did you think of Birth Rebirth?
Yeah, it's good. Quite liked it. It's definitely got like Reanimator Frankenstein vibes to it. Yeah. And yeah, it's like added to the list of reasons why I'm glad I'm fucking childless. Can't be arsed with all that shit.
There's some creepy kid stuff. There's some body horror. It is a really good. I really enjoyed it too, and I think it really does rest on those two central performances. Judy Reyes, who is really taking it seriously. She's like in this very earnest kind of story about this mother losing her child. And then you've got Marion Ireland, the other actress who plays the character of Rose, who is this brilliantly unhinged. She is like this Herbert West Reanimator type character, a kind of twist on that, and she's brilliant.
I found it really difficult to like get my head around the fact that she wasn't Andrea Riseborough.
Me
Did
too.
You guys get...
Yes, she really has Andrea Riseborough vibes.
Big time.
I agree with that. So, but it's really good. It's really worth a watch. That's Birth Rebirth, which is out. You can now stream it VOD. Little Bone Lodge, Brad. Tell us about this one.
Yes, this is directed by Matthias Hearn, who did Cockneys vs. Zombies. He's made a new film. During a stormy night in the Scottish Highlands, two criminal brothers on a run seek refuge in a desolate farmhouse. But when they take the residents hostage, they find out there's more at play. And Jolie Richardson is the head matriarch of this clan of people. And I saw a lot of people I trust and respect were, 3.5, 4-star, loving it. They're all saying it was good. I think a lot of them saw it at Fright Fest, and then I watched it, and this is why I don't fucking listen to you people. Because you fucking steer me to the mid. Bang average shit going. There's nothing wrong with this film, but there's also nothing particularly right with this film. It just sort of happens. So I will no longer be taking recommendations from anyone.
Love that. Well, there you go. That's Little Bone Lodge, which is out this month on Now TV, and The Haunting of the Queen Mary. Guys, tell us about this one, Becky.
Mate, this is an absolute inept shambles of a movie. It is so fucking bad. It's 2 hours long for starters, and it's like it's like Titanic, but terrible. It's like haunted Titanic, but every kind of corridor they go down, there is some bullshit fucking ghost, or so it's like, I tell you what it's like. What's the
like
haunted horror with the glass house?
13 Ghosts.
It's like 13 Ghosts meets Titanic. That is what it's like.
I mean, that doesn't sound awful.
She's done a bad
No, it
job
doesn't sound awful, but it is awful. I can promise you it is awful.
Okay.
Everything about this film is inept. The scares are non-existent. The performances are fucking terrible. We've got Alice Eve and hold on, I'm gonna have to look
Joel Fry.
Joel Fry and the guy
from Peep Show, Angus Wright.
Is that who I mean?
The guy from Peep Show's in it.
The guy from fucking Taskmaster is the one that I'm thinking of. Lenny Rush. So it's got Lenny Rush from Taskmaster. My absolute tip from this stream would be, don't watch The Haunting of Queen Mary. Just go and watch Lenny Rush on Taskmaster.
So good.
That is all you need. It is, the accents are terrible. The acting is appalling. The plot makes zero sense. It is 2 hours long. Everybody who is on screen at any point doesn't seem to know what they are doing or where they're supposed to be next. And I don't think the editing understands where everybody is supposed to be next, because it is just this like absolute mess. You don't know, kind of, it's like there is flashbacks and kind of ghost stuff where like people are kind of slipping, like time slipping between things, and there's stuff in the present day and there is stuff in the past, in like the I don't know, like 1930. Fred Astaire is in it at one point. It is it's a disaster. It is a disaster of a movie. I cannot overemphasize how much of a just mess this film is. I went into it again. I was like, Now TV, it's got Alice Eve, you know, it'll be fine. It's got like Joel Fry, I kind of like him. You know, it's 2 hours long, but fine. It's like Sunday, I've got like 2 hours, whatever. I'm going to do it for the podcast. And I came out of it and I was like, I cannot believe that this film has been produced with such a absolute like dog shit approach. It was so bad. Awful. Don't watch it.
There we go. All right. Brad, a fan of this one?
Oh, I loved it. Yeah, that's great. I'm so surprised that the director of Dracula Untold was unable to make a coherent and interesting film. Yeah, it's 2 hours to be the shitter Ghost Ship, and everyone knows how bad Ghost Ship is, save for the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not worth your time at all.
Oh, no. All right, well, there you go. That's Haunting of the Queen Mary on Now TV. Right, well, guys, we're going to have to speed this up a little bit. We've already got quarter to 9.
Oh, God.
Okay, let's move into some horror TV. We've got some good horror TV out at the moment. So the first thing that's worth discussing, I think, is True Detective Season 4, Night Country. So True Detective started 10 years ago, of course. Season 1, Matthew McConaughey, Woody Harrelson, like a really, really incredible season of television. It really kind of like, it was really part of that big prestige television kind of movement. Then it had Season 2, which was not good. Season 3, which was kind of a bit mid. And it's never really got back on its feet until now. So Season 4 of True Detective is fantastic. It is created by Issa Lopez, who made films like Tigers Are Not Afraid, beautiful kind of genre horror film. And she really brings a kind of unique horror sensibility to this TV show. So it essentially is the story of this Alaskan town called Ennis. That it's set in the winter months where it is perpetual night, hence it being called Night Country. And there is this almost like The Thing style setup where you've got 8 men in a research station in the snow. All of them are killed by something, we think. All of them disappear, turn up dead. And Jodie Foster, our star, as one of the detectives, and her partner, played by Callie Reese, have to solve this crime, essentially. And it may or may not be linked to some murders that happened in this town a few years ago. Fiona Shaw is also in this, John Hawkes, Christopher Eccleston, an amazing cast. And it's really True Detective back on form, because True Detective, I think, at its best, it is a procedural show, it is a cop show, but also there's something weirder going on. There are almost hints of supernatural elements to it. There is, just this like real palpable sort of dread, this kind of vibe of horror running throughout. There are some images that are really kind of stunning and beautiful and horrific at the same time. I'm only 3 episodes in so far, but it's brilliant, and it's so good to see Jodie Foster back, isn't it? I basically it's like watching The Thing with Clarice Starling investigating. Like I'm all in, absolutely love it. Have you guys had a chance to watch True Detective yet? Brad, have you seen this one yet?
No.
No.
In it. Fuck it.
There you go. Becky?
I've watched it.
You've watched it. Becky, you're a fan?
I've watched it. Huge fan.
Yeah.
I think it is. So I watched the first Woody Harrelson, Matthew McConaughey series. I own it on DVD. I have rewatched it. I absolutely fucking love it. I think it is some of the best TV that has ever been created. I have not watched seasons 2 and 3 because the general consensus out there was that it wasn't worth my time, and sometimes I listen to that consensus, and this is one of those examples, and so I haven't bothered. And then I saw that Jodie Foster was in this one, and I was like, all right, yeah this sounds amazing.
Right? Yeah.
And it's great. It's great. I'm again, like you, I think, you say you're only 2 or 3 episodes into it. I think that's all that's actually
that's all that's been out. Yeah, exactly.
I am a huge fan. Really, really enjoying it. I think, do you know what it reminds me of? Is The Sinner.
Yeah.
We watched The Sinner on Netflix with Bill Pullman. There's something about it that has that kind of like supernatural, but is it supernatural kind of mystery. And I think at this point, I don't think it's supernatural. I think it's going to be something else. And that's kind of how I always feel about The Sinner. And so, yeah, I'm really, really enjoying it. Loving Jodie Foster. I think everybody in it is amazing. Big fan.
Yeah, and people asking in the comments, do you need to watch seasons 1 to 3? You actually don't at all. And, it's an anthology show. So that's True Detective season 4. Fantastic. Let's just quickly talk about the Curse finale. Bradley, we talked about the first couple of episodes together on Fresh Blood. We've now reached the end of the season. What did you think of that fucking final episode?
What the fuck is wrong with these people? Honestly.
It was like being in a nightmare, wasn't it? That
just like when you think you've got a handle on what this show is, right? Just when you're like, I kind of get where this is going, because let's be honest, there's a section in the middle where I'm like, can something happen? Like, it seems to be kind of just
it treads water a bit, doesn't it? In the
bubbling.
middle, yeah.
And then that last fucking episode, I was like, why? I don't understand. Like, it fried my brain. And I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to. I mean, obviously, I know you did an episode, didn't you, with someone cleverer than me?
Jacob Stolworthy, TV critic for The Independent. Yes.
Probably a better choice than me. And I was trying to think about what, I don't want to spoil it for everyone, but what that meant and why that happened. And to me, it seems like there's a scene earlier on in one of the episodes where he says, "When I know you don't love me anymore, I'll just disappear."
Yes, exactly.
And that's what happens, I think, is kind of tethered to that. But this went on to layers and places that I never expected it to go. And once again, much like we were talking about Zone of Interest, hasn't really left my subconscious. I keep thinking about it. So
exactly,
it's well worth your time if you get a chance.
Yeah, me too. It has not left my brain. It's one of the weirdest TV shows I've ever seen, but worth checking out if you're into that kind of thing. So that's The Curse. The whole season is now available on Paramount Plus, I think. So you can find that. Briefly, I want to mention The Traitors, because I know me and Brad were watching it, and everyone else in the world, I think, was watching it.
Everyone except me.
Everyone except Becky. Phenomenal reality show. Absolutely loved every second of this season. Brad, were you a fan?
Oh, let me tell you, I don't normally like shit like this.
No,
but there is something about the Traitors that
it's incredible.
It's people being cunts, and that is entirely my shit.
Yeah,
and lying, and you know, everyone talks about would they be good traitors, and I'd be interested to see in the chat. Who do you think out of the three of us would be the best traitor?
Oh, that's good.
It's a question that I'd want to pose to you, and who would be the best faithful? Because to me, Mike, you're a faithful all day. I think you're too. You're too nice.
I said this morning. Actually, we did a mailbag, and I said I'd be an awful traitor. I think I'd actually be quite good at the kind of strategy and the scheming and the murdering. But as soon as anyone accused me at the round table, I'd be like, "Yeah, all right, it was me. Go on then."
Absolutely.
Yeah. But yeah, I fully agree with that. I'd like to hear what people thought of this as well. But like, it was a good. I know people were worried about, you know, after that magic of the first season, will they be able to repeat it? I think they did, Brad. I think they managed it
with Paul, you know, and Harry. My God,
those two were sociopaths, like actual sociopaths. I loved it.
Insane.
Absolutely loved it.
But yeah, it's great, and I love it.
There you go. Okay, so that's The Traitors, which you can watch on iPlayer. And I'll very quickly, because we're running behind, mention Fargo Season 4. Again, it's kind of up there for me with True Detective... Oh, no, Fargo Season 5, sorry. Fargo Season 5. It's up there with True Detective Season 4. An anthology show that has had its ups and downs. It's fully back on form with this brilliant, twisted crime story / folk horror story starring Juno Temple. That wonderful mix of funny accents and quaint characters and quirky characters with extreme violence and bloodshed and you know, kind of really visceral crime stuff. So I'm loving every second of it. I haven't yet got to the end of the season, but I think it's brilliant, and it's really it's the most horror that Fargo has gone so far. James Rodder said Mike would be a good faithful, Brad would be too obvious a traitor, and Becky would fly under the radar and wreak havoc. Apparently.
I have no idea what any of this means, but happy to wreak havoc at any point.
This is like the Succession thing again, when you said she was, and it pissed her off.
I said that Becky was Connor Roy, didn't I?
The shit one that's never in it.
Fuming. I love you, but I have never forgiven you for that. I have never forgiven you for that.
I like Connor. I think he's great.
Everybody likes Connor, Mike, but nobody wants to be fucking like paired to him.
So good. There you go. So that's Fargo Season 4. You can watch that. Fargo Season 5, sorry. You can watch that whole season right now. Let's talk about some physical media. Oh, here we go, guys. Peeping Tom 4K. Becky, just very quickly run us through some of the details of this.
Okay, so we have got a Studio Canal Vintage Classics release of Peeping Tom. This is the absolute classic. Vintage Classics, as it says on the box. Michael Powell, kind of very like proto slasher. So you've got loner Mark Lewis works at a film studio during the day and at night takes racy photographs of women. Also, he's making a documentary on fear, which involves recording the reactions of victims as he murders them. He befriends Helen, the daughter of the family living in the apartment below his, and tells her vaguely about the movie he is making. This is the film that essentially, poor Michael Powell, essentially destroyed Michael Powell's career. So if you are in any way familiar with Michael Powell, Powell and Pressburger, you know, they made films like The Red Shoes and Matter of Life and Death and Colonel Blimp, etc., etc. Incredible filmmakers. And then Michael Powell went on to make Peeping Tom, which so this is 1960. It's exactly the same year as Psycho, and people just fucking went for him. Like, it's crazy, you know, the fact that Hitchcock was making something like Psycho and it was this huge success for him, and then Michael Powell made Peeping Tom in the same year. And I don't know if it's because of the kind of legacy of the films that he'd already made, but anyway, everybody fucking hated it. So this is a beautiful 4K release of his resplendent, absolutely like super influential film. We have got various documentaries. We've got the Visions of Voyeurism, Peeping Tom by Sir Christopher Frayling. We've got Take Me to Cinema, The Legacy of Peeping Tom, Restoring Peeping Tom. We've got trailers. We've got an intro by Martin Scorsese. We've got an interview with Thelma Schumacher. We've got audio commentary by Professor Ian Christie, and loads of behind the scenes stills galleries. So it is just like an absolutely, beautiful release of a really incredible and important film that for so long was kind of dismissed, I guess, and now I think people really understand it for the important film that it is.
Beautiful. Peeping Tom 4K out this month. Also out this month, Scala, Brad, which we haven't really talked about this film, have we? But it's a fun little documentary.
Yeah, so this is a documentary about the venue Scala, which is in King's Cross. And back in the 70s and 80s, this was a place where they would show a lot of films and cinema, especially the sort of like underground or horror, cult genre sort of stuff. This is where Shock Around the Clock began, which was the early dawning of what has now become Fright Fest. And there's this new release, which has got all kinds of shit. It's written by, so it's got audio commentaries by Jane Giles and Ali Cattrall, the directors. And then there's loads of chats and talking heads about, all the people that were involved in that sort of time and era. And it seems like a really love letter to a bygone era that doesn't exist anymore, because now Scala is, of course, mostly known as a rock club, which I and Becky have both frequented in our time. We've got down at 3 a.m. at the Scala, haven't we both?
Yeah, I really wish that cinema still existed. That documentary really made me wish that I was around in that time. It's a really fun documentary. That's Scala, which is out in physical media this month. Also out this month, a bit of new French extremity, Brad, Inside.
Yes, and this one comes with the rigidest of slipcases, let me tell you that for
a start.
Boom, 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 boom. With new artwork by James Neal. There's a 70-page collector's book with essays from Chad Collins, Kat Ellinger, and a few other people. There's a new audio commentary by Anna Bogotskaya.
Oh, amazing.
And a separate one,
Queen,
by Eleanor Lazak.
Oh, my God.
Of the podcast, obviously. And there's new interviews with Maori and Bastillo and all sorts of shit. Obviously, this film stars Beatrice Dow as a woman that really likes what's inside a woman and wants to fish it out by any means necessary.
Merry
Christmas, everybody.
It's such a scary film. Inside, that's out this month. Beautiful physical media edition. High Tension, Haute Tension, Becky, also out in physical media this month.
Another French extremity absolute classic. Best friends Marie and Alexia decide to spend a quiet weekend at Alexia's parents' secluded farmhouse. But on the night of their arrival, the girls' idyllic getaway turns into an endless night of horror. Now, this isn't my favorite of the new French extremities. It's directed by Alexandre Aja. It is really silly. Really, really silly. I know that Mike, you have discussed this with Rosie at length. It's
great film, bad ending, terrible, awful, ruined the whole film.
The ending is
yeah.
I don't want to say dog shit, but it's dog shit.
Yeah.
It's a really daft film, but it's a really important film, kind of in the evolution of horror. And this
that's the name of
it's got a ring to it.
Yeah. This second sight release has got dual format edition, including both UHD and Blu-ray with main feature and bonus features on both discs. New audio commentary. We've got an experiment in suspense, a new interview with Alexandre Aja. We've got The Darker the Better, the interview with cinematographer Maxine Alexandre. We've got The Great French Massacre, an interview with special effects artist. How am I going to pronounce this? Gianetto de Rossi. Let's go with that. Only the Brave, Alexandra Heller Nicholas. banger. On High Tension, we've got an archive making of featurette, archive interviews, and in the limited edition contents, got a rigid slipcase.
Oh yeah.
We've got a 70-page book with new essays by Anna Bogutskaya. Bow, bow, bow. Incredible. Prince Jackson, Stacey Ponder.
Oh, yeah.
Incredible. Hello.
Tune in. She's dropping in later tonight at about 4 a.m. Tune in, everyone.
Unbelievable. This is so worth the ticket price. And Zoe Rose Smith and 6 collector's art cards. So
love it. Love it. Incredible. There you go. High Tension. And finally, Bradley, Night of the Comet.
Yes, so the classic Catherine Mary Stewart, Kelly Maroney, End of the World movie is getting a new release from 88 Films. Its disc is quite bare bones, so not much to tell you in terms of things that are very exciting about it. But Night of the Comet is a great film. I think it's Jed Shepard's favourite film of all time.
Love.
It's good stuff.
It's good
so that's
stuff.
out. Buy it. Don't buy it. I don't really care. It's
your choice. It's your choice, isn't it? All right, there you go. That's Night of the Comet. We're going to quickly talk about some non-horror because we're really deep in awards season, right? There's a few good movies worth discussing. We will do this quickly because we've already hit 9 o'clock. I've let Alex and Mike know that we might be starting the next slot a little 15 minutes late, but let's try and be as quick as we can. All of Us Strangers, all 3 of us have seen this film. Bradley, tell us about this one.
So this stars Andrew Scott and Paul Mescal. They meet, they start up a relationship. Andrew Scott is dealing with some trauma to do with his parents because his parents died a long time ago, and he seems to, as a screenwriter, keeps revisiting back to the old days and kind of expressing to his parents who he is now so that they understand who he is, because they had an idea of him as a child and what he is now. And it's a great portrait of loneliness and sort of the need and want for connection. My argument would be, if you're lonely, don't live in Stratford.
Yeah. No offense, Becky, who lives in Stratford, but Stratford has never looked more barren in that film. I loved this movie. I wasn't expecting to love it as much as I did. It really knocked me out. It made me cry. I really was into it. I thought it was beautiful, haunting, literally quite haunting. The performances were amazing. I was very much into it. Becky, in 30 seconds or less, what did you think of it?
Didn't love it as much as a lot of people love it, but I thought it had extremely excellent points in its...
You're out of time already, Becky, but
there we go.
But you're into it. Fine, just not as much as I am.
It's fine.
Okay, there you go. All right, that's All of Us Strangers, which is out now in cinemas. Also out, The Holdovers. Another big Oscar contender for this year. This is the new movie by Alexander Payne, great director who gave us films like Sideways and Nebraska. Stars Paul Giamatti, again, from Sideways, and Divine Joy Randolph and Dominic Sessa. A curmudgeonly instructor at a New England prep school remains on campus during Christmas break to babysit a handful of students with nowhere to go. So this is your classic kind of grumpy teacher. The students hate him. They all get stuck together over Christmas break. And actually, it's a heartwarming tale of they all love each other, really. And they go on a journey, both literally and emotionally, together. It is quite... It's quite bog standard in a lot of ways. Like, it is very much your quintessential kind of Oscar-nominated film. It's this, very classic kind of drama. But... really fun. I really liked it. I think it, it's funny, it's sweet. There are elements of it that I like less than others. I think there's a side plot involving Divine Joy Randolph's character, who I think she's an excellent actress and she's great in it, but I don't think that the script did her character as much justice. And I think for me, the script was much more interested in this dynamic between the teacher and student, and I almost think he should have just stuck with that. But I thought it was still a really, really nice watch. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was very, very fun and entertaining. And it made me laugh out loud a few times. Like Paul Giamatti, I thought was excellent. Really, really good. Becky, just quickly, did you like this one?
Big fan. Really liked it.
And Brad?
It's very good.
It's very good, isn't it? Lovely little film. And I still think it could be a kind of like sneaky Best Picture, potentially, could sneak in there. Could sneak in there. I think it's a safe choice almost, So that's The Holdovers, out now in UK cinemas. The Colour Purple. Colour Purple, the musical, Brad. What was this like?
Your time is best spent just watching the original Spielberg one, although Spielberg was still finding his feet, and there's some things in the original Color Purple that if a later Spielberg wouldn't do, and they're a bit trite and a bit weird. But this new musical version is good, and it's really catchy at certain times, but also I feel like a lot of times the songs derail the emotional nuance, especially at the end, which obviously has this very famous ending. It kind of gets undercut because where you want to be dealing with the human emotion, they all just have a fucking sing-song instead. And it kind of like derails the nuance of it. But it's good. It's solid. I enjoyed it.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. That's The Color Purple. American Fiction, Brad, also out this week.
Yes, this is another one that's in the Oscar conversations. Jeffrey Wright plays a writer who's sort of like down on his luck. No one sort of gives a shit about these arty books he writes. So he writes a fake book sort of as a joke, which turns out to be more popular than anything he's ever done before. And he has to start playing this character of this kind of like ex-con who's like from the streets and everything. And it's a really fun, charming sort of film. I just want to get to, obviously, I like it, but I want Mike to repeat what he said to me yesterday when talking about this film.
What did I say? I can't remember now. I know that I
insists upon itself.
Yes, the ending I actually did really like it, to be fair. It's a really good film, but it's a little bit pleased with itself, I found, towards the end. It does this kind of like meta-narrative thing that I was kind of like, I get that. I don't need you to really like hammer that joke in at the end. But actually, Jeffrey Wright, phenomenal in it. The performances are great. Some of the dialogue is really funny. I thought it was just a bit of it was trying to do a lot of things. And actually, when it was just being this kind of biting satirical comedy, I thought that was when it was at its best. But American Fiction, really great. That's out now. And just quickly, Brad, I've got to know what you think of the new Matthew Vaughn film, Argyle.
Well, I mean, now that I know who the real Agent Argyle is, because, you know, that's been the question on everyone's lips. Are you ready to meet the real Agent Argyle?
Yeah.
And maybe the real Agent Argyle was the friends that we made along the way.
Oh, Jesus.
It's way too long. It's not. There's some moments of it that are quite fun, but it is your typical Matthew Vaughn fare, just with less fingering and buttholes this time, which is nice, I think. There's not a sequence in it where I'm like, that's really rapey. So that's growth, I would say.
I think so.
Like a sort of sexual predator joke or anything. There's less of that in this. So that's good.
Yeah, exactly. Less of the camera going up the arse as a way to end his films and that kind of thing, you know.
Yeah, less of that.
There you go. So that's Argyle, which is out now in cinemas. All right, we're going to have to wrap up, but let's finish with just some quick fire recommendations for other movies that are out on streaming this month. Again, we've got to keep this to 20 to 30 seconds per review, okay? First of all, let's talk about some films on Shudder. First of all, Suitable Flesh. We've talked about this one a lot. This is Barbara Crampton and Heather Graham. It's body horror. It's Lovecraftian. It's directed by Joe Wright. It's grooey and sexy and fun. We all really enjoyed it. It was on a lot of our top 10s of the year. Great fun. Worth a watch. It's on Shudder right now. That's Suitable Flesh. Also out on Shudder this month, The Passenger, Becky.
Yeah, so this is Kyle Gowner and Johnny Birchold, who is he's the guy who was on Instagram and TikTok a lot for trying to be other kind of archetypes of horror stuff. So when I started watching it, I was like, this is difficult because I'm just expecting him to be this kind of guy, but he was great. And essentially it's a film about Kyle Gowner kills a load of people and then takes Johnny Birchhold on like a road trip after that. I really liked it. I thought it was like a solid 3-star film. Well worth a watch.
That's The Passenger. That's out now on Shudder. Also out on Shudder. Oh, Manhattan Baby, Brad.
Yes, of course, the film famously barely featuring Manhattan and doesn't have a baby in it. If you want to hear more about this, we've just recently dropped a episode on Stevie Brainrot, Mates of Hell episode. We did one last month. So subscribe to that and you'll get to hear a lot more about this weird fucking film that was definitely influenced by Indiana Jones more than a bit.
Love that. Love that. More Fulci as well. New York Ripper, Becky, also out this month on Shudder.
Just the biggest fan of this fucking film. I absolutely love it. I don't care if anybody says it's a misogynist nightmare. You're wrong. essentially you've got a police detective who is looking at a bunch of murders throughout New York, and it's Fulci at his absolute best. Just shut up and watch it.
Love it. That's New York Ripper. That's out now on Shudder. Who saw her die, Brad? Who did see her die?
Aldo Lado asked that very question.
Yeah.
Between a 4-year gap in the murder of a young girl, the daughter of well-known sculptor is discovered dead, and her parents conduct an investigation. You know the usual one, where the police are fucking useless, so someone else has to do it, like an author or a chef, or like someone else that isn't a policeman figures it all out for the police. It's a classic Italian giallo.
Incredible. There we go. That is Who Saw Her Die, out this month on Shudder. Also out this month on Shudder, Day of the Dead. The George Romero classic, right? This is the third movie, I guess, technically, in his kind of zombie opus. Actually, I think it's low-key maybe one of the best zombie films ever made and one of George Romero's best films. I actually think this film is dark and bleak and nihilistic and nasty, and it's harder to get through than some of his other movies because it's less fun, but it's really great, I think, and I think it holds up really, really well. Some incredible practical effects in that film too. So that's Day of the Dead. That's out this month on Shudder. Later on this month in Shudder, we've got Megalomaniac, Brad.
Yeah, this was doing the festival rounds in 2022, and it was meant to be shocking and appalling and terrible. But I can tell you, it won't be on our extreme chat later because I found it to be fine. Really.
Yeah.
It reminded me a lot of the film Mum and Dad with Perry Benson.
Oh, yeah.
That sort of thing. A lot of people. It was doing
Not
the
Mum and
rounds.
Dad with Nicolas Cage.
Not that one. Different one. 2008 one in England. It's meant to be really shocking and stuff, but it's fine. It's just a bit of a whiff, really.
Fine. Okay, that's Megalomaniac. That's out on the 15th of February on Shudder. Also out on Shudder, Deathstalker 1 and 2, Brad.
Do you like your men greasy and in loincloths? Because let me tell you, I've got 2 films for you that you'd really enjoy.
Good.
It's those classic sword and sorcery, fucking Dungeons and Dragons-ass things where a man who can't speak English, but has to, fights things in pants. It's great.
Amazing. Sounds great. So there you go. Deathstalker 1 and 2 out on Shudder on the 15th of February. Out this month on Netflix, The Devil Inside, Becky.
So this is a absolutely classic possession film. It's exactly what you would expect from any possession film, but I kind of feel like it does it in an all right way. It's found footage and it's all right. I quite liked it.
It's all right. It's a bit of a wet ending. It's a bit of a wet fart of an ending, isn't it?
Yeah.
Film? But
it's all right.
It's all right.
I liked it.
All right. So that's The Devil Inside, which is out now on Netflix. Also out this month on Netflix, this is the kind of interesting kind of mother-daughter, Sandra Oh, I believe. Is it Sandra Oh? But somebody, she's in it. And it's a kind of interesting kind of like almost kind of Hereditary-esque story of like mothers and daughters and this grandmother who
so much more.
I mean, it's not as good as any of those things. It's kind of I think it's a movie that was not actually that interested in being a horror film, and it thought that it might find more of an audience by making it a genre film, and so therefore it's not a very good genre film, is the truth, sadly. But it has a few good moments. That's which is out on Netflix this month. Also out on Netflix, Haunt.
Yeah, so this was Beck and Woods, the guys that did 65 later on. They did like a Halloween scare thing. There's killers inside a scare maze sort of thing. It's that usual sort of shit. I was at the time that I watched it, I was so over scare maze stuff because if you're not Hell House LLC, I'm not really fucking interested.
Yeah.
And that unfortunately was the case with Haunt.
There we go. And also out this month on Netflix, Society of the Snow, Becky.
This is the story of the 1970s plane crash in the Andes of the Colombian, I want to say Uruguayan. Thank you. Thanks, Brad. The Uruguayan rugby team. It's a real story. They crashed in the Andes. If anybody's ever seen Alive, then this is a retelling of that story. It is incredibly well made. It is the director, so it's J.A. Bayona, so the director of The Orphanage and Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. It's fucking great. Just watch it. It's really great. It's really, really hard to watch. Like dramatically hard to watch, but incredible.
All right, there you go. That's Society of the Snow. Also out this month on Netflix. The Lodge, a movie that was so hard to come by for such a long time, right? It's now on Netflix.
We were going to screen it. Do you remember, Mike?
Yeah.
As a Christmas thing.
Yeah.
And then it came out on like Now TV or something. We were like, fuck.
Brad and I saw this at like 9 a.m. on LFF once, didn't we? Front row, I remember, and we were both just like, fucking hell. It's a really intense, quite scary movie, directed by Veronica Franz and Severin Fiala that made Goodnight Mummy, and and it's got that same kind of oppressive psychological horror with some body horror thrown in kind of a vibe. A really great movie, well worth a watch. I don't want to give away anything more than that. Just watch 100%. The Lodge. That's out on Netflix this month. Also out on Netflix, Fantasy Island, Brad.
The plane. This is the new version they did in 2020. I think it was the last film I watched before we went into fucking lockdown or some shit, or maybe the first back or whatever. Directed by Jeff Wadlow, starring Michael Penner and Maggie Q and a few other people. It's absolute fucking horseshit.
I like it.
Yeah, you would.
Becky likes it. There you go. Fantasy Island out on Netflix. Also out on Netflix, Jigsaw, Becky.
No, Becky's not doing it.
No,
she hasn't seen
I haven't
it.
seen
it. Jigsaw Bradley.
This is by the Sperrig brothers who did Predestination, and it's another one of them films where that lad is put people in you know the lad
traps.
He's got cancer in this one, but they don't make a big deal out of it like they do in the new one.
And just FYI, if you want to keep on donating to cancer research, just please do.
What a plug! What a plug!
Very important. Very important.
Yeah,
very important. Keep donating. Otherwise, we'll make Becky watch Jigsaw.
Oh, there you go. Jigsaw out this month on Netflix. Also out on Now TV from the 28th of February is Soft and Quiet. And it's one of those films I still feel like it's too early to give away too many spoilers. I will just say,
100%.
watch it. You have no idea what you're in for and how much certain moments of that film will shock and disturb you. It is a single take, sort of like almost like found footage style movie, and that's all I will say. It is extremely intense and very, very good. Soft and Quiet out this month on Now TV. And finally, Becky, Thelma.
Thelma's really good. I absolutely loved it. It is about a girl who is at university. She has these kind of seizures, but everything around it suggests that she has kind of psychic powers. It's a really hot kind of queer love story. Big fan. Like, I could not recommend Thelma enough. Just watch it.
There we go. That's Thelma. That's out on Mubi on the 20th of February. We did it, guys. We got to the end. Alex Ayling is in the waiting room, so I'm going to wrap this up very quickly. Just give me your pick of the month. Becky, it's probably poor.
Every time.
It's probably Poor Things, right, Becky?
Sure, Poor Things, yeah.
Yeah, Poor Things, right. Brad?
Zone of Interest.
Zone of Interest. I'm going with, I'll say True Detective Season 4. Perfect.
Okay, fine.
Amazing
Great.
choices.
Well
done, everybody. Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure. Becky, we'll see you soon, I'm sure. And people know where to find you, right, on the socials?
Everyone knows how to find me. I'm on Bunny Duck.
Lovely. And Bradley?
I had Branson. I'll see you at 11 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, I'll see you in a couple of hours. Excellent. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, guys. And stay tuned. Guys. Stay tuned for more chat in a couple of minutes. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Bye, bye, bye.
Bye. Hi guys, hello. Thank you so much if you're still with me. If you've been with me throughout the evening or throughout the whole day, thank you so much to all of you for being here. Thank you also for donating and being so generous. I'm going to have a look at the total. Where are we up to now? Holy shit, we're at £7,400 out of our £7,500 goal. That's unbelievable. I can't quite believe it, to be honest. And we've still got like 10 hours to go. So, or maybe even more than that, actually. So, incredible. This is so exciting. People asking me if the stream is too long for archiving. No, I can go up to 12 hours. So, I'm going to go up to about midnight. So, we're all good. Now, this is really exciting. This is something that I've been really, really excited to finally kind of tell you guys about and talk about. Something that I have been working on with friends of the pod, Mike Lee Graham and Alex Ayling, for a long time now. A new project called Final Cut. So I'm going to bring Alex and Mike into the chat momentarily. But first of all, I want to show you a little launch video, a little promo, basically, for this new sort of project that we've got going on called Final Cut. So take a little look at this first. Hello, I'm Mike Munzer from the Evolution of Horror podcast, and I am very excited to announce a brand new project called Final Cut. Final Cut is the official Evolution of Horror card game in which players compete to assemble their own personal horror movies, one subgenre at a time. The game consists of over 90 beautifully illustrated playing cards, and players will be racing against each other to collect cards and create their own complete horror movie, consisting of a victim, a killer, a setting, and an item. Each of these cards will belong to different specific subgenres, whether it's a slasher, zombie movie, folk horror, or body horror. And the more matching subgenres you have in your film, the more points you will earn. For example, if your movie consists of the delinquent teenager who finds a puzzle box in the high school and unleashes a masked madman, you will have 3 matching slasher subgenres and 1 non-matching subgenre, which will earn you 7 points. But if your movie's about a body snatcher in a quaint village who's been defeated by a research scientist with an antique pistol, you'd pick up 10 points for 4 matching alien subgenres. Players can also win additional points by claiming era cards for their movie. Players can claim up to 3 era cards per game. But players can also perform tactical actions to stop their opponents from completing their movies. Use a killer to remove a card from a player's hand, or use one of the several wild cards in the pack to disrupt the game in different, specific, and horrific ways. Final Cut was the brainchild of Evolution of Horror contributor and research scientist Alex Ayling, and is illustrated by artist extraordinaire and podcast superfan Mike Lee Graham. And the whole thing was sort of overseen by me, your insane podcast host, Mike Munzer. Support our Kickstarter campaign and help us reach our goal to bring this game to life. Choose one of several different tiers for the chance to reap different rewards and benefits. Join the zombie tier and you'll receive your own version of the game, containing over 90 illustrated cards, including reference cards and a first player ticket stub, along with a rule sheet, all packed neatly inside the premium illustrated packaging. Go up to the slasher tier and you'll receive the deluxe edition of the game, exclusive only to Kickstarter backers, in which everything comes in this deluxe VHS box with bespoke Mike Lee Graham artwork. We're also throwing in an A6 booklet with some of Mike's original sketches and concept art for the game. This will only be available as part of the Kickstarter campaign, and there are only a finite amount available. Or become one of only 10 supporters to join the top Monster tier, which lets you literally become a part of the game. Send a photo of yourself to our artist Mike and he'll turn you into a Final Cut character. You'll also receive the deluxe VHS version of the game, and your likeness will forever be on the podcast superfan playing card. player mats for your movie cards are also available as optional extras with all tiers. So if you're a horror movie fan or just a card game fan, join us, sign up, support Final Cut, and get the chance to survive your very own horror movie. Oh my god, that is so exciting. Hi guys, hi Alex and Mike Lee Graham.
Hello, Mike.
Here we are. This is so cool, right? I've been absolutely dying to share this with people. Hopefully everyone can hear me and Mike and Alex okay. Let us know if there are any issues. But oh my god, I don't really know where to start with this, right? Like, this is something, like, Alex, we've been kind of working on this for quite a while now, right? Like, I looked back through my messages, and I think I sent you a WhatsApp in 2020, being like, I'd really like to create an Evolution of Horror game, like a board game or a card game. And it kind of went from there, right?
I can still remember receiving that message, and immediately, like, the synapses in my brain started like firing off, and I immediately started thinking about what it could be, and how it might work. And I don't know. You have to bear with me because I'm feeling really emotional right now. This is going out live. Like, we've been working on this for so long, and we've done such hard work and effort and energy, and just to see all the comments coming up of people looking at it and liking it, like, I had a little moment. I started to well up. I'm like, it's happening. It's here. It's real.
It's happening, right? Unbelievable. Yeah, I know. Like, Mike, you've been involved in this now for like a long time as well, right? And we'll talk a little bit about what we've all sort of contributed towards this in a minute. But like, yeah, how was that for you, kind of just like watching that video and seeing people react to it?
I'm like really giddy. I'm trying to kind of tone it down because I'll start being very loud.
Yeah, and also, yeah, you're a dad now. You've got a baby sleeping, I'm guessing, right now, right? So
I wanted to find a better. You guys have got such great backgrounds, and I wanted to have a better spot. But I've basically come to the spot in the house where I'm definitely the furthest away from waking them up.
Yeah. Oh my god, I love that. But Mike's just like screaming with excitement on the inside right now, essentially, right?
Yeah.
So that was a lot of information we gave you in that little 3-minute video. But essentially, what we're doing is we're launching a Kickstarter campaign for a game called Final Cut. And it's essentially like an official Evolution of Horror game. It's a card game, but it's going to be all focused or centered around the horror genre, subgenres, collecting sets, that kind of thing. As you probably saw from that video, beautifully illustrated by Mike with his artwork, and also just incredibly designed as a game by Alex as well. So these two are really the people responsible for this. Alex, I want to come to you first. Like, tell me a little bit about, like, what were you thinking when I first kind of approached you about this? Because you're a big game nerd. Hope you don't mind me saying, right? You are. Look at all those games behind you, right? So I knew when I came to you, I was like, Alex will be good with this kind of thing. And I sort of said just hypothetically about making an EOH game, and you just, like, ran with it, right? What were your thoughts?
Yeah. So this is about 1/3 of the game collection here, and I've sort of, like, set myself up so you could see it. To prove the creds, I guess. As soon as you suggested it, like I said, my mind started going, and I play a lot of games. I play a lot of different kinds of games, and so I immediately started to think about what kind of game I wanted us to make, right? And I think we agreed pretty early on that we wanted it to be casual, like a fun, casual game that you could get out in the pub, which is where we did a lot of our playtesting.
We did.
And a few people can play together. So that was important to me. And I wanted it to not take too long, each game, but also to feel a bit more-ish. So once you've done it once, maybe you want to play it again.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted it to be accessible to everybody. So like aimed at the fans of the pod as the kind of, that's the center of the target, right, of our target demographic, if you like. Mm-hmm. Then out of that is like horror fans. Out of that is board game fans. And then out of that is just anybody, actually. So I wanted it to be like easy enough that you could just pick it up within the first play. And as I've demonstrated many times, I don't win very often. You can win it the first time you play it, right? So it's accessible.
Yes.
And so all of that was like in the beginning, what I wanted to think about. And I've never designed a game before. This is the first game I've ever designed, and I've been wanting to do that for a while as well. So really, it was like the dream assignment. And when you're designing a game, I don't know, but I think that the two ways you can approach it is you can either come at it like thematically or mechanically, if you like. So with the game mechanics, you can have a really cool thing that's just bits of cardboard and whatever else that you're moving around. You've got some fun mechanics that you can do, and then you just slap a theme on it. Normally it's goblins. Or then you could start with a theme. And I was really passionate that we should start with the theme on this. And so for me, that was then horror, specifically horror movies. And then I had to get the subgenres in. Like, that's the whole conceit of the podcast, the subgenres, and then some kind of like recognition of eras and the fact that horror movies change and all of that. And so that was really where it began. And I could talk at length about then the different things that I went through and went in my head, all the maths that went into it. But essentially, we haven't talked about what the game is. Like, it's a card game, right? And it's a set collection is the mechanic.
Actually, while you're talking, I'm going to grab a set so I can show people. But you keep talking about the game.
I've got the set here as well. But you do that. So it's the primary mechanic. There you go. We've all got sets.
We've all got sets.
We've all got sets. They're all here. So the primary mechanic is set collection. So you are aiming to collect a set before anybody else. And actually, that's another mechanic we added in later on, was that even if you are the first person to finish your set, you aren't necessarily going to win. There are points that are around it.
Exactly.
And each of the cards has got a different, each of the cards that you're putting in has got different subgenres related to it. So, this one here, here we go. You've got your body horror and your aliens, but none of the two cards in a set are going to have the same subgenre. So you're going to have to be canny about which ones you want to do, and you're going to have to make decisions about, do I want to play early, even though I'm not going to get as many points, or do I want to try and hold out for the right card, even though it's going to be there for a while? So, So initially, it was the idea of thematically set collection, movies. And then it became a game of drawing on cards, figuring it out.
Oh my god! And Alex, your brain is amazing, because there is actually what's wonderful about the game is that it feels really simple. Like, you can pick it up and play it, and we've played it. We've test played it to death between the three of us, right? And Alex, we played it in pubs quite a lot, and we got other people involved. Brad came along with Lily, and we've played it with
lots of people from today.
Lots of people that you've seen throughout today. It's been the best kept secret among all the podcast, all the EOH family, because everyone has test played it with us at various times, and it does seem to be a game that everyone can just pick up and play like very quickly. And yet also, what I've discovered from being a part of this process is that there is a lot of maths involved, like you said, Alex, right? Spreadsheets, and how certain numbers of things and combinations, and you have to work out every possible combination of different things. And oh my god, it's been an incredible amount of work for you, right?
But it was, like I said, it was the best assignment I've ever had. And you're right, it was a lot of work, and I've had to, I've got a full-time job, and I'm a full-time dad. There's like all this stuff going on, so it's like a lot of evenings and weekends and snatched moments here, there, bus journeys, sitting and thinking through lots of notes on the phone, I think second only to like seeing all the comments come up with the launch video was like the first time I started to see Mike's art come in. And suddenly, and then when we got our first kind of proofs, and the opening that box and looking at that artwork and seeing it all come to life was just another huge moment for me, because like, I can show you these later if you want, but I've got all
let's show us those, because actually that's how it started, right? You designed the cards, and as Alex has explained, you've got like items, killers, victims, but that was what we started with, right? With you.
We started with these kind of cue cards like you would get if you were revising for your GCSEs. You would use this sort of thing, and lots of multicolored Sharpie. And then I bought a blank set of playing cards, and then transferred all the cards to that, and then we started to play with cards, because it turns out cue cards are very hard to shuffle and deal. So we had to use these. And then it was after that, and when we were confident that there was a game there, that we then brought Mike in to come and make it look.
Because I think we both said, didn't we? We were like, obviously you've got the game mechanics down, but then we both sort of felt this is going to be something that really relies on the artwork. It's got to have that personality, right? It's got to feel like a horror game, a horror themed game.
You've got to see it on the shelf. You've got to see it on the table, and you've got to be like, "Ooh, what's that? Ooh, I want to play that." And you want to get the cards out and look at them and make it feel like that. The thing I love about board games, like I love computer games as well, but the thing I love about board games is tactile, like touching components and paper and wood and whatever else. And the artwork is so important to that.
So we went from those blank cue cards to like this beautiful stuff, and the pack is 96 cards, and I think that there are very few repetitions. Like there's actually about 70 odd different single illustrations, right? So Mike, I came to you and was like, would you be up for doing this thing? It involves like 70 different illustrations for this game, right? Like what was your kind of reaction? What were your thoughts when you first came involved in this?
Well, I mean, obviously my first thoughts was that I just was so impressed with how well it functioned. And I think to just to speak to what Alex was talking about before, it was so clear. I just really wanted to be involved because it was so clear straight away how much time and effort had already been put in.
Yeah.
And that makes jumping onto any project just so much more attractive as well. Just to sort of see this thing as got a real motor under it and it works really well. And then the daunting task of illustrating all of the cards came after that, and I remember on the bus ride on the way home just a bit like, oh yeah, it is a lot.
Yeah, it's quite a lot actually. Because
I often sort of get really ahead of myself, and I'm like, yeah, I love the sound of this, love the sound of it, and I just hit the ground running on sketches straight away.
Yeah, you did, and you came up with, I think, exactly the kind of thing that both me and Alex kind of pictured in our head, right, Alex? Like when we were thinking about how this would look, it was these kind of illustrations are exactly kind of what I was hoping for, really.
Literally, so obviously there were loads of chats and whatever else, but the quality of the art was never even a consideration. Like we just knew it, and as soon as it came under, we were like, yeah, it's got to be it. It's got to be it.
This project actually is it's interesting. This came around at a time when I just finished up on another kind of quite sort of long-standing horror comic project, and that gave me a lot of experience in trying to. I think for this amount of illustrations, what was quite important was consistency as well. And I've done it in the past where I've gotten really into one particular piece of art, and then all of a sudden I'll think, oh my god, I've spent way too long on that one. I can't possibly maintain that. And there'll always be in some longer projects oh my gosh, this bit's great, but that bit's what's going on there. So I learned a lot in those previous projects, and I feel like my personally my kind of style as an illustrator really settled during this project, and I think that's one of my favorite things about it is my kind of illustration stuff. Also the kind of I've got experience doing kind of iconography and more kind of graphic design elements for explain the videos and things like that in previous jobs as well, and it was so fun just to pull all of these resources of kind of experience that I've had into this one brilliant horror game. So yeah, it was. I mean,
I think
it's what Alex said. It's been one of my favorite jobs ever. It's just been amazing working on this.
Yeah,
I think it would be really easy to overlook the part that you just mentioned there, Mike, because it's not just the illustrations. Your work on the visual language of the cards. What the icons are, where they are. How we use text, what kind of text, where it goes, all of that. So helpful in in making the game easier to understand.
Totally.
Through the visuals.
I think that was quite a lot to think about, wasn't there? And I should say, like, we're getting so many questions in the chat. People asking about the Kickstarter, and people already are asking about, will there be expansion packs and stuff? That's really lovely. And we'll get to that. We'll give you information on the Kickstarter and everything in a minute. It's not up yet, essentially, so we will give you the details for that. But yeah, let's just break down a bit about those designs and those cards, because I think you're right. Like you guys were talking about just then, it's the mix of the kind of creative stuff, but also the sort of functionality of being a game and being a playing card, right? So you were just saying, Alex, the kind of the icons and each card. So this is like a killer card. So essentially, we wanted to make sure that it had this kind of lovely kind of personality to it, where every single unique card has a unique character on it or item or whatever. But then it's also got to contain the information, right? That means it's a killer. It then has the subgenres. There's that little pentagram there, if you can see it, that means it's the occult season. There's also a little axe or kind of cleaver there, which means it belongs to slashers as well. So there are kind of different elements to every card. And like you said, like it needs to look great, but also it needs to be clear enough that it works, right? And also that we can make out what all these different symbols mean when you're just like fanning them out in your hand or whatever. So that whole process took a lot of work, I think, didn't it, Mike? I think particularly when we were coming up with the icons for the subgenres, right? That was quite a lengthy kind of process.
Some were more clear than others. I think the one that I think we all struggled with the most was body horror, because I'm trying to with like aliens or the occult, a pentagram, it's like it's pretty clear what the iconography should be. But what do you do for body horror? I think we landed on the best one actually, but we went through a lot.
Yeah, we've got a kind of like a tooth. It's like a little tooth symbol, isn't it? We were trying to come up with like the perfect little symbols for each one. So we've got like we said, we've got a kind of meat cleaver for slasher. We've got a little ghost, obviously. You've got that cool kind of yellowy sundial for folk horror, right? Yeah, there they all are. We've got a little guide card that kind of demonstrates. You've got some cool fangs.
I've got the originals as well. And when we do the deluxe set, we'll have like a little kind of sort of behind the scenes sketchbook. And this was just I just drew so much. I've sort of forgotten how much actual like illustrating I did and just like sketching I did. These are the original genre icons, and I just went through so many different versions. It was so much fun. Honestly,
much fun.
So much fun just coming up with all of these.
And this thing that you do, so when you collect, you're trying to come up with a set, right? As we've already discussed, you need to come up with a set, and ideally you get more points if they match subgenres. So if you get a killer, an item, a victim, and a location, and they all belong to a slasher, you get more points, right? And the other like genius thing that Mike thought of is that you have color-coded every character to fit with the subgenres, right? So again, going back to this masked madman, he's the occult, which is a silver icon, and slasher, which is a red icon. So this whole picture is just silver and red, right? Whereas this guy, the body snatcher, he belongs to the aliens and the zombies, and so is kind of everything in this picture is kind of green and blue. So what happens is when you manage to get a set of 4 and you put them next to each other, they all match in terms of their color codes, right, as well. And so it just looks beautiful too.
I'm so happy with how it came out.
Yeah,
you're not getting the full effect, but you can see like these are all ghosty ones, and you can see that turquoise like comes through, and all of them. And when they're down in front of you, it's just really pleasing when all the colours like line up and everything. So good.
It is. It's so satisfying. It is. And actually, we should get the cards that are designed that are based on us as well, because we all got each our own characters, right? So we have here the research scientist, which is Alex.
Spot the difference. Yeah,
that's Alex's likeness just there, of course. We've got the podcast super fan, who is
that's
Mike.
Me.
So there's Mike Lee Graham, and that's me strangling him there on the ends, isn't it? And then somewhere you've got me. I'm the podcast or the insane podcast host. There he is. And that's me. So, like, again, I think what's really nice about it is that it's like a really functional game, but it's got so much personality, all these different characters, right? And also, each card has a little bit of flavor text. It's probably too small for you to be able to see. For example, this one's... Yeah, okay, let's not share it.
No, but that one's fine. That one's fun.
There's quite a fun one. So this one, the swarm of insects, and I don't know if you can see it, but it says the bees, just underneath.
Brad will like that one.
Yeah, exactly. So each character, each card has like its own little like tagline almost, right? And that's nothing to do with the gameplay, but I think again we just really wanted to give it that vibe of you're creating a movie and, you know, bringing each of those cards to life, right, Alex?
I really hope that people, when they see the cards, when they get them in their hands, when they play the game, they can see how much fun we had in making it together, and that, because I think that's what comes through. It comes through in the illustrations, in the flavor text, in the way that we've all pulled it together. There's so many little Easter eggs and little nods and in jokes, and we just had so much fun doing it. And I just really hope that comes across to people as well.
Yeah. I mean, so wonderful, isn't it? So it's basically kind of done, and we will share more information, you know, as time goes. But essentially, there will be different kind of. We're launching it on Kickstarter. For people who don't know, Kickstarter is a website where you can support the making of something, essentially, which means that a little bit like this fundraiser today, we're going to have a goal, a financial kind of goal that we'll have to hit in order for this to happen. If we don't hit the goal, then it won't happen, essentially, right? So it is going to be really important that we get backers, and hopefully we'll be able to make it happen. But if you support it, you will be able to get yourselves one of these games, right? And you'll be one of the very first people to own it. The packaging is also really lovely, right? I mean, I think what's so exciting, like, I think it was quite an emotional moment for us all, Alex, wasn't it? Like, when this came through the post and we were like, it looks like a real game. It looks legit. Yeah. Like, look at the rules and everything. Like, it's so exciting, isn't it? And so, yeah, people will be able to, when we launch the Kickstarter, get their hands on this one. This is just the standard set. But I think this is beautiful, right? And you know,
it's so nice.
It's so lovely. And Mike, tell us about your sort of the box design for this one as well.
Well, the box design took a while. Because actually, it's funny. I initially came up with an original design for it, which was much more kind of, I think, in keeping with like the artwork from the cards itself, more like a scene. And then I had my son, and in like a state of kind of delirium.
Mike was working on this while he was literally having a child. Like, incredible stuff. I think Rihanna said in the comments earlier, she was like, this game was conceived before Mike's son was conceived. It was, That's amazing. I love that. Yeah.
My first.
Yeah.
I think it was maybe like the first or second week back. I just couldn't seem to get like a good concept together. It's really hard. Yeah, it's hard. Like sometimes, especially when I've put so much time and effort into making all the artwork for the cards. I wanted to do something that kind of like honored them. And what I eventually did was I instead of trying to sort of match or like make something more detailed, which I think was what I was initially doing, I just decided to lean into the iconography rather. And I'm just so happy with that kind of splash of all the subgenre icons. And it was so much fun coming up with the logo as well. I'm like low key really happy with the animated ident as well.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. And another thing, a lot of people have been asking me throughout today and just over emails and messages is why isn't there any merch available at the moment, EOH merch? We basically sold out and I haven't manufactured any more yet. And that's because also, Mike, we've been working on like a whole rebrand of the podcast, right, as well. So actually before the next season starts, this artwork that we all know is actually going to be gone. We're getting a brand new, beautiful artwork from Mike that is going to be kind of coinciding with this game as well. So there will be eventually merch that people will be able to get that will link into all of these new, wonderful pieces of artwork from Mike. But yeah, really exciting. That is just the standard set, which is absolutely beautiful. But as people may have seen on the video, if you support us on a certain tier on Kickstarter, and this will only be available on Kickstarter, you get the deluxe set where it comes in an old school kind of VHS box design, essentially. So the game will come inside VHS box packaging, and I'm obsessed with this artwork. Like, Alex, how much do you love this artwork?
I want one. Why don't I have one?
I know.
I just think it pops so much. It's just a fun nod to the thing that even if you weren't brought up in the VHS era, you still associate horror movies with VHS, right? And I just think Mike, oh my god, he did such a good job. I love it so much.
I love it so much. Look at it.
Everything looks better in the physical form.
It does. It does.
The VHS box, it just elevates it immediately.
And these will be like limited numbered editions. Like there will only be some, finite amount available. And as well as getting the cards, you'll also get a couple of bonus extras. Like, Mike, you're going to throw in a booklet of your original sketches and concepts, right, as well, that's going to come as part of this set, which is super exciting. And then there's a higher tier than that is even more exclusive, that I think we haven't yet settled on exact numbers, but I think it could only be around 10 people for this one, who basically when they get their set, they will get their face on the podcast superfan card. So currently you've got Mike Lee Graham there being strangled by me, but if you support us at the top tier, you essentially will get to send in a photo of yourself, and Mike will illustrate you onto the podcast superfan card. So you'll get the deluxe version in the lovely packaging, and also a personalized version of the game where your face is on a card.
A Mike Lee Graham original.
A Mike Lee Graham original, unique piece of artwork that will not be...
Yeah. And I'll make you look great. You'll look fantastic getting throttled by Mike.
Yes, it's so exciting, isn't it? So everyone keeps asking, and this is a good sign, because again, we've been in this bubble together for however long, right? And it did get a bit nerve-wracking at times, didn't it? Where we were like, I hope people actually are into this as much as we are, right? Like, and I kind of knew, I had a good feeling. I do feel like there is quite a lot of crossover between the horror community and kind of games communities, right? Board games and that kind of thing. But you never quite know. So it's actually really, really lovely to actually be able to launch it in this way, where we can actually read people's live reactions to it as well.
Totally. And just to give people some kind of like transparency as to why we're doing a Kickstarter, is that, it's just us three.
Yeah,
like that. There is nobody else. Like, Mike, you're sort of being very humble over there, but like as head of operations of this whole thing, like, you've done so much work and energy and effort and pushed yourself into places you probably never thought you would have to go, with like suppliers and logistics chains.
I know so much about box producing now and things that I never knew about before last year.
But the point is, it's that, like, this is a true independent. There's all of the games you see behind me will have a publisher associated with them that will take all of the risk out of it. Some of them are still Kickstarter to gauge interest, whatever else. But like, the reason we're doing a Kickstarter is because that's the only way that we can then fund the production of this game. Like, we need the money to send to get the things made, and we've already been working on it. So much so that's kind of the reason why it's not just like an off the shelf. Just order it now. Like, we've got to get up to a level in order to make it viable.
Absolutely. So we will, as soon as we have an exact, the Kickstarter is going to launch soon. Like, the plan is in the next couple of weeks, and it will probably be a 30-day campaign. So it will be like, bam, we're live. The Kickstarter we will tell everyone. Don't worry, you'll know when it happens. Like, there will be newsletters, there will be a podcast episode about it probably. Like, we will find a way to let you know when the Kickstarter is up and live. And then just, we would just urge everyone to support, share, do whatever they can. Tell their friends, exactly. I think it's going to be really exciting, isn't it? So yeah, we're just at Kickstarter is also quite a big kind of stressful thing, isn't it, to sort out? So Alex, we're still kind of in the processes of that right now, aren't we?
Yeah, and again, there are people who have agencies who come in and run their Kickstarter campaigns for them. Like, that's a full industry in and of itself. But again, it's just us three doing it, right? And so we will love everybody's support on clicking on the page, even if you're not supporting immediately. Click on the page, make us look popular, so that Kickstarter might get a little bump in its algorithm, and then maybe more people see us. because like I love this audience. I love your community, Mike. Like I tell you all the time, but like I love what you've built, and the people that have come to it. But I think this is the potential to go out further. Like let's get it out to new people, and let's get more people into the podcast as a result. You know,
right?
Let's get those nerdy board gamers in.
It's a win-win, isn't it? And I love that people are already asking about expansion packs. But of course we've thought about that, haven't we, Alex? That like essentially right now, in terms of these kind of like podcast categories, there are 9, I believe, right? Because there have been 9 seasons of the podcast. So you can collect sets that belong in Home Invasion, you know, vampires, aliens, whatever. But the plan is, you know, as the podcast keeps going and we launch new seasons and new subgenres, we will release expansion packs, right? That's the hope.
Yeah, so we've got new subgenres coming. Also, you'll notice it's a killer, a victim, an item, and a setting. There's no hero. You know, we haven't included Final Girls. We haven't included any kind of hero. So that could be a new mechanic, a new way into the game.
Yeah.
I am like, you can see all the games I've got behind me. I love a game that you can play on your own. So I'm thinking about like, how do we invent a solo mode for this?
Yeah.
You know, what else could we do to get people playing, you know?
I love that people have already been suggesting in the chat something that never even occurred to me, a digital version as well, you know? Like, I don't know how difficult that would be to create, but like, that's something we should look into, right? That's a really good idea. Yeah. Yeah. And actually one of the cheaper tiers will be, you'll be able to get a print and play edition essentially, right? Which means that we'll provide you with like the PDFs or whatever of the cards.
Much more accessible. Yeah.
Much more accessible.
RIP your printer.
Yeah, oh my God, yeah. I'd really make sure you top up your ink. Because also, you can't print them in black and white. It's very important because the colour coding is important and there are black and white cards. Wild cards are black and white. Movie cards are in colour. So you need that distinction, don't you? You know? So, yeah, 96 cards worth of colour there you need, for sure.
I think it does work. It does work in black and white. It does work. Because we talked about this as well. Like, if you're colourblind, then
you're absolutely right. You're
absolutely
right.
You've still got the symbol. You know, we've thought about accessibility. We've thought about inclusion. You know, all of these things are really important to us as people in the community. That, you know, we want to, you know, how broad this community is and how how many different kinds of people there are that love horror movies. We want to try and make as many of those people feel included in the game, and so they're included in the cards. You know, we thought about how people might want to play and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it is only English language, but that's more of a kind of translation cost issue. If anybody would love to translate it, they're very welcome.
Absolutely. But yeah, other than that, like Alex, you thought of everything. You did an amazing job of making sure it was as accessible as possible for absolutely everyone. And I think, again, Mike, you did such an amazing job of then taking that and making it somehow seem so clear and simple, right? That it doesn't look like there's a barrage of information on every card when actually there is, you know. So
there were versions where it was an absolute state.
It looked like the scrawlings of a madman.
I still remember that, and I was like, "Do we need this? Delete it." Ooh, it just felt good. We're like, "Yeah, get rid of that.
Yeah. So like we will be. Now that we've finally gotten to announce it, we'll be plugging this to death, I expect, between the three of us, right, over the next few weeks. And like more information will come as you know, as soon as we're able to kind of share more, we will be able to. But I'm so glad that people are, by the sounds of it, responding really positively to it. That's so nice to hear. Yeah.
Does anyone have any questions they want to talk about or like ask us? You know, is there anything?
Yeah, let me have a little scroll through the comments and see if there are any questions. And yeah, please feel free to drop us a question before we finish. Let's have a look. So a couple of people asked about digital editions. We've kind of addressed that. People, and also, you know, I know that we've got listeners and people interested from outside of the UK as well. I believe we will be making sure that we can ship it outside. There will be obviously a post and packaging cost, but we will aim to ship it to everyone as well. So if you're in the US or wherever, you'll still be able to get one, essentially, is the plan.
That's the plan.
Yeah. Yeah, and everything else I think we've sort of addressed at this point. Because we're all, I mean, Alex, you've said that you're a big fan of games and that kind of thing. I'm kind of obsessed with games as well. And Mike, you're a big gamer as well, aren't you?
I am, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
all my games over here. I've bunched them over there, and I'm still. I'm not. I love games, but I'm not very good at them.
Same. I'm not very good at them, actually. And I've got to say, I'm not very good at like really clever games, like ones where you need to like set aside half a day, you know, like I'm not very good at those kind of games. So I love a, you know, pick up a quirky card game and play something for half an hour kind of a game player. Yeah. But
my friends and I play Terraforming Mars sometimes, and I'm just like, just put me in the corner. I'll just give me like, I don't know, give me some like colouring in pens.
Get your titanium production up. That's what you gotta do.
Alex, James Rodriguez asked, did you have any inspirations? Like, were there any particular games that you drew from for this?
Ooh, good question. Actually, so like I was saying before, I weirdly was looking at this earlier. So like the inspiration was like, is it something you can put in your pocket, like a big pocket? But you know, so games that I like, I've always got a game on me. Everywhere I go, there's always a game on me, and I think, oh, this is like the smallest game I've got. Like, it's a little game that comes in a little wallet like this. So that's fun. But something a bit bigger. So like a game like this. So it was like the size of this.
Yeah.
But then, you know, I love Love Letter. I think that's a really great pub game. And the thing I love about that is it's 14 cards. Obviously, we've got more than that, but there's such an economy of that game. And the turn taking. And again, you know, my daughter and I play this a lot. She's 9. And we have a saying like, anything can happen in Love Letter. And so there's something around the kind of randomness of you don't know what card's going to come up that I was sort of inspired by there. And then other things like Welcome to the Dungeon. I don't think we've ever played that, but again, it's really easy, and there's so much more depth to it than you think there is when you start playing. So it's something that is, you can just start playing straight away. But the more you play it, the more strategy you figure out, and the more you start to think about, oh, what's my tactic going to be, and all of that. So yeah, lots of little card games, basically.
Do you have any favourite board games, Mike? I think my favourite. Me and Rihanna are obsessed with Ticket to Ride. I really love Ticket to Ride. I could just play that for hours on end. You know, so good. But Mike, do you have any particular faves in terms of board games, card games, anything like that?
I love Ticket to Ride. This is like such like a kind of like a gateway. I think so many people play this, but like I love Catan. That's like, as like a group game, I absolutely love that. My favorite game though at the moment, other than the one that we made, is Watergate, which is a 2-player game, and it's like Watergate Scandal. It's so good, and I love how as that piece of shit Nixon a slime ball. well, my wife Lucy tries to take me down as the Washington Post, and it's great. It's such a great game, honestly, and it plays so well. And you basically, like, as Nixon, you're trying to like hide and get rid of evidence, and the sort of journalists are trying to kind of find evidence, and like the kind of special kind of moves you can use and things like that are just so much fun. And some of them are so harsh.
Yes.
It's great. And you can really turn the game around. Like, you could be just about to lose, and you can turn the whole game around. That's one of my favorite games. Absolutely.
Love that. Great. Sawton says, I'm now imagining a redo of that old Atmosphere game with the EOH guys just shouting at you on camera while you play the game. Yes, maggot. Please. Maggot, silence your maggot. I would love to do that. I'd love to do like a hot, we've had ideas and we've talked about other things. Like, I was like, oh, wouldn't it be amazing to create an EOH escape room? That's the dream for me. That is the absolute dream. A couple of people have asked, somebody asked, let me see if I can find their name. Red Squire says, is there any reason that kids couldn't play this? I don't know if there is a reason. Is there? Like, it's not...
no, so one of the play testers was my daughter. She's 8. Just about to turn 9. So, yeah, she's played it. I don't think, like, we've put 12 plus on the box just because, like, there's some mature, murders. You might not want to... there's a knife sticking out someone's chest. So it's mainly about Mike's grisly artwork that might be a bit spooky and scary, but otherwise,
I can't think.
Otherwise,
of
it's pretty
any
similar.
Yeah,
particular artwork that's like, I don't know. I mean, I saw The Thing when I was 5, so
that's too young. Too young for the
That's amazing.
All over the place.
Oh, that's amazing. I love what a great answer to that question. Well, I saw The Thing when I was 5, so nothing to worry about as far as I'm concerned.
Good luck to everyone.
Best of luck to you and your kids. And somebody asked about numbers of players. We think maximum of 6, right? Like we've said optimum is
to break.
The game starts to break if too many people are picking up cards and collecting sets. So we think the optimum is 2 to 6 players essentially, right?
Yeah, it plays really well at 3 and 4 and 5. That's the prime, I would say.
Yeah.
It works at 6. It works at 2. You could probably play at 7, but it might just make the game a bit long.
Yeah. Amazing. Well, there you go. Well, before we wrap up, I might show our promo video one more time so everyone can have a look at that information one more time as a little teaser. But yeah, is there any other final thoughts or anything that we haven't covered? I mean, again, like we will be posting more information about this. I know that was a lot of information we all threw at you guys there for like the last hour, right? But any final closing thoughts from you guys, Alex and Mike?
I just want to say thank you, to both of you. It has been so brilliant working with you. It's been so fun. We've not fallen out once, and it's been really stressful at times, really complicated. But we've worked so well together, and anytime we've ever disagreed on something, we've immediately resolved it and understood what we were aiming for. And I've just loved it, and I've loved working with you, and it's been brilliant.
It's been it's been the most fun. It's been one of the most fun things I've ever worked on, really. It's been incredible, hasn't it? And yeah, Mike, I think it's just been getting an email from Mike with a new batch of artwork is like Christmas as well. I'm like, let's see it, but yeah, Mike, how have you found the whole process?
I've found the whole process fantastic. It's been just this amazing opportunity just to kind of grow even further as a creative and pull all of what I'd learned. It's I feel like this whole thing has been this bottlenecked my career out into something new as well. This is sort of how I feel about it. It's everything was kind of leading to this point, and now it's everything I've done since is just so horror related.
Yeah, you're nuts. Now. I had this conversation with James Swanton earlier, actor James Swanton, about how he's suddenly just found this niche where he just is the guy now for playing monsters in horror films, and he's in some amazing things that he can't announce yet. But it seems like it's been the same with you, Mike, as well. You've now become the go-to guy for horror illustrations of all kinds.
It feels like it. There's projects I can't talk about at the moment as well, which is feels very 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 professional.
I know, I love it.
Say that to allude.
Yeah, I can't. I'm NDA'd up to the eyeballs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I just absolutely loved working on this, and I'm just every time I see other people play it, I just get so excited, and just watching the promo as well, and just getting any time just to chat with you guys about it. I just feel like I'm it's like after school club at school or something. Hanging out with my mates, and we're just coming up with this cool project, and it just so happens that it's a proper game that we've made. It's amazing.
Proper. So we now just need the help of backers on Kickstarter to actually make it a thing. Otherwise, it's just going to be a thing that just me, Alex, and Mike will own, and no one else.
We'll just play,
and that's fine. We'll just play, but it won't become a thing if we don't reach our Kickstarter goals.
I think there's one other thing that I'm so excited about is when people start to make their own movies, and we've put a little thing in the rules. There's almost a meta game that you can play as then describe the movie that you've laid out in front of you. And I can't wait for some of the pictures that we're going to get and some of the people sharing their stuff back to us out in the wild. That's going to be nuts.
Yeah. Incredible. Well, there we go. Well, we'll leave you guys with one more look at the promo video, and then in a couple of minutes' time, I'm going to be joined by Joshua Tonks, and we're going to be doing some internet horror, YouTube horror chat, and it's going to be exciting. You do not want to miss this chat. We've got I've got slides prepared, clips, everything. I think it's going to be really good. It's going to be really good. We've got some really fucked up, weird stuff to talk about and show you guys. So that's coming up in a couple of minutes. But let's have one last look at the launch video. And also shout out to the brilliant Kia Seward, the filmmaker, director of Kill Your Lover and friend of the pod. He shot all of the lovely footage that you're about to see in the promo video as well. So
it's a family affair.
Family affair, exactly. I love it. We know so many talented people. It's amazing. Amazing. Well, guys, thank you so much for joining me. Alex and Mike, it's been an absolute pleasure. Love you both. Take care. See you soon.
See you guys.
Bye-bye.
See you,
They're from the Evolution of Horror podcast, and I am very excited to announce a brand new project called Final Cut. Final Cut is the official Evolution of Horror card game in which players compete to assemble their own personal horror movies, one subgenre at a time. The game consists of over 90 beautifully illustrated playing cards, and players will be racing against each other to collect cards and create their own complete horror movie, consisting of a victim, a killer, a setting, and an item. Each of these cards will belong to different specific subgenres, whether it's a slasher, zombie movie, folk horror, or body horror. And the more matching subgenres you have in your film, the more points you will earn. For example, if your movie consists of the delinquent teenager who finds a puzzle box in the high school and unleashes a masked madman, you will have 3 matching slasher subgenres and 1 non-matching subgenre, which will earn you 7 points. But if your movie's about a body snatcher in a quaint village who's been defeated by a research scientist with an antique pistol, you'd pick up 10 points for 4 matching alien subgenres. Players can also win additional points by claiming era cards for their movie. Players can claim up to 3 era cards per game. But players can also perform tactical actions to stop their opponents from completing their movies. Use a killer to remove a card from a player's hand, or use one of the several wild cards in the pack to disrupt the game in different, specific, and horrific ways. Final Cut was the brainchild of Evolution of Horror contributor and research scientist Alex Ayling, and is illustrated by artist extraordinaire and podcast superfan Mike Lee Graham. And the whole thing was sort of overseen by me, your insane podcast host, Mike Munter. Support our Kickstarter campaign and help us reach our goal to bring this game to life. Choose one of several different tiers for the chance to reap different rewards and benefits. Join the zombie tier and you'll receive your own version of the game, containing over 90 illustrated cards, including reference cards and a first player ticket stub, along with a rule sheet, all packed neatly inside the premium illustrated packaging. Go up to the slasher tier and you'll receive the deluxe edition of the game, exclusive only to Kickstarter backers, in which everything comes in this deluxe VHS box with bespoke Mike Lee Graham artwork. We're also throwing in an A6 booklet with some of Mike's original sketches and concept art for the game. This will only be available as part of the Kickstarter campaign, and there are only a finite amount available. Or become one of only 10 supporters to join the top Monster tier, which lets you literally become a part of the game. Send a photo of yourself to our artist Mike and he'll turn you into a Final Cut character. You'll also receive the deluxe VHS version of the game, and your likeness will forever be on the podcast Superfan playing card. Player mats for your movie cards are also available as optional extras with all tiers. So if you're a horror movie fan or just a card game fan, join us, sign up, support Final Cut, and get the chance to survive your very own horror movie. So very exciting. So thank you all so much for indulging us in that and getting to launch that very exciting new project. And we'll have more details on Final Cut in terms of the Kickstarter campaign and everything else very, very soon. I am going to introduce my next guest very shortly. Let me just see how we're doing. Oh my God, we're on £7,779. We have gone over our target of 7,500. Time to up that target again to 8,000, I suppose. Thank you all so much. This is absolutely incredible. It's kind of overwhelming that people are being this generous. It's absolutely incredible. So thank you all for sticking with me. I think please do stick with me for this next one. I think it's going to be a really fun discussion. We will be back in a couple of minutes for some YouTube horror chat. Hello, everyone. We are back. Thank you so much if you are still watching from this evening, and welcome if you've just tuned in. Welcome to our 24-hour live stream. I'm about 15 hours in now, which means I've got about 8 or 9 hours left, which is pretty good going, right? Like, I feel like I'm almost over the hump, although it's getting to the late night slot. That's the part I've been dreading. But we've got some incredible stuff coming up still for the rest of tonight. Some incredible guests. We've got lots of kind of American stateside friends of the pod joining me for the rest of tonight. We've got people like Alex West and Stacey Ponder, Joe Lipsett from the Horror Queers, and a bunch of other really interesting people are coming to join me tonight. Straight after this, we've also got the Extreme Horror chat with Brad Hanson and Zobo with a shotgun. That's going to be amazing. So loads of exciting stuff that's going to keep us all awake, that's going to keep us all going. And as ever, thank you to everyone that's donated so far. If you haven't, please scan the barcode, the QR code, or just head to our GoFundMe page and please donate anything you can afford for a really good cause. So I'm slightly filling time right now because I am supposed to now be starting a discussion on sort of internet horror, digital horror with friend of the pod, Josh Tonks. And Josh should be here by now. He's maybe running a couple of minutes late. It's fine. It's fine. I can keep this going. I mean, that's what I'm doing today, right? Is that I'm vamping, I'm keeping the time going, chatting to you guys. I love interacting with you guys in the comments. So please do, if you have any questions for me, if you want to chat to me, please do keep sending your comments through, and I'll try and read them and react to them as I go. But what we're going to be talking about is the sort of the evolution, I suppose, of kind of digital and internet folk horror. Now, this is something that we covered way back in our folk horror series 5 years ago, mad, or 6 years ago, possibly now. I was joined by friend of the pod, Alex Ayling, who you've just seen tonight, and we were discussing things like Slender Man and Marble Hornets. And that episode always sparks all kinds of conversation, people talking around it. And so I thought it'd be a good chance to maybe do a bit of a follow-up. We're going to talk a little bit in depth about what exactly we mean by a kind of internet folk horror. And I want to kind of recommend some of my personal favorites. Hopefully when Josh gets here as well, he's going to recommend some of his personal favorites. We'll try and read recommendations and share some links from you guys as well with some of your personal favorites. So first of all, what do I mean when I talk about kind of internet and digital folk horror? Well, there is a kind of like mini niche sub genre, really, in a way, of kind of creepy videos. Not always videos, actually. Sometimes they're just creepy stories. Sometimes they're photographs that get spread online, right? Obviously, that's huge these days. It kind of really grew during the early to mid 2000s and the kind of birth of the internet, the birth of YouTube in 2005. And, you know, when we talk about things like creepypastas, they are kind of internet folk stories that begin life on forums like Reddit, and then they kind of take on a life of their own and they get spread. And often these stories or these horror videos, they kind of blur the line between what is real and what is fictional. It's hard to know how authentic something is. And I guess that's where it's fun to utilize the internet. As we all know, the internet is basically like a giant Wild West, isn't it? Anyone can write anything, post anything, and it's up there in the public domain for the world to see. And so people upload weird and wonderful things. The internet can be a great place, and it can also be a really terrifying place. And I think, you know, when it comes to kind of horror that's been made for internet purposes, the best stuff really kind of blends that. It blends that feeling of safety and unsafe, and it blends kind of authentic and fictional and fantastic, and it blends kind of old technology, analog horror with digital horror as well. So much of the horror actually that we're going to talk about, the stuff that I think of when I think of stuff like Marble Hornets, a lot of that is more analog. You know, it's almost like a kind of found footage horror where you've got kind of old grainy video cameras and images being captured on cameras that aren't quite clear, like, you know, stuff that's in kind of 360p resolution, like really old school stuff. So it's kind of analog sometimes in the way that it's made, but it's digital in the way that it has spread and taken on a life of its own. So where does, I'm just going to double check that Josh hasn't messaged me. No, he hasn't. I'll just keep vamping for a bit. He'll be here any minute, I'm sure. Where did this begin? Well, there are loads of different reference points, really, in terms of the evolution, in terms of the kind of prototypes of this kind of a horror. You could go all the way back to Lovecraft, you know, writers that created these kind of uncanny, otherworldly kind of images that you can't quite explain in your head. That is really the sort of horror that we're talking about here. And it does go back to writers like Lovecraft. You know, surrealists also, you know, because I think there is something often surreal and nightmarish about this kind of a horror. So again, like, you know, Louis Buñuel, all the way through to filmmakers like David Lynch, you know, you think of films like Eraserhead, films like Tetsuo, Iron Man. I feel like these all have the ingredients that then internet horror and digital horror kind of takes and runs with. But I think one of the most interesting and important key dates in this evolution is November 1987. This was when there was a broadcast signal intrusion. Now, you may have heard that phrase. That phrase is kind of familiar these days because it's been said a lot when discussing horror. And there was actually a film that came out a couple of years ago called Broadcast Signal Intrusion. And it's this very strange phenomenon, right? That happens in the analog days where somebody could hijack a broadcast signal and put out whatever it was they wanted onto people's televisions or radios or whatever. And it happened famously in 1987 in America. There was an American channel that got hijacked. Nobody knows who by. And it happened during a rerun of a Doctor Who episode, of all things, which is kind of perfect. So audiences were sat at home one evening in 1987 watching an episode of Doctor Who when all of a sudden the signal went all fuzzy, everything got hijacked, and all of a sudden viewers were presented with a very strange, creepy, uncanny image of a man in a mask. Let me see if I can get the image up so that you can see it. There you go. Hopefully you can see that. And as you can see, that's pretty fucking creepy, right? That's pretty weird. And what's become kind of mythic about it is that I believe no one really ever found out who did that, where that came from, and what that meant, right? And so that in itself has been the impetus behind so many interesting horror films, found footage films, that kind of thing. And found footage is almost kind of parallel to this kind of internet horror, really. As we talk about it, there are so many similarities. And later on tonight, I'm going to be having a whole found footage discussion with friend of the pod, Stacey Ponder. So please don't miss that later on this evening. Just going to check that I've not heard from Joshua. I have not. Okay. Any minute. I've got more to say, so that's absolutely fine. So where were we? Yes. So found footage. Yeah. So there was this growing kind of trend, this kind of look in this kind of weird analog horror that we were getting in the 1990s, and it hadn't become mainstream yet. This was more underground stuff, like experimental films, television, that kind of thing. But actually, one of the massive things was, at least here in the UK, was Ghostwatch in 1992. Now, this was made for television, but there are elements of it, I feel, that are extremely influential to the kind of analog horror and found footage horror that we were going to get in the 21st century, particularly those kind of images of pipes. Let me see if I can bring up one of those images here. Sorry, that is a terrible quality image that I've kind of had to stretch there to fill the screen. But I don't know if you can make out. That's. I mean, it really creeps me out. This, but it's the footage of the sort of night vision footage of children sleeping in beds, twin beds, and then over there, just on the left in the background, there may or may not be a figure known as Pipes stood by the window. And it was a real kind of blink and miss it scare when it was broadcast on television at the time. And at the time, you couldn't rewind or pause. So people just couldn't believe if they actually saw something standing there, or if it was fake, or if their eyes were deceiving them. So those kinds of images, again, where it looks like something has maybe been caught on film, but we can't tell if it's authentic or if it's not. It's kind of using the medium to tell the story as well, the medium of television. dodgy sort of television signals, that kind of thing. That is all really important. And there were other things through the 90s, like the alien autopsy video as well, that went out on TV in 1995, right? And it was reported to be kind of documentary footage. Does anyone remember this? Did anyone believe this? I'd love to know like what people's experiences were of some of these kind of famous hoax videos and kind of found footage horrors as well, and what they thought of them. Because again, I think this was something that it kind of looked quite convincing in the 1990s, and so much of that was due to the kind of uncanny imagery and the grain and all of that kind of stuff. So you can really see that there is this kind of growing trend here of kind of creepy imagery that is kind of playing on authenticity mixed with kind of dark fantasy and that kind of thing. And experimental films were doing all kinds of weird things with the form too, like with the grain of film and kind of digital and analog technology. There's a really, really creepy experimental film from the early 90s called Begotten. Let me see if I can bring up an image of that as well. As you can see, absolutely terrifying. And again, these were the things that were starting to establish the look of what we would come to kind of bring together in this kind of niche subgenre. And then, of course, in 1999, we got the Blair Witch Project, which, of course, this was a movie made for cinema release, but it utilized a lot of that same kind of imagery, the analog technology, the grainy images, and, of course, it used the internet. It used the internet to create its folklore. They released a bunch of images online. There was a website. And again, it was blurring the line between reality and fiction. People didn't know whether this was something genuine that they should actually believe, or whether it was all a hoax or a marketing ploy. Of course, it was a hoax and a marketing ploy, but a brilliant one, right? Because then when people actually finally saw the film in cinemas and they were seeing this quote unquote assembled footage, they were terrified because they couldn't trust what they were seeing. It felt unsafe. And it still does to this day. Like, just looking at that film, you can see that it looks authentic. And I think that's partly, I mean, the filmmaking, the performances, of course, but also the type of technology, the look, the grain, that kind of analog vibe mixed with that digital marketing kind of created this magic formula. And weirdly, you know, the found footage phenomenon didn't really kick off after Blair Witch Project. Like, there was a bit of a gap through the 2000s. It didn't really kick off until Paranormal Activity. But in that interim, in that kind of middle period of the early 2000s, that was the birth of the internet in every home. So I'm not saying the internet only came about in the early 2000s. Of course it didn't. But around the millennium, that was when suddenly everyone had the internet in their home, right? By the time it got to about 2001, 2002, we all had a PC where we could plug in our dial-up modem and we could go and find whatever we wanted online. And I remember the internet being kind of so exciting when I was young, but also kind of terrifying. Like, do you remember there were sites like rotten.com, steakandcheese.com? Like, these were sites that, again, they were kind of unsafe and dangerous and scary, because as a hormonal pubescent teenager, I partly wanted to go on it because you got to see naked people and I got to see boobs and stuff, but also you were seeing like really gross stuff and you were seeing really disturbing stuff, and you couldn't tell whether some of these were real, whether you were seeing actual bodily harm or injuries happening, or whether it was fake. And there was this just feeling of absolute danger online, that you could stumble across something real and genuinely dangerous, right? And then, of course, in 2005, we got YouTube. And this is where that whole sort of danger element ramped up a level, because all of a sudden there was this website that was dedicated just to posting videos, and anybody could upload a video of anything. So again, YouTube, the early days of YouTube, like which we're on right now, of course, was like the Wild West. Anyone could post absolutely anything they wanted. And I remember those days. I would have been at school and me and my friends used to log onto YouTube and search and find stuff. And you found the weirdest stuff, right? So the internet during the mid-2000s was wild and dangerous and creepy and fun, even more than it is now, I think, in a lot of ways. And there was a lot of stuff floating around. there were also forums. There were sites like Reddit and other things like that where people would share stories and jokes and memes and photographs and that kind of stuff. And you'd get this slow growth of people sharing creepy things that may or may not be real. And stories too. You know, there's the famous Candle Cove creepypasta story where somebody is saying, does anyone remember this kid's program? And it's not real, but it's this kind of really fun story about rediscovering this program that no one else remembers that had dangerous images on it and that kind of thing. And again, when you just read that on a forum, it's really hard to tell who posted it, where that's come from, whether it's true or not, you know. So there was, again, this feeling of you couldn't quite trust the horror stories that you were being given, and that made it even more exciting. And then we got Marble Hornets, which, oh my God, Marble Hornets is a thing that was introduced to me when I did the folk horror series of this podcast. My friend Alex Ailing, friend of the pod, Alex Ailing, it was his first appearance on the podcast. And he said to me, have you ever heard of Marble Hornets, before we recorded? And I said, no, I'd never even heard of it. And he was like, right, this is what we've got to do. And he sent me a playlist of certain episodes of Marble Hornets. And I watched them all back to back. And oh my God, it was some of the best and scariest horror I've ever seen. So Marble Hornets kind of, again, really straddles this idea of analog and digital technology. It's kind of found footage, but it's also very much using the internet in its favor. It was a YouTube series of short films, basically, that all followed a story. It was episodic. And the kind of premise was there was a boy who received a box of cursed tapes from his friend. And it's basically a story of him going through these tapes and then investigating them and trying to find out where they're from, and creepy things happen. And this went on and on and on and on and on. There are so many episodes. I think there are hundreds of episodes by this point. And some of them are great. Some of them aren't so good. And again, Alex kindly kind of selected me 10 or 20 of the best episodes and put them on a playlist. I'll actually share that playlist in a minute because it's really worth checking out. And in some ways, you don't have to watch them all and you don't have to necessarily watch it chronologically. But if you do choose to follow it chronologically, it does kind of build a whole mythology. And they also utilized Twitter when that came about. So eventually, social media also became part of the story, where they would kind of announce things on Twitter, and then that would be followed up in a video on YouTube. And to get the full effect of Marble Hornets, you had to follow it across multiple platforms. You had to embrace it on social media, and you had to watch each of the new videos on YouTube. So it really was like a pioneering sort of internet horror. And some of it is really fucking scary. Now, this is kind of where Slender Man as a figure really became popular. So, you know, there would be a lot of images like this one where tall, slender, creepy-looking figures would be caught on camera, and you could never quite tell what was real, what wasn't. Sometimes it was a real kind of blink and you miss it thing. And that just made it all the more frightening. These uncanny, creepy internet images. And so Marble Hornets, which I think kicked off in 2009, was a huge and important part of this kind of development of internet and digital horror. And it was happening elsewhere too, video games. Now, of course, Silent Hill is a massive, massive part of this kind of a horror as well. The kind of imagery that you get in Silent Hill games, the soundscape, the look of it, the creature designs. There is something of a kind of Slender Man, Marble Hornets kind of vibe about it. And then, of course, we got that infamous PT game, right? Which was the Silent Hill demo. I think it was produced by Guillermo del Toro, right? And it was kind of released as this short demo game where you basically ran around a corridor over and over again, and things would just like subtly change, and suddenly you see weird things start to appear in corridors. There'd be a weird creepy baby in the sink, and it was absolutely terrifying. Again, I'm going to plug my Patreon here because there is a Patreon special at some part of the back catalogue in which me and Louise Blaine do like a live play along of PT. And I absolutely shit my pants. So that's still out there on YouTube for people to watch if you want to check out PT, and if you want to specifically checking out me playing PT, then that's out there. And actually, speaking of, that's another huge component of internet horror is reaction videos. So sometimes it's not just about the video itself or the image itself. It's about watching videos of other people watching them and reacting to them. That kind of grew and grew on YouTube as well through the 2000s and into the 2010s. And sometimes people wouldn't even bother watching whatever the original thing was. It would be all about the reaction videos. Sometimes you could just sit and watch somebody else watching something, and that was as entertaining as the thing itself. Who remembers Two Girls, One Cup? I remember seeing reaction videos of Two Girls, One Cup before I ever actually first saw the video itself. Like, that, again, was one of those things where the video itself is really gross. I mean, for people who don't know, it's basically like, it starts off like a porn video, and then it just descends into all of the most gross, like really, really depraved stuff you can imagine. I think most of it is actually fake, and it's there designed to gross you out. But it became a bit of a joke, really, where it was people would show the video to their friends and then film them reacting to it, right? And it was the reaction videos that were actually, in a way, more fun to watch than the video itself. So all of these there are these different kind of layers of internet horror, right? There's the story itself, there's the nugget of the idea, and then it's how it's utilized. You know, is it spread virally on social media? Is it a video on YouTube? Is it all about people reacting to it? Is it the way in which it's marketed and spread? There are different ways in which you can scare people with a story on the internet, and particularly on YouTube. I'm going to check to see if Josh has got in touch with me quickly, because it does feel quite strange that he's not been in touch yet. Nope. Okay. Nothing as of yet. Fine. All right. Well, let's have a look at some examples. I've got some more stills. I might not be able to play whole video clips, but I've got some little moments from some other kind of very, very popular, terrifying internet horror that listeners have suggested to me. So one of the big ones that people kept suggesting to me was something called The Back Rooms. Now, this is actually a really recent video. I think it was first released in January 2022, but it feels like it very much belongs in this movement of kind of 2000s internet horror. The video was created by Kane Pixels. It's based on a kind of online myth, I think, and it basically revolves around this kind of research institute and this person who is essentially stuck in this facility and can't get out, and he's being chased by something, and it is absolutely terrifying. It really is. So yeah, I mean, I loved it. It really did feel reminiscent of PT, but also there's a bit of Marble Hornets in there. You know, it's got a bit of everything. So you can really see and you can feel the influences on modern horror with something like that. There are lots more really fun choices as well. We've got things like Salad Fingers, and there's some other things that people have suggested on Facebook, on the EOH Facebook group. I'm just going to have one, before I start going through more examples, I'm going to have one more check at getting in touch with Joshua. So let's see if I can call him. Josh Tonks. Okay, so I mean, let's just see. Let's see if he picks up, you know. All right. How about I tweet him? He's always on social media. I'm going to drop him a little tweet. I'm going to say, at Joshua Tonks, you are 30 minutes late for our date. I'm going to post that. If all of you out there could also share it, you know, so really get his notifications going, okay? Let's tweet him and see what happens there, because, you know. All right. Let's have a look and see what else have we got. So we've got some other really fun examples from people here. So yes, as I mentioned, another one of the weirder ones. I think this kind of counts, right? This really reminds me of my student days, is Salad Fingers. Again, just have a look at some of these images of Salad Fingers. Absolutely terrifying. This was, I think, you know, it was supposed to be a kind of comedy animated show, which it is. I mean, it is funny in that really weird way. It was created by David Firth in 2004 about a thin, green, mentally troubled man who inhabits a desolate world. And it's like a series of short videos on YouTube, essentially, and they are weird and funny, and some of them are extremely disturbing as well. I mean, again, like, just have a look at this. Absolutely mental. Of course, a lot of people have spoken about things like Candle Cove, but again, one that a lot of people kept sharing was something called I Feel Fantastic on YouTube. And this is very reminiscent of the broadcast signal intrusion kind of thing, but it's really weird. Let me again just show you. It will probably look familiar to you. Really creepy. Like, I love it. I love all of this kind of thing. So I'm gonna show you, or I'm gonna read some comments that people left on the Evolution of Horror discussion group, and please do keep suggesting things in the comments as well, and I'll try and get to them as I go. So lots of suggestions for things like the back rooms, which we've already discussed. Aaron suggested the Harbinger experiment. He said that some good ones selected by the Dark Somnium on his YouTube channel, like the Harbinger experiment, and the thing in the basement is getting better at mimicking people. That sounds creepy. Love it. Rory has said Erwin Sanders. He has a number of videos on YouTube with him trying to track down forest folk with varying degrees of success. It's quite well done, and it gets quite scary at times. And he shared a video called First Sighting of a Pixie. That sounds creepy. Yeah. Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. People have suggested, of course, Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared is a classic. Lexi has suggested Candle Cove, and of course the Channel Zero adaptation of Candle Cove, which was horrible. The Teeth Monster. I will never get over it. Connor has said it won't be available or possible for the live stream, but you should absolutely watch Les Chambers Rogue, or Les Chambres Rogue, when it is released. Just wanted to give it a shout out here because it's an internet rooted horror film, and I love it with my whole ass. Whole ass. Amazing. Thanks, Connor. I'm getting Twitter notifications, which is good. It means that people are noticing Josh's tweet. Let's see if he's not responded. I'm going to have a look on Instagram as well. Oh, my God, I haven't looked on Instagram all day. I've got lots of lovely notifications. This is lovely. I do have... I've got a voice note from Josh from a few hours ago. That's interesting. Is this going to be safe to play on the mic? I have no idea what he's about to say to me. I'm wondering if I should mute myself and listen to it. Oh, fuck it. Let's listen to it. Let's see what he says. Here we go.
Hey, Mike. So thank you for giving me the little spreadsheet of the films. Can't wait. Really excited. And also, little sidebar, I was on YouTube and I found something that I think might be appropriate. So I've sent you a link in an email. Check it out. Let me know what you think. Watch it as soon as you can. And yeah, get back to me. Cheers.
Okay, well, that's weird. See, so he has been doing his research. He's been watching videos. This is the thing, like, he was excited for this discussion. So it is quite weird that he's not here. But let me check my emails. If he really has sent me an email, maybe that's where I'm going to find what he's been up to. Okay. Well, I've got an email from Josh with absolutely no explanation, nothing. It's just a random link to a YouTube video. I'm going to open it and see. Oh, it's only like 45 seconds. All right. Well, maybe I'll just watch it. If it's worth sharing, I'll do a screen share and show you all. So I'm just gonna talk amongst yourselves, suggest some other great internet horror in the comments, and I can go back and read them in a minute. But I want to see what this mysterious video is that Josh has sent me, to see whether or not it's worth discussing. Let's have a look. Okay, well, that was basically a video of an empty room. There was a screen and it was playing a video, so it had a kind of video within a video thing. It was kind of creepy. Yeah, sure. I'm kind of baffled as to what's going on with Josh then. Like, why is it that he's not here right now? Why has he sent me a mysterious voice note on Instagram? He's not answering his phone. Why is he not here on this Zoom call? It's all quite peculiar. No idea. No idea what's going on. But that's fine. We'll just keep going. We'll keep going. There's more cool stuff that I can talk about and share. We've got more comments here. Sean Danger Monahan says the best artists in found footage photo stuff are Trevor Henderson, Plastiboo, and Man O' Ghosts. Of course, Man O' Ghosts, who is a friend of this pod, Tom Burgess. He was here in our folk horror series. He's done some incredible stuff, some amazing illustrations. I think he released his own horror game as well. You should absolutely follow him, Man O' Ghosts, on all the socials, because he creates some really incredible stuff and he's a lovely man. What else have we got here? Carl Olsen. Oh, Carl. He has spoken a bit about kind of AI art from when AI art was starting to make waves. There was Loeb, a lady that kept appearing randomly in various prompts. Oh my god, yeah, this is scary. I'm going to share some of this stuff. And then of course Nicola's talked about Kane Pixels, who made Backrooms, but Nicola said that Kane Pixels has also made a second series called The Oldest View that gets creepy in the second installment and terrifying in the third. I think that I think the total time is around an hour. Amazing. And that's the thing as well. These things will like vary in length, don't they? Like some of them are super short. Some of them you can get absolutely lost in for hours. That's the other fun thing. It's like this 24-hour YouTube live stream. It's like when it comes to YouTube and the internet, there are sort of no limits. There is some weird noise. If you just bear with me, I'm going to check what's going on because I don't know where my wife is and something keeps happening. No idea what's going on right now. Can't find my wife. There are weird noises. No one's around. I don't know what's going on. But Josh is here by the looks of it. Josh has entered the waiting room. Well, that's good. That's something. Sorry about all the madness. Let's hopefully have a little discussion, find out what Josh has been up to, and let's let him join. Hello, Josh Tonks. Oh. Josh. Well, this is progress, at least, right? We've got Josh's house. That's definitely his living room. But no Josh. Just an empty living room. Maybe he's just getting ready. Joshua, let me know if you can hear me. I've got to say, this is very unlike Josh Tonks. He is a consummate professional, usually, especially when he knows that he's performing to other people, when he's got an audience. He would usually be extremely prompt, extremely prepared. He would be loving being on camera now in this live stream. Josh! I wonder if something's happening if his picture's frozen, potentially. I can't see... Josh, if you can hear me, I can't hear or see anything. I can just see your empty, dark living room. Maybe leave the call and come back in, if you can hear this. Sorry about this, everybody. Hopefully we should get it sorted any second. Josh, if you're doing some sort of prank, I mean, great. It's very funny, but also we kind of need to get on. We're already half an hour into this slot. Josh. Okay, I can't hear you or see you, Josh. I don't know if this is deliberate or... but I guess I'll just I guess I'll just keep talking, and I'll carry on with what we were discussing. Hopefully, you'll be able to join the call soon. Did anybody just see that? Oh, shit. He's gone. Well, that's that then. Thanks for stopping by, Josh, I guess. Sorry about that. I can only assume that he must be having some technical difficulties or something, because there was definitely something. Well, either that or he's playing a prank on me, but that seems quite unlike Josh. There was some kind of weird glitchy effect there. I definitely keep hearing things in my house. I can only assume it's Rihanna wandering about, but it doesn't sound like Rihanna. It's quite odd. I think maybe I'm freaking myself out, or maybe it's just the lack of sleep or something is starting to get to me. That paired with Josh's weird phone call and weird, watch this video, ominous, cryptic message he sent me. Everything's a bit strange tonight. I don't know, something is making me feel a bit weird. Anyway, let's crack on. Why don't we start reading some comments again? I'll read through some of your favorite kind of internet horrors. Maybe we'll wrap this up a little bit early, because I don't think Josh is going to be coming by the looks of it. All right, let's have a look through some of these comments here. Okay, this comment comes from Sean. Oh. That's weird. Okay. Just bear with. Well, this is very spooky and mysterious, isn't it? All the lights seem to have gone out, which is really weird because, yeah, all the lights have gone out in the house, and I swear I keep hearing weird noises. I can't find my wife anywhere. Like, I just did a quick sweep of the house again, couldn't see her, but I swear I keep hearing something. I'm starting to get a little bit freaked out. I don't really understand what's going on. I don't know why all the lights have gone out, but the power's still on. Like, I've still got the computers. I've still got those plug-in LED lights. Everything's still working, but it's like all the light bulbs in the house have blown at the same time. And there is definitely somebody in the house. It's not, well, I can't find my wife, so I don't know exactly what's going on. I tell you what I might do. Maybe I'll take you guys downstairs with me. Why don't we all go for a little wander? I can switch cameras, so it switches over to my Zoom account on my phone, and I can carry on live streaming. That way I can have a proper look at what's going on in my house right now, and I also don't have to leave the live stream unattended, right? Perfect. And you can come with me. Let's go on a little spooky tour of my pitch black house. Who wouldn't want that, right? Everyone's a winner. All right, so I can hopefully switch. If I log straight into this Zoom call from this phone account, I think it will switch my camera over. Right. Let's see if this works. Okay. Hopefully this is going to work. I've not done this before, but I've switched to my phone. Let's go have a little walk around. Why has everyone disappeared? What's going on? Let's, I'm going to turn this camera around. Okay, let's see what's happening. Awesome. So none of the lights are working. Oh, for fuck's sake. I can't... It's not letting me turn on the torch. Maybe I can't do that while I'm live zooming. Okay, no worries. There is an actual torch that we've got downstairs. Cool. Let's just hope. What the fuck was that? Okay. You guys can probably see very little right now, and that is exactly how I'm feeling right now. Can't see a single thing. I'm currently making my way to... What the fuck was that? Currently making my way to my living room drawer, where I believe we've got a little torch so that you can see and I can see. That would be lovely, wouldn't it? Okay. Okay. This is good. This is good. Okay. So nothing's going on. That clock stopped about 4 hours ago. That's awesome. The fuck is this? Okay, so that's the jingling noise I just heard. This definitely wasn't there a second ago. For fuck's sake. Rihanna, if this is a joke, it's very, very good. Well done. It's great content. But where the fuck are you now? Okay. We'll just head downstairs, shall we? Let's head downstairs. You can admire some of my lovely film posters. Let's just keep going, see what's going on. Sorry about the bare feet and the joggers. I didn't think anyone was actually going to see my lower half throughout this whole thing. Rihanna? I know that this is gonna scare the shit out of me. Please don't do this. Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright. Oh, let's just try these light switches one last time. Oh, fuck. What's happened to this fucking torch? Oh, fuck's sake. Hello? Okay, I'm literally on my hands and knees right now, staring into my kitchen. I don't know if any of you can see this. I am 5 seconds away from running out my front door right now. Hello? Oh my god, what the fuck? What the fuck was that? Oh my god. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh fuck. I haven't even got any fucking shoes on. Okay. This is ridiculous. I can't just stand out here. I don't know if you all saw what I just saw. There's something in my kitchen. I don't know what to do. I don't even know if anyone is actually still watching this or if I'm still live right now, but okay, I guess I could just call someone. I guess I could call the police. I don't know what the fuck I would say, but oh god, I don't know. Wait, what? Oh my god, Rihanna must be upstairs. Right, I'm going back in. Oh god. Oh, for fuck's sake. Hello? I know someone's upstairs. You got me. I'm shitting myself. My heart's pounding. Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright, I'm going back upstairs. It's literally too dark to see a fucking thing. Oh my god. There's a fucking clown doll on the floor. Okay. Okay. I'm back on the top floor. The live stream's still going. There's my study. And the light was on in this front bedroom. But now it's not working. For fuck's sake. Hello? Oh my god. I'm just gonna get really low down because I feel like being nearer the ground is... Hello? What the fuck is going on? What? Wait, this is the video that Josh sent me the link to. Why the fuck is it on all of my screens? Okay, I'm just gonna switch. Fuck! Okay, I'm gonna switch back to my other camera and put an end to this. What the fuck is going on? Okay, I'm just gonna have to end this live stream and call the police, I guess, because somebody or something is in my house. I don't know what the fuck is happening. Okay. I think I know what I need to do now. I'm going to show you the video that I was sent. The one that Josh sent me. Everything's fine. I just need you to watch it. And then I need you to send it on. And then you'll be fine. I'll be fine, you'll be fine, and everything will be fine. Just watch the video and send it on. Okay. I'm going to share my screen. Hello everyone. Thank you all for still being with me for this live stream. I can't believe we're getting into the late/early hours now. We have reached £8,103, which is unbelievable. We've crossed the £8,000 target. I have just upped the target a little bit more to £9,000. Very exciting. Thank you so much to all of you for being here, for joining in the chat, for watching along. I am going to be back in a couple of minutes with Zobo and Brad. This is where things are going to get extreme. So we're heading into our extreme cinema section of the night now. So Brad, Zoe, and I will be with you imminently. We'll be right back. We're back. Hello, Brad and Zobo. Hi, guys.
Hi, how are we?
Very good, very good. Hi, Zoe. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for scaring the shit out of me. I'm like sweaty. I'm on edge. I'm not sure I'm ready for anything.
I don't know what you mean. But yeah, it's been a fun long night. But I just thought, what better way to top it off than with a bit of extreme cinema chat, right? As well. Brad, how are you since I last saw you about 2 hours ago?
I've had a wonderful time. You finally got to obviously show Final Cut to everyone. And that's
very
exciting. I'm loving how much people have been drawn to that. I mean, she's already on me like, we'll get the deluxe version. We'll get all that. So
yes, Lily.
There's a bit of money. And then obviously I spoke to you yesterday. I was like, you doing any shenanigans? Are you fucking around at any point? And you were like, maybe. And I was like,
I can't. Okay. I had to give myself a little hour break at some point, right, with something pre-recorded. So I thought that was the best way. Well, guys, thank you for being here. Should I thank you or should I be mad at you for a film that I watched earlier on in the week, Zoe, actually? But we'll get to that,
I think you should thank us. It was a good experience for sure.
Yeah. So we're going to get into talking about some properly nasty stuff over the next hour to an hour and a half. So just I'll issue a little warning, a little content warning to everyone. We are going to be talking about some extreme stuff. We are going to be talking about it in graphic detail. We won't pull any punches when we talk about this stuff. So just wanted to issue that little trigger warning before we get into it. But and I've said this before when we did our Patreon series, I will just emphasize that the stuff we're about to talk about, they are just films, right? They're not real. They're just movies, so no matter how dark things get and the stuff we're about to talk about, no matter how dark and twisted that gets, it's all make-believe, Zoe, isn't it, ultimately?
Yeah, pretty much.
Ish. I'm like, isn't it, Zoe? Isn't it?
For sure.
Yeah. So, where do we start? I guess, because we covered some of this ground together when we did the Patreon series, but there might be people listening that never, that aren't patrons that might not have heard that. So maybe we should just start off by talking about the differences between kind of what we consider kind of general horror and then what we would classify more kind of extreme horror. Zoe, how would you kind of describe, I suppose, or define what extreme cinema is in comparison to something like just horror cinema?
Yeah, I guess for me it's often about boundary pushing and taboos. Mm-hmm. I think horror is quite conventional in terms of the different kind of subgenres, their approaches, whereas I feel like extreme horror goes a little bit further than that with some of the things they include, and they're often kind of real life taboos, like animal cruelty or pedophilia, things that could happen in real life, but obviously they're in a cinematic sense. So very kind of boundary pushing and taboo breaking, I guess.
Yeah, indeed. Brad, do you remember when you first kind of dipped into it's kind of subjective, I suppose, but do you remember your first experience of watching a film that we might consider kind of extreme and what it was?
I think it's a weird thing that I think a journey that certain horror fans go on, because the whole point is that you just want to continually up the ante, right? And that's where you get into this dangerous territory where at certain points, when is enough? What is that your own personal limit? Because my limit is obviously very different to yours, Michael, or to Zoe's. I know that Zoe's the fucking proper weird one. She's the one on the watch list, trust me. I think from memory, I remember very vividly watching Irreversible for the first time when I just moved into my first house away from my parents, and I was living in a house flat share. And for some reason, one of us had the Tartan Extreme DVD, the original thing that came out, and we watched that. And I was like, holy fucking shit, that is some of the darkest stuff I've ever seen. And then I think you kind of go down this rabbit hole because you get onto your GeoCities websites at the time, aging yourself there, fuck's sake. And you want to know what are the worst films, what are the scariest films, what are the grossest films, and you go down this horrible rabbit hole, and then you end up,
where you're at.
Slow puke torture chamber or whatever fucking mad shit's going on.
Do you reckon have your sensibilities changed at all, Brad? Like at a point in your life when you were really seeking those sorts of films out, are you still like that now, do you think, or have you got like less of a stomach for it than you used to?
I love it when a film fucks me up. I think there's something about that. There's a gratification, and it makes the film. I'm kind of impressed by the film if it manages to shock me, or scare me, or move me in any way. But I would say that as I'm getting to the age that I am, I maybe don't want to be doing it all the time anymore. I know Zobo's probably the same, I would imagine, where it's like we get like I've done it now. Do you know what I mean? I don't need to go that far again. But then if something comes out in the wash and it's this new thing and it's the most fucked up thing you've ever seen, like Megalomaniac we were talking about in Fresh Blood, that was coming around like, oh, it's shocking and all that, and I watched it and I was like, fucking nothing. Nothing. I'll always seek it out if there's a new one. But I'm less inclined. I'd rather watch the Lego Batman movie.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Great film.
Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? Zoe, what about you? Like, obviously, you've always been kind of known for this stuff, and you are the voice on these kinds of movies. But when did that sort of start for you? Do you remember when you first kind of ventured into the more extreme side of horror?
Yeah, I mean, I was probably doing something quite similar to Brad, and I would be up at like 3 a.m. in the morning being like, most disturbing films ever made. It was like, it was kind of like a bit of a quest to find what would be considered as the most disturbing thing. And it happened after probably a film we might cover, happened after seeing Cannibal Holocaust. I was like, oh God, this is absolutely fucked up. And I loved that feeling. I was like, this is making me feel a particular way, and the journey, I think I was a bit more obsessed with it when I was a bit younger. Like Brad said again, you get a bit older and you're like, I could actually watch nice things. I've kind of seen all these gross things. I don't need a second viewing of it. So it just became like something that I got really interested in, and I think I just found it quite fascinating that these films could be seen as so controversial and also so evocative. Of like emotions and how people, I mean, you see some films like The Human Centipede, some people haven't even seen it and yet they're fucking up in arms about it just because of reading a synopsis. And I think that's quite powerful when it comes to filmmaking, is to have that kind of effect on an audience.
And I think what I've always loved is listening to like your podcast, Zoe, or reading for people's. It's almost like I was just talking about this with the kind of internet horror stuff, is that that sometimes reaction videos to things and reactions to things are as interesting or entertaining as the films themselves. Like some people would just rather hear other people having watched something, right, so that they can hear someone else talk about it than actually watch it themselves. And you must get that a lot, Zoe, do you? That people, happily kind of hear from you what these films are without actually needing to watch them themselves.
Yeah, I'd say like so many people that either like used to, when I used to do reviewing of disturbing films, or now with, the podcast, lots of people are like, I'm never going to watch this, but I want to hear your thoughts on it and kind of like live, vicariously through you. So I think I once said to someone like, these are the films that, I'll watch for other people because no one wants to watch them. So I'll kind of report back and be like, don't recommend, never go there. Like, it's not worth it. So it's just, doing my bit for the world, doing my good bit, charity work,
Yeah, so you're
really.
Yeah, you're performing a public service, I would say, right?
Basically.
But when those new movies do suddenly come out, it is exciting, isn't it? Like you say, like, I remember both of your absolute gleeful reactions to The Sadness, for example, a few years ago, where like you had both seen it and like Zoe, like the grin on your face about The Sadness and how much you loved it, like, and like you say, Brad, I guess it's nice when you still get to discover those kind of new movies that actually do shock you in some way.
It's difficult, because you everything you've seen informs what you're currently bringing to every film that you come to later on, so you're always invariably comparing it to things. So you're like, okay, well, this is shocking, but Sallow's worse, or this is shocking, but you should see what they do in August Underground Mordom. So for something to bring something new to the table is when it gets very exciting, and you're like, oh, I've not seen this before, or it's not been represented in this way before. And that's when I think our excitement embiggens.
Agreed. And The Sadness was amazing, to be fair, so good. where does it kind of, like, how far is kind of extreme? I guess extreme stuff has kind of always been there in one way or another, Zoe, right? But how far does it go back? Like, I was thinking about some of the oldest stuff I've covered on this podcast, and I was thinking about, like, what would be considered extreme, and I was thinking maybe Un Chien Andalou from the 1920s. Like, that almost feels like an early version of an extreme movie, doesn't it? In a way where you've got that kind of slicing of the eyeball, and, you know, just how shocking that still is today, you know?
Yeah, and I think when you rewatch it now in the context of like extreme, it's easy to say like, oh, you know, a film like Un Chien Andalou, or some of the, you know, the earlier films that are kind of considered extreme. I think it's easy to say that they're not that extreme in comparison, but it does go back. You know, it does kind of go back that far. And I think, you know, you begin to see the level of violence and kind of depravity like ramp up. I mean, for me, I've kind of always, it's not film, but I always see it kind of like harking back to the Grand Guignol. You know, they were doing these stage performances that were really graphic at the time, quite, you know, heinous. They had like a lot of awful things in there, and they even did, you know, things with eyes as well. So I think, you know, that can kind of tie back to it. So it's always been there, but I guess it wasn't until, you know, you kind of look more towards like the 60s and the 70s that you see that it starts to like really ramp up in terms of like portraying more of those kind of like shocking aspects of the film. But I guess if you look at like human history as a whole, we've always been drawn to violence. You know, people used to go and watch, you know, people being hung and killed. We've always kind of had like that morbid curiosity. Whilst we don't want to admit, we're like, no, I won't watch that. People are curious; they want to know about it.
For sure, yeah, absolutely, and I think you're right. Like, I guess like the 60s and 70s, where kind of censorship started to relax and that kind of thing. Where did it kind of really kick off in terms of the big waves of it, Brad? Was it that kind of like Mondo kind of 60s, 70s, all of that kind of era?
Yeah, so the films of the Mondo Carne films from the 1960s were the first sort of like educationally exploitative films in terms of looking at sort of tribes, but looking at like cannibalism and animal cruelty, because they would do stuff to, you know, chickens and those sorts of things. And once again, I think it's, as Zoe said, something that us humans are intrinsically linked to. I don't know if anyone's noticed, but on X, for example, since Muskie Boy's taken over, have you not noticed, maybe it's just my feed, but have you not noticed a rampant increase in like gore videos, fights,
wow,
this sort of stuff? Like on my For You page, I don't know whether it knows me that well, but
For You,
here you go.
Here we go.
Specifically for Brad.
So it's something that I feel like hasn't gone away. If anything, it's getting worse, because I think we're getting more and more detached from the human condition, and because you're behind the safety of a screen now, a screen that's in your hand and you can do whatever you want with, we're now getting access to some of the most, some truly disgusting content just coming up on people's pages without any even consent being engaged with. But in the 60s and 70s, going back round to it, is where the first wave of these films that really sort of sparked the conversation about how much was too much, and films like Last House on the Left and I Spit on Your Grave were really pushing the boundaries of like transgressive cinema and what you could show in a film.
For sure. People are asking in the chat about the iceberg already. People are asking about that. We are going to be talking about the iceberg. We're going to go through that in a bit. Worry. And actually, if anyone has any questions for Zoe or Brad, drop them in the chat, and I'll see if I can keep an eye and ask audience questions as we go as well. But yeah, what are your thoughts on that kind of wave of the sort of, that I guess the kind of rape revenge era of extreme cinema in the 70s, Zoe? Those kind of, like Brad said, Last House on the Left, I Spit on Your Grave, you know, those kind of movies.
I mean, they're tough films. It's a difficult subject matter, obviously because of, you know, what it is. But I think, you know, at that time as well, there was a lot of portrayal of kind of heightened sexual violence, and I think, you know, it's always something that's really difficult to watch on screen. And I think as well, seeing kind of like the concentration of it at that time, because, you know, kind of now you still get rape revenge films, but you're not looking at like big hard hitting, ones coming out all the time, and also from directors that you look at Wes Craven, that go on to do things that are now considered, they're one of the biggest horror directors, and you're like, oh, but you made that and it's a bit iffy. But I think it was a time when they were like, let's test those boundaries, let's see what they can do. And as Brad said, what can we show on screen at that time? And I think they could be considered problematic in some of their own ways, but they did shape, a lot of rape revenge films to come, and how you could do it better, and how you could actually show some of these, highly disturbing, kind of triggering topics in a film, but actually do it in maybe a bit more of a sensitive way, especially that. I mean, I personally love those films, from the 70s. I love I Spit on Your Grave. I think it's a fantastic film. The same with The Last House on the Left. But I also can see why, during the 70s and still now, that they were like highly, highly controversial and shocking.
Yeah. Last House on the Left is quite a difficult watch for a lot of reasons, and it's the whole kind of weird vibe and tone of it as well. Steve has said in the chat that he felt the sexual violence in Last House was repellent but not necessarily exploitative as well, and that's an interesting there's a distinction, I suppose, isn't there? And I guess people feel different ways about that kind of thing. What are your thoughts, Brad, on Wes Craven's Last House on the Left? Do you think it's a good film, I guess?
I think it's a tough watch, and it's a watch that doesn't get any particular easier. Easier as you watch it. You don't become numb to it, because there's a frenzy and a mania to that film that's very difficult to sort of recapture. And there are certain other films which we'll talk about which have this similar sort of tone, which feels almost dangerous and almost documentarian like in its portrayal, where you do feel like an observer to a travesty that you cannot stop, and there's an inevitability to the suffering that is a difficult pill to swallow, and no amount of retribution really mitigates the pain and suffering that's inflicted. But at the time, in the 70s, young people were very angry, and it was coming out in films like this kind of violence was shown more often, because as a result of the kind of anger that was being felt and the dissension that was being felt in society at the time. So it really is just a reflection of kind of that the negativity that was surrounding that time, which for me means that right now we should be making some really fucked up shit that's going to really ruffle people's feathers, because a lot of people are very pissed off.
Yeah,
and rightly so.
And maybe we're getting it in different ways, like you say, Brad. It's like internet stuff instead these days, or something, rather than in the films. But yeah, I think that's true. Like Zoe, I think Wes Craven, like, we all know that I don't think he was making that film just because he was like, oh yeah, I think he was making it for a reason, wasn't he? Like, he was shocked and appalled as a pacifist by like real life violence that he was seeing on news footage of Vietnam and that kind of thing. And his movie, his kind of unflinching movie about violence on screen, was his kind of reaction to what was happening in the world, right? And I think that's true. Like, do you see a difference, Zoe, in all the movies you've watched? Like, do you see the difference in the ones that are made for a reason, I guess, compared to the ones that are just made just to shock? Like, can you tell the difference when you watch them?
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think there's more of a storyline, more of a plot line. I think, some of the more kind of underground, extreme films you do watch and you go, what is the point of this? It's, you often get some, and they're like an hour of just pure torture, pure nihilism. Like, there's nothing particularly gripping or exciting that you can take away from them. That's not to say that there's not something to be found in those films, because clearly I'm clearly fucking out here watching them, aren't I? But like films like The Last House on the Left, but even something like Sallow, or some of the new kind of like new French extremity films as well, they have purpose behind them, and I think it makes watching difficult films, uncomfortable films, slightly easier, because at least you can take something away from it, dissect it afterwards, and be like, I can understand and see how that was reflected in what's being portrayed on screen, and why a film maybe is so violent and so brutal. Whereas when you feel like it's just been made because someone's gone, oh yeah, we can make the nastiest film we ever want to make, and I think that's what puts a lot of people off extreme cinema, because they see it as that, rather than being like, finding those films that do potentially have actually a bit more of it might be a political purpose behind it, and having that kind of meaning in there as well.
For sure. And I want to talk about some of these titles, and we'll talk about those differences maybe with some of these films as we go. I'm sort of going to hop through some big titles over the last few decades. And you mentioned there Salò, Zoe. Maybe we should start with talking about Salò from 1975. Brad, what are your thoughts on Salò? Lovely bit of chocolate mousse.
I mean, I remember the first time I watched it. I watched it with a friend of mine, and it was his reaction to it was so visceral that I had to get my phone out and record it because I just couldn't. It was shocking to me, of course, but what was more fun was his reaction being so abhorrent to what he was being shown. I mean, Salò is something else, and I mean, the thing is with that film is it's so well made. Like, it's a very good film, and it has you were saying about purpose and point, right? And the whole thing is a political allegory for sort of the bourgeois upper classes feeding on the lower classes, and that's a tale as old as time and as relevant today as it is 40, 50 years ago. But coprophilia.
I mean,
I don't think it'd be hard pressed to find someone that is. I mean, I don't doubt they don't exist. I bet there's a fair few of them. But in terms of getting a reaction out of someone, there is, I think, nothing. One of the easiest ways to shock and appall someone is make people eat shit. Like that.
Yeah.
That really is up there as well.
I think it remains the most shocking part of that, and that is a film filled with shocking imagery. We'll maybe go into it. So for people who don't know, Salò, 1975, a group of fascists round up 9 adolescent boys and girls and subject them to 120 days of physical, mental, and sexual torture. And that is basically the plot, right? And we just watch these fascists. They are like almost cartoony, aren't they? There is a real satire element to this, like these fascists and the way they behave. But what they put these kids through. And it's been a while. I haven't watched it since we all covered it together on Patreon, Zoe. But am I right in thinking it kind of goes in stages, doesn't it? Where they kind of up the torture and the humiliation in different ways. There's kind of a section on kind of sexual violence, and then there's the section on the coprophilia. Then there's the actual kind of torture and mutilation towards the end, right? And I think it's supposed to go on that journey of getting more extreme, but I still think that I'm with Brad. I think the coprophilia, the shit eating in the middle, is still the worst part of that film.
Yeah, that I think for anyone, right? It's so gross to imagine that being something that someone would do, and obviously they enjoy it in it. And when he pulls like his little mouth thing, and he's laughing and he's got his teeth, like it's so repulsive that watching it is like you just can't. It's almost like you can't imagine anything worse. But I think obviously Salò is based on Marquis de Sade's book, which. I'm just putting it out there. Please, anyone watching, don't read the book. Just I
remember you were saying that the book is even worse than the film, right?
It is revolting because obviously it's a lot more detailed. There's also more children involved and they're much younger. There's a lot more, I would say, a lot more child abuse in the book as well. But you're right, they take it in stages. That's kind of how they plan to do it is, gradually kind of up and up the torture to see how far they can go. And these characters, they place bets on one another. They're kind of who can do the worst thing. There's 4 of them, 4 libertines, they call them in the book.
That's right.
And they've all got their own fetishes that they want to indulge in this, whatever I don't know, some hellscape mansion that they've, rounded up the kids into. And I would say, I think the film is a really good depiction and adaptation of the book. And I would say I'm very glad that the film only goes where it does, because I don't think you could even include fully everything that is in the book in the film. But I think what obviously Pasolini did well, as Brad mentioned earlier, is it's a good film. It's well shot. It looks nice. It has some really beautiful scenes and set pieces in there, which in a way I personally find makes it slightly easier to watch than some of the maybe more.
Yes, this doesn't look like it was shot on a videotape in a basement, does it? It looks, Brad, weirdly, it reminds me sort of tonally, it doesn't feel so much horror, right? It reminded me of something like A Clockwork Orange, you know, that kind of like very formal, that kind of Kubrickian kind of wide shots and big grand sets, and also there's something almost kind of a little bit campy about it at times, like the boy in the wedding dress and everything, you know, like it isn't going for like pure visceral horror, is it, in a way?
No, it's quite playful.
Yeah.
In certain senses, but then that's offset against, you know, you've got these silly scenes where they're all kind of dressing up funny and chasing each other around, and then he's like, well, now I'm going to inspect all your bumholes.
Yeah.
There's like, you can't just go from that to that. It's like, where's the middle ground? But, you know, I think I would be made up if I did win prettiest bumhole. Like, that is...
I mean, that's, you know, that's nothing to scoff at, you know?
No.
Yeah.
Scoff at, that's the word I'm going to use.
I love this this comment that somebody's put here in the chat saying EOH livestream at 9 a.m. chatting about Round the Twist and Zap. EOH livestream at 11 p.m. explaining coprophilia. Yeah, we've done the whole spectrum today. It's been really fun. Shit got real. I mean, I don't want to dwell on it, but I also kind of do want to dwell on it a little bit. The scene with the banquet of the shit eating, right? Like, I think to this day it's one of the most horrible things I've ever watched. Like, there was a moment when I almost gagged in my throat, Zoe, like when they are like shoveling it into each other's mouths and trying to swallow it and stuff. Like, and they like those scenes go on and on, don't they, Zoe, as well? It's not like they shy away from that stuff, you know?
No, it's quite a lengthy scene, actually, and I think for me it's, you know, when they kind of like pull it, like they show it on the plate and it's like just this piece of shit, and you're like, great, that is literally just a piece of shit on a plate, like, well done. And I think, again, you know, I think it's one of the most disgusting scenes I also have seen in a film as well. And I think you see later extreme films influenced by that. There was like what was it? I think it's like Swedish or something film called like no, Danish, sorry, it's called like Sunken Danish, so it's Danish. And they included like some like poo eating in that, and there was a lot of shit in that film as well, and you'll see it happen time and time again. And I think it's, you know, you look in, you're like, that it is kind of the most disgusting thing you can get, but it's a memorable scene, you know, you can't not say that. Like,
you don't generally forget that one, no.
You don't forget it. Matthew has put in the chat, when he pulls the top off the platter, I screamed. That's good.
The worst thing for me in that bit is that she's very reticent. She doesn't want to eat. There's a bit with a young lady, and he thinks, I'm sorry, where are my manners? That's not good enough for you. Let me piss on it as well.
And it is also kind of funny. Like, there's the schoolboy in me that is just laughing at all of the poo and piss in that scene as well. But also there is it's like real pure sadism. But that stuff is so shocking that when it gets to the big finale, where they are actually like torturing and mutilating them, by that point, I was kind of like, oh, this is fine. You know?
I like this bit. More torture.
Doing them a favour, really, putting them out their misery.
Honestly, yeah. I'm like, let this be an end for them all, you know? But yeah, it holds up, Zoe, doesn't it? I think that it does remain as shocking today, Salo, as it was back then, you know?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I've showed it to a couple of people, and they were like, this is fucking horrible, like absolutely horrible. And, you know, I think it's quite hard as well to have a film that can upstand its, you know, notoriety for such a long time, especially when now, you know, films are, I mean, Brad's got the t-shirt on there, you know, films.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Serbian film,
yeah.
They're really like pushing the boundaries, and yet Salo still is such a shocking film, which is why, you know, it's probably one of the kind of like staple pieces when it comes to extreme cinema.
Agreed. Richard Thornton mentioned in the chat pink flamingos. He says, I physically heaved. That's a really good shout, actually, as well, because in Pink Flamingo, because I don't believe that in Salo, I mean, it's fake shit that they're eating, right? But of course, in Pink Flamingos, famously, that was real dog shit that Divine is eating, right? And there is something about that makes it even worse. Because actually, you know, Salo, for all of his extreme stuff, like we've talked about, it's actually a very well-made, kind of conventionally made film. None of it feels like unsafe in the way that you think, is some of this real or whatever, right? So in that regard, it's just like it's a sort of classically made film. But then on the flip side to that, what about films like Faces of Death when you move towards the end of the 70s? Brad, I've not seen Faces of Death, I don't think, or I might have watched it when I was young and I don't really remember it. Is this literally just a series of set pieces of quote unquote real footage of people dying and stuff?
Yeah, but it's mostly mockumentary in terms of I think there's some interspersed real footage, but nothing like the kind of things they show, which is like a man being electrocuted in prison and eating monkey brains, and all that sort of stuff, and which is like blatantly like a weird like precursor to Indiana Jones. It's very weird. But that was a film that's definitely made just for shock's sake, right? That was clearly a market was there. That's my cat playing with its balls, if you can hear that.
Hey,
Cheers.
love it.
Thank you. Not its actual balls, because it's a girl. But where was I? Thanks for that, dickhead. Where the fuck was I?
Faces of Death,
Yes. But obviously, the offshoot of Faces of Death is, of course, Traces of Death, which is a Japanese-produced video that was all real footage of people legitimately dying. And I bought a copy of something and was included Traces of Death. Someone, as a freebie, little added extra, gave me a copy on like an eBay deal or trading, when I used to do trading sort of stuff. And I was like, I'll see what this is all about. So I put it on and I was like, oh my fucking God, this is very much definitely real. There's a father being torn apart by lions in front of his screaming children.
Oh, Jesus.
And there's beheadings and honor killings and all sorts. What are you doing?
The cat's like, what are we talking about? What are we saying?
Let's just lighten the mood a little bit.
Yeah.
So I was watching it, and the postman turned up with probably yet another fucking horrible delivery. And I opened the door, and he looked in at the TV and to see what I was watching. And I was like, right, this needs to get out of the house, doesn't it? Really? I need to get this gone. So I sold it on eBay. £70.
That in itself is worrying, isn't it? That it sells on the web for £70. Like,
£70.
who are these people paying that kind of money for that kind of film, right? That's interesting. Yeah, and I think that's another facet of extreme, isn't it, Zoe? Like, you know, I mentioned at the beginning, these are all made-up stories and films, but I suppose there are elements of real stuff, like the next film we're about to talk about, for example, Cannibal Holocaust, like, mixes kind of real animal violence with fake stuff, and to the point where you don't really know what to trust, right, Zoe? Like, you don't know what's real and what isn't.
Yeah, and I mean, I actually have not seen Traces of Death. I'm not going to fuck around with... I'm not as hardcore as Brad. I'm not going to give that one a...
You're supposed to be the weird one, not me.
I love this. But actually, Zoe, you're quite squeamish on, like, real life stuff, right? Like, am I... Yeah.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
If it's real... Like, if I see real blood, I'm tapping out.
You know, like, people are really into watching, like, 24 Hours in A&E on Channel 4 and stuff, where you see, you know, body parts get cut off and all sorts. And that is worse than most of the stuff we're about to talk about tonight, I think, you know.
Like, absolutely revolting. Absolutely revolting. But to your point, Mike, yes, I think a lot of filmmakers, not so much now, potentially, you know, there's some filmmakers like Marion Dora, for instance. You know, he's renowned for still including, you know, real animal deaths in a lot of his films, which obviously, again, is, for me, I'm like, I don't really get anything out of that. I think in something, you know, like Cannibal Holocaust, I think it was a very smart filmmaking tactic, whether you agree with it or not. I think it was very smart to blend the lines between fiction and reality, because therefore when you watch the rest of the film, you know, those aspects that are just special effects, you kind of can't decipher, because you're like, well, that looks just like the real shit I just saw. So it's, you know, morals and ethics come into question a lot around this. But I do think for a film like Cannibal Holocaust, it's definitely something that, you know, is effective and it works, and it's why, you know, the film is so controversial and so horrible to watch, because, you know, poor little turtle.
The poor turtle, yeah. I mean, let's talk about Cannibal Holocaust then. It's like the granddaddy, isn't it, of all these extreme movies. 1980, Ruggero Deodato, it's an Italian cannibal film. There was a lot of them around this time, right? During a rescue mission into the Amazon rainforest, a professor stumbles across lost film shot by a missing documentary crew whose goal was to study the region's indigenous cannibalistic tribes. So it's such an important film for so many reasons, because in some ways it's the kind of forerunner to the found footage kind of subgenre, right, as well, but also it's this infamous, notorious movie with all this animal cruelty and then sexual violence and real, nasty blood and gore. Like, it has everything, doesn't it, in this film, to the point where Deodato was actually prosecuted because people thought he had made a real snuff film and everything. It's, Brad, you can't really deny how good the filmmaking is in a way, right, with this movie.
It's certainly an evocative film. It also has an absolute bop of a soundtrack. My God.
It does. It does.
So good.
Yeah.
So good.
The soundtrack really does a lot of the heavy lifting, I think, in terms of the kind of offset of, we talked about earlier on in our last thing about what you see and what you hear.
Yeah.
And that's another example of, watching some heinous shit like the de-shelling of a turtle over this beautiful, like, kind of almost melancholic, mournful, swooning song. It's such a juxtaposition between horror and beauty. And Cannibal Holocaust is a film that, its name precedes it. Everybody knows what that film is. Whether you choose to watch it, whether you choose to watch it with the animal cruelty or without the animal cruelty, the film transcends any of this because it's become bigger than itself in so much that when you think of extreme cinema and you think of films that are challenging and difficult to watch, Cannibal Holocaust is always either the first answer or very near the top. And it's a film that I don't mind, despite all of that, revisiting periodically, because I do think it's a very competently made film. That just so happens to have some incredibly heinous shit in it.
Yeah.
That troubles a lot of people. And I completely understand the criticism. I don't support animal cruelty. I don't think animal cruelty should be included in any film. The fact of the matter is, in 1980 it was. And
especially in Italian films. they loved it.
Love it. They love it. Nutters. You just lost the intact. They're already asleep. It's 1:20. It's 1:52 over there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is. It is shocking. I remember, Zoe. That was one of those ones. When you're young and you go online, and I remember seeing the pictures, those famous still images of the people impaled on the poles, right? And just just those images, I was like, oh my God, And like Brad said, its reputation kind of precedes it, doesn't it? Does it kind of live up to that hype ultimately, Zoe? For you, would you say?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was the first extreme horror film I ever saw, and it it had such a profound impact. But it still has that impact on me now. And I mean, I'm the same as you as well, Brad. Like I revisit that film, because I find that it's not a film that I sit and I go, oh, this is, I'm going to settle in for a cozy night with Cannibal Holocaust. But I think it's good to revisit it, to just remind yourself that, there are films out there that can like really kind of test you and see how far you can go. I think it is such a hard film to watch. Of course, the animal cruelty is, it's pretty brutal, and it's not just the turtle, it's a consistent theme throughout the film of the only one I don't mind is the spider, because I fucking hate those pricks. So I was like, yeah,
well, you were going to start with a cunt then. I
was like,
you can drop a cunt.
You can do it.
Is that too strong?
Nah, we're in the late night extreme slot. We can say whatever. It's fine.
All right, little fucking spider cunts can die there. But yeah, it is a very tough film to watch. And again, yeah, I don't really recommend. I recommend it to people if they are interested in seeing, probably what I think is, maybe if not the most important film in extreme cinema, because it's kind of got everything that you will expect to find when you watch other films of those themes. Like, you are gonna see, all the sexual violence, and it's not a perfect film. It's certainly not. But it's horrible. It's really, really horrible. But it is a really well-made film. And obviously, Mike, you mentioned about found footage as well. I think it shows how effective found footage can be played into, and again, that's a very running theme throughout kind of throughout extreme cinema, is using found footage to make it feel more real.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, and I think let's talk about I was going to say the elephant in the room. That's a bad analogy, because I was going to say let's talk about the animal cruelty with this film, because you've mentioned it, and there are lots of interesting discussions around this, because you can now, if you choose to, if you own the Blu-ray, right, there's an option to watch it with the animal cruelty taken out, which, fair enough, if that's the way you want to view it, right? And you can still watch the version with the animal cruelty kept in. What are your kind of views on that, Brad? Like, what do you think of that? Of like, should it be removed forever by for anyone, or is it good that you've got that choice? Like, how do you find it?
Well, in the UK, if you are legally buying the film, you cannot get it with the animal cruelty.
Right.
Obviously, in the US, through Grindhouse Releasing, they've released a 2-cut version where you can have it without the animal cruelty, because Deodato has since done a bit of a walk back and says he regrets everything that he did in that regard. And now, if you watch it without the animal cruelty, it's kind of like his intended version, as he's calling it now. But I don't agree with eradicating the original version from the record books or the history books, because that is the true reflection of what that film was at the time. Whether you agree with it, which no one is going to come out and say, no, give me the animal, give me more.
Yeah, I love that stuff. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, please. Just 2 monkeys, make it 6.
Yeah.
Like, that's not up for discussion, but what is up for discussion is that film existed in that format, and that is the original intention of that film. I would always want to see the purest form of any film. That goes for this fucking stupid thing and everything else. Like, I'm no interest in seeing an edited version or a cut version. I want to see the pure version of every intended film, whether I agree with the things that are in it or not. I think, like, you're doing yourself a disservice to a somewhat of a degree if you don't see it as it was initially brought to the world. But I completely understand why most people would be like, I'd rather not see that. Good. Then don't watch it, because it's really horrible.
It's really difficult, isn't it? What are your views on that, Zoe?
Very, very similar. I can completely understand why, people wouldn't want to watch it with the animal cruelty, but I think it loses something by taking it out. I think, as Brad said, it was intended with that purpose. And I think when you remove that, you lose an element of the shock factor. And I think you also lose that element of what we were talking about earlier, about blurring those lines between fiction and reality. You need to kind of be immersed in the world of Cannibal Holocaust, sadly, to really feel the power that it holds and why it was so shocking at that time. And I think I often argue as well. I'm like, I'm a meat eater, and I was like, I often feel wrong from getting on, like, some kind of moral high horse around it, when actually, I contribute to the slaughter of animals every day. And whilst it's obviously in a slightly different kind of aspect, I think, you have to consider the time, also the culture, where they are, obviously the animals were killed for the purpose of the filmmaking, because the cast and crew have said that, and it also actually upset them. There was I think one of the main actors, he actually asked to leave after they killed the first animal, because he said, this is too much for me. But supposedly they did eat the animals afterwards, in that kind of culture. So I think you have to look at it from all perspectives and have kind of all of the information at the ready. So yeah, I do kind of think it's, if you can stomach it, it's worth kind of watching, as Brad said, in its intended version.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think choice is the best thing, right? Give people the choice. But I do agree, like, don't censor stuff, don't remove stuff forever, like, I feel like we're going through a bit of a time at the moment, aren't we, when even in mainstream cinema, like, companies like Disney are chopping stuff or locking stuff in their vault and getting rid of erasing things from history that we won't be able to access anymore, whether it's their controversial, horrible films that they made back in the day, like Song of the South or whatever, and they deem those, and I think erasing that and pretending it didn't happen is sometimes as problematic as the film itself, in a way, isn't it? And yeah, I think, like, acknowledge that this film happened, like, in this way, but also give someone the choice. If they don't want to see the turtle being killed, then I think that's fair enough as well, for sure. Yeah. A couple of people have commented. Dan commented to say Cannibal Ferox, Lenzi's Cannibal Ferox is nastier than Holocaust, but it never gets talked about in these discussions, maybe because it's nowhere near as good. That's interesting. Brad, do you agree with that? Because I guess, yeah, there were a lot of Cannibal Holocaust kind of rip-offs as well around this time, weren't there?
Yeah, so on our actual Extreme chat, we did talk about Cannibal Ferox.
Yeah,
because it was the fact that it came out like a year later, and it was Lenzi being like, "How many animals did he kill? 10.
Yeah,
let's do 12."
Yeah,
and it was all about kind of the one-upmanship of it. And there were other versions like the Green Inferno, not your best mate's fucking one. The one from 1988.
Yeah,
and there was Eaten Alive, which was another Lenzi as well. So this was a big wave of sort of gut muncher cannibal films at the time. And yes, Ferox is more, I would say, more shocking. And also because, as he says, it isn't as well made. You then don't get the charm of a competently made film. You've just got a nasty film with nasty shit happening to nasty people. But yes, Cannibal Ferox is as challenging a watch, and certainly one that I wouldn't be rushing back to watch anytime soon.
Nah. And these all, of course, link in with the Video Nasties era. But the madness about the Video Nasties era, right, Zoe, was that there was this kind of extreme stuff, but then there was also just movies like Evil Dead or whatever, right, as well, that were all kind of wrapped up in that at the same time. And it was because of the front covers and what they were called and the posters and stuff, like people that didn't bother watching them just didn't bother differentiating, I think, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've got I don't know where it is, somewhere over there. I've got Box of the Band, and it's got it's got those films in. But yeah, you do look, if you look at the Video Nasties, it's like, why were they in there? Like, a lot of them are not actually that nasty. And then you kind of look at the list, and I think there were films, from other countries that, wouldn't have ended up on the list, or they kind of snuck by. They were too underground. And I think it's interesting to see, what was being classified as a video nasty at the time. And obviously a lot of it was mainly based on, the amount of violence and gore and blood that was seen in a film. Obviously, the Evil Dead, it was considered a very gory film at the time. It's got lots of kind of gore in it, but it's not, to me, I mean, it's not an extreme horror film because it hasn't kind of got those like boundary pushing taboo aspects in there. So there's a very different, and I think if you looked now, say if we're kind of comparing like Video Nasties now, well, everything would be in there. You think of like the most recent Evil Dead Rise, that was gory as hell, but it's not extreme. There's just a lot of blood and violence. So I think at the time they hadn't quite figured out how to categorize what should maybe be a video nasty. And they just went, oh, there's a lot of blood in that one, it's not very nice, so we're gonna pop that on the list. And obviously censorship was a lot tighter than it is now, so obviously it made sense for those kind of movies to go on the list.
Yeah, and it was just an absolute moral panic, wasn't it? That's the thing. But let's go forward. There's more movies in the 1980s I want to ask you guys about. Let's talk about Guinea Pig. So Guinea Pig from 1985. This is Asian horror. This is the first film. Obviously, it's a series of films. This was 43 minutes long. Simply put, the synopsis: the film depicts a group of three men who graphically abuse a woman in a number of ways. That's literally the film. There's basically not a plot, right? It is just watching a bit of torture for 45 minutes, essentially. Brad, what are your thoughts on Guinea Pig and the whole Guinea Pig franchise, I guess you'd call it?
Bless them. So, yeah, the guinea pigs. So the first one, Devil's Experiment, is where the film is literally 43 minutes of a woman being tortured by men that shop at Cyberdog in Camden. They go into a really horrible rave at Fabric in Farringdon. And it kind of gained this massive notoriety, and it spawned many sequels, such as Mermaid in a Manhole and Flower of Flesh and Blood and Devil Doctor Woman and He Never Dies. All these kind of short, evil films that seem to just be solely focused on the torture of a singular person. And they kind of, as they go along, they lose some of that kind of, oh, this could be real, and become more cinematic in their portrayals. But part two, Flower and Flesh and Blood, is where things got really spicy. because our good friend Charlie Sheen, he got a copy. Do you remember this?
I do.
He stumbled upon a copy of Flower of Flesh and Blood, and he believed it to be a very real snuff film in which all manner of things happened. And he actually reported it to the FBI, and it was then like there was an FBI case file on the guinea pig films because they obviously deal in predominantly, not always, but predominantly the torture of a singular woman by a group of weird boys, basically.
Yeah.
And they're not particularly, they're certainly not enjoyable films to watch. They're not films that you'd stick on, as you say, on a Sunday, after Sleepless in Seattle, bit of this. It wouldn't happen like that. But these are another, I think, one of those ones that you would call testers, right? Where you're testing yourself and seeing if it shocks you. And really, because of everything, by the time I came to these and the things I'd seen before, they're not. You can almost see the strings, if you know what I mean. Like you can see the fake, and clearly Charlie had a bit too much blow that day, and that's maybe what altered his ability to understand fact from fiction.
Yeah.
What about you, Zobo?
Yeah, I mean, I think I saw these quite early on because this was one of the ones that was like, this is nasty shit. And and obviously I'd heard the Charlie Sheen story as well, and I was like, right, well, it's got to be fairly nasty. I started with Flowers of Flesh and Blood, because
straight in.
As Brad said, start with a spicy one. You know, let's just go to that. And it is. Yeah, I think what I liked was I thought the effects were quite good for the time of it. You know, it is, like Brad said, you can kind of see the strings being pulled, but like if you look at it and appreciate it during that time, like I can see why it maybe have got sent to you and be like, and also, you know, you didn't have the internet to be able to go and look it up. That's the difference that we obviously have now, is that we can go on Wikipedia and go, well, that's just a movie that someone made that's fucking horrible. Whereas I guess, you know, at that time, they wouldn't have been able to find that information. And because it is so grimy and gritty, and also, you know, the length of the films play into it as well, because they're short. So it's almost like, you know, like what you're talking about with internet horror, Mike, you know, these kind of like short, let's say you get sent a video cassette, because it's 45 minutes, you're like, well, maybe this is, you know, kind of real. So I would say, you know, Flowers of Flesh and Blood and The Devil's Experiment, they're nasty films. They're very, very nasty. You know, they are just about torture and pain and suffering. There's not much you can take out of those films. I think they're highly influential, especially Flowers of Flesh and Blood. I know, you know, lots of filmmakers afterwards have obviously taken inspiration from, you know, some of the scenes in there. I would say that that's where the guinea pig, you know, series obviously gets its notoriety. But then, you know, some of the other films, the ones you mentioned, Brad, they're actually all right. Like He Never Dies, it's fucking hilarious. It's a hoot to watch. Like it's so funny. Mermaid in a Manhole is quite sad. I find it. I'm like, no, it's quite a sad story. And whilst it is still kind of about like human suffering, they're very tonally different from Flowers of Flesh and Blood. So that I wouldn't say like the whole franchise is as extreme as it kind of comes across. It's, like I said, He Never Dies, great film, hilarious.
I think like I agree. Like I watched a few of these, especially when we did our extreme chat, and they are gross, I guess, but they're not as extreme as some of this other stuff we're talking about. And I wonder if that's just because they don't have narrative, they're short, and when you know that they're not real, then it's just like, oh, in some ways, it's a kind of interesting showcase of practical effects, right? You're watching somebody get cut up on a big operating table or whatever and mutilated. And more than anything, you just kind of go, yeah, it's kind of impressive, right? But there's no sense of character. There's no sense of, like, I don't know, pain or emotional. Yeah, like, there's, like, I don't know. I think the extreme movies that I've realized I react more to are ones that have like a real emotional intensity, you know, whether it's like Irreversible or Martyrs or something like that. I find that those movies get me more than like, let's just show you some, you know, shocking gore, I guess, because yeah, more than anything, I'm just like, well, that's kind of clever how they manage that, you know. Is it the first film when they kind of do the eye, they do the things in the eye
the
and all
needles
of
in the
that?
eye.
Yeah, it's pretty
The
impressive,
thing is
you know.
With that first one though, right? So the whole point of the first one is it's like stages of pain, right?
That's
and
right.
You start at the beginning, and they start doing some quite evil shit to her, like beating her up and stuff and whatever. But then the next one, they just spin her around in an office chair for ages. And I'm like, well, you've just completely undercut like that. Isn't as bad as getting beaten up.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. Yeah, like the stages. Yeah.
One of them's just like, I don't know, let's phone this one in. Fucking have that.
Yeah,
Like,
have some of that. Go on a waltzer, you know. Yeah.
That is torture for me.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, my inertia.
Yeah, the guinea pig film's interesting. Again, the sort of thing that you might watch just to check them out, right? But again, like, once you've watched them, I feel like you kind of got what you're going to get out of them. Do you know what I mean? You know, they are what they are, really. There's another film that I want to ask you about because actually, and people are asking me, Brad's face, people are asking in the chat, what's the most extreme movie you guys have seen? And we'll get to this, of course. But I wonder whether this is one of yours, Brad, because we're going to get to 1988 now. And I want to ask you about Men Behind the Sun. Look at Brad's little face when I mention even the title, Men Behind the Sun.
I had to walk out the room. I was like, fuck this. Life's too short. So Men Behind the Sun is a graphic depiction of the war atrocities committed by the Japanese at Unit 731, which was a secret biological weapons experimentation unit. And what they would do is, this is a Chinese-produced film to show the atrocities that were done towards Chinese people. Now, the Chinese film industry in the 1980s didn't have much of an effects budget or even an effects infrastructure. So what they decided to do was use real corpses for props, set dressing, and set pieces, including we get to watch a lovely autopsy of a 6-year-old boy, amongst other things. There is a particular scene, which you would later see in films like Gerald's Game, where a prisoner is subjected to frostbite, where they've left their arms out. The rest of them is fine, but their arms are out in the cold. And they bring her into, and they put her arms in a nice warm bath. Bit of Radox, you know, bit of Lush bath bomb, lovely. Warm off. And then as they get her off, this bloke just comes along, one fell swoop, just goes and rips her entire flesh from her bones, but they're real corpse arms. And
God.
She had to, this poor actress had to stand there holding 2 dead person's arms and then have them rip the flesh from the bones. So I didn't like that.
No.
And then there's a bit of a cat that I had to walk out from.
Oh, the cat and the rats, right?
I fucking hated it so much. Especially now I've got my little annoying
because
baby.
you've got a cat now as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like that must make that even harder. Oh,
it's
God,
awful. But they get a cat and they go, how many rats would it take to kill a cat? So they throw the cat in with the rats and then they have a fight, and then the cat eventually succumbs to the rats and dies. Now the filmmaker Mon Tai Fei said, it's fake, like the cat's fine, yeah, he's great, don't worry, like we didn't actually kill the cat. And everyone else on the production were like, that cunt killed loads of cats. He wasn't the only cat. So I fucking hate it. It was so bad. And the whole film is, and the thing is, it's all based on real things that they actually did. So this fucking experimentation committee were like taking people's arms off and putting them where their legs were, and vice versa, as like an experiment. Like, oh, what will happen if we do this?
Yeah, this film sounds awful.
I fucking hate it so much. It's
Zoe,
so horrible.
Zoe, what are your thoughts on Men Behind the Sun?
You know, I feel like when I watched it, it took a long time to watch it, and then for a long time I kind of erased it from my mind. It was like gone, and then I was like, maybe I should rewatch it because to see if I remember it as like being that bad. Bad decision, really fucking bad decision. Pretty much had the same reaction as you did, Brad, where I was like, this is just like getting worse and worse. And the cat scene, so I did the same, and I looked up and I saw that he'd said we covered the cat in honey, and the rats just licked the honey off the cat. And for a long time,
do that.
Right? But I still to myself, I'm like, just pretend that's what happened. I think it's because it's based on, well, obviously you've got the real fucking corpses in there, which makes it just like, it's not special effects. I think also because it's based on something that happened, and it's based on like real things that you just can't get that out of your mind. Whereas, the other films that we talk about, most of them you go, it's a story that's made up. It didn't happen. You can separate it and kind of accept it for what it is. But because this is like, no, this is, and it is exploitative. Like, it doesn't feel like they really need to have made this film and be like, well, this is what happened, because you just watch it. And I think for me, there's just a sense of like sadness watching it, which is not how you want to feel when you watch an extreme film. You kind of just have like too much empathy for the people that did. I mean, I don't even know how you could go through those things. Like, it's honestly awful. But yeah, I would, probably never recommend Men Behind the Sun, and don't feel like Brad would either.
Never again for Brad. Oh my god. Nathaniel in the chat has mentioned Philosophy of a Knife. Zoe's face.
Who's got 4 hours fucking spare to fucking deal with that shit? Jesus Christ.
No, I tried watching it at the gym. I don't know why. And I literally was like some woman looked over, and a woman was, I'm not going to go for the full plot synopsis, but a woman was getting stabbed directly into her vagina. And I was like, yep, I need to go home and never come back to this gym again, because...
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, you're going to end up on some sort of list, Zoe. You can't be watching those at the gym.
I didn't think it would be that bad, but I was proven wrong. Yeah, that film's just as nasty as Men Behind the Sun. And why?
It's 249 minutes long. It's 4 hours and 9 minutes long.
No, thank you.
It was made in 2008. Like, it's newish.
Unbelievable. No, thank you. Moving into the 90s, I want to ask you, Zoe, about Tumbling Dole of Flesh. What a beautiful title that is, first of all. That's one I've heard a lot about. How do you find that one?
I think I actually rewatched it. I don't know why. Recently, I wanted to show Iona from Ghouls. She came over for a movie night, and I was like, let's watch Tumbling Dole of Flesh, as you do.
This is just be warned if ever you go over to Zoe's house for a movie night. Like, this is the kind of shit she puts on.
I mean, why not, right? Like, girls' night in, we had wine, snacks, Tumbling Dole of Flesh. Perfect.
Which, if you look on Letterboxd, they pixelated the art cover. You can't even see it won't even let you see it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this film is, I still kind of consider this probably the worst one I've seen. I mean, so it's about two amateur porn stars. They go to make a porn film. You watch 45 minutes of awful porn, by the way, and they pixelate some bits. Like, they'll pixelate boobs, but then you see a full cum shot, and I'm like, not really sure how they did that. So you watch that, and then they basically get the guy to desecrate the woman's body and fuck any part of it that he can. So, he makes holes in her and fucks all of those. And it's just kind of one of those films where you're like, why? Like, what was the purpose of it? I still find it really difficult to watch, because it does feel quite like misogynistic in the way that it's approached. And I think, obviously, as Brad mentioned earlier as well, about like guinea pig films, it's just watching like some poor woman at the hands of, a group of men just doing the most brutal, disgusting things to her body, as she's just an object. And you also, if you watch Tumbling Dole of Flesh, you'll never ever look at a potato peeler in the same way.
Oh my god. I can't even imagine. Yeah, haven't seen that one, but I'm just looking on the Google images of it.
Oh, mate, don't do it.
I should have gone incognito for that one. Oh my good God. Any other films? Spinsters of Horror in the chat has said the 90s was an amazing time for extreme cinema. Zoe, are there any other films around that time? Because I was going to move us on to the 2000s, which was a big decade for this kind of stuff, right? But is there anything else that I might have missed that you want to also mention while we're sort of whizzing through time?
Where's my letterboxd list? Here we go. Yeah, there was quite a lot, actually. You've got, like, Begotten, Funny Games, Audition, Necromantic 2, Muzan E, Trouble Every Day.
Yeah.
Man Bites Dog, Ebola Syndrome, great film.
Oh, yeah, Untold Story.
Yeah, you've also got Naked Splatter, Naked Blood, like Gummo. There was so many in the 90s that, because I know you mentioned earlier when Mike, when you're talking to Kevin about the 90s being not that great for general horror. So clearly everyone was just off making fucking tumbling dollar shit.
Yeah.
Tumbling dollar shit.
I'd watch that.
People were making weird shit. Yeah. Hey, there we go.
Oh, I love that film. That's
beautiful.
So good.
People were just off making weird shit in their basements in the 90s instead, were they? Okay, fine.
Yeah, exactly. No, it was a really good era actually for extreme cinema.
And then of course the 2000s happened, right? There was almost a convergence of various events. I think you had stuff that was going on in the real world. You had 9/11, this kind of big catastrophe caught on camera phones and cameras. YouTube became a thing. Videos were being shared online. Like suddenly people had access to all kinds of images and videos in their everyday lives. And suddenly you saw this boom of like very extreme horror, right? And of course, like all over the world. Maybe we should start by talking about what was going on in France during this decade. So Brad mentioned Trouble Every Day there. We got the old New French Extremity, Brad, which I know that we're all fans of, right? Of this particular kind of movement of films.
Yeah, I don't know who hurt the French at this point. But, you know, I know they've always been, you know, philosophers when it comes to existence, but they came into a certain school of thought at this time, which was life is miserable, life is pain, life is suffering, and that was reflected in these films such as Irreversible, Martyrs, Switchblade Romance, Haute Tension, High Tension, whatever you want to call it. Like there was this uptick of extremely challenging, confronting films, but they were both shocking in terms of the levels of violence, sexuality, and gore that we were seeing. But not only that, they were dealing with existence and the pain of existence and the suffering that we endure at times. I mean, I live a quite comfortable, nice life now, but it's not always been sunshine and roses, you know. And these films reminded you of the kind of like negativity around existing, and you know, a film specifically like Martyrs, I think, is such a cultural touchstone in what extreme cinema can be and the kind of beauty that can be portrayed within that film, but also the kind of misanthropic despair that film leaves you with at the end. That no matter how many times I've viewed that film, I never don't come away thinking, why am I here?
Yeah.
What's the point in any of this? Like, it's all futile bullshit. And that film is really lightning in the bottle, and it captured a mood that is, as I've said before, is prescient today as it was when it came out, you know, 15 years ago.
Yeah, I agree. I think for me, these movies are some of the best, Zoe, in terms of extreme cinema, just because, like Brad said, they deal more with proper emotional pain and existential pain, as well as all the torture and gore and violence, right? Like movies like Martyrs, Inside, In My Skin, Irreversible, Trouble Every Day. Like there is something more, right, than just some of the other stuff we've been talking about that is just gore. Like there's something more to these movies, isn't there, I think?
Yeah, and I think that's what makes them worse in a way, because I think they're more watchable, because they have that storyline. You're not just watching, you know, 45 minutes of pure torture, but I think in a way that makes them harder to watch, because actually, you know, you come away with questions, you think about it for a long time. Like you're talking about there, Brad. I revisit Martyrs when I'm in a mood, and I'm like, what? Why am I here? I rewatched it in the bath when I was like depressed. I was like, I'm gonna rewatch it. Didn't help, by the way. Didn't make anything.
That
better.
surprises me.
I know. I was like, shock horror didn't make me feel good. But they're films that we can easily kind of revisit and understand why they're portraying such suffering in them. I think they also have their own kind of elements of beauty in a way. A film like Trouble Every Day, I mean, I adore that film. It's tough to watch. But it's about kind of sexual desire. It's about lust. It's about our wants and the things that we can't have in life, and kind of who we are and searching for what we want. So it's like we can connect and resonate with on a very human level, and then they make it really, really like hard, and it is the portrayal of how we're feeling around certain things, and that we do suffer, and that as humans it can be difficult to go through. So all of those films, I mean, to me they are definitely some of the best. And I think you often see a lot of people don't want to watch extreme films, but they'll give like something like Martyrs a try, or they give High Tension Frontiers a go, because they can kind of find more of a meaning in it than just going, tumbling doll of flesh. Whilst if you look at it, some of the violence is almost on a similar level. I mean, if you look at Martyrs, the torture in Martyrs is unbearable at points.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's almost more unbearable than some of those other films, because it's got a story, it's got characters you care about, and then just watch awful things happen to them, right? I mean, Irreversible is the same. Like, Brad, that is such a... It is an evil film, because the way that Gaspar Noé chooses to tell that story and the order of scenes, obviously, that he puts this story in, you just watch some of the most horrible things, and then you go on this awful emotional journey with these characters, knowing what their fate is, right? Like, it's very mean-spirited film in a lot of ways.
That film, the dizzying disorientation of that initial 5 minutes really sets the tone and the presence of it. And here it is. Look at it.
Here it is.
Horrible bastard. This thing.
It's a cruel bastard. It's even extreme in the way that it looks and is edited, right? Like, like people were feeling nauseous. There was all those kind of, wasn't there something to do with like the noise that he put, and vertigo, and there was some kind of like bassy noise that he put that actually made people feel sick, right? And like the whole experience is supposed to be just like an attack on your senses, essentially.
Exactly. And you're really disorientated, and you're really struggling to kind of grasp. And then the first sort of real moment of clarity, you're confronted with many penises, and then a fire extinguisher. And that fire extinguisher scene, I remember watching it for the first time, and I was like, I've never seen anything like this in my life. Like watching someone's face we're doing spoilers.
Yeah.
You haven't seen it, cover your ears or don't look or whatever. But like seeing someone's face become raspberry jam, just getting fucking annihilated with it. I've never seen anything like it. I couldn't work out how it was done. Like my brain was just like, did they just smash some guy's fucking head in?
Yeah.
And then from what goes on from there, obviously the infamous no-cut assault that occurs in the underground.
Yeah.
If you don't cry and feel like the worst thing in the world has just been brought to your retinas, there's something fundamentally broken within you, because that is, to me, one of the hardest scenes I've ever had to watch in any film.
Yeah,
and it never loses its power. Every single time I see that scene in subsequent rewatches, I just feel like the worst in the world. Like it can't be topped in how bad I feel. And then the film ends in such a beautiful note, but then you're like, oh, but it's all fucked, isn't it?
Yeah.
The chronology's backwards.
The chronology's fucked. And so, after that, I agree with you, Brad, possibly the worst, most horrible rape scene I've ever seen in a film. Then you just watch the characters just having a lovely time and having a night out because of the way the story is told, right? Like, it's kind of genius in a way, Zoe, isn't it? In just how harrowing and painful that movie is.
Yeah, I mean, so my parents showed me this film.
Wow.
Yeah, obviously now you understand why I'm completely fucked.
That explains a lot. Yeah.
Hello, Childline.
Yes. Yeah, my parents made me sit on the sofa and watch it with them because they were like, I was getting into, more kind of, I was like, I want to know what's out there, what's good, what are good films that you would recommend, and they had it, and they were like, this is what they could consider like really good filmmaking, but they pre-warned me. I think. For me, Irreversible is probably maybe my favorite new French extremity film because of how tough of a watch it is. For a film to be able to make you feel all those things is very important. And I mean, I think the good is not the right word, but like the rape scene is done. It is awful. It's horrible to watch. It's uncomfortable. But I think that's good about it because that's what it should be like. You shouldn't watch any of the things that happen in that film and not feel, as Brad mentioned, like just completely awful. So obviously it's like great filmmaking from that point of view, but yeah, it's probably one of the hardest films out of all of the extreme films to watch because of that scene. Like it's just not nice to sit through at all.
Yeah, a lot of powerful stuff throughout that decade. And then meanwhile, America were having their own go at kind of trying to compete with the French, right? And we got a kind of torture porn wave of movies. And we got the more commercial stuff. We got Eli Roth movies, we get stuff like Hostel. But then we get the more kind of undergroundy stuff. August Underground, which... I had never seen. It's always been kind of on my I'm morbidly curious list. So I was like, do you know what? Let's do it. It's actually the only bit of homework I've done for this 24-hour live stream was watch August Underground Mordom, which I watched the other day. Zoe, first of all, before we get into that, tell people about the August Underground films, because you've even interviewed the director, haven't you, on your podcast?
Yeah, so I've interviewed Fred, and then on the two on the recent releases from Unearthed Films of August Underground, I have a couple of interviews with Fred himself, who I just want to put out there. He's so nice. He's very sweet for someone that made these films. He's a very sweet, gentle, kind man. So these films are. So these films are essentially, I mean, there's not much plot to them. In the first film you have Peter and his friend, and they basically go around killing people. They're just two serial killers. They take women and men. Actually, they're very inclusive as serial killers, just putting it out there. Take them into their basement and torture them. And that's pretty much the plot for the first film. In the second film, we've also got a girlfriend added into the mix, Krusty. You also have her brother. Perfect name. Trust me, she is Krusty.
She's Krusty.
You've got her brother, Maggot, who is kind of, he's a wrong 'un, like a proper wrong 'un. And you still have Peter from the original one, and they start doing serial killer shit together as a threesome. Mordom is definitely the worst. And then you've got Penance, the last one, which is about Krusty and Peter. Maggot's no longer on the scene. And they're continuing with the serial killer shenanigans, let's call it. But it's an interesting film because it's more kind of like the decline of them and actually watching how everything that they've done is kind of fucking them up as well. So there are three different kind of films, but yes, I mean I like the trilogy. I think there's a lot to be taken away from it, but I can see why a lot of people wouldn't like it. I don't recommend them much, and I think Mordom is known for being pretty fucking rough, as you probably know now, Mike.
Yeah, rough is the word, isn't it? I mean, like, also they all look like they've been shot on a potato, like they've been filmed on like the lowest budget, like it's the grainiest, like worst quality thing you've ever seen as well, which I guess also kind of adds to that feeling of it being a bit snuffy and a bit kind of, all of that. Brad, what do you think of these films?
They're films, aren't they? They definitely exist.
Yeah.
Wow. They are some fucked up shit. They, I a little while back for Soho Horror Festival did a talk on the history of vomit in cinema, and we talked about sort of I've charted the lineage between Wages of Fear, where the first ever vomit scene was ever shown, and one of my centerpieces was, of course, this film, which features a lot of vomiting, a lot of self-harm, which is all real, it's all genuine, and then a lot of heinous sort of desecration of corpses. I mean, I'm desperate to know, Michael, from your perspective, what was your favourite scene? Was these standout moments for you?
My favourite scene, come on, this has to have been everybody's favourite scene, where they cut the guy's dick off with little cuticle scissors, and then kind of wave it around and put it in his mouth and stuff, and then rape his girlfriend with his severed penis. You know, that's kind of the vibe, right, Zoe, of the film generally. Like, it's a lot of that kind of thing. And the scene maybe when the two women are sort of sexually abusing and mutilating another woman, and for some reason they decide to keep like throwing up on her while they're doing it. And like you guys have said, the vomit is real, right? The vomiting looks real. And so I'm seeing this kind of jarring, grainy mix of somebody being mutilated, which I'm assuming isn't real, but them actually vomiting all over her, which is definitely real. And it was just grim, just fucking grim, isn't it, really? You know? But do you know what? I'm kind of glad I've seen it. And it was sort of exactly what I expected. You know, it was exactly the movie that I had imagined in my head, played out. You know, in some ways I admire its courage. You know, it's going for something and it's pulling it off. I did actually think it was a really interesting chat that you guys had with Fred Vogel, Zoe, about, because he was sort of talking about how he thought that, I don't know whether I believe all of this really actually, but he sort of said, you know, like, he wanted to show serial killers as like as unglamorous as possible, because a lot of movies kind of glamorize serial killers or whatever, right? And he wanted to show them as heinous as possible, really. Which those films, to be fair to them, they definitely do, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you wanted to get inside the mind of what serial killers probably do actually fucking do, like, it's gonna be dirty, it's gonna be grimy. I think, you know, I do think serial killers are glamorized, you know, in the press. I think we do fetishize them. You know, look at all the big budget like Netflix shows making it look all glossy, when actually, you know, the actuality of it is it's probably hacking up a body in the bathtub and gagging at the own disgusting things that you're doing. I mean, I think these films, you know, it's hard to say that they're good films, if you know what I mean. Like, they're not, you know, they don't look good, they look really bad, they're shot on potato, like you said, but I think they're a great example of what you can do on a low budget, what you can do by taking the trope of like found footage and blending those lines of using, you know, real things like the real self-harm, the real vomit, with really, I mean, lots of the effects are animal, like intestines, animal blood, so it looks so real because it, you know, it is real. It's not actually kind of like made. I think there's a scene with a bubbling gut where you can hear the bubbling poo coming out of the gut, and that is a real. Fred said they really got that, and it was revolting because it was like an animal's intestines and it stank and it was dirty. And so, you know, they've obviously gone very far to make it feel as real as possible, which that's what I commend about the franchise, in those way where you go, oh my God, I actually feel like I'm watching a serial killer's little homemade diary, which makes it, you feel, I mean, I feel dirty watching those films. I rewatched the whole trilogy, you know, a few months back to back in the morning before work, and I was like, I literally fucking hate myself and my life. There we go.
I love that all of your stories are like, I watched them in the gym, or I had a friend over for dinner and watched them, or I watched them in the morning getting ready for work. Like, none of these situations feel like the right situations to be watching these films, Zoe. I love it. Well, there we go. August Underground is an interesting one. We are running like quite late, so I'm going to wrap up soon because I know you guys have got jobs to go to in the morning. So we've got to finish with the big one, with the daddy, the one that's written on Brad's t-shirt, right? Let's talk about a Serbian film. Still a film that people get like properly angry. People get angry about it when you even bring it up, right? It's like it's got that, and I'm talking like horror fans even get really angry and offended by the fact that this film even exists. Brad, tell us a bit about a Serbian film for anyone out there who might not know.
Well, so a Serbian film is about a retired porn star who gets offered one last shot at fame. This new art house director is really interested in using him to make a new sort of brand of erotica. And he says, listen, come with me and I'll feed you lines through an earpiece, much like fucking Marlon Brando when he couldn't remember his lines. And I'll guide you through the scenes, and I just need you and that magical cock of yours, and we'll make an absolute masterpiece. It turns out this lad is quite interested in making some of the most fucked up, depraved shit that you could think of. Now, obviously, this has numerous scenes of notoriety, including obviously the infamous newborn porn scene in which a baby is delivered and then immediately raped. There is some terrible scenes to do with other members of his family and what he does to them. It's a film made to shock and to detest and make everyone feel disgusting. And he has said, in interviews, the director, that this is a commentary on the rape of the Serbian people of traditional family values and how the government... I don't believe a fucking word of that. That's all bullshit. What this is some bloke who thought, all right, what is the most fucked up things I can think could happen in a film? And I'm going to put them in the film. Is it a particularly good film? Not really.
It's not that great. I mean, it's fun. I think this is the irony about this film in a way that it holds this value as being the most extreme film, and in some ways it is. But actually, watching that film, I wasn't remotely as impacted by it as some of the other films we've discussed. I actually laughed at a couple of, because it gets so extreme, right? It does almost become satire. Zoe, what are your thoughts on this film?
I'm a Serbian film fangirl. I've watched it a lot. I think it's not as, I think to your point, like it's definitely not as nasty as some of the other ones. I think also because it's shot well, which for me takes it out of feeling like having that realism around it. I also like that it's so provocative that people do get so angry, because you're right. I mean, if you watch the baby scene, it's actually, I mean, it's so over the top that you're like, it's actually a bit ridiculous as a scene. But obviously, when you say the words like newborn porn, I understand why it's pretty, I get why people get riled up. Yeah. I like that it was, because I think unfortunately we haven't had many amazing extreme films in the last, kind of like 10 years. And this came out in 2010. So, I mean, 10 years now. We're in, 2024? 14 years. Maths time. But we haven't had that many amazing films, and after New French Extremity, I feel like it's on the decline, extreme films. So I feel like that was kind of the last one that we got that really made like a big impact and kind of has had its stance into kind of extreme history. And I think it is shocking, and I like that he's, and I agree with you, Brad. I don't necessarily believe his backstory about it. And I'm like, and why not go, do you know what, I just want to make a fucking horrible film because I can go for it. And he did, and everyone's upset, and it's like, yeah, why not just bring that horrible shit around?
Yeah, exactly. And I think yes, it deals with the most taboo subjects, even just like you say, those words, newborn porn. It's a horrible taboo topics. But also, it's just a piece of art, isn't it? It's just a piece of art. It's a conventionally made film in a lot of ways, like compared to some of the other stuff we've discussed. And it's doing what it's doing, and it's provoking a response, and it's working, right? I don't quite understand the real anger towards it, but I kind of feel like everyone should maybe just check it out at least once, this film, like it's one of those movies you need to experience at some point, you know what I mean? All right, well, I won't keep you guys too much longer. Let me just quickly bring up, because everyone was asking about the old iceberg. And I'll ask you both, if you can get up an image of it, I'll get an image of it up. How low down that iceberg have you gone?
So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tiers. I've got to 6.
Oh, but that's pretty fucking low down there, isn't it? So for people who don't know, there's an image. You can just Google image it, extreme cinema iceberg, and it's basically like tiers of extremity, and it's got like Friday the 13th on the top layer, so like really mainstream stuff, and then you've got stuff like Tumbling Dole of Flesh, some of the stuff we've discussed here, Vomit, Enema, Ecstasy 1 and 2.
It's a classic.
That classic.
What a name.
You've got to do them back to back.
Fetus Munchers Volume 1 and 2. Like, what the fucking hell? Zoe, do I even want to ask how far down this ice?
Right.
She's right at the bottom.
No. So I've seen a clip of a film, Squirmfest, on level 7, and I saw that clip and I was like, absolutely fucking not, thank you very much. The problem is the bottom 2 tiers, for anyone that is like, oh, what's down there, don't. Some of that shit, some of the stuff on the bottom tier is illegal. Do not go towards the bottom tier. There's one on there that I have heard the history of it, and that's like full illegal. You will go to prison if you start looking into that stuff. I saw someone talking about in a group, and I was like, yeah, we're not doing those tiers. So I'd say, yeah, I think 6 is like the good boundary. Stay there, like go there and stay there.
I think it's an argument for staying at 5. If I'm honest with you, but
yeah, maybe 5.
Yeah.
Maybe, do you know what? Just don't.
Do you know what?
Just
Maybe
go
just
above it.
Just
above the line.
Tip of the iceberg. Stick with the tip of the iceberg.
Exactly.
Look at that lovely top layer. You've got Insidious, Elm Street, and Annabelle.
Have a good time.
Have a good time.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre on the 2nd if you really want to push the boat out, and then then you're all right.
Yeah, I love it. Well, guys, thank you. You go to bed and have some lovely sweet dreams now about all the stuff we've just discussed. That's been so lovely. What a fun chat. I mean, it's always quite fun doing this, and I think people enjoy hearing these movies discussed for whatever reason. So I appreciate you guys being here, especially for the late night slot. Thank you very much. Zoe, thank you for being here. Just remind people, if they want to come and hear more extreme chat, you've got podcasts and all sorts. Where can they find all of the stuff that you do?
Yeah, so you can follow me at Zobo with a Shotgun, where I'm always posting about something horrible, and then you can come and listen to us at Our Bloody Obsession, which is with my wonderful co-host Kelly, where we are going to be relaunching our podcast later in March. So we're going to be getting back into the nasty shit. I cannot wait. Great
Love
start
that.
to my 2024.
Happy New Year. Incredible. Brilliant. And Bradley, remind people where they can come and find you.
So all social media, you can find me at Had Branson, and I also have my own podcast called X Rental, which is exploring the 90s video shop culture. That second season should be dropping of that in the next sort of month or so.
Incredible. Guys, thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Mike.
Bye.
Cheers. Bye. Sweet dreams. Awesome. Right. Cool. Hello, everyone. Thank you for still being with me. It's now, 10 to 1 in the morning. I'm getting there. I'm almost on the home stretch now. So I'm going to quickly maybe make myself a cup of tea. And then we've got something that is very, very different to the stuff we just discussed. I've got lovely Joshua Tonks joining me, for real this time, and lovely Joe Lipsit from Horror Queers. And we're going to be talking about lovely coming-of-age horror films. So a nice palate cleanser after the tumbling dole of flesh or whatever else we've just been discussing. So stay tuned for that. Me and Josh and Joe will be with you very, very soon. Hi everyone. I've just realised I'm going to have to refresh the feed so that I can archive this so that we don't lose it if it goes beyond 12 hours. So I'm going to end this live stream, which means there's going to be a new video that's going to pop up on our profile. So if you just refresh our profile, there should be a new link up to a video in the next 5 minutes. So join me then. Please stick around if you can. We'll be back very, very soon.